Chapter 1. The First Encounter with Wukong. What is this place? Zai, still in a daze, opened his eyes to find himself in a remote wilderness. The surroundings were lush and vibrant, replete with the essence of nature, yet he had no time to appreciate the scenery. For he soon realized that his body had inexplicably shrunk, seemingly reverting to his middle school form. In a flurry, he pinched his arm, and after a series of tests, he confirmed he was not dreaming. Damn it, what on earth is happening? I was peacefully sleeping at home, and now I find myself in this wretched place. What is wrong with my body? As I collapsed onto the ground in despair. Roar. What was that sound? Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, startling Zai into quickly rising to his feet, scanning his surroundings. Before him emerged a beast, approximately 3 meters long, with vicious fangs glistening as it slithered out from the underbrush. Gulp. Zai swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow, his heart racing wildly as he stumbled backward in trepidation. Roar. The beast let out a thunderous roar and lunged toward the terrified Zai. Help! Realizing the imminent danger, Zai wasted no time and turned to flee, pouring every ounce of energy into his escape, all the while shouting for help. Damn it! Why am I so unlucky? Before I even comprehend what is happening, I might meet my untimely demise. As Zai desperately ran, he tripped over a branch on the ground, crashing heavily to the earth, leaving a bloody gash on his knee. This is it, this is the end. Zai's face turned pale, his heart sinking to the depths of despair. The beast's eyes glimmered with greed for its prey, baring its menacing fangs and raking its sharp claws against the ground, preparing to pounce. Just as Zai braced himself for death, a child, seemingly even smaller than him, suddenly descended from the sky. With a swift leap, the child delivered a powerful kick to the beast's abdomen, causing it to flip over and fall silent. Impressive. Zai's mouth fell agape, utterly astonished by the scene before him. He had never anticipated that a child who appeared around 11 or 12 could unleash such astonishing power, dispatching a ferocious beast with a single kick. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Zai quickly got to his feet and rushed to the child's side, gratefully grasping his small hand. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the child sported a peculiar crab-like head, donned in blue attire, and carried a red staff on his back. Even more astonishingly, a tail protruded from behind him. No problem. This means I have food for tonight. By the way, my name is Sun Wukong. What about you? As Wukong tied up the beast, he turned to inquire. Hearing the name, Zai was momentarily stunned, standing frozen for a long while. A child with a tail, named Sun Wukong, wasn't this the character from the Dragon Ball series he had watched as a child? Had he somehow traversed into the world of Dragon Ball? Oh my goodness. This was far from good news. The danger level in the Dragon Ball universe was exceedingly high. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly silent? How peculiar. Wukong waved his small hand in front of Zai, questioning with curiosity. Nothing. Regaining his composure, Zai hurriedly explained. Hello, Sun Wukong. My name is Zai. I came here for an adventure a few days ago and accidentally got lost. Could you help me find my way out? Wukong paused, scratching his head in confusion. Adventure? You seem so weak, unable to even defeat a small tiger. Venturing out here is quite perilous. Zai let out a resigned sigh upon hearing this. How about this? It's almost dark, you can come home with me for now. Wukong turned around, hoisting the fallen beast onto his shoulders and gestured for Zai to follow. All right, thank you, Wukong. Zai nodded gratefully. Make sure to keep up with me. With that, Wukong sprinted off, carrying the saber-toothed tiger. Without hesitation, Zai chased after him, despite the dull ache in his knee, pushing himself to run as fast as he could. Thus, after approximately 30 minutes of running, Zai finally caught up to Wukong, and upon seeing the humble dwelling behind him, he let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground. Phew, im exhausted. If I keep running like this, my legs might just give out. Zai lay on the ground, gasping for breath, feeling as if he might faint at any moment. Your body is in terrible shape. I waited so long for you to catch up. You really need to work on your fitness. Wukong approached Zai, offering a reminder. At that moment, Zai was already utterly spent. He merely nodded in response, still sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. Seeing Zai in such a state, Wukong couldn't help but chuckle softly, then lifted the saber-toothed tiger and headed inside the house. 1 hour later, a delicious aroma wafted from within the house, instantly revitalizing the fatigued Zai, who quickly scrambled to his feet and dashed inside. "Are you feeling better? I prepared the food. My grandpa always said that guests should be treated well, so hurry over and eat." As Zai entered, Wukong greeted him with a gentle smile, politely inviting him to the table. "Then I won't hold back." Zai nodded, not bothering with pleasantries, and sat at the table, eagerly tearing into the meat laid before him. To be honest, the meat was a bit tough and not particularly appetizing, but for Zai, who had been through such fright and exhaustion, it was a rare delicacy. Wukong, seeing this, remained silent as he also picked up a tiger leg and began to eat. Soon, the two had devoured every morsel on the table. Zai's appetite wasn't particularly large, having consumed just one tiger leg. He could eat no more. However, Wukong's appetite was astonishing, finishing a whole tiger and then going for a tunter-long fish to satiate his hunger. At times, Zai truly wondered how Wukong's small frame could accommodate food several times his own size. After dinner, Zai finally settled down for some rest under Wukong's arrangement. Traveling through worlds? It truly feels like a dream. I wonder what lies ahead on this journey. Lying in bed, Zai muttered a few words before drifting off to sleep. Chapter 2. The Azure Light Sphere. The next day, the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the bed where Zai lay. He rubbed his eyes and slowly opened them. "You're awake?" Wukong greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Wukong." Zai stretched lazily, casually returning the greeting, then sat up to look at the well-prepared Wukong and asked, "Wukong, are you planning to go out?" "Yes." Wukong nodded earnestly, then explained, "I'm going out to find food and train a bit. By the way, Zai, didn't you say you wanted to leave here today? Let me take you out." Upon hearing this, Zai's expression dimmed. In this unfamiliar world, venturing out would likely lead to trouble, and given the dangers here, staying close to Wukong was his safest bet. "What's wrong, Zai?" Noticing Zai's sudden silence, Wukong approached him curiously. "To be honest, Wukong, I'm an orphan, and I have nowhere else to go." Zai lowered his head, feeling a mix of emotions. Wukong, puzzled, asked, "Orphan? What does that mean?" Zai explained, "In simple terms, it means a child who has no family and grows up all alone." "I see. Then you can stay with me." Wukong's sympathy for Zai surged as he considered how pitiful he looked. "Really? Thank you, Wukong." Zai's eyes lit up, and he eagerly grasped Wukong's small hand, excitedly exclaiming, "But if you stay here, you must help me hunt." "Hunt?" Upon hearing this, Zai hesitated. Ordinary hunting would be fine, but the monsters Wukong faced daily made him shudder at the thought. "But Wukong, you know my body. Don't worry, they'll train you." Wukong patted his chest confidently. "Okay, then I'll count on you." Zai nodded in agreement. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. Staying with Wukong would allow him to gain experience in the early stages of his journey, and later he could simply rely on Wukong for support. Since that's the case, let us venture outside for spar. Allow me to test your skills. Now, us. But Ziyi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Wasn't she just asking for a beating? "Fear not. I shall go easy on you." Upon hearing this, Ziyi felt a slight sense of relief and followed Wukong outside, where the two stood facing each other. "Very well. Ziyi, you may strike me now." At Wukong's words, Ziyi froze momentarily, having rarely engaged in fights in her past life. She felt a peculiar ambiguity at being urged to strike. "Stop dawdling and unleash your attack." Seeing Ziyi still in a daze after a while, Sun Wukong couldn't help but urge her on. "If that's the case, I shall not hold back." With that, Ziyi clenched her fists, dashed to Wukong, and delivered a fierce blow to his face. "What are you doing?" Receiving a punch, Wukong felt nothing and rolled his eyes, inquiring. Witnessing this scene, Ziyi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, as if a flock of crows had flown past her head. "Ziyi, fighting is not done in such a manner." Wukong shook his head in disappointment, then gently patted Ziyi. Bang! To her surprise, Ziyi was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing into a large rock and fell unconscious. Z, are you alright? Seeing this, Wukong rushed to check, only to find her bleeding and unresponsive despite his calls. Oh no, I was too rough. Son Wukong scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. 3 days later. How painful. Z gingerly touched her throbbing head and slowly opened her eyes, feeling as if her body were about to fall apart. Every inch of her aching painfully. Z, you're awake? That's wonderful. My apologies, I was too heavy-handed this time. Son Wukong approached with a look of regret. It's all right, you can't be blamed. It's just that my body is too frail. Z scratched her head, feeling embarrassed. You rest for now, it'll fetch you something to eat. Watching Wukong's busy figure, Ziyi smiled faintly, gazing at this character she had cherished in her past life, her heart swelling with complexity. After dressing, Ziyi slowly stepped outside, a gentle chill swept by, causing her to shiver slightly. My body truly is quite weak. Z shook her head with a wry smile. Huh? What's that? Suddenly, a ball of azure light in the courtyard captivated Ziyi, and with curious eyes, she approached it slowly. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the strange number 5 inscribed within the azure orb. Curiosity piqued, Z extended her hand and gently touched the glowing sphere. Ah! Suddenly, a warm current surged into Ziyi's body, the unexpected sensation of comfort eliciting a soft moan from her lips. In the next moment, the azure orb vanished before her eyes, and to her excitement, she realized that the pain had dissipated entirely, and numerous parts of her body had undergone subtle changes, an inexhaustible power radiating from within her. Could this be my cheat? Z exclaimed, her face alight with exhilaration. Ha ha! I told you, as a transcendent being, how could I possibly lack a golden finger? What's going on? Z, why are you laughing for no reason? It seemed Z's exuberant voice had disturbed Wukong, who was cooking indoors, and he looked at her, puzzled. Nothing? Z waved her hand dismissively, then continued. Wukong, let's have another spar. Ah, isn't that unwise? I fear I might accidentally kill you this time. Son Wukong scratched his head, feeling somewhat sheepish. Rest assured, Wukong, I am not as weak as you perceive. Z replied with a confident smile, assuming a combat stance, feeling the surge of power within her. With a determined stomp, she charged at Wukong. Seeing Z rush at him, Wukong did not hold back either, clenching his fists as he met her charge. Bang! The two fists collided, the air resonating with a series of explosive sounds. Z felt a sharp pain in her hand and staggered back several steps before barely regaining her balance. Huff! Z flexed her wrist, realizing that while her strength still lagged behind Wukong's, she was certain that the recent surge of energy had indeed fortified her considerably. So you were hiding your strength all along. Now, I shall take this seriously. P.S. At this stage, the protagonist's combat power is 6. Wukong's combat power is 10. Chapter 3, Bulma arrives. Come on, Wukong. Z's expression hardened as she readied herself for battle once more. Wukong leaped lightly, soaring to a height of 7 or 8 meters, and descended with the force of a small missile, charging towards Ziyi. Bang! Ziyi summoned all her strength for a fierce collision with Wukong, and with a deafening explosion, she was sent flying. Lying on the ground, Ziyi felt a searing pain in her hands, as if the bones within might shatter, making her wince in agony. Since my grandfather's passing, I have encountered no rival as formidable as this. Goku chuckled with excitement, completely disregarding the fallen Zai, and charged at him once more. Perceiving the impending threat, Zai, not daring to be careless, sprang to his feet with the agility of a fish, slightly tilting his body to evade Goku's assault, and retaliated with a decisive punch. You've fallen for it, Goku exclaimed with a cunning grin, swiftly seizing Zai's arm and executing a rapid spin, flinging Zai through the air after several revolutions. Wait, I'm done playing, Zai interjected, feeling disoriented as he lay on the ground, eager to halt Goku's relentless pursuit. All right then, Goku replied, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes, yet he refrained from voicing further complaints. Gurgle, gurgle, echoed Goku's round belly, signaling a shift in priorities. Losing interest in the skirmish, he smiled at Zai and dashed into the room, ready to dine. At midnight, with a disheveled appearance, he rose to his feet. just about to enter the room when he was unexpectedly captivated once more by the sudden emergence of a cerulean orb beside him. Has that entity appeared again? Zai excitedly rushed forward, observing that this luminous orb was strikingly similar to the previous one, save for the fact that the number within had altered to 1. Without a moment's hesitation, Zai extended his palm, feeling a gentle warmth coursing through his body once more, and in that instant, he sensed a slight enhancement in his strength. Could it be that this phenomenon manifests solely during my battles? Does the number above correspond to my combat prowess? In the stillness of midnight, Zai stroked his chin, a hint of perplexity evident on his face. Zai, what are you doing? The meal is ready. The voice of Wukong echoed through the room, abruptly pulling Zai from his reverie. Coming to his senses, he swiftly made his way towards the room. A month later, beneath a bright and pleasant sky, in a modest courtyard, 2 youthful children stood opposite each other, scrutinizing one another intently. Wukong, this time you may not be my match. Midnight chuckled softly, exuding an air of confidence. Not necessarily, Wukong replied, shaking his head, and then surged forward with remarkable speed. However, a month of rigorous training had elevated Midnight's abilities to an entirely new level, enabling him to handle Wukong's speed and strength with apparent ease. With a series of resounding punches exchanged between them, neither combatant gained the upper hand. Wukong's expression was grave, while Midnight appeared unfazed. Hey, Midnight, are you underestimating me? Can you please unleash your full potential? Wukong said, a hint of irritation in his voice as he shook his head. Very well, but you better be cautious. Midnight responded. And in an instant, his figure moved like a specter, striking Wukong before he could react. Ouch. I truly underestimated you, Wukong exclaimed, clutching his chest with excitement. Let's call it a day, Wukong. At this point, you are no longer my match. It's getting late. It is my turn to gather food. You stay here and chop the firewood. I shall return shortly. Without waiting for Wukong's consent, Midnight dashed out. A month of training had granted Midnight the ability to navigate this perilous mountain with ease, and he had come to understand the nuances of his unique abilities. Whenever he engaged in combat, he would randomly gain varying degrees of combat power to bolster his strength. The greater the opponent's prowess or the more severe his own injuries, the higher the combat power he would acquire. Conversely, if the opponent's strength matched his own, the likelihood of gaining combat power would diminish significantly. In today's circumstances, since his combat power far surpassed Wukong's, even if he were to feign injury, he would not lose any combat power. Suddenly, the roar of a beast disrupted Midnight's thoughts. Upon closer inspection, he found 3 saber-toothed tigers blocking his path. At midnight, with a narrowed gaze and a grave expression, Zai remarked, if my memory serves me right, it was your kind that chased me here today. Given this circumstance, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With a chilling laugh, Zai swiftly moved, her ghostly speed leaving the 3 saber-toothed tigers bewildered. In the next moment, she descended from the air and delivered a powerful kick to one of their backs. The tremendous force was too much for the tiger to withstand, causing it to faint instantly. The other 2 saber-toothed tigers seemed to realize they had encountered a formidable opponent. Disregarding their fallen comrade, they turned to flee. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Remain here and become our meal, Zai declared, as she forcefully stomped her foot and leapt before the 2 remaining tigers, unleashing her fist upon them, resulting in their immediate demise, blood spilling forth. Ah! She had struck with such ferocity that she found herself covered in blood. At midnight, with a look of disdain, he touched the blood splattered on his face and body. He then proceeded to bind the 3 tigers together with the rope he had prepared. Wukong's appetite had grown increasingly remarkable. These 3 tigers should suffice. As the midnight hour approached, Ziyi smiled softly, shouldering the weight of the tiger as he made his way homeward. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed around him. After walking for approximately 3 minutes, a familiar noise abruptly pierced the stillness behind him. Ziyi furrowed his brow, turning around with a touch of impatience. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, he was struck by a car at the very moment he turned. Oh no, I've hit someone. Almost immediately, a youthful and radiant young woman emerged from the vehicle, rushing towards Ziyi, whose body was smeared with blood. Hey, do you even know how to drive? In the dead of night, Zai furrowed his brow and stood up, unleashing a torrent of invective upon the girl before him. Monster! Monster! The girl, taken aback by his fierce words, stumbled backward in fear. She had never witnessed someone, launched through the air, rise unscathed, and with Zai's bloodied appearance, he appeared truly menacing. Stay back. If you come any closer, I will shoot. The girl frantically dashed to the front of the car, reached inside, and retrieved a handgun, aiming it at Zai. At midnight, Zai possessed a combat power of 15, while Bulma, armed with a pistol, had a combat power of merely 4. In Chapter 4, A Visit, upon catching sight of the pistol, Zai's expression hardened momentarily, but she swiftly moved with a ghostly speed that left her opponent utterly bewildered. In the next instant, she seized the pistol from her hands with ease. A firearm is not a toy to be trifled with. After briefly toying with the pistol, which felt more like a plaything, Zai lost interest and casually discarded it onto the ground. In her earlier days, this weapon would have been the most vital means of survival. However, it now seemed somewhat superfluous to her. "Are you a human or a ghost?" the girl asked, terror-stricken as she gazed at Zai, her voice trembling. "Need I clarify? Of course, I am human. If I were a ghost, you would be my first meal." Midnight cast a cold glance at the other party and spoke in a frigid tone. Upon realizing the other was human, the young girl felt a sense of relief. Although the individual's demeanor was somewhat frosty, no egregious actions were taken. Rather, it was she who had collided with him and brandished a firearm. "Greetings, I am Bulma. I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident," Bulma said, her hands clasped together, her expression filled with contrition. Upon hearing her name, a flicker of memory stirred within Midnight. After scrutinizing her closely, he observed that despite her youthful appearance, Bulma possessed strikingly exquisite features, complemented by her fair complexion, making her undeniably a captivating beauty. "I am Midnight, a hunter residing in the mountains. Since there appears to be no further matter, I shall take my leave." With that, Midnight hoisted the tiger once more and began his journey homeward. "Such immense strength," Bulma exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment as she watched him effortlessly lift 3 colossal trophies. "Wait a moment, the direction he is heading aligns perfectly with the readings from the Dragon Ball radar." She glanced at the device in her hand and promptly hopped into her vehicle to pursue him. "Hey, hold on. I truly apologize for what transpired earlier. As a gesture of gratitude, let me give you a ride home." Upon hearing Bulma's tone, Midnight hesitated not, placing his quarry atop her car before taking a seat. The vehicle's speed was not particularly swift, possibly due to the weight of the prey. After nearly half an hour of travel, they finally approached the house where Goku resided. "Goku, I'm back." As Midnight bore witness to the hunter's return, he entered the dwelling with his quarry. "Why are you so late today? Let me see what delectable offerings await," he mused. "Oh, who is she?" Goku inquired. His curiosity piqued as he observed Bulma accompanying the hunter. "Ahem, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Bulma, and I have just met Zai," she politely stated. However, her attention was abruptly captured by the 4-star Dragon Ball displayed nearby, prompting her to exclaim, "Is this the Dragon Ball? How splendid! It seems fortune smiles upon me." In her excitement, Bulma rushed forward, momentarily forgetting that she was in Goku's home and reached for the coveted orb. "Stop! Don't touch my grandfather," Goku shouted, swiftly dashing forward to push Bulma to the ground. "Ouch! That hurt." "Hey, you are quite rude," Bulma retorted vehemently. "Isn't it rather impolite to meddle with someone else's belongings?" Zai chimed in, causing Bulma to lower her head in embarrassment, realizing her overzealousness. Yet, she felt wronged. After all, he could have tempered his force. Considering she was a girl. "You are a girl? My grandfather always said to treat girls with respect," Goku remarked, glancing at Bulma in confusion before extending a hand to help her up. "Your grandfather certainly has a gentlemanly demeanor," Bulma chuckled, unfazed. "Since you are here, you are a guest. Let us treat her well today," Goku declared with a smile directed at Zai. "Indeed. Goku, you prepare the meal. I must wash off this unpleasant blood. It is truly foul." With that, Zai stepped outside towards her bathing spot. While Goku carried the game he had brought back to the kitchen, Bulma cast a glance at the 4-star Dragon Ball, sighed softly, and seated herself at the dining table, patiently awaiting the meal. Half an hour later, Goku presented 3 beautifully cooked tigers before Bulma, cheerfully urging, "Don't hold back, dig in." Bulma surveyed the bountiful spread, unabashedly taking a piece and savoring it. "How is it? Delicious, right?" Goku inquired eagerly. Upon hearing this, Bulma furrowed her brow. Having tasted various delicacies from the mountains and seas, she found this fare nearly inedible. However, the sincerity in Goku's gaze compelled her to maintain decorum. "It's quite good. If you like it, eat more." Goku beamed. Thank you. By the way, Zai went to bathe. Why isn't she back yet?" Bulma redirected the conversation. "I'm back." At that moment, the door swung open, and Zai entered, looking revitalized. "Wow, you look quite dashing." Bulma gasped, momentarily lost in admiration. She hadn't anticipated this fellow to be so handsome. Ignoring Bulma's infatuated gaze, Zai sat at the table and began to eat heartily. By the way, Zai, how old are you this year? Bulma asked excitedly. Faced with this question, Zai felt a pang of uncertainty. He truly did not know his age, having transformed into this form after traversing realms. I suppose I am 16 this year. Zai then remarked, Really? I am also 16 this year. What a remarkable coincidence. Bulma, filled with excitement, sprang to her feet and addressed Zai. I am 14 this year. Goku chimed in, equally exhilarated. Bulma cast a curious glance at Goku and inquired, Are you brothers? Hearing this, both shook their heads, and Goku promptly explained, Zai is an orphan. He lost his way here recently, so I took him in. An orphan? How wonderful! Bulma exclaimed with delight. Midnight? Yukong? I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Realizing her mistake, Bulma quickly apologized. By the way, Yukong, may I discuss something with you? What is it? Wukong looked at Bulma with a puzzled expression. If you were thinking of buying the 4-star ball, forget it. Wukong would never agree. That is the only item left to him by his grandfather. Chapter 5. The journey begins upon hearing Midnight's words. Bulma felt a lump in her throat. She had not anticipated that both young boys before her were orphans with such sorrowful backgrounds. Subsequently, Bulma took 2 Dragon Balls from her pocket and placed them on the table. Ah, how do you have 2 grandfathers? Wukong exclaimed in surprise. These are not grandfathers. They are called Dragon Balls. If one collects all 7 Dragon Balls, one can summon the Eternal Dragon to fulfill any wish. Bulma explained calmly. So you were out here searching for Dragon Balls? Upon hearing this, Bulma nodded slightly. Why don't you join me in seeking the Dragon Balls? With your strength combined with my Dragon Ball radar, we can surely gather them with ease. Bulma suddenly proposed. Moreover, having lived in the mountains for so long, you must be tired of it. There are many monsters and all sorts of people in cities outside. You will surely enjoy life beyond these mountains. After hearing Bulma's suggestion, Wukong approached Midnight and whispered in his ear, Midnight, what do you think of her proposal? I believe she makes a valid point. We cannot remain in the mountains forever. Besides, she mentioned that the Dragon Balls can grant any wish. Don't you miss your grandfather? Perhaps these balls could bring him back? Midnight replied thoughtfully. Bring back grandfather? Really? Upon hearing this, Wukong's eyes became misty. Indeed, it is said that the Dragon Balls can grant any wish. Resurrecting your grandfather should be no problem. Bulma quickly added. In that case, let us set off tomorrow to search for the Dragon Balls. Wukong exclaimed excitedly. As night fell, owing to Bulma being a girl, Midnight reluctantly offered her his room, while he took another room for himself. Midnight, are you asleep? Wukong's voice suddenly rang out, leaving Midnight somewhat puzzled, as Wukong usually fell asleep the moment he lay down. Wukong, what's wrong? Do you think the Dragon Balls can really revive grandfather? Wukong asked, a hint of worry in his voice. Don't worry, Wukong. The Dragon Balls can certainly do that, I assure you. All right, I believe you. The next moment, Wukong slowly closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. A night passed in silence. The following morning, the trio packed their belongings and set off in Bulma's car, embarking on their true journey. Following the guidance of the Dragon Ball radar, they proceeded until Bulma suddenly halted, her foot pressing on the brake. Why did we stop? Wukong asked, puzzled. I'm sorry, I have something to take care of. You all wait here for a moment, I'll be right back, Bulma said, somewhat apologetically as she exited the car. What are you going to do? Wukong inquired, his expression one of confusion. None of your business. Bulma pouted and replied. Don't wander too far. Wild beasts often roam around here. Midnight kindly reminded her. Don't worry. Thank you for your concern. With that, Bulma hurried away. Midnight. Where did Bulma go? Why has Tixi returned? Wukong asked, growing anxious. Upon hearing this, Midnight also felt puzzled. Even if it took longer for a girl to use the restroom, it shouldn't take this long. Wukong, I'll go check. With that, the two of them simultaneously exited the car and headed in Bulma's direction. Help! Help! Midnight, Wukong, come save me. A sudden cry for help caught their attention. In looking up, they saw a gigantic flying beast with sharp claws, and clinging to it was Bulma, shouting for rescue. Wukong, lend me your golden staff. At this, Wukong nodded and swiftly untied the red staff from his back. The next moment, the golden staff began to extend infinitely, allowing Midnight to soar into the air. Midnight. Come save me. Seeing Midnight flying up, Bulma's terrified expression softened slightly. Midnight then mustered all his strength and, leveraging the momentum of the golden staff, struck the flying beast fiercely on its face. Bang! The beast, taken aback by the small figure's tremendous force, immediately foamed at the mouth and crashed to the ground. Ah! Quickly save me. As the flying beast fell, Bulma began to descend rapidly from the air. Seeing this, Midnight rushed forward, caught her, and safely landed on the ground. Midnight, thank you for saving me, Bulma said, her face slightly flushed as she glanced at Midnight, shyly expressing her gratitude. How long are you going to cling to me? Midnight directly asked. Humph, you big oaf. Bulma huffed angrily and jumped off Midnight. Hey, are you both all right? At that moment, Wukong rushed over to inquire about their condition. Wow, what a colossal flying beast. It seems we have dinner sorted. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Midnight nodded seriously. Strange, why does Bulma look so upset? Wukong observed Bulma's silence and asked, puzzled. Perhaps she was frightened. At midnight, a casual remark escaped the lips of one. The night descended swiftly, and the trio gathered to ignite a grand bonfire, upon which they began to roast the avian beast they had slain earlier that day. After their evening meal, Bulma retrieved a capsule from her pocket, and in an instant, a lavish dwelling materialized before them. How wondrous! At midnight, both Zai and Wukong expressed their astonishment. Humph. A couple of country bumpkins, Bulma declared proudly before stepping into the room. It is understandable that Zai was taken aback, after all. He had never encountered such advanced technology in his previous life. The night passed in silence. As the morning sun poured down, Zai stretched and opened the door, only to find Wukong already outside, engaged in his training. Wukong, you're up so early? At midnight, Zai stifled a yawn and inquired softly. I must diligently cultivate my skills. I shall surely surpass you. Wukong replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zai could not help but shake his head, a faint smile gracing her lips. Indeed, you are more diligent and talented than I. However, it is futile, for I possess an advantage that you will never surpass. Suddenly, an odd voice emerged, prompting Zai to focus her gaze. There, Wukong was seen cradling an enormous sea turtle. Oh, why is it a large turtle? I thought it was a rock, he remarked, perplexed as he set the turtle down. Could you kindly provide me with a cup of salt water? The sea turtle beseeched, glancing at Zai and Wukong. Come with me. Chapter 6. The Turtle Sage Delicious, Delicious. The great sea turtle devoured the bucket of saltwater kelp that Zai had prepared with fervor. How long has this creature gone without a meal? Bulma remarked, rolling her eyes. I am full now. Thank you for your hospitality. The sea turtle exclaimed with a satisfied burp, expressing gratitude. No need for thanks. Might I trouble you for a favor? Please assist me in returning to the ocean. I assure you I will show my gratitude. The sea turtle earnestly addressed the trio. The ocean? That is quite impossible. We are still over 100 kilometers from the sea. Bulma promptly declined. Yet, it seems inappropriate to leave a turtle stranded here. Grandfather always said that in such situations, we ought to help others and not be selfish, Wukong countered, making a face at Bulma before turning his gaze to Zai. Then let us escort him back. It will be a pleasant diversion to visit the seaside. Midnight responded with a smile. Wonderful. Goku, brimming with excitement, leaped into the air. You all go ahead. I have no time. Bulma pouted, choosing to ignore the two. Immediately, Goku hoisted the sea turtle onto his back. Midnight glanced at Bulma and cheerfully inquired, Bulma, are you truly not coming? Not going. Bulma crossed her arms defiantly. All right then, but do be cautious. Wild beasts occasionally roam around here. Goku, let us depart. With that, Midnight and Goku began to run towards the sea. Wait, you annoying brats. Am I not allowed to go? Bulma gritted her teeth, slightly irritated, and soon packed her belongings, driving to catch up with the two. A day later, the trio finally arrived at the seaside. They gazed in awe at the breathtaking scenery, each offering their enthusiastic praises. Thank you all. I will surely repay you someday. The sea turtle expressed gratitude towards Goku before making its way towards the ocean. Now we can continue our quest for the Dragon Balls, Goku proclaimed with a smile. Hold on. It seems there's a Dragon Ball nearby. With Bulma's voice echoing, the three gathered around the Dragon Ball radar, noticing a yellow dot approaching their direction. Hello there. Are you the ones who rescued my turtle? Suddenly, an elderly voice resonated, drawing their attention. Old man, who are you? Goku asked innocently. Cough cough. You may call me Master Roshi. By the way, which of you saved my turtle? Master Roshi introduced himself and inquired. It was these two boys who carried me back. The sea turtle pointed at Midnight and Goku. Thank you ever so much. In return, I shall gift you something special. With that, Master Roshi turned toward the sea and called out, Come forth, immortal bird. Immortal bird? Is it the legendary bird that never dies? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Master Roshi, have you forgotten? The immortal bird was poisoned to death last year. Oh, now I remember. Master Roshi smacked his forehead, realizing his blunder. How could an immortal bird die? Bulma asked, puzzled. I named it the immortal bird in hopes that it would never perish. Never mind, let us use this instead. Come forth, flying Nimbus. Master Roshi shouted towards the sky. In an instant, a golden cloud swept across the horizon, appearing before Midnight and Goku. Is this the flying Nimbus? It looks like cotton candy, Bulma remarked, bewildered. Do not judge it by its appearance, once you ride it. You can fly freely, but this cloud can only be controlled by those of pure heart. Master Roshi explained casually. Allow me to demonstrate, he said, twisting his neck before attempting to sit upon it. But to his dismay, his body simply passed through the cloud, landing him on the ground instead. Ouch, that hurts. Ha ha. It seems you cannot ride it yourself. Bulma teased. Cough cough. Who among you two would like to try first? Master Roshi cleared his throat, addressing Midnight and Goku. Goku, you go first. Without a moment's hesitation, Zai graciously spoke to Wukong, not believing that he could ascend the Nimbus cloud. Such a feat seemed far too demanding. Perhaps only achievable by Wukong and his innocent kin. Very well, I shall not be modest. Wukong replied with a smile and with a vigorous leap. He gracefully landed upon the Nimbus cloud. This spectacle left Master Roshi and the others utterly astounded, for in a world rife with desires, few could ever hope to ride the Nimbus cloud. Ah, I am flying, Wukong exclaimed, exhilarated as he soared freely through the skies. Zai, it is your turn. Wukong then leapt from the Nimbus cloud and addressed Zai. No need. Since you have mastered it, it rightfully belongs to you. Zai shook her head lightly and smiled, saying, Is that true? Thank you so much, Zai. Wukong laughed innocently, his face lighting up with joy. What a pity, there is only one cloud of somersault. And the immortal phoenix has perished. Do you desire anything? The turtle sage approached Zai, his expression earnest as he inquired. Grandfather, if you do not go, might you give me the pendant around your neck? To be honest, our goal is to seek it. Zai spoke earnestly. This glass sphere? I discovered it a century ago in the depths of the lake. I found it quite lovely and decided to keep it. Since you cherish it, I shall give it to you. The turtle hermit nodded in agreement and then removed the Dragon Ball from around his neck, handing it to Zai. Splendid. We have gathered yet another Dragon Ball, Bulma exclaimed with elation. Shortly thereafter, Bulma carefully stored the Dragon Ball away, bade farewell to the turtle hermit, and the trio embarked on a new journey. With the Nimbus cloud at his disposal, Goku no longer required a vehicle, prompting Bulma to switch to a motorcycle, leading Zai forward. 3 days later, the group arrived at a village. The moment they stepped inside, an unsettling aura enveloped them. The village was eerily silent. Goku, be cautious. Suddenly, a farmer wielding an axe emerged from behind them, lunging aggressively towards Goku. In the dead of night, Zai extended his hand and seized the other party, coldly inquiring, What do you intend to do? To the astonishment of the 3 onlookers, the farmer suddenly knelt before them, pleading, I beg you, spare my daughter. I am willing to pay any amount. Chapter 7. A misunderstanding. Upon hearing the farmer's words, the 3 were taken aback, Zai included. In his previous life, his memories of the Dragon Ball saga remained from his childhood. He could vaguely recall the plot, but had long forgotten such intricate details. What do you mean by that? Who wishes to harm your daughter? In the stillness of midnight, with a furrowed brow, Zai inquired with a hint of perplexity. Are you not the subordinates of Wulong? Wulong? Who is he? Son Wukong asked with an innocent expression. Upon hearing this, the farmer realized that a misunderstanding had occurred, and the villagers concealed in the shadows began to emerge. I sincerely apologize. We mistook you for someone else, the farmer expressed with evident remorse. Who is this Wulong you just mentioned? Bulma asked, her brow creased in confusion. At this moment, fear washed over the villagers' faces, and the farmer's daughter began to sob uncontrollably. Wulong is a formidable monster residing here, adept in various forms of transformation, and no one truly knows his real identity. Moreover, this creature has a penchant for abducting young women. Several girls from our village have gone missing at his hands. Just yesterday, he threatened us, demanding my daughter in exchange for sparing our village. Upon hearing this, Zai recalled the identity of Wulong, while son Wukong, filled with indignation, declared, I cannot believe such a vile creature exists. Rest assured, I shall not let him escape justice. We are immensely grateful to you. The farmer bowed deeply in appreciation. By the way, good sir, have you come across this kind of orb? Bulma set down her backpack and retrieved a Dragon Ball, presenting it to him. The farmer examined the orb closely when an elderly woman, wearing a red scarf, stepped forward and exclaimed, I have seen this before. I possess an identical one in my home. You have one, Granny Bowsy? Indeed, she nodded, promptly producing a 6-star Dragon Ball from her pocket. This is splendid, Bulma exclaimed with excitement. Would you be willing to part with this orb for us? She implored. Since you are here to help rid our village of the monster. It is certainly no trouble. Granny Bowsy chuckled, handing the Dragon Ball to Bulma. Suddenly, a loud cry pierced the air. Wulong is coming. Everyone, flee. Fear spread across the villagers' faces as they scattered, seeking refuge in their homes. Charming little girl, I have come to greet you. A massive, red, boar-like creature burst into the scene, clad in a pristine white suit and clutching a bouquet of roses. You are Wulong? Sun Wukong and Zai confronted the imposing figure. Their tone icy. You little brats better step aside, or you will regret it. Wulong bellowed angrily. I shall not permit you to harm the villagers. Zai retorted. Wukong. Why waste words? Let us take him down. With that, Zai leapt forward, launching an aggressive attack. Wait, why are you two little rascals so eager to fight? Wulong's face displayed a flicker of fear as he instinctively backed away. Bang! In the next moment, Zai's fist struck with tremendous force, sending Wulong sprawling. As he fell, Wulong transformed into an eagle and fled swiftly. We cannot allow him to escape. He will harm the villagers. Wukong's expression hardened as he summoned his cloud, pursuing the creature. Zai, without hesitation, followed suit. Be careful, you too, Bulma shouted anxiously. Not long after his escape, Wulong's expression turned frantic. Oh no, the time has come. In an instant, a cloud of white smoke enveloped him, and he reverted to the form of a diminutive pink pig. Have you seen a large eagle fly away from here? Wukong glanced at the now weak Wulong, failing to recognize him, and inquired. Yes, he went that way. Wulong nonchalantly pointed in a direction. Thank you. Wukong, wait. Don't pursue him. At Zai's call, Wukong halted, turning to ask why not. We cannot let him escape. He will endanger the villagers. He will not get away. At midnight, a cold laugh escaped her lips as she approached the pink little pig, gently patting him on the shoulder. Surely you jest, great Wulong. What nonsensical ramblings are you indulging in? How could I possibly be the formidable Wulong? The pink pig, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, anxiously replied, Indeed, Zai. You must be mistaken. He appears so feeble. How could he possibly be Wulong? Ah, but do not forget, Wukong, she chuckled, that fellow possesses the ability to transform. At midnight, Zimi coldly grasped Wulong, stating, Release me, release me. I shall never dare again. Wulong pleaded anxiously. Ah, it truly is you. Wukong exclaimed in indignation, pointing at Wulong. Take him back to the villagers. In the next moment, the two escorted Wulong toward the village. Is this Wulong's true form? A mere pink pig? Bulma gazed at the creature before her in astonishment, finding it somewhat amusing. I apologize, everyone. I recognize my mistakes. Wulong bowed to the villagers, his expression filled with remorse. Observing his demeanor, their anger seemed to dissipate. What has become of the girls you abducted? A villager inquired urgently. They are all well. They remain in my house. Wulong retorted with a dismissive pout. Hurry and take everyone there. Soon, Wulong led them to a grand and opulent estate. This is my home, he declared, gesturing toward the mansion. Your home is quite impressive, Bulma remarked with surprise. Of course, it was built with money I acquired through less than honorable means, Wulong said proudly. How can you still show your face? At midnight, Zai cast a glance at him and remarked, They are all inside the manor. You may enter. Upon hearing this, the villagers could no longer contain their anxiety for their daughters and rushed into the estate, only to be astonished by the scene before them. They beheld all the abducted girls living a life akin to that of princesses, adorned in fine garments and indulging in sumptuous feasts. Father, it has been so long. What brings you here? One of the girls exclaimed. Please don't take us back. We are quite content here. Yes, we no longer have to toil in the fields. The villagers were momentarily taken aback by these words. You must bring them back. They only know how to vent their frustrations on me and squander my wealth. Wulong lamented, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Wulong, you're back? Did you remember to bring my promised wedding ring? And what about my diamond necklace? My new clothes? In an instant, all the girls encircled Wulong, demanding their possessions from him. I merely wished for a gentle girlfriend. Is that such a crime? Chapter 8. Yamcha. After successfully recruiting Wulong as a companion, Zai and his 3 companions resumed their quest for the 6th Dragon Ball, journeying southwest. With only 2 Dragon Balls remaining, the expedition felt far more seamless than anticipated. As the clock struck midnight, Zai gazed at the 5 Dragon Balls before him, speaking with an air of leisure. Goku responded with a smile and a nod, expressing his agreement, before turning to the visibly distressed Oolong and inquiring with curiosity. But why must we bring Oolong along? I would like to know that too. Do you think I am eager to accompany you on this adventure? Oolong retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice as he pouted. The reason for bringing him along is to prevent him from transforming and scaring people. Besides, I find his shape-shifting abilities quite impressive. They may prove useful during our journey, Zai explained calmly. I have no desire to assist you at all. By the way, where exactly are you planning to go? Oolong rolled his eyes, somewhat exasperated. Let me take a look. Upon hearing this, Bulma retrieved a map from her backpack. After examining it carefully, she murmured, it seems our next destination is near the fried bread slice area. Upon hearing this, Oolong's expression darkened significantly, and he immediately exclaimed, What? Fried bread slices? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Let me go. I want to get off. Seeing Oolong's unusual reaction, Goku looked on in confusion and asked, Oolong, do you know where that is? Why are you so frightened? Oolong's face grew even more pale, incredulously asking, Do you all not know? A terrifying monster named Bull Demon King resides there. Bull Demon King? That sounds delicious. Goku pondered for a moment before responding with a grin. Bulma chuckled lightly, dismissing the concern. Don't worry, Zai and Goku will defeat him. You all are a bunch of lunatics who have no idea of the Bull Demon King's terror. Stop the vehicle. We cannot go there. Oolong shouted in a frenzy. You go if you want. I'm not going. With that, Oolong leapt into the air, transforming into a small bird, ready to flee. Where do you think you're going? Sit still. Before Oolong could fly far, Zai yanked him back with determination. After some persuasion and threats, Oolong finally settled down. The vehicle grew quiet as they swiftly made their way to their destination, soon entering a vast desert. How hot? What kind of weather is this? Bulma wiped the sweat trickling down her forehead, then abruptly slammed the brakes, speaking impatiently. Bulma, why have you stopped again? Didn't you just go to the bathroom? Goku asked, his expression one of innocent confusion. Shut up. Who says stopping means I need to use the restroom? I can't endure this dreadful weather any longer. I need to take a shower. With that, Bulma opened the car door and stepped out, soon discovering an open area where, with the drop of a capsule, a luxurious house appeared before her. Sigh, women can be so troublesome. Midnight shook his head, expressing his helplessness. What is that? Suddenly, a peculiar figure in the distance was rapidly approaching. Observing the vehicle, it seemed today they had encountered a lucrative target. The newcomer was a handsome man dressed in emerald green attire, with a sword at his waist and a long knife in hand, exuding an imposing aura. Who are you? Wukong inquired, puzzled. With a cold smirk, the man replied nonchalantly, I am the bandit of this region, Yamcha. Considering you are merely children, hand over your money, and I shall spare you. Upon hearing this, Midnight couldn't help but chuckle, stepping closer to Wukong with a hint of sarcasm. Well, Wukong, it appears we've encountered a robber. Shall you confront him, or shall I? Is that not the weeping coward Puar? How does he now possess the audacity to engage in robbery? Suddenly, Oolong pointed at the pet beside Yamcha, mocking him. You are? Oolong? What brings you here? Puar recognized Oolong and asked in astonishment. Do you know each other? Yamcha inquired curiously. Yes, during our kindergarten days, this fellow often bullied me. Later, he was expelled for stealing the teacher's underwear. Puar retorted indignantly. Oh, engaging in such petty theft only reflects poorly on you. Puar, I shall ensure he receives a proper lesson. Yamcha sneered. Upon hearing this, Oolong recoiled in fear. Hiding behind Midnight, pleading nervously, Midnight, you brought me out here. You must protect my safety. You wish to protect him? Yamcha glanced at Midnight, his face filled with disdain. Fine, considering you are children, if you make this pig apologize to Puar and hand over your money, I will let you go. Attempting to rob us? Let us see if you possess the capability. Midnight scoffed dismissively. Since you seek death, do not blame me. Yamcha's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, he drew his blade, aiming a fierce strike at Midnight. In the dead of night, Zai swiftly maneuvered, effortlessly evading the opponent's assault. Following this, he unleashed a powerful punch that landed squarely on Yamcha's abdomen. With a pained cry, Yamcha was sent hurtling backward. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such a formidable adversary. Thus, he resolved to showcase his ultimate technique. Yamcha's expression darkened significantly as he adopted a stance reminiscent of a wolf preparing for battle, then shouted, Wolf Fong Fist. In the next moment, his speed surged to astonishing levels, akin to a pack of ferocious wolves charging towards Zai. Faced with this flawless and fierce onslaught, Zai's demeanor shifted to one of increasing seriousness. Bang, bang, bang. The two bodies collided violently, and Yamcha's expression soured instantly. He was taken aback to find that he could not inflict any damage upon his foe. How could this be? Is there truly someone capable of withstanding Yamcha's Wolfang fist? Puyala gasped in disbelief. Humph, is that all you can do? Now it's my turn. In the stillness of midnight, Zai let out a cold snort, his tone laced with sarcasm, and immediately assumed the same battle stance as Yamcha. This is impossible. How could you witness this? Yamcha's expression darkened further. In the next moment, Zai unleashed Yamcha's signature move, the Wolf Fang Fist, with even greater speed and ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless attacks left countless wounds on Yamcha's body, and with a powerful punch, Yamcha was sent sprawling several dozen meters away. Chapter 9. Flame Mountain. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yamcha, enduring the pain, rose to his feet. His eyes filled with terror as he gazed at Zai, incredulously asking, "How do you know my Wolf Fang Fist?" "Humph, I learned this technique after just one glimpse." "What is so difficult about it?" Zai scoffed, disdain evident in his voice. "How infuriating. This scoundrel dares to belittle my ultimate move." Yamcha clenched his fists, indignation boiling within him. "Quiet down. What are you doing out here? Can you not be a bit more silent?" At that moment, Bulma emerged, wrapped in a towel, her hands busily drying her damp hair, shouting at them. The appearance of Bulma caused Yamcha's face to turn a deep shade of red. He stammered and was rendered speechless, as if even the pain had vanished. "Yamcha, are you all right?" Poor rushed forward, concern etched on his face. "I'm fine. Let us retreat for now." With that, the two boarded their flying machines, kicking up a cloud of dust as they sped away. "Now you understand fear, don't you?" Yulong laughed loudly at the retreating figures. "Hey, who was that just now? He was so handsome." Bulma touched her flushed cheeks, exclaiming, "Such a lovesick woman." Yulong rolled his eyes and remarked, "Have you finished your bath? Let us set off. This time, I'll drive, and you can sit in the back." At midnight, Zai calmly spoke a few words to Bulma before heading straight to the car. Soon after, the three of them boarded the vehicle, and with a sudden push on the accelerator, Zai drove off toward the direction of the fried bread slices. They traveled for nearly 3 days, and the surrounding environment grew increasingly sweltering. Unbeknownst to them, 2 groups of individuals had quietly followed in their wake. "What's that?" Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared in the distance, prompting Bulma to point and inquire with astonishment. "Wow, what a beautiful sunset!" Goku exclaimed, leaning against the car window, his face alight with excitement. "Fool, where would a sunset come from during the day?" Oolong scoffed disdainfully. Before long, they arrived at the source of the glow, where they beheld a great mountain ablaze with fierce flames. No wonder it's so hot. It turns out to be a volcano. Goku marveled at the sight. "We should leave this place quickly. The Bull Demon King's castle is up there, and anyone who approaches will be killed." Oolong cautioned, his fear palpable amidst the heat. "How could the Bull Demon King's castle be on fire?" Bulma asked with curiosity. "I heard that all the gold and treasures he seized are within that castle. But one day, while he was picnicking with his family, a sudden fire broke out, and even he couldn't return." Oolong explained. "The Dragon Balls must be in the castle too. This is quite troublesome." Goku furrowed his brow, his tone grave. Meanwhile, not far behind them, Yamcha stealthily trailed along with his pet. "Yamcha, why are we following them?" Poor asked, a look of confusion on his face. "After that last encounter, I can't swallow my pride after being hurt like that." Yamcha clenched his fists, a hint of resentment in his voice. "Ha ha." Yamcha chuckled coldly, then added nonchalantly, "It seems they are looking for trouble with the Bull Demon King. These young ones are so ignorant of their own limits, daring to offend anyone. Let's stay back and enjoy the show." Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air, causing Yamcha to whirl around. Before him was a massive purple dinosaur chasing a girl of about 10 years old. Perhaps in her haste, she stumbled and fell, causing her helmet's flying knife to launch forward, severing the dinosaur's head in an instant. What is that girl doing? Shouting for help while never ceasing her attack. How ruthless. This scene left Yamcha and Poor utterly dumbfounded. "Hello there." Yamcha greeted enthusiastically. "Ah." The girl screamed upon seeing Yamcha, and without hesitation, the flying knife hurtled toward him. Yamcha jumped back in fright, the blade narrowly missing him. "You scoundrel, that's too much." Yamcha erupted in anger, swiftly moving to strike the girl on the back of her head, rendering her unconscious. "Yamcha, why aren't you afraid of that girl?" Poor asked curiously. "I'm not a perverted pedophile," Yamcha scoffed, dismissing the concern. "This heat is unbearable. We're already roasted before we even get close. How are we supposed to find the Dragon Balls?" Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow, expressing her frustration. "Could you keep your voice down? If the Bull Demon King hears us, we're all doomed." Oolong turned around and admonished Bulma loudly. "You coward! The Bull Demon King has you so frightened. Yet with Zai and Goku around, there's no need to worry." Bulma retorted dismissively. Though they are formidable, they are certainly no match for the Bull Demon King, Wulong replied, his expression one of defeat. The radar indicates the Dragon Balls are inside the castle, but how do we get in to retrieve them? In the stillness of midnight. He stroked his chin, a hint of perplexity in his voice. Wukong, is it possible for you to ride the Nimbus and retrieve the items? Bulma inquired with curiosity. I must give it a try, Wukong declared, and with that, he shouted towards the heavens. You fool, I told you not to be so loud, Wulong exclaimed urgently. In the next moment, Wukong ascended on the Nimbus, heading towards the castle. However, just as he approached, flames erupted suddenly, singeing his tail. It's so hot, so hot. In midair, Wukong darted about, scorched by the flames, before being propelled far away and landing in a lake. It appears this method is not feasible. At midnight, he spread his hands in exasperation and said, Alas. Just then, a colossal axe sliced through the air with tremendous force, aimed directly at Bulma. Bulma, be careful. At midnight, he hastily shouted, and in an instant, his body moved swiftly, enveloping Bulma in his embrace. The axe narrowly missed them, clattering against the wall. Chapter 10, The Ox King Bulma. Are you all right? As the midnight hour approached, Zai glanced at the frightened Bulma in his arms, his concern evident. It's nothing. Thank you for saving me, Zai. Bulma replied, her complexion instantly flushing, her eyes occasionally darting towards his handsome visage. You're quite skilled, little one, managing to evade capture. A gruff voice suddenly broke the tension, and the group regained their composure, revealing a burly man standing before them, curiously adorned with a set of horns atop his head. The Ox King? Wulong cried out in terror upon recognizing the figure. Oh, you know me? The Ox King bellowed, his voice booming as he interrogated the group. What are you sneaking around my castle for? Are you here to steal my treasures? And no, not at all, Great Ox King. We were merely passing through, Wulong stammered, his body trembling. You are the Ox King? We came here to borrow something from you, Zai began, but before he could finish, Wulong rushed forward to silence him. Bowing deeply to the Ox King. I apologize, Great Ox King. My friend here has a few loose screws. I'll take him away immediately. Humph. You think you can come and go as you please? What do you take this place for? The Ox King scoffed, raising his voice at the group. Watch out. At midnight, Zai's expression hardened as he forcefully shoved aside the Wulong beside him, swiftly evading the fatal strike from the Bull Demon King. This little fellow reacts quite swiftly. Let us see how long you can endure. With that, the Bull Demon King swung his axe once more towards Zai. Faced with the onslaught, Zai dared not exhibit even a hint of negligence. He leaped onto the massive axe. In an instant, he shifted his pace and charged towards his adversary. The next moment, Zai summoned all his strength and delivered a fierce kick to the Bull Demon King's face. Yet to his astonishment, the force of his strike barely affected him. Such formidable strength. In the stillness of midnight, Zai softly uttered two words. Little rascal, your attack barely tickles. With a hearty laugh, the Bull Demon King once again charged towards Zai. Boom. In the midnight hour, one deftly evaded the adversary's axe assault, only to be unexpectedly struck by the formidable force of a colossal fist, causing a direct and forceful recoil. Ouch, that truly hurts. As Midnight clutched his chest, he cried out. Ever since his strength surpassed that of Goku, he had not encountered a worthy adversary, let alone suffered any injuries. It seemed that the Bull Demon King was indeed a formidable opponent. What to do? Midnight appeared to be no match for this behemoth. Bulma remarked with a hint of concern. I told you long ago that the Bull Demon King is terrifying, yet you refused to believe me. Upon hearing Wulong's words, Bulma's ire intensified, and she shouted, What good is it to say such things now? We need to come up with a solution, quickly. Wulong shrugged his shoulders helplessly and replied, What can I do? I have no solutions. I don't care. If anything happens to Midnight, I will not spare you. Bulma roared in anger. Hey, what does that have to do with me? Wulong retorted, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Midnight, I am here to assist you. Just as Midnight was being overwhelmed, Goku suddenly arrived, soaring on his Nimbus cloud. Upon seeing Midnight injured, Goku's fury ignited, and he brandished his golden staff as he charged forward. However, the Bull Demon King effortlessly deflected the blow with his axe and, with a swift motion, sent Goku flying. What is this? A Nimbus cloud? Upon noticing Goku's cloud, the Bull Demon King halted his actions and demanded, Young lad, tell me, where did you acquire this Nimbus cloud? It was given to me by Master Roshi, Goku answered candidly. Master Roshi, the martial arts master? Do you know where he is now? The Bull Demon King inquired, his expression brimming with excitement. Midnight, do you remember Master Roshi? Midnight nodded slightly and then spoke softly. I recall he resides on a small island by the sea. How splendid. At long last, there is news of Master Wutian. I can finally return to the castle. The Bull Demon King exclaimed excitedly. Eh? Young lad. Did you just wield the Rui Jingu Bang? The Bull Demon King's eyes brightened as he inquired of Wukong. Yes, it was bequeathed to me by my late grandfather. Sun Wukong replied, scratching his head with a smile. Is your grandfather named Sun Wufan? The Bull Demon King asked in astonishment. Uncle, how do you know? Upon hearing Wukong's words, the Bull Demon King burst into hearty laughter, saying, So you are the grandson of Wufan. Today truly is a family affair. Uncle, do you know my grandfather? Wukong asked, his face a mask of confusion. Of course. Sun Wufan is Master Wutian's foremost disciple, while I am the second. The Bull Demon King explained earnestly. Is what you say true? Indeed. Listening to their exchange, Bulma couldn't help but reminisce about the eccentric old man by the seaside. Exclaiming in surprise, I had no idea that old man had such a formidable background. Oolong nodded and said, Now I understand why Midnight and Wukong are so powerful. No wonder I couldn't defeat them. It turns out he is the grandson of Sun Wufan, which makes my defeat less unjust. At this moment, Yamcha, who had been lurking in the shadows, overheard their conversation and clenched his fists, muttering in frustration. Young Master Yamcha, do you know his grandfather? Indeed. He is a legendary figure, someone we must never provoke. It is no wonder we haven't heard news of such a strong person for so long. Yamcha nodded, his face betraying a mix of fear and admiration. If young Master Yamcha says he is formidable, then he must indeed be quite powerful. By the way, Wukong, may I ask a favor of you? The Bull Demon King implored. What is it? The Bull Demon King rubbed his palms together, somewhat bashfully saying, Could you lend me Master Wutian's banana fan to extinguish the flames near my castle? Well, that is possible. But you must give me the Dragon Balls once the task is accomplished. Wukong stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before responding. Dragon Balls? What are those? The Bull Demon King scratched his head, confused. These. Collecting all 7 Dragon Balls grants one the power to fulfill any wish. Wukong produced a Dragon Ball from his pocket and placed it before the Bull Demon King, speaking earnestly. This orb? I believe I have seen one before. Very well. I accept your terms. Chapter 11. Master Wutian Young Master Yamcha. Did you hear that? They just said that orb can grant any wish. Upon hearing this, Yamcha nodded seriously and replied, I did hear. I never imagined the legends to be true. If I were to acquire all 7 orbs, I could surely fulfill my grand desires. Desires? Young Master Yamcha, what is your wish? To become the wealthiest in the world? Yamcha shook his head, then opened his heart, saying, Certainly not. Money means little to me. If I wanted it, I could easily steal or rob. My wish is to overcome my psychological fear of girls. Then I shall take my leave. With that, Wukong prepared to ride the Nimbus cloud away. Wait a moment. Hearing the Bull Demon King's voice, Wukong paused. Turning back to ask, is there anything else? Indeed. I have a daughter named Chi-Chi whom I have sent to find Master Wutian. If you encounter her, please accompany her. The Bull Demon King explained calmly. Chi-Chi is a wonderful child. Given my relationship with Wufan, if you behave well, I can arrange for her to become your bride. By the way, here is her photograph. Bride? Is that something delectable? Never mind. I understand now. Farewell, everyone. With that, Wukong leapt onto the Nimbus cloud, and a golden streak traced across the sky as his figure rapidly vanished from sight. Midnight, are you all right? Does the wound still ache? Bulma, her face flushed, approached Midnight. Somewhat embarrassed, Oolong shot her a disdainful glance, scoffing. Why are you so concerned about him? Could it be you have taken a liking to him? Midnight. Let me tell you, this infatuated girl is not worth your attention. Bang! Bulma, incensed, struck Oolong on the head, causing a large bump to form instantly. My dear young man, I truly apologize. The earlier incident was a misunderstanding. Is your chest still in pain? The Bull Demon King approached with a sincere expression, inquiring. I am fine, just a minor injury. It will heal shortly. Just as Midnight finished speaking, a familiar azure light reappeared before him. In the dead of night, Zai, overwhelmed with excitement, dashed forward. To his astonishment, he beheld the luminous figure of 20 shimmering in the azure light. This revelation truly left him in a state of disbelief. For he knew that after extensive training alongside Wukong, the highest cumulative figure they had achieved was merely 15. Stealing a glance at the Bull Demon King, a figure of scant significance from his past memories, he was taken aback by the formidable strength that surpassed his expectations. One might wonder, was Zai not being foolish? Why did he gaze vacantly at the ground? Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Bulma struck Oolong on the head once more, exclaiming in exasperation, It is you who is foolish. Midnight disregarded the opinions of others and swiftly extended his palm, gently resting it upon the azure glow. Instantly, a familiar warmth surged within him, enhancing his strength once more. Mr. Bull Demon King, shall we engage in battle once again? At midnight, Zai rose to his feet and turned to the nearby Bull Demon King, speaking with utmost seriousness. It's over. I truly believe Zai has lost his mind. Bulma, you might soon find yourself a widow. Oolong shook his head in exasperation. You're the one who's gone mad. Silence yourself. Bulma retorted vehemently. Are you certain? I strike with considerable force. This is precisely what I desire. With a soft chuckle at midnight, she promptly assumed a combat stance. Witnessing this scene, the Bull Demon King merely shook his head nonchalantly and said, Come on. In response, Midnight did not hold back. She summoned all her strength and charged towards him. Perhaps due to the Bull Demon King's belief that he understood Midnight's capabilities, he appeared unconcerned. However, as Midnight's fist struck his face, a resounding impact echoed. In the next moment, the Bull Demon King was unexpectedly sent flying. How is this possible? How have you suddenly become so formidable? He exclaimed in disbelief, covering his mouth. Higi, let's do it again. At midnight, Zai touched his nose and chuckled as he spoke. This time, the Bull Demon King did not underestimate the situation. Instead, he assumed a battle-ready stance, approaching the contest with utmost seriousness. Bang! In the next moment, their fists collided, causing Zai to stagger backward a few steps, a searing pain radiating from his palm, while the Bull Demon King appeared relatively unscathed. Indeed, there was still a noticeable disparity in their strengths. In the dim light of midnight, Zai spoke with a grave expression, urging, Stop, do not continue. Let us converse for a while and await Wukong's return. Witnessing Zai's predicament, Bulma rushed forward from her room to intervene in the clash between the two. In that case, let us conclude today's contest here. Upon hearing the words of the Bull Demon King, a flicker of disappointment crossed Zai's eyes. He had hoped to seize this opportunity to garner more experience points. However, with Bulma's interruption and the Bull Demon King's apparent disinterest, he felt compelled to relent. After a brief interlude, Wukong finally returned, accompanied by Master Rashi and Chi-Chi. Master Wu-Yen, it has been a long time. The Bull Demon King exclaimed with excitement, rushing forward to kneel before Master Rashi. Bull Demon King, I have heard that in recent years, you have taken many lives to protect your treasures. Is that true? Master Rashi's expression turned serious as he admonished. I apologize, Master. I have been blinded by desire and have committed numerous wrongdoings. I shall earnestly rectify my ways from now on. The Bull Demon King prostrated himself, his expression filled with remorse. You cannot even handle this minor flame. In comparison to your elder brother, you truly fall short, Master Rashi remarked with an air of high moral integrity. Your teachings are indeed profound, the Bull Demon King said, lowering his head in shame. Ah, Wukong, come over here for a moment. Master Rashi then pulled Wukong aside and whispered, Do not forget. You promised me that once I arrived, you would allow that girl. As he spoke, Master Rashi inadvertently began to bleed from his nose. This matter requires discussion with Bulma. P.S. The power levels in Dragon Ball can be quite perplexing, so everything herein adheres to the established parameters of this narrative. Should any readers have differing opinions, they may cast their votes in the comments section. The author is open to making appropriate adjustments, provided the integrity of the plot remains intact. Bull Demon King power level, 50 Sun Wukong power level, 16 Master Rashi power level, 139 Yamcha power level, 9 Midnight's combat power, 36 Oolong's combat power, 1 Bulma's combat power, 0. 5 Chapter 12. The 6th Dragon Ball quickly, I await you here. Master Rashi urged Goku, his excitement palpable. Goku approached Bulma, awkwardly ruffling her hair as he said, Bulma, could you come over for a moment? I have something to discuss with you. Why not just say it here? Goku, I want to hear it too. Before Bulma could finish, Midnight interjected. All right. Goku, generally reluctant to refuse Midnight, divulged all he had promised Master Rashi. What did you say, Son Goku? You want me to do such a thing? I can't believe I considered you a good friend. Bulma exclaimed, hands on her hips, clearly upset. Please don't be angry, Bulma. The old man said that if we don't do this, he won't help Uncle Ox King extinguish the fire, and we will never obtain the Dragon Balls. Besides, it should be all right to just take a look, right? Bang. Enraged by Goku's words, Bulma hit him squarely on his spiky head. Shut your mouth. How about this? Let Oolong transform into a woman. Wouldn't that suffice? Bulma proposed suddenly. No way. The thought of a man seeing my body is revolting. Oolong vehemently rejected. Then it's settled. You need to contribute something on this journey, Bulma declared, crossing her arms and clapping her hands. If you agree, I can take you to West City afterward, where there are all sorts of beautiful women. Really? No backing out. Fine, I agree. Oolong, upon hearing Bulma's conditions, no longer objected and readily accepted. Wait a moment, Oolong. Come here. I have something to tell you. Midnight leaned in and whispered a few words in Oolong's ear. Oolong's expression visibly darkened, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. Bang! After Midnight's revelation, Oolong found a corner and transformed into a blonde, blue-eyed beauty, following Goku towards Master Roshi. Moments later, Master Roshi emerged, excitement etched on his face. He gazed at the volcanic landscape before him and gently removed his shirt. In the next instant, the frail Master Roshi transformed into a muscular figure, shocking everyone present. Kamehameha. Master Roshi placed his hands at his waist, white energy slowly gathering in his palms. With a powerful thrust, a colossal beam of energy shot forth, striking the flames atop the mountain. Look, the fire is extinguished. Master Roshi panted, a satisfied expression on his face. Such astonishing power! Goku exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. This teacher, the fire is out. But my castle and the entire mountain have been flattened. Ox King remarked, a bit embarrassed. My apologies, I may have been a tad too forceful. Master Roshi scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. But this is all in ruins now. How do we find the Dragon Balls? Oolong sighed, shaking his head. Don't worry. I have a Dragon Ball radar that can accurately locate them. Bulma chimed in, pulling out the device from her pocket and maximizing its range. Old man, that move you performed was incredible. Can you teach me? Goku rushed to Master Roshi, excitement bubbling within him. Haha, to learn the Kamehameha. You must train for at least 50 years. You are still too young. Master Roshi laughed heartily, extending 5 fingers towards Goku. 50 years? Huh? Goku mused, placing his hands on his waist and channeling all his energy. Huh? With a fierce shout, a white energy beam erupted from Goku, instantly turning a nearby stone into rubble. I did it, but it still pales in comparison to the old man's. Goku looked at his hands, disappointment etched on his face. Truly remarkable, just like Gohan's grandson. Ox King exclaimed, astonished. He is Gohan's child? Master Roshi asked, taken aback. Hey, Midnight, you should give it a try too. Goku suddenly called out. Haha. Children are indeed remarkable. How could the Kamehameha be so easily learned? Before Master Roshi could finish his thought, he was rendered speechless by the sight before him. Midnight adopted the same stance as Goku, white energy coalescing in his hands. Boom. A white beam shot forth, far more powerful than Goku's. How is this possible? When did the Kamehameha become so easy to learn? These two children are rare talents. Master Roshi's expression turned serious, his gaze on them increasingly fervent. Goku, Midnight, would you like to come to my home for training? Perhaps one day, you will surpass me. Really? After we find the Dragon Balls. We will definitely go to Master Roshi's. Goku replied, brimming with enthusiasm, and Midnight nodded earnestly. Meanwhile, Bulma and Oolong, diligently searching through the rubble, finally located the 6th Dragon Ball. Fantastic. Now only one Dragon Ball remains. Let me see where it is. Found it. It's to the west. But it looks like quite a distance. With that, the 4 bid farewell to Master Roshi and set off once more on their quest for the Dragon Balls. As the group journeyed westward, they finally stumbled upon a secluded little town after nearly a day's travel. The moment they set foot in the town, the few passers-by were startled and scattered in fright. What could be the reason for such timidity among the locals? Bulma pondered aloud in confusion. Bulma, don't you think the villagers tremble at the sight of you? Zai raised an eyebrow, perplexed. How could that be? I am an adorable young lady, beloved by all, blossoming like flowers in spring. Surely, I cannot intimidate anyone. Bulma retorted with a dismissive pout. Excuse me, why are you all so afraid of her? Zai inquired, grabbing hold of a passerby. Great one, I beseech you, spare me. Please clarify your intentions. In the stillness of midnight, Zai coldly remarked. Are you not members of the Rabbit Legion? A passerby trembled as they replied, Rabbit Legion? Chapter 13, The Rabbit Legion. Upon hearing this name, Zai hesitated for a moment, glancing at Bulma, who was adorned in bunny attire. He then spoke, Bulma, kindly remove your rabbit ears. Why? Bulma inquired, her expression one of confusion. Just do as I say. As midnight approached, he strode towards her and directly removed the rabbit ears from her head. Blushing deeply, Bulma lowered her gaze, offering no resistance. Indeed, at the moment Bulma discarded the rabbit ears, the fearful expressions of those around her visibly softened. Oh, When did such a charming young lady emerge in this town? At that moment, two men clad in rabbit-themed military attire, their faces dark, cast lecherous glances at Bulma, brandishing submachine guns as they approached the group. "Hey, darling. Come over and entertain us for a while," one of them said, reaching out towards Bulma's chest. Slap. In the stillness of midnight, Zai gripped the hand of his adversary with unwavering resolve, his countenance darkening with an ominous chill that exuded a palpable aura of lethal intent. Then, in a voice as frigid as the night air, he intoned, "Withdraw your filthy hand, or face death. Who dares meddle in my affairs?" The man bellowed in fury, brandishing his submachine gun towards Zai's head. Just as the assailant prepared to pull the trigger, Zai swiftly struck the barrel of the gun. Bang! The gunshot reverberated through the air, and the bullet erupted from the chamber, piercing the skull of another man with deadly precision. "You dared to kill a member of our rabbit brigade?" the man exclaimed, incredulously pointing an accusatory finger at Zai, his face a mask of astonishment and rage. "It was you who killed your own comrade. Do not cast the blame upon us," Bulma interjected, her brows furrowing in defiance. "I detest being pointed at by others." In the dead of night, Zai coldly uttered a phrase, and without hesitation, he broke the man's finger. The man clutched his injured digit, writhing in agony upon the ground. "You appear to have committed numerous misdeeds. Today, I shall rid society of your ilk. Face your demise, and in your next life, aspire to be a better person." With that, Zai seized the machine gun that lay discarded on the ground, aiming it at the man's head. "Stop." At that moment, a white car came to a halt before Zai, and the door slowly opened, revealing a humanoid rabbit that emerged from within. "Boss, come save me." The man, upon seeing the rabbit, scrambled towards it, kneeling in desperation. "My dear friend, we acknowledge our wrongdoing in this matter, and I am here to offer our sincerest apologies." The rabbit bowed deeply to Zai in an expression of contrition, extending its hand in a gesture of goodwill. "You do not seem inherently malevolent. It would be wise to keep a close watch on them henceforth, ensuring they refrain from further mischief," Wukong remarked with innocent enthusiasm. "Indeed, Zai, it is better to avoid unnecessary conflict. Since they have offered their apologies, let us grant them our forgiveness," Bulma chimed in with a light-hearted laugh and a grand air. "Very well." As the midnight hour approached, he narrowed his eyes slightly and gently raised his palm. In that moment, he sensed a fleeting shadow of darkness crossing the other's face. The very next second, bang! As the midnight hour struck, with a powerful punch, Zai sent the rabbit flying, causing it to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Do not trust him. Once you shake hands, you will turn into a carrot. At that moment, Yamcha emerged swiftly from the shadows, shouting loudly. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Initially, he had intended to assist his companions at a critical juncture to earn their trust and subsequently steal the Dragon Balls. Yet it became evident that his help was entirely unnecessary. Are you the bandit? What brings you here?" Sun Wukong pointed accusingly at him. "No wonder you look so familiar. You are the handsome rogue who escaped before," Bulma remarked, stroking her chin as she recognized him. Hearing Bulma's words, Yamcha's face flushed crimson, and he instinctively took several steps back. "After following us all this way, are you finally willing to show yourself?" Zai inquired coldly. "How did you know?" Yamcha gasped in astonishment. "Why have you been secretly tailing us? Are you in league with this scoundrel?" Wukong demanded, brandishing his golden staff at Yamcha. "And no, misunderstandings abound. I am not with them. After being defeated by him, I resolved to mend my ways, vowing never to be a bandit again. Thus, I wish to join your ranks." Yamcha replied, a sincere smile gracing his face as he rubbed the back of his head. "Is that truly the case?" Wukong questioned, his expression serious. "Indeed. Did I not just warn you to be cautious of this fellow?" Yamcha asserted with unwavering conviction. "Wukong, I believe he has a point. Perhaps we should consider a truce," Bulma suggested, offering a gentle smile. "Humph, I suspect you are merely enamored with his charm. Zai, I caution you that a woman of such fickle nature is not to be trusted," Wulong interjected, crossing his arms and nudging Zai. "Silence," Bulma retorted, her anger flaring instantly. Zai turned away, disregarding the few individuals present, and strode directly towards the rabbit leader and his subordinates. "Hero, I implore you to spare us. We shall never dare to transgress again." Realizing his precarious situation, the rabbit leader knelt before Zai, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. "You must refrain from wrongdoing henceforth." At that moment, Wukong, unable to bear the sight, approached and interjected, "Zai, I believe they have sincerely repented. Perhaps we should grant them clemency." However, just as Wukong engaged Zai in conversation, the rabbit leader leapt up, swiftly extending his hand towards Zai and Wukong. Watch as I transform you into carrots. Seeking death. Are we? As the midnight hour approached, Ziya's expression hardened. He seized the machine gun in his hand and obliterated the opponent's head, subsequently dispatching another man before finally laying down his weapon. Haha, now that the matter is resolved, I shall take my leave. Upon witnessing this scene, Yamcha chuckled softly while scratching his head and suggested, why not accompany us? Suddenly, Bulma interjected with her proposal. Our vehicle can only accommodate 4 individuals. We cannot fit him. Oolong retorted with a disdainful grimace. Are you so diminutive that you require an entire seat? Bulma shot him an exasperated glance. No, it's unnecessary. Yamcha promptly declined before hastily fleeing with a crimson face. Why is he running away so swiftly? Am I truly that intimidating? Bulma pondered aloud as she observed Yamcha's retreating figure. All right, let us hasten to the car. We must depart. With Ziya's voice resonating, the group promptly returned to their vehicle and drove off into the night. Chapter 14. The Pilaf Gang. We are merely 1 Dragon Ball away. Soon, our wishes shall be realized. Bulma exclaimed with enthusiasm as she gazed at the Dragon Ball radar in her hand. By the way, Bulma, what is your wish? Oolong suddenly inquired. Naturally, I wish for the most perfect lover. Upon hearing Bulma's desire, Oolong rolled his eyes in disbelief, then turned to Ziyi and Goku, asking, what are your wishes? My wish is to help Goku resurrect his grandfather. Ziyi replied with a calm demeanor. Thank you, Ziyi. Goku expressed his gratitude, his face beaming. It's no trouble at all. We are good brothers after all. Midnight responded with a smile. What is that behind us? Wukong turned around and suddenly noticed a figure closely following them. That annoying fellow seems to have come along, Yulong remarked disdainfully. Yulong, how rude of you. That person has indeed saved us. Bulma shot him a disapproving glance and chastised him. Midnight has always been the one to rescue you, Yulong retorted without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Bulma glanced at Midnight, who was meditating with his eyes closed, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Boom. Just as the group was conversing, a missile suddenly fell from the sky, hurtling toward them. Everyone, be careful. In the next moment, Midnight swiftly scooped up Bulma and Yulong, jumping from the vehicle, while Wukong simultaneously leaped onto the Nimbus. Who ambushed us? Yulong shouted angrily. Immediately after, a gigantic robot crashed to the ground, rummaging through the wreckage of the car before seizing a Dragon Ball and fleeing. Oh no, that guy has taken the Dragon Ball, Wukong exclaimed, his expression darkening. We must pursue. With that, Midnight retrieved a capsule from his pocket and tossed it gently to the ground, revealing a brand new car before them. Yamcha, it seems that the Dragon Ball has been snatched away. How dare he touch my belongings? Let's chase after him. Yamcha and the others swiftly followed suit. Inside a mysterious castle, King Pilaf, we have retrieved the Dragon Balls. A yellow humanoid fox and a tall, beautiful woman jumped out from the robot, presenting a box containing the Dragon Balls. Excellent. My wish to dominate the world will soon be realized. King Pilaf laughed heartily, eagerly opening the box before his expression froze in shock. Why are there only 5 Dragon Balls? Pilaf furiously questioned. You 2 fools, can't you even count? We thought all the Dragon Balls were here. The duo hurriedly lowered their heads and replied. Never mind. I trust that group will soon deliver the remaining Dragon Ball to us. Pilaf sneered. Before long, Midnight and his companions arrived outside Pilaf's castle, and without hesitation, they pushed the door open and stepped inside. This place is so dark, Bulma said fearfully, hiding behind Midnight and instinctively clutching his arm. In the darkness, their vision was obscured, forcing them to proceed cautiously and slowly. Why is there no way forward? Wukong wondered aloud as he felt the solid wall ahead. Boom. In the next instant, the stone wall behind them crashed down, sealing the 4 within this enclosed space. Haha. Now you realize the might of King Pilaf. Suddenly, the dark environment brightened, and a screen appeared on the wall, showcasing the diminutive figure of Pilaf. If you hand over the last Dragon Ball, I shall spare you. Dream on. Bulma firmly rejected. Then you shall wait here for death. Pilaf laughed maniacally. Damn it, that scoundrel. Wukong gritted his teeth in anger. I refuse to believe I cannot break through this wall. Frowning, Wukong unleashed all his strength against the wall, yet despite his palm becoming red and swollen, the wall remained unscathed. Wukong, let us combine our strength and use the Kamehameha, Midnight suddenly declared. All right. Wukong nodded. Hey, are you all in there? At that moment, Yamcha's voice echoed. Yamcha, you're just in time. Let us strike together and break this wall. Midnight urged. Wait a moment. Why should I help you? Yamcha questioned, pondering. How can you be so selfish at a time like this? I thought you were a good person. Bulma shouted in frustration. Isn't your goal to obtain the Dragon Balls? If we remain trapped, you won't get them either. We might as well cooperate, and we can share our wishes later. Midnight spoke calmly. Yamcha. I think what he says makes sense, and they don't seem like bad people. Upon hearing Puar's words, Yamcha nodded in agreement. Fine. Let us work together. On 3 1. 2 3. Kamehameha. Kamehameha. Wolf Fang Fist. Boom. 3 powerful forces struck the wall simultaneously, causing the entire castle to tremble. In the next moment, a massive hole appeared in the wall. Wonderful. We're saved. Midnight, you are truly impressive. Bulma exclaimed, excitedly embracing Midnight. Now, let us hurry and find Pilaf to reclaim the Dragon Balls. Wukong urged eagerly. But we have no idea where he is. Bulma shrugged, a bit helpless. Bulma, don't you have the dragon radar? Let us follow its direction. In the dead of night, as I suddenly exclaimed, of course, how could I not have thought of that? Immediately, the group set off towards the location of the remaining 6 Dragon Balls. Before long, they arrived in a spacious and brightly lit room, filled with an array of computers and technological marvels. I can't believe that detestable Pilaf is actually a scientist. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. How did you all get out? At that moment, the recently awakened Pilaf emerged, startled to see Zai and the others. Return the Dragon Balls to us. Goku shouted, his eyes ablaze with fury as he charged at Pilaf. Chapter 15, Summoning the Dragon. Don't come any closer. Pilaf's expression shifted, and just as he prepared to flee, Goku delivered a swift kick to his back, sending him tumbling to the ground. King Pilaf, are you all right? At that moment, Xiaowu and the fox rushed forward, expressing their concern. Cursed, you forced my hand. Pilaf's demeanor darkened, and with a cold chuckle, he retrieved a device with a button from his pocket and pressed it with determination. In the next instant, the entire room began to shake, and the walls slowly rose, followed by an onslaught of thousands of ferocious wolf dogs charging into the room. Bulma screamed at the sight, having never encountered such a formidable display in her pampered life. Don't be afraid. Hide behind me. In the dead of night, Zai tugged at Bulma beside him and stepped forward, positioning himself in front of her. A mere handful of wild dogs, how utterly laughable. Goku, you protect them. I shall handle these beasts. Without waiting for Goku's consent, Zai charged into the pack of wolves. With a swift leap, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, swiftly felling several of the feral creatures. Is this fellow even human? The sight left Pilaf and his companions pale with fear. King Pilaf, I think we should retreat. Our army of wolves seems no match for him, said Xiaowu, swallowing hard, her face betraying her anxiety. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Pilaf clenched his fists, his expression filled with rage. However, upon witnessing Zai rampaging through the wolf pack like a demon, he quickly lost his nerve. Reluctantly nodding, he slipped out the back door with Xiaowu and the fox. This is bad. They're trying to escape. Hey, Yamcha, you protect Bulma. I'll pursue them. With that, Goku grasped his golden staff, swiftly dispatching the surrounding wolves before darting after Pilaf's fleeing form. Meanwhile, thousands of wild dogs had encircled Bulma and her companions, their ferocious growls causing Bulma to stumble in fear. Everyone, stand back. At midnight, with a grave expression, he uttered a single word and placed his hands upon his waist. In an instant, a pure white energy coalesced before him. Kamehameha. Boom. The next moment, a blinding white beam shot forth, annihilating a substantial portion of the wolf dog army in the blink of an eye. Phew. As midnight approached, he let out a long sigh, his body swaying unsteadily backward. Fortunately, Bulma caught him in time, preventing him from falling to the ground. Are you all right, Midnight? Bulma inquired with a hint of concern. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. A brief rest will suffice. At midnight, he waved his hand casually and spoke. Meanwhile, Wukong, riding on his Nimbus cloud, quickly caught up with the fleeing Pilaf trio. With his golden staff in hand, Wukong forcefully struck downwards, instantly splitting the spaceship in two, causing the 3 to tumble out. Hand over the Dragon Balls, Wukong said with a serious expression. No way. Pilaf immediately refused. Your Majesty, as long as we have the mountains, we need not worry about firewood. Just give it to him. One of his subordinates urged. Yes, if we don't give it to him, I'm afraid we won't survive the night. Hearing his subordinate's words, Pilaf spat out a mouthful of blood in exasperation. However, seeing Wukong's stern demeanor, he reluctantly handed over the Dragon Balls. Taking the box containing the Dragon Balls, Wukong eagerly opened it to reveal 6 perfectly arranged Dragon Balls inside. Wonderful. Together with my 4-star ball, we now have 7. Grandpa can finally be revived. Wukong exclaimed. filled with excitement. Can we leave now, big brother? Little Wukong asked cautiously, rubbing her palms together. You may go, but do not commit any more evils, otherwise I shall not spare you. With that, Wukong took the Dragon Balls, mounted his Nimbus Cloud, and soared back in the direction he had come from. Before long, Wukong returned to the castle, and upon seeing the group safe from danger, he joyfully approached them, displaying all 7 Dragon Balls he possessed. Fantastic! We finally gathered all the Dragon Balls, Bulma exclaimed with delight as she beheld the shimmering orbs. Bulma, what should we do next? Wukong inquired with curiosity. Leave it to me, Bulma replied, arranging the 7 Dragon Balls neatly on the ground. The orbs radiated a golden resonance. Come forth, Shenron, as Bulma's voice echoed. The Dragon Balls erupted in dazzling light, accompanied by a thunderous roar from the sky, followed by golden lightning striking down. In the next moment, a magnificent green dragon appeared before them. State your wish. I can fulfill any desire, but you may only have one. Shenron's authoritative voice resonated in their ears. What? Only one wish? But there are so many of us. What shall we do? Wukong found himself in a quandary upon hearing this. Wukong, I no longer need a wish. You should wish for your grandfather's revival, Bulma suggested. Gratitude washed over Wukong's face as he bowed deeply. Thank you, Bulma, he said. Wait. We agreed that everyone would make a wish when Shenron appeared. Yamcha interjected, feeling anxious as he realized he was overlooked in the arrangements. Hey, Wukong wants to revive his grandfather. Can't your wish wait until next time? Bulma retorted, somewhat irritated. But I've been longing for this wish for so long. I simply cannot wait. Yamcha insisted impatiently, gritting his teeth. Then what is your wish? Speak it so we can consider it. Bulma suggested, stroking her chin. That is my personal matter. You need not know. Yamcha's face flushed as he turned away. His wish is to overcome his fear of girls. Yulong's voice rang out, causing Yamcha's face to redden even more as he pointed an accusatory finger at Yulong. How did you know? I apologize, Master Yamcha. I inadvertently let it slip. Yulong replied sheepishly. Ha ha ha. I thought it would be something grand. Who would have guessed that this so-called manly man is afraid of women? It's utterly hilarious. Bulma laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. Yamcha, the reason you're afraid of interacting with girls is that you've encountered too few. Once you get a girlfriend, you won't feel this way anymore. Get a girlfriend? Can I? Yamcha asked, blushing. Fear not. With your looks and skills, you won't lack for admirers in West City. Upon hearing this, a strange smile spread across Yamcha's face. Have you all come to a decision? Shenron asked, sounding impatient. Quickly, make your wish, Wukong, Bulma urged. All right, Wukong affirmed, nodding seriously before turning to Shenron. Shenron, please revive my grandfather, Sun Wufan. I'm sorry, I cannot fulfill that wish. Hearing Shenron's response, Wukong's expression suddenly darkened, and his eyes began to glisten with moisture as he slowly lowered his head. Why? Shenron. At midnight, with a slight frown, he questioned in confusion. For in his recollection, the dragon was indeed capable of resurrecting the deceased. Son Gohan has declined resurrection. I cannot alter his will, the dragon explained in a calm manner. Upon hearing this, Goku's expression visibly softened, returning to his usual demeanor. Goku, it seems your grandfather is doing quite well over there, so you need not worry. In the stillness of midnight, Zai gently patted Wukong's shoulder, offering words of comfort. Thank you, Zai, Wukong replied with a smile and a nod. Now, please share your other wishes. The authoritative voice of the dragon resonated once more. Observing the hesitation among the group, Zai boldly declared, since no one else has a wish, I shall not hold back. Dragon, could you grant me the gift of immortality? Upon hearing this, the dragon hesitated, contemplating for a moment before responding. I fear that may not be possible. In this world, true immortality does not exist, not within my powers. However, if you seek eternal youth or the ability to resurrect someone, perhaps I could assist with that. Pondering this, Zai stroked his chin and continued. Then, might I request the ability to recover swiftly? I shall do my utmost to fulfill that wish. In the next instant, Zai felt a mysterious force surge through him, circulating throughout his body before vanishing. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, the dragon's form gradually faded, while the Dragon Balls scattered in all directions. Why have the Dragon Balls dispersed? Wukong inquired, a look of confusion on his face. Because once the dragon fulfills a wish, the Dragon Balls return to their scattered state across the world, only to regain their luster after a year, Bulma explained softly. So, I must wait an entire year to find my grandfather's relic? Wukong asked. In theory, yes. Bulma nodded in affirmation. Then, She turned her gaze towards Zai, slowly leaning closer to him, her cheeks flushing as she quietly asked, Zai, I'm planning to return to West City. Would you care to join me? In response, Zai shook his head and said, Yukong and I have already promised Master Rashi that we would train at his place after this. Though he understood Bulma's intentions, he was determined to grow stronger. After all, this world was fraught with peril. Moreover, having been granted the opportunity to traverse dimensions, along with a unique advantage, he felt compelled to strive for greatness rather than remain complacent. Indeed, I wish to become even stronger. Wukong chimed in, nodding enthusiastically. Do you still think you are not strong enough? Wulong scoffed. The journey of martial arts is endless. There is no ultimate strength, only the pursuit of greater power. At the stroke of midnight, Zai interjected, and Wukong nodded with a smile, acknowledging the truth in the statement. Truly, you are both zealots of cultivation. It matters not to me, Bulma remarked, rolling her eyes. What about you, Wulong? Where do you intend to go? Upon hearing Bulma's inquiry, Wulong retorted, Hey, didn't you promise to take me to West City and introduce me to kind-hearted young ladies? Well, considering your lecherous nature, I doubt any girl would be interested in you. Bulma chuckled, covering her mouth. Humph, that's none of your concern. Wulong crossed his arms defiantly. By the way, Bulma, could you possibly lend your Dragon Ball radar to Wukong so that he may seek out his grandfather's relics in a year's time? In the stillness of midnight, Zai suddenly spoke up. Of course, Bulma replied with a smile, promptly retrieving the radar from her pocket and placing it in Goku's hands. Thank you, Bulma. Zai, your thoughtfulness is truly commendable. Goku expressed his gratitude with a beaming face. Zai, Goku, I plan to visit West City with Bulma and the others. And I hope you both can become masters like Master Rashi. Yamcha declared, clasping his fists in salute to the two. Very well, then we shall part ways here. As Zai and Goku's figures gradually faded into the distance, a hint of melancholy crossed Bulma's face. After taking a few steps, she called out loudly, Zai, be sure to visit me in West City when you have the chance. After bidding farewell to Bulma and the others, Zai and Goku set forth towards the location of Master Rashi. After nearly 3 days of travel, they finally arrived at the small island where Master Rashi resided. Old man, we're here, Goku shouted, raising his voice towards the house before them. However, after a long pause, there was still no response from within. Is there no one home? At midnight, Zai, with a perplexed expression, suggested, let us venture inside. Having spoken, the two of them pushed open the door and entered the room. There, they beheld Master Rashi, seated cross-legged before the television, utterly captivated by a video showcasing a woman performing aerobics, drool cascading onto the floor. Old man, we have come to see you, Goku bellowed as he approached Master Rashi. How did you two arrive here? Master Rashi inquired. We have located the Dragon Balls. And as per our agreement, we have come here to train. Zai replied calmly. Ah, I see. Please sit quietly over there and do not disturb me while I watch television. But, Grandpa, I am hungry, Goku complained, clutching his stomach with a sullen expression. There is food in the refrigerator. Do not bother me. With that, Master Rashi disregarded Goku and resumed his rapt attention to the screen. Goku, brimming with excitement, dashed into the kitchen, while Zai chuckled softly and settled onto the sofa. He casually picked up a magazine from the table, only to be greeted by an array of swimsuit-clad beauties. With a resigned shake of his head, he set the magazine back down. Approximately 30 minutes later, the fitness routine of the women on the television concluded. Master Rashi, still yearning for more, rose to his feet and, noticing only Zai on the sofa, inquired with curiosity. Where has that rascal Goku run off to? In the stillness of midnight, Zai chuckled softly, her words laden with significance. He has gone to the kitchen and has yet to emerge. Observing Zai's enigmatic smile, Master Rashi, intrigued, ventured into the kitchen once more. However, the scene before him left him utterly astounded, a surge of inexplicable irritation swelling within him. Chapter 17. Krillin Wukong, have you devoured all my food? Do you realize this constitutes my sustenance for an entire week? Master Rashi exclaimed, his voice tinged with anger. Haha, I'm so full, Wukong replied, patting his round belly with a grin. Are you certain you wish to accompany me in my training? My regimen is quite rigorous. Master Rashi turned, his tone grave. Fear not, we can endure any hardship. At midnight, with a resolute expression, he spoke firmly. Wukong nodded vigorously in response. However, Master Rashi jestingly remarked, I shall not teach you the art of cultivation for free, unless you can bring me an attractive girl. That's a piece of cake. Leave it to me. With that, Wukong swiftly exited the room and soared away on his Nimbus cloud. Are you certain Wukong understands the meaning of attractive? At midnight, she pondered, scratching her head in confusion. Before long, Wukong arrived at the Kame house atop his flying Nimbus, accompanied by a fair-skinned and beautiful young lady who gazed affectionately at Master Rashi. It was indeed surprising to see that Wukong's taste was rather conventional after all. In the stillness of midnight, Zai could not help but express his thoughts. Wukong has done well. Now we shall commence your first training. The old turtle hermit's face flushed as he approached Wukong, whispering softly in his ear. Go fetch me that girl's panties. Panties? Wukong was momentarily taken aback by the request, but without further contemplation, he made his way toward the girl. Old man. She claims she isn't wearing any. Wukong exclaimed loudly. Nanny? At this revelation, the turtle hermit sprang to life, hastily rushing to the girl's side. However, upon recognizing her true identity, his expression darkened. What a surprise, a mermaid. How could such fortune befall me? Nevertheless, he could not help but admire her figure. The old hermit's face turned crimson as he awkwardly smiled and said, Miss, may I touch your bosom? Slap. The mermaid's face instantly flushed with embarrassment, and she retaliated with a swift slap before leaping gracefully into the ocean. Old man, can we not start training now? Wukong inquired eagerly. Not so fast, Wukong. You must first bring me another girl. This time, as I shall accompany you. I have my doubts regarding your judgment. The turtle hermit replied, nursing his reddened face. Must we search again? Very well. At midnight, both Zi and Wukong nodded in agreement. What is that? They wondered. It seems to be a boat. As the vessel gently approached the shore, a diminutive bald man clad in Shaolin attire leapt from it and hurried over to Master Rashi. Who are you? Master Rashi inquired with curiosity. I am Krillin, having traveled from the distant Tokyo, here to seek your guidance as my master, Krillin replied with a deep bow, displaying his politeness. You may find your journey in vain, for I have resolved not to accept any more disciples. You should return, Master Rashi responded, turning away to decline. Master Rashi, this is my token of respect for becoming your disciple. Krillin set down his belongings and produced a thick stack of magazines featuring beautiful women. Presenting them to Master Rashi. Master Rashi's eyes lit up with surprise at Krillin's thoughtfulness. He eagerly snatched the magazines from Krillin's hands and crouched down to examine them thoroughly. After a moment of admiration, Master Rashi cleared his throat and stood up, saying, Since all three of you wish to become my disciples, I shall present you with a challenge. If you can bring me a beautiful girl, I will accept you. Upon hearing this, the three nodded in unison and, under Wukong's guidance atop the flying Nimbus, they soared away from Master Rashi's abode. Where shall we find a lovely girl for the old man? This challenge seems quite daunting, Wukong remarked, placing his hands on his head and looking somewhat troubled. Hee, it's actually rather simple. Krillin suddenly chuckled mischievously from behind. What do you mean? At midnight, Zai curiously inquired. Do you possess any money? Upon hearing this, both Zai and Wukong shook their heads in unison. This poses quite a dilemma. Krillin furrowed his brow. As he had initially contemplated spending money to hire a beautiful maid for Master Rashi, only to discover that all three were utterly penniless. Who are you? Help? Suddenly, a piercing cry for help echoed through the air. What is happening over there? Wukong, let us investigate. At midnight, Zai spoke. All right. Wukong nodded and immediately soared into the sky on his Nimbus cloud. At that moment, not far from Zai and the others, two police officers brandishing firearms and handcuffs cornered a young girl in a flowing blue dress, whose beauty was striking. Lan Qi, surrender. One of them commanded. Do you know me? Lan Qi replied, bewildered. Humph, don't play coy, you thief. Upon hearing this, Lan Qi's expression shifted, and she cried out, Thief? I understand now. You must be the robbers. Help. Someone save me. Stop. You vile men. How dare you bully a girl? Wukong bellowed, leaping down from his Nimbus cloud. Without Wukong's support, Zai and Krillin also tumbled off the Nimbus. Fortunately, Zai's strength allowed him to land safely, but Krillin was not so lucky, crashing to the ground and injuring himself severely. There's even an accomplice. Don't move, or I will shoot. The officer threatened, aiming his weapon at Wukong and the others. Wukong, Zai, be careful. Don't act recklessly. They have guns. However, before Krillin could finish his warning, Wukong charged forward, swinging his golden staff to knock the officers' guns from their hands. Following that, with a flurry of punches and kicks, he sent both men sprawling to the ground. You dare assault an officer? Just wait. The two men shouted as they hastily retreated to their police car and sped away. Wukong, Zai, did you hear what they just said? Krillin asked, a hint of worry in his voice. They mentioned they are police, right? That name doesn't sound like good people. Wukong replied, his expression innocent. Ah, then have we assaulted the police? Krin's face paled with fear. Do you think she was captured by the police because she isn't a good person? Wukong mused softly. She doesn't seem to fit that description, he added. Thank you for saving me, little friends. Lan Qi exclaimed. You're welcome. Wukong said, pride evident as he scratched his head. Oh, what is this? Chapter 18, Lan Qi. Lan Qi's eyes sparkled as she approached Wukong's nimbus cloud. Her curiosity piqued. What a large cotton candy. Hee hee. This isn't cotton candy. It's called Nimbus. Wukong explained, rubbing his nose. Nimbus? What a strange name. Lan Qi remarked innocently, reaching out to touch the cloud before carefully sitting upon it. Ah, you can sit on Nimbus. You must be a good person. Wukong declared confidently. In that case, let's take her back. She doesn't seem very bright and likely has nowhere to go. At midnight, Zimi suddenly proposed, all right. Upon saying this, the four of them soared into the sky on the Nimbus, heading towards Kame House. The Nimbus traced a golden arc across the heavens, swiftly arriving at their destination. What a beautiful house, exclaimed Lan Qi, her eyes wide with innocence. Grandpa, we're back. We've brought you a particularly lovely girl. Goku shouted excitedly as he leapt off the Nimbus. Hearing this, Master Roshi dashed out of the house, and upon seeing Lan Qi, he immediately sprang up in delight. You all have done splendidly. From this moment forth, you three shall be my disciples. Master Roshi nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Welcome to my humble abode, beautiful lady, he said with utmost courtesy. Hello, Grandpa. Thanks to your grandson, I was saved. I am immensely grateful. Lan Qi replied, bowing slightly in appreciation. No need for thanks. In truth, they are not my grandsons, but my younger brothers. Upon hearing Master Roshi's words, the expressions of the group changed, astonished at the audacity of his claim. Haha, I was merely jesting. Sensing the awkwardness, Master Roshi chuckled and scratched his head, offering an explanation. I assumed you were joking as well, Lan Qi said, wiping the sweat from her brow and responding with an awkward laugh. In fact, they have all come to seek my tutelage. Master Roshi continued. Upon hearing this, Lan Qi's mouth fell open in surprise. Grandpa, so you teach martial arts? No wonder they are so formidable. Indeed. Master Roshi nodded with pride. But Grandpa, you haven't taught us yet. Goku said, scratching his head with sincerity. Cough cough, Master Wu Tian is a renowned figure in the martial arts world, a living legend. He does not accept just anyone. Krillin gently nudged Goku and quickly added. Upon hearing Krillin's explanation, admiration lit up Lan Qi's face. Wow, Grandpa. I didn't realize you were so impressive. Haha, it's nothing to boast about. Master Roshi replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively, then leaned closer to Krillin, whispering, Kid, you have great potential. Make sure to learn diligently under my guidance. Hearing this, Krillin nodded vigorously, responding, Yes, Master Wu Tian. Grandpa, have you finished your conversation? When can we start training? Goku urged impatiently from the side. All right. You three go change into your training outfits, Master Roshi said. His gaze fixated on Lan Qi's figure as he waved dismissively at the trio. Yes. They all nodded in unison and headed towards Kame House. After changing, the three of them followed Master Roshi's instructions and arrived beneath a massive rock. Cough cough. We will now commence our training. However, before we do, I need to assess your fundamentals. From this rock to that tree over there, I will time you, Master Roshi declared with a cough. I'll go first. Krillin stepped forward, adopting a running stance. Ready, set, go. As Master Roshi's voice fell, Krillin took off at lightning speed and soon reached the destination. Not bad. You managed to run it in 10.4 seconds. You truly are a talent, Master Roshi praised, causing Krillin to swell with pride. That is just average. My best time is 10.1, he replied casually. Next up is Goku. Okay, I'll begin, Goku said, striking a relaxed pose before dashing off. 8.5 seconds. That's almost absurdly strong, Master Roshi remarked, his lips twitching in astonishment. Now it's my turn. At midnight, as I softly uttered a word and immediately assumed a posture of motion. Whoosh. Before Klin could react, Zai's speed surged like a gust of wind, reaching the destination in an instant. So fast, Klin exclaimed in astonishment. Zai is amazing, Wukong exclaimed, jumping with excitement. 6.4 seconds, even faster than Wukong. This is utterly extraordinary, Master Roshi remarked, glancing at Zai in disbelief. Excellent. You are all promising talents. With diligent training, achieving a 5-second time is not insurmountable. Henceforth, you must commit yourselves to your cultivation. Yes, the three responded in unison. Have you finished your training? I've prepared dinner. Come and eat. At that moment, Lan Qi rushed out wearing an apron, calling out loudly. Wonderful. Finally, we can eat. Wukong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Wait a moment. Before dinner today, you have one final training session. Follow me. With that, Master Roshi led Zai and the others to a steep cliff. Night soon descended, illuminated by the moonlight. Otherwise, they would surely have lost their way in the darkness. Then, Master Roshi casually picked up a stone from the ground, inscribed a character for turtle upon it, and hurled it with great force, sending the stone soaring into the forest. Today's final test is to retrieve that stone. Those who do not find it shall not have dinner. Moreover, if you exceed 30 minutes, none of you will be allowed to eat. Is that clear? Hearing this, the three nodded in unison. Good, now we begin. In the next moment, the three dashed swiftly into the forest. P.S. A brief introduction to combat power. Master Roshi's combat power, 139, not including muscle state. Sun Wukong's combat power, 16 Cleanse combat power, 8 Blonde Lan Qi's combat power, 7 with gun. Blue-haired Lan Qi's combat power, 1 Midnight combat power, 36 Chapter 19. The gorilla as night fell. Had it not been for the guiding light of the moon, the group would have surely lost their way, let alone search for a stone in the vast darkness. In the forest, Wukong, having found nothing, slowly turned around only to discover that he was accompanied solely by Midnight. Curiously, he inquired, Midnight, where is Krillin? Surely he hasn't lost his way. Zai shook his head with a smile and said, rest assured, that little bald head is probably concocting some clever trick. Teacher Wu Tian's challenge is indeed quite formidable. Thankfully, we have the moonlight's gentle glow, or we would truly be lost in this forest. Zai remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, Zai. This is the first time I have seen the moon. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Zai's expression suddenly changed, and he fixed his gaze intently on Wukong. Meanwhile, at Kame House, Lan Qi wondered aloud, why haven't Zai and the others come for dinner? She had laid out all the dishes on the table, her brow furrowed in confusion. They are still training. It's fine for the young ones to eat a little less. Master Roshi replied casually. His eyes fixed hungrily on Lan Qi's posterior as drool trickled from the corner of his mouth. Oh, right. There's still a soup in the kitchen. I'll go fetch it. With that, Lan Qi turned to head to the kitchen, while Master Roshi's gaze followed her intently. Just then, the door of Kame House swung open abruptly. Teacher Wu Tian. I found the stone, Krillin exclaimed, running up to Master Roshi with a stone marked with the character for turtle. Interrupted in his moment of distraction, Master Roshi felt a twinge of annoyance as he took the stone from Krillin, scrutinizing it closely before forcefully smashing it against Krillin's bald head. You little rascal. How dare you deceive me? This is clearly not my handwriting. Master Roshi bellowed in anger. Suddenly, the entire Kame House began to tremble. Tiny fragments of stone cascading from the ceiling. Master Roshi's expression grew serious as he murmured, What is happening? Teacher Wu Tian. It seems the commotion is coming from Zai and Wukong's direction. Krillin pointed nervously towards the forest. This is bad. We must hurry and take a look. With that, the two dashed out of the room. Boom. At that moment, a colossal monster emerged from the forest. Upon closer inspection, the creature was covered in shaggy brown-black fur, trailing a tail that was 4 to 5 meters long. Its eyes glowed a furious red, reminiscent of an enraged gorilla. Bang! The massive gorilla swung its gigantic fist down onto the ground, sending shattered stones soaring into the air and creating a deep crater. Within that pit, Zai lay battered and bruised, looking utterly disheveled. How unfortunate. How could I have forgotten that Wukong can transform into a gorilla? After his transformation, he truly is formidable. No wonder he could crush Son Gohan. If I hadn't wished on the Dragon Balls for my body to recover swiftly, I would surely meet my end here today. Midnight's visage was set in determination as he spoke in a low voice. Roar. In an instant, the gorilla unleashed a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves that toppled the surrounding trees. Without hesitation, its massive foot rose, poised to stomp down upon Midnight with tremendous force. Suddenly, a colossal beam of white light surged forth, colliding directly with the gorilla's body, the overwhelming power knocking it to the ground. Midnight, are you all right? Krillin exclaimed, rushing forward to help Midnight out of the deep pit. What is happening? How could such a formidable creature appear here? And where's Goku? Master Roshi inquired with a grave expression. This creature is Goku. Nanny? The revelation startled both Krillin and Master Roshi, and as they recalled Goku's earlier words about his grandfather being crushed by a terrifying monster, realization dawned upon them. Midnight, you are familiar with Goku. Is there any way to bring him back? Master Roshi asked solemnly. Sever his tail, or destroy the moon. Midnight asserted resolutely. All right. I'll hold him off. You two find the chance to cut off his tail. Master Roshi replied with a serious tone, shedding his clothing. His previously lean figure transforming into a robust form. Come forth, monster. Master Roshi shouted at the gorilla, then leaped into battle. The gorilla, seemingly enraged, charged at him with a fearsome roar. Boom. The two combatants clashed fists, causing the gorilla to stagger back several paces. Master Roshi seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to the gorilla's face, sending it crashing to the ground once more. How incredible! Krillin gasped, awestruck by the spectacle before him, momentarily at a loss for words. With a renewed fury, the gorilla roared again and surged to its feet, now fully enraged, recklessly charging at Master Roshi. Now's the time. Midnight, hiding nearby, seized the moment, leaping into the air. With hands placed firmly at his waist, he shouted, Kamehameha. Boom. The beam of white energy shot forth, striking the gorilla's tail while it remained defenseless. Roar. In the next moment, the gorilla howled in agony as its tail was severed in two, and its massive form gradually shrank, swiftly reverting to Goku's original appearance. At long last, they had succeeded. At midnight, he inhaled deeply, his weary body collapsing to the ground. Young one, your mastery of the Kamehameha technique has become increasingly refined. It is indeed rare for someone of your age to achieve such a level. Master Roshi praised without reservation. He then approached Goku's side and gently lifted him up. How is Goku faring? At midnight. A hint of concern laced her voice as she inquired. It's nothing serious, merely a fainting spell. That is a relief. At midnight, Zai gently nodded, and soon, under the support of Krillin, succumbed to slumber. Let us first escort them back. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow. Following this, the two proceeded with Wukong and Zai towards the direction of Kame House. The following day, the morning sunlight poured into the room, and Zai rubbed her eyes, breaking the haze of drowsiness. After stretching languidly, she stepped out of her door. There, she observed that Master Roshi, Krillin, and Wukong had already commenced their training. Perhaps due to the absence of his tail, Wukong appeared somewhat unsteady with each step he took. Battle power for this chapter. Wukong's battle power, 16, 160 in gorilla form. Master Roshi's battle power, 139, 180 in muscular form. Chapter 20, Devilish Training. Zai. You are awake. I heard you battled a formidable monster yesterday and sustained injuries. Are you feeling better? Upon seeing Zai, Wukong hurried over, expressing his concern with earnestness. It's nothing serious. Zai shook his head and remarked, I truly envy you for being able to engage with such formidable creatures. I can't fathom how I managed to fall asleep yesterday. Upon hearing this, Zai comprehended the intention of Master Roshi. It seemed he was reluctant for Wukong to learn the complete truth. Perhaps fearing that the devastating revelation of having caused his grandfather's demise would be too much for him to bear. Zai silently acquiesced, choosing not to confront him on the matter. Given the injuries you sustained last night, you are excused from today's training. However, you must not be absent tomorrow. Master Roshi stated with a grave expression. I understand, Zai replied. At midnight, Zai promptly nodded. In that case, make sure to rest well. Wukong, Krillin, let us set off. With that, Master Roshi led the two away. After their departure, Zai ventured into the forest where the battle had taken place the previous night. After a meticulous search, he finally discovered the familiar azure glow emanating from a deep pit. Zai hurriedly rushed over, noticing that the azure glow this time was markedly different from previous occurrences. The hue was significantly deeper, and the numbers within had changed, revealing a surprising 50. This spectacle filled Zai with uncontainable joy. Without a moment's hesitation, Zai extended a hand to touch the azure radiance. A familiar warmth surged through his entire being, as an unceasing stream of power emanated from within, invigorating every part of his body. What a marvelous sensation! As he experienced the transformative changes within, a satisfied smile graced Zai's face, which soon turned serious as he assumed a combat stance. Kamehameha. Boom. A brilliant beam of white energy shot forth, engulfing a vast expanse of the forest in an instant. The overwhelming destructive force left Zai momentarily speechless. Such terrifying power. At the stroke of midnight, Zai couldn't help but marvel. Soon after, he engaged in a brief session of self-cultivation within the forest, mastering the power coursing through him before finally returning to the Kame House. Upon his return, feeling somewhat aimless, he switched on the television for the first time since arriving in this world, his heart stirred with a tangle of emotions. Before long, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Master Roshi returned to the Kame House with a weary Goku and Krillin. The moment they stepped inside, they dashed to the dining table, ravenously devouring the food laid out before them. How was your training today? Zai inquired with a light chuckle, his curiosity piqued. We spent the entire day delivering milk and tilling the fields. We hardly learned any martial arts. Krillin groaned, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Bang! At this, Master Roshi struck Krillin's bald head with his staff, admonishing him sharply. If you wish to learn martial arts, you must endure even this little hardship. I'm sorry, Master Mutant. I was wrong. Krillin replied, his face filled with contrition. After dinner, exhausted from the day's labors, Krillin and Goku retreated to their rooms, quickly falling into a deep slumber. Zai considered helping Lan Xi with the dishes, but she brusquely declined, leaving him with no choice but to return to his own room. Achoo! Just as Zai settled back into his room, Lan Xi in the kitchen suddenly sneezed, her hair transforming into a brilliant golden hue. Almost instantly, she produced a submachine gun from seemingly nowhere and began to fire indiscriminately into the room. You insolent fools, daring to make me do these chores, are asking for trouble. The cacophony of gunfire roused Goku and Krillin from their slumber, and faced with Lan Xi's wild shooting, they had no choice but to flee. Though their powers could easily withstand her, none wished to harm her, so they let her vent her frustrations. Fury can be fleeting. As Lan Xi sneezed once more, tranquility returned. And everyone breathed a sigh of relief, retreating to their respective rooms to rest. The night passed without incident. At dawn the next day, Zai, Goku, and Krillin were awakened early by Master Roshi, embarking on a new day of training. Their schedule was packed, delivering milk in the morning, farming for the farmers, and working at the construction site in the afternoon, filling their day to the brim. Thus, for over half a month, the trio engaged in monotonous training, and their hearts grew heavy with discontent. Old man, please, no more menial tasks. When will you teach us the art of boxing? Goku complained. At this, Master Roshi erupted in anger, bellowing at the three, children are ignorant. Without a solid foundation, your martial arts training would be futile. He then pointed at a towering boulder beside them, declaring, do you see that? If you wish for me to teach you boxing, move that rock. Krillin's brow furrowed in disbelief. That massive rock. How could that possibly be done? It's beyond human capability. Who says so? With that, Master Roshi set down his cane, placed both hands upon the rock, and with a vigorous push, sent it sliding several meters. Do you see? Only by training according to my methods can you achieve such feats. Krillin stood in astonishment, his mouth agape, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Goku dashed to the rock. Concentrating all his strength into his hands and pushing with all his might, the rock budged slightly. Master, look, I did it. Goku exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Not that rock. I meant the larger one. Age must be affecting my perception of size, haha. Master Roshi chuckled awkwardly, quickly pointing to an even larger boulder nearby. The size of that stone. Krillin shivered at the sight, while Goku, undeterred, rushed forward to give it another try. Yet this time, no matter how hard he pushed, the rock remained immovable. I'll give it a go. Just as Master Roshi prepared to gloat, Zai stepped forward, approaching the colossal rock. No need to try. Your training remains insufficient. It's impossible. Not necessarily. In the dead of night, a cold chuckle escaped Zai's lips as he placed both hands upon the rock. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he pushed. With a thunderous roar, the enormous boulder was, astonishingly, displaced by several meters. How is this possible? Master Roshi's jaw dropped in disbelief. Zai, you are remarkable. As a side note, Zai's combat power stands at 90, having increased by 4 after a fortnight of rigorous training. Chapter 21. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Witnessing this spectacle, Master Roshi's jaw elongated in astonishment, leaving him momentarily speechless. When did you become this strong? He inquired, his surprise palpable. In response, Zai offered a light laugh and explained nonchalantly, perhaps it is the devilish training over the past 2 weeks that has enhanced my abilities. Haha. Master Roshi, skeptical of this assertion, awkwardly chuckled before turning to Goku and Krillin, admonishing, did you see that? It's because you both are so lazy in your training that you cannot even move such a small rock. At this, Krillin and Goku bowed their heads in shame. Observing their response, Master Roshi felt a sense of relief and pressed on. Do you genuinely wish to learn martial arts? In unison, the duo nodded eagerly. Very well. Master Roshi continued gravely. If you can meet my expectations in the upcoming training, I shall teach you. Furthermore, I will take you to participate in the prestigious Grand Martial Arts Tournament held every 5 years. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament? What is that? Goku inquired, curiosity lighting his eyes. It is a revered gathering for all martial artists. At that time, the greatest masters from across the land will convene. and I hope you both can achieve remarkable results." Upon hearing this, Goku and Krillin leaped with excitement. Now, for the next phase of training. We shall engage in devilish weighted exercises. With that, Master Roshi produced 3 purple turtle shells of varying sizes. These 2 shells weigh 20 kilograms, while this one weighs 40 kilograms. From now on, you shall carry them during meals, sleep, and training. Do you understand? Understood. The trio responded promptly, nodding vigorously. They approached and donned the shells, with Zai naturally opting for the heaviest. Thus began their customary training regimen anew. 5 months later, "Grandfather." Goku burst into Master Roshi's abode, bearing the 20-kilogram turtle shell. "What is it, Goku?" Master Roshi began, but before he could finish, Goku tugged him outside. "Goku, slow down. What is happening?" Soon, Master Roshi found himself before the immense rock, where Krillin and Zai awaited. "Grandfather, we can push this rock now," Goku exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "How is that possible?" Master Roshi laughed, shaking his head. Yet the next moment left him utterly astounded as Goku exerted all his strength. And the rock indeed shifted several meters. "Now it's my turn. I might not push it as far as Goku," Krillin announced, stepping forward to channel his full power. And once again, the rock moved several meters. "I suppose I need not demonstrate further, right?" In the stillness of midnight, Zai inquired with a smile, "Grandfather, can you teach us the martial arts now?" Wukong asked earnestly. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi found himself in a bit of a quandary. After a moment of contemplation, he replied candidly, "In truth, I possess no martial techniques to impart. The essence of the Kamehameha style has already been infused into your daily training. Perhaps you have not even realized that your entire being has been honed, resulting in a qualitative leap in strength and speed. I have nothing further to teach you." Master Roshi shook his head, speaking in a tone of indifference. "But grandfather, without martial arts, how can we defeat our opponents?" Wukong questioned with curiosity. The most vital aspect of martial arts is not to conquer others, but to surpass oneself, Master Roshi said with profound significance. "The World Martial Arts Tournament is merely a month away. From now on, continue your training as you have been, but the weight of the turtle shell must be doubled." Immediately, the trio donned their new gear and commenced their grueling daily regimen. Time swiftly passed, and the eve of the World Martial Arts Tournament quietly approached. "Tomorrow marks the commencement of the competition. You may remove your turtle shells," Master Roshi announced to the group. "Fantastic. I was worried that wearing this would subject me to ridicule from the other contestants." Upon hearing this, the trio joyfully shed their burdens, instantly feeling a wave of lightness. "Wow, my body feels so light," Wukong exclaimed with excitement. "Jump with all your might and see." Upon hearing this, the 3 eagerly leapt, and in the next moment, they soared to several dozen meters in the air. "Haha, all right, let us set off." Master Roshi chuckled lightly. "Lan Shi, I leave the house in your capable hands." Lan Shi responded with an okay gesture, smiling as she said, "No problem. By the way, Zai, here are the new outfits I prepared for you. Make sure to compete well." "Thank you." After receiving the garments from Lan Shi, the trio, under Master Roshi's guidance, headed toward the tournament. After departing from Kame House, they boarded a plane destined for the World Martial Arts Tournament. After nearly half a day's flight, they finally arrived at their destination. "Wow, there are so many people here. Indeed, it is quite lively. It brings back such fond memories." At midnight, with a serene expression, he spoke, "You all wait here. I shall go register for you." With that, Master Roshi made his way towards the registration desk for the World Martial Arts Tournament. "Hey, Goku, Zai, long time no see." Suddenly, a handsome young man with short hair approached and greeted the two. "Who are you?" Goku asked, his face filled with confusion. "Are you Yamcha?" In the dead of night, Zai exclaimed in astonishment, "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Yamcha smiled and nodded. "How did you transform into this? With your new hairstyle?" "I almost failed to recognize you," Goku remarked in surprise. "Haha. Bulma said that having long hair in the city is quite outdated, so I decided to cut it." Yamcha replied, touching his head with a smile. "This is Krillin, who has been training with us under Master Roshi. And this is our friend, Yamcha." As the clock struck midnight, Zai introduced the 2 individuals. "It is truly a pleasure to meet you. You are the esteemed disciple of Master Wu Tian. I have heard much about your remarkable abilities from Zai and Wukong." The 2 exchanged polite greetings. At that moment, Bulma approached with a radiant smile, ice cream in hand, accompanied by Wukong and Puyallup. "Hello, everyone. It has been quite a while." Midnight greeted with a smile. "Long time no see." Upon seeing Midnight, Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson. "Huh? Bulma, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell?" Goku inquired with a puzzled expression. He's thinking of a man, Oolong casually remarked while licking his ice cream. Chapter 22, The Preliminary Matches Bang. Bulma's face turned beet red as she punched Oolong on the head, causing a large bump to swell on his skull in the next moment. Midnight Goku. Tomorrow, when we step onto the arena, we may become foes. You mustn't hold back. Yamcha stated with a serious demeanor. Rest assured, Goku has never known the meaning of holding back. Upon hearing Midnight's words, everyone burst into laughter. As night fell and the joy of their reunion subsided, they each retreated to their hotel rooms for rest. The following day, the long-awaited World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. Dressed in their fighting attire, they arrived early at the battleground, astonished by the throngs of people gathered before them. All right, let us proceed to the preliminary match venue. Under the guidance of the staff, they arrived at a place called the Martial Arts Arena. The upcoming preliminary matches are exclusive to registered participants, so I can only accompany you this far. By the way, here are the martial arts uniforms I prepared for you. With that, Master Roshi retrieved 3 differently styled red martial arts uniforms from his suitcase and handed them to the trio. Boom. As the staff struck a gong, all registered competitors made their way into the arena. Today marks the Quintennial World Martial Arts Tournament. We welcome all heroes who have traveled here tirelessly. We will select 8 skilled fighters in the preliminary rounds to advance to the final match. Now, let me explain the rules of the competition. The preliminary matches are divided into 4 areas, with one-on-one battles. Fainting or falling outside the ring results in a loss. But there is one strict rule: no killing and no weapons allowed. Now, please proceed to draw lots for your divisions. As the referee's voice echoed, everyone queued up to draw lots. I am number 93. What about you, Goku? Krillin glanced at his tag and asked. My number is 70, Goku replied with a grin. So, you both are in the 3rd area. Midnight observed the arrangement and responded. What? Krillin exclaimed in surprise and quickly checked the division, his spirits sinking as he said. I never expected to be paired with you two. You were the last opponents I wanted to face. Midnight, what about you? Goku curiously inquired. I am in Area 1. And Yamcha is in Area 2. Midnight glanced at his tag and replied. Everyone seems so formidable. Can we really win? Krillin's face turned pale as he surveyed the muscular crowd, expressing his lack of confidence. Krillin, have a bit of faith. Most people here are just all show and no substance. Midnight reassured him, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. I hope so, Krillin nodded in response. Now, we will commence the matches in Area 1. Please have contestant number 3 and contestant number 10 come to the stage. The referee's voice rang out suddenly. Midnight glanced at his tag and smiled. Oh, it's my turn already. Go for it, Midnight. Goku encouraged. Haha, a little brat. Contestant number 10 is truly fortunate. Others on the sidelines mocked as Midnight stepped onto the stage. Simultaneously, a burly, muscle-bound giant approached with heavy steps. Upon seeing Midnight's slight frame, he sneered, Haha, you're my opponent? You look rather charming. Uncle doesn't he want to hit you? Hurry home and drink your milk. You better have the ability to back that up. In the stillness of midnight, Zee let out a cold laugh and remarked, the young lad is rather audacious. Let me show you how to deal with you. With that, the burly man clenched his fist and charged at Zee. Observing the impending attack, Zee leapt into the air and delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen. Bang! The man cried out in pain and was sent flying off the stage, collapsing unconscious. Contestant number 3 is victorious. As the referee's voice echoed, the spectators below began to recover from their astonishment. What just transpired? This young lad is surprisingly formidable. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Excellent work, Zee. I never imagined you would win so effortlessly in the first round, exclaimed Klin, rushing forward in excitement. Rest assured, you can do it too, Zee replied with a light chuckle and a nod. Well, if it isn't Klin. We haven't seen you since you left Shaolin Temple in tears. At that moment, 2 monks clad in robes, one stout and one slender, approached Klin, mocking him. Senior brother. Klin's face turned pale upon seeing them, and he stuttered, You're not here to participate in the martial arts tournament, are you? Upon hearing this, Klin nodded sheepishly. Let me see your number. Huh, number 93, what a coincidence. Your opponent is me, the slender monk taunted. Smack. Make sure you don't cry later. They jeered, giving Klin bald head a playful slap before departing with disdainful expressions. After their departure, Klin kept his head down, his face etched with fear. Klin, what troubles you? Wukong inquired anxiously. I think I should just concede. Klin glanced at Wukong, then lowered his gaze. Klin, do not worry. You are no longer the same as before. The purpose of your training under Master Wu Tian is to grow stronger, and today is the perfect opportunity to prove your abilities. Ziyi reassured him, patting Clint on the shoulder. Can I really? Clint questioned, uncertainty lacing his voice. Clint, you must have faith in yourself. Your match is about to begin. Hurry along. All right. Encouraged by the words of Ziyi and Wukong, Clint felt slightly better and nodded as he made his way to the arena. Clint, you've got this. That opponent is not formidable at all. You can knock him down with a single punch. Wukong shouted enthusiastically. On the stage, the slender monk sneered at Clint. You didn't run away? Feeling quite brave now. Are we? Prepare yourself. With that, he swung his fist towards Clint. Clint, be careful. Wukong's voice rang out. Startled by Wukong's warning, Clint suddenly awoke to the moment. Leaping into the air. Bang! He swiftly descended, delivering a punch directly to the monk's face. Ah! The monk screamed as he was propelled backward. Contestant number 93 is victorious. As the referee's announcement fell, Clint stared blankly at his hands, disbelief flooding his thoughts. I won. Chapter 23. The quarterfinals. Clint, splendid job. Wukong praised with a smile. They don't seem that strong, do they? Clint remarked, still in shock. That is because we are simply too strong. Midnight approached, speaking softly. Soon after, the competition reached a fever pitch, with Midnight, Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha shining as the most prominent figures, seemingly invincible. Now, let us invite the final two contestants from Zone 1, the 3rd and 15th competitors, to prepare on the stage. Is it my turn again? As the referee's voice echoed. Midnight hurried onto the platform, his gaze shifting to his opponent before him, who turned out not to be human, but rather a humanoid blue-purple demon wolf. Little brat. Your journey in this competition ends here. Such needless chatter. Boom. In the next moment, the demon wolf began to move rapidly, leaving several afterimages around Midnight, rendering him somewhat perplexed. Little brat, you can never grasp my speed. Surrender? Is that so? In the dead of night, a cold chuckle escaped from Zai's lips. And in an instant, he vanished from sight. How did Zai disappear? It was not a disappearance, but rather a rapid movement. Making it difficult for others to perceive his speed, Wukong remarked with a calm expression. Wukong, can you see him clearly? Krillin inquired with curiosity. I can catch glimpses. To be honest, his speed is astonishingly fast. Wukong replied with a smile. At that moment, even the demonic wolf was taken aback by Zai's velocity and stood frozen in place. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Zai delivered a powerful kick, sending the wolf flying off the stage. Contestant number 3 wins. With the referee's announcement, Zai triumphantly secured victory in the preliminary finals, emerging as one of the 8 formidable contenders of the martial arts tournament. Subsequently, Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha also earned their qualifications to advance from their respective divisions, solidifying their status among the 8 elite warriors. Cough, cough. Just then, a man clad in a black suit and sunglasses entered, holding a microphone. After clearing his throat, the previously chaotic environment fell into an immediate hush. The man surveyed the surroundings, then lifted the list in his hand and declared, Now, I request all qualified contestants to gather here. Upon hearing this, the 8 advancing contestants congregated, when suddenly an unusual and foul odor wafted through the air, prompting everyone present to cover their noses. Ugh, what is that smell? They exclaimed in unison. Turning around, they beheld a disheveled, burly man standing behind them, emanating a nauseating stench. Who is he? Why does he smell so terrible? Yamcha grimaced, pinching his nose. I heard this man has never bathed since birth. He relies on overpowering his opponents with his odor to win matches. An elderly man in black explained with a hint of disdain. What a despicable tactic. Wukong scoffed. Could you please step back, sir? The referee requested, unable to endure the odor reminiscent of a toxic gas. As the wild man distanced himself, the foul smell subsided slightly, allowing the crowd to breathe a sigh of relief. Now, we shall begin the drawing to determine the order of opponents in the martial arts tournament. Those whose names are called, please come forward to assemble. The referee announced with authority. All right, let us begin calling out names. Under the referee's guidance, everyone stepped forward to collect their tags, while the staff noted the matchups on a board, which read, Mr. Nama versus contestant Jackie Chan, Monsterkin versus contestant Sun Wukong, Wild Man versus contestant Krillin, Yamcha versus Zai. Zai, I never expected you to be my opponent. This time, I will give it my all and show you how much I have progressed. Yamcha exclaimed, his face alight with anticipation as he addressed Zai. Well, I look forward to it. Zai replied. Midnight nodded slightly and replied with a calm demeanor. The draw has concluded. and everyone may now patiently await the commencement of the competition. With that, the referee strode towards the door and soon arrived at the open-air arena of the martial arts tournament. I apologize for the delay. I hereby announce the commencement of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. As the referee's voice echoed, the crowd erupted into cheers, celebrating the opening of the tournament. Now, I announce the lineup for the first match. Contestant Clint will face off against the Wild Man. I invite both competitors to prepare for their entrance. As the referee's voice faded, the two emerged from the competition hall and stepped onto the tournament stage. Upon witnessing this, Midnight and others followed suit to observe the match. Look, it's Clint. Go, Clint. It's astonishing that someone so small has made it to the finals. The martial arts tournament truly seems to be declining. What a foul stench. What is that smell? It's utterly nauseating. As the Wild Man made his entrance, the audience was nearly overwhelmed by the odor emanating from him, instinctively covering their mouths and noses, accompanied by a chorus of curses. I can't believe my opponent is just a little kid. Watch as I smash you into oblivion. The Wild Man, gazing at the diminutive Clint, could not suppress a look of disdain and began to mock him. He then charged towards Clint with heavy steps, but Clint quickly leaped aside, evading the attack. To his surprise, the Wild Man exclaimed, "How could you dodge so easily? Allow me to demonstrate my invincible breath." Immediately, the Wild Man aimed directly at Clint and forcefully expelled a gust of foul breath, the noxious stench causing the audience to turn pale and retch, with Clint collapsing to the ground, overwhelmed by the odor. It's shocking that the Wild Man resorted to such a revolting tactic. With Clint down, will he be able to rise again? Let us wait and see. The referee, observing the scene, swiftly took the microphone and declared loudly, "Clint, get up and defeat this disgusting fellow. Little one, rise. Stand up and conquer him." The audience erupted into a fervor, all rallying behind Clint. "Clint, what are you doing? Have you forgotten that you don't have a nose?" Hearing Midnight's words, Clint's eyes brightened, and he quickly stood up, saying, "Right. I don't have a nose. Thank you, Midnight. Your reminder is invaluable." Clint expressed his gratitude. He then readjusted his stance and swiftly charged at the Wild Man, who, at this point, found his stench ineffective against Clint. Bang! Devoid of the stench's aid. The Wild Man was akin to a toothless tiger, no match for Clint, who swiftly knocked him to the ground with a single punch. I won. Marvelous. Well done, young lad. I always knew you could do it." Witnessing this, the audience erupted into applause, showering Clint with praise. Given the poor impression the Wild Man had left, congratulations to contestant Clint for advancing to the semifinals. The referee then returned to the center of the stage, microphone in hand, announcing Clint's victory. We shall now proceed to the second match, but prior to that, our staff will disinfect the arena. Please bear with us for a moment. With that, the backstage staff donned gas masks and dispersed disinfectant and freshening agents throughout the arena. Now, we commence the second match, contestant Midnight versus contestant Yamucha. I invite both to the stage. As the referee raised the microphone again and announced the start of the second match, the two slowly emerged, igniting another wave of excitement throughout the crowd. Go, Midnight. You must win. Yamucha, you must also do your best. In the audience, Bulma shouted at the top of her lungs. Who are you really cheering for? Oolong rolled his eyes. Naturally, I hope they both succeed. Bulma hesitated. Women. Go, Midnight. You must win. Oolong shot Bulma a glance before loudly cheering for Midnight. Go. Young Master Yamucha. Por called out, equally determined. What are they doing? Why aren't they starting yet? Hey, are you going to fight or not? Can we speed this up? The atmosphere on stage showed Midnight and Yamucha observing each other with calm expressions, showing no intention to engage, while the audience grew impatient, vocally urging them on. Come on, Yamucha. Let me see how much your skills have improved during this time. At midnight, a light chuckle escaped Ziya's lips, his demeanor as serene as a gentle breeze, revealing no hint of the urgency typically associated with a competition. Does he truly underestimate me? Yamucha could not help but smile wryly, before promptly assuming a combat stance, scrutinizing Ziya's movements with utmost diligence. In the next moment, Yamucha let out a fierce shout, propelling his body into the air. He harnessed the momentum of his descent, consolidating all his strength into his right leg, and with great force, aimed a kick at Ziyi. In the face of Yamucha's fierce assault, Ziyi remained unfazed. He calmly raised his arm to shield his face. Bang! As Yamucha's kick landed, his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. It felt as though he had struck an impenetrable iron plate. His heel instantly became swollen and red, and he fell to the ground, cradling his foot. How painful. I never anticipated you had grown this formidable. Truly worthy of being a disciple of the martial arts deity, Yamcha exclaimed in alarm, rising once more, his expression now grave. However, I shall never concede defeat. Come again. In the following instant, Yamcha charged towards Ziyi with lightning speed. Yet every attack was effortlessly evaded by Ziyi. In his eyes, Yamcha's movements were riddled with flaws. Wolfang Windfist. Realizing the gap between himself and Ziyi, Yamcha decided to reveal his full strength, unleashing his ultimate technique. In a heartbeat, his fist transformed into a multitude of wolf shadows, launching a fierce assault towards Ziyi. Though the speed was sufficient, the vulnerabilities were still too abundant. It's time for this match to conclude. At midnight, with a calm demeanor, Zai uttered a single word before his body instantaneously vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind Yamcha, delivering a powerful punch that sent him soaring off the stage with a pained cry. As Yamcha landed outside the arena, Zai emerged victorious in the match. The referee's voice resonated once more, leaving the audience momentarily stunned. For the speed of the two combatants was such that they could scarcely comprehend the events that had transpired upon the stage. Is everything all right? At midnight, Zai briskly approached Yamcha, extending a hand to assist him in rising. Congratulations, Zai. I never imagined the gap between us could be so vast. I wholeheartedly accept my defeat. Yamcha sighed with a bittersweet smile, shaking his head in resignation. He then stood up and walked alongside Zai towards the backstage. You are truly remarkable. Having defeated Yamcha so swiftly, upon seeing the two, Wukong excitedly rushed forward, while Yamcha's expression betrayed a hint of undeniable embarrassment. I really didn't want to run into either of you, Krillin lamented, shrugging his shoulders in exasperation. Ladies and gentlemen, the next match will be between contestant Jackie Chan and contestant Nameless, the referee announced, prompting the group to cease their chatter and hasten over to witness the forthcoming bout. Jackie Chan and Nameless ascended the stage side by side. Oh, it's that old man, Wukong exclaimed upon spotting Jackie. Wukong, do you know him? Krillin inquired, puzzled. Yes. I've seen his previous matches. He could defeat his opponents with a single move. Truly impressive. Wukong nodded, offering a nonchalant explanation. Greetings, Mr. Nameless. Jackie greeted with a light chuckle, extending his hand in a gesture of salutation. To his surprise, Nameless disregarded the greeting and turned his back. So aloof? Not even a word of acknowledgement? Jackie mused, his brow furrowing. Let me see what thoughts lie behind that serious demeanor. He then concentrated, extending his mental energy to probe Nameless' mind, witnessing a series of images unfold before him. Ah, now it makes sense. No wonder he seems so earnest. Alas, I have my own mission. I cannot afford to lose this match. Jackie murmured, a sigh escaping his lips. The third match officially commenced with a resounding gong. As the sound faded, both competitors readied themselves for battle. I'm sorry, old man. For the sake of my village, I must win this match, Nameless said solemnly. Palms pressed together in a prayer-like gesture as he assumed a combat stance. Bring it on, Jackie replied, seemingly unfazed. In the next moment, Nameless shouted fiercely, launching himself forward with a powerful stomp. Jackie, however, merely shook his head, nimbly leaping aside to evade the attack, with a swift kick to Nameless' head. The latter lost his balance and fell flat on the ground. Admit defeat. You cannot hope to triumph over me, Jackie declared nonchalantly, turning away from his fallen opponent. I cannot lose. I must win for my village. Nameless slowly rose, determination etched on his face. Forgive me, old man. He leaped high into the air, reaching a height of 100 meters. Skycross punch. He bellowed, descending rapidly, arms crossed in a striking pose aimed at Jackie's back. With a thunderous crash, Nameless' attack passed through Jackie, who had suddenly become insubstantial, resulting in a deep crater forming where Nameless had landed. What? How could this happen? Nameless exclaimed, rubbing his bruised arm in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, Jackie reappeared, delivering a powerful kick to Nameless' waist. Thud. Nameless cried out in pain, his body hurtling backward as Jackie strolled to the edge of the stage, looking down at Nameless, who had fallen off. Remember, this move is called the Phantom Fist. What an exhilarating match. Nameless has been eliminated from the ring, and Jackie Chan has emerged victorious. The referee, still in shock from the event, took a moment to collect himself before announcing loudly, that old man is incredibly formidable. It's evident that only the most extraordinary characters make it this far, Krillin remarked. Astonished. Indeed, but for some reason, I feel an inexplicable familiarity with his aura, Wukong mused, his gaze sharpening. Despite his defeat, The disappointment etched on Nameless' face was overshadowed by gratitude for the thrilling match they had witnessed. Let us applaud him, the referee urged, striving to invigorate the atmosphere. Nameless, undeterred by the cacophony of praise, returned to the stage, bowing deeply to Jackie with respect. Old man, you are truly powerful. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. After straightening, he turned to leave, but Jackie called out to him, noticing the forlorn expression on his face. Are you simply going to walk away like this? I've lost the desire to continue watching the match. Nameless turned, sighing softly. Even without me, your strength alone would not have taken you to the finals. So there is no need for concern. Jackie shook his head, urging him otherwise. Old man, I understand your sentiment. I have no words to counter your victory. Nameless nodded in agreement. Mr. Nameless, do you not wish to save your village? There is indeed another way. Victory in this match is not the only path. Jackie continued, attempting to clarify his point. Nameless' eyes widened in surprise, incredulity washing over his features. How do you know this? He stammered. Jackie smiled gently, producing a capsule from his pocket and tossing it to Nameless. This is for you. Upon inspecting the capsule, Nameless recognized it and inquired, Isn't this the universal capsule? Why are you giving this to me? Do not misunderstand. It is empty. However, this capsule can hold a substantial amount of water. Mr. Nameless, follow me. Jackie turned swiftly, leaving the stage, disregarding the referee's bewildered expression. Nameless hastily followed, and after a brisk 5-minute walk, Jackie halted at a well. Old man, who exactly are you? How do you know about my situation? Nameless questioned, bewildered. Haha, others call me Master Wu Tian. Jackie chuckled, stroking his beard. You are Master Wu Tian? Nameless gasped, astonishment rendering him speechless. Shoo, keep your voice down. I entered the competition in disguise to avoid drawing attention. Nameless, still perplexed, asked, but why? Jackie sighed deeply before responding. Ah, did you see those 3 children in the top 8? They are my disciples. Ah, that explains it. They appear young, yet their strength is astonishing. They must indeed be your students. Nameless acknowledged. Exactly. Each of them possesses remarkable talent, which should be a blessing. However, I fear that if they were to win the championship at the martial arts tournament, it might lead to arrogance and hinder their martial journey. You have observed that an increasing number of individuals in today's world are abandoning martial arts, with many unable to evade even a bullet. If this trend continues, I fear that martial arts may face extinction. Thus, I have concealed my identity to participate in the competition, wishing to impart the lesson that there are always those beyond our perception and realms beyond our comprehension. I do not desire them to become complacent from minor achievements. Only through humility can they aspire to greater heights. At this moment, Cheng Long stood with a commanding presence, exuding the aura of a master. Starkly contrasting with the lascivious persona of the past, it became evident that Master Wu Tian was indeed earnest in his intentions. Nan Wu nodded and remarked, I see. Upon hearing this, Cheng Long waved his hand dismissively and continued, I have envisioned the drought-stricken landscape of your homeland. This capsule is meant to provide you with water, which I believe will alleviate your concerns upon your return. Master Wu Tian, even if you grant me this miraculous capsule, it is of no use. I lack the funds to purchase water. Ningwu replied with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. Cheng Long was momentarily taken aback, then pointed to a nearby well, exclaiming in astonishment, Are you not aware that the water here is free? Nanny, how can this be? Nan Wu's mouth fell agape, unable to grasp the reality before him. He had toiled tirelessly in this competition to earn money for water, only to be informed that it was available at no cost. Ha, go ahead and fetch your water. I must take my leave. Cheng Long chuckled at Nan Wu's astonished expression before turning to depart. Thank you, Master Wu Tian. I shall repay your kindness. Nan Wu clasped his hands together and bowed deeply in gratitude. Repayment is not necessary. Just remember to keep my identity concealed. Wu Tian waved his hand and, with those parting words, exited the scene. Everyone, we are saved, Nan Wu exclaimed, gazing at the capsule in his hand, filled with excitement. Chapter 25. The semifinals time flew by, and 3 matches of the prestigious martial arts tournament's top 8 had concluded. Midnight, Klin, and Cheng Long successfully advanced to the final 4, and now it was Goku's turn to take the stage as the 4th match commenced. Now, let the 4th match begin. May the contestants step forward. With the referee's announcement, Goku dashed onto the stage, enthusiastically greeting the audience. What an adorable little boy. He has made it to the finals at such a young age? Hey, that kid's outfit is identical to that of Midnight and Klin. Indeed. How wonderful. We have finally awaited Goku's appearance. Go, Goku. You must win. Bulma shouted enthusiastically. Shortly thereafter, a monstrous creature lumbered onto the arena, its imposing stature instilling a sense of unease. In stark contrast, Goku appeared diminutive. The beast cast a disdainful glance at Goku, its lips curling into a sneer as it clenched its fists, coldly stating, "Little brat, I will beat you to a pulp." Unfazed, Goku remained in place, stretching his limbs. "Hey, little brat, allow me to show you something," the beast said, subtly brandishing its fist towards Goku. Intrigued, Goku's curiosity was piqued, and he looked on with a puzzled expression. "What is it? Come closer, and you will find out." Naively, Goku approached the creature, eager to inspect what it held. Unexpectedly, the beast launched a powerful punch. Die. Bang. Goku was instantly propelled backward, crashing into the wall behind him. This fellow remains as naive as ever. At midnight, he tapped his forehead and lamented, "How despicable. This is too much, to launch a sneak attack. Goku, get up quickly and defeat this scoundrel." Upon witnessing this scene, Bulma erupted in fury, shouting loudly at the stage, "How infuriating. To ambush me is truly vile." Goku, gently touching his slightly swollen face, stood up and declared, "Haha. Who told you to be such a fool?" The monster unexpectedly interjected, "How infuriating. I am angry now. Prepare yourself." With that, Goku leapt forward, his body moving swiftly. Before the opponent could comprehend his actions, he landed a punch squarely on the monster's face, sending it crashing to the ground. Immediately, Goku grasped the monster's tail, spun a few times, and hurled it out of the ring. "Wonderful, we won." Just as Krillin was filled with excitement, the monster's body abruptly halted midair outside the ring, revealing wings flapping behind it as it returned to the stage. "Haha, I cannot be thrown out," the monster boasted arrogantly. "Since that is the case, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy." Goku chuckled, promptly assuming a battle stance. "Heh, you must possess the ability to do so." The monster, chewing thoughtfully, unleashed a barrage of peculiar purple rings that ensnared Goku tightly. "What is this?" Goku exclaimed in confusion after futilely attempting to break free. "Haha, you are now bound by my rubber rings. Don't waste your effort. You cannot escape." The monster charged at Goku, who leaped to evade, only to be seized firmly. "You are destined to lose." With a cold laugh, the monster exerted all its strength, flinging Goku hundreds of meters away. Goku. No way, he was defeated so easily? Master Roshi was astonished, having anticipated that either Zai or himself would prevail over Goku. "Goku!" Krillin shouted anxiously. In midair, Goku began to descend slowly, a look of alarm crossing his face as he instinctively shouted, "Kintown." In the next moment, a golden beam descended from the sky, transforming into Kintown, which rushed to support Goku and gently brought him back to the ring. "Saved. Thank you, Kintown." Goku panted, expressing his gratitude. "How unfair." The monster's face darkened entirely as he shouted at the announcer, "Hey, referee, aren't you going to intervene? Wasn't it stated that using props is prohibited? Did you not also fly back from the sky?" Goku retorted defiantly, "I returned by my own strength, and I expelled that rubber ring from my mouth." The monster fumed. The announcer wiped the cold sweat from his brow and replied, "Apologies, everyone. We need to discuss this." Moments later, the announcer's voice rang out again after deliberation. "The judges have unanimously decided that contestant Sun Wukong's actions do not count as a foul this time, but it will not be tolerated again." "Humph. Then I shall throw you out once more. You are finished." Upon hearing this, the monster begrudgingly accepted, snorting in response. Oh no. Goku's expression shifted, and he struggled to break free from the rubber rings. However, the monster was determined to seize the opportunity, roaring as it charged forward. Die. Bam. The monster swung a punch, only to feel an absence of impact. Upon looking closely, it discovered that Goku had vanished. The monster scanned the surroundings in confusion, only to find Goku using his tail to hook onto its arm. "That SA tail. Aren't you human?" the monster asked in astonishment. "A tail? It has grown back," Goku exclaimed excitedly. He quickly jumped onto the stage and, with all his might, shattered the rubber rings. "Fantastic. My strength is greatest when I have my tail." Goku jubilantly bounced on the stage, oblivious to the astonished gazes around him. "All right, now I shall begin my counterattack." With that, Goku focused intently, channeling all his strength. This time, he dared not be careless, launching his attack with full force. Boom. The monster, unwilling to back down, clenched its fists and charged forward, their fists colliding. The monster felt an overwhelming force strike, pain radiating through its skin, and the next instant, it was sent flying away. How formidable. Has this brat grown so powerful? Coupled with Zai, they truly pose a headache. Perhaps I could genuinely be defeated by them. Master Roshi gazed in astonishment at the unfolding events. In the fourth match, contestant Sun Wukong emerges victorious. Today's competition concludes here. We invite everyone to witness the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament tomorrow, who will claim the grand prize of 500,000. Chapter 26. Goku vs. Krillin. Ladies and gentlemen, after several days of competition, we have finally arrived at the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Today, we will witness the match between contestant Krillin and contestant Sun Wukong. As the referee's voice echoed, Goku and Krillin excitedly dashed from backstage to stand beside the referee. Before we proceed, I would like to conduct a brief interview with both of you, the referee announced. Congratulations to both contestants for overcoming fierce opponents and advancing to the semifinals at such a young age. It is truly remarkable. The referee smiled, handing the microphone to Goku. But before the referee could speak, Goku bit into it. How awful! Goku exclaimed, sticking out his tongue. Goku, this isn't food. Just answer the questions as they come. Krillin whispered into Goku's ear. Oh, is that so? I thought it was ice cream. Go ahead and ask. Goku chuckled. May I ask, contestant Sun, is your tail real? I have never heard of a human growing a tail. The referee wiped the sweat from his brow, awkwardly posing the question. I too am perplexed by how it grew back so quickly, Krillin mumbled, his face contorted with discomfort. Of course it's real. If you don't believe me, just take a look. Goku declared, promptly removing his pants, exposing his body to the crowd, prompting laughter to erupt. Goku hastily pulled his pants back up, feeling embarrassed. How humiliating. Krillin blushed and rushed forward to help Goku with his pants, awkwardly saying, I've done my best, yet Goku's shameless behavior remains unchanged. Haha. Contestant Sun Wukong is indeed humorous. By the way, I see that both of you wear the same martial arts uniforms as contestant Zai. May I ask if you train at the same dojo? The referee chuckled awkwardly before asking again. We don't belong to any dojo. Our master is Wu Tian. Krillin replied sincerely. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in excitement, while the referee, astonished, asked, What did you just say? Master Wu Tian. No wonder these three youngsters are so formidable. They are the disciples of the martial arts deity, Master Wu Tian. I never imagined that ancient fiend was still alive. Upon hearing this, the initially relieved Jackie Chan stumbled in shock. Seeing this, Zai quickly stepped forward to assist him. Master, are you all right? Be careful. I'm fine. Jackie Chan chuckled, waving his hand. Realizing the implications of his words, he quickly corrected himself. I am not your master. You must be mistaken. I never claimed you were. Addressing an elder as master is merely a term of respect. Why are you so anxious? Zai chuckled lightly before turning her attention back to Wukong. That mischievous little rascal is indeed cunning. Jackie Chan murmured softly. The two esteemed disciples of Master Wu Tian are sure to deliver an extraordinary match. Now, let the competition commence. With the resounding clang of the gong, Wukong and Krillin swiftly took their positions at the center of the arena, adopting their combat stances. Wukong, be careful. Bring it on. With that, Krillin leapt into action, launching himself towards Wukong with remarkable speed, his fists slicing through the air like shadows, leaving spectators in awe. Yet, Wukong adeptly countered each strike. The two engaged in a fierce battle, their punches exchanged at such rapid speed that onlookers could hardly discern their figures. Impressive. Truly worthy disciples of Master Wu Tian. This match is absolutely thrilling. The referee exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before launching into an astonished commentary. Both youngsters are quite remarkable. However, Wukong seems to have the upper hand. Krillin might be nearing his limit. Jackie Chan observed intently, his expression grave. In an instant, the two combatants separated. Beads of sweat trickling down Krillin's brow, while Wukong appeared utterly relaxed. Krillin exhaled deeply, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Suddenly, a mischievous smile crept across his face as he addressed Wukong. Wukong, look. A flying saucer. At this, Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he glanced around eagerly, exclaiming, Where? Where? Hiki, you fell for it. Krillin grinned wickedly, then leaped towards Wukong, attempting a kick. However, to his surprise, Wukong's figure began to shimmer and blur. The one who has been deceived is you. Wukong laughed joyously, suddenly appearing before Krillin, delivering a powerful punch before he could touch the ground. Bang! In the next moment, Krillin was sent flying off the stage, landing on the ground below. How could this happen? What just occurred? Krillin stared at Wukong in astonishment. Is that the Shadow Fist? Wukong managed to grasp my technique after just one demonstration. Jackie Chan exclaimed, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Krillin, are you all right? Wukong approached, gently helping Krillin to his feet with a smile. Congratulations to our contestant Sun Wukong for his victory, successfully advancing to the finals. Next, we invite contestants Zai and Jackie Chan to the stage. As Wukong and Krillin exited, the referee's voice boomed once more, and Zai and Jackie Chan emerged from backstage. Stepping into the arena center, Zai, give it your all. I hope we can face each other in the finals. Wukong encouraged. Rest assured, the championship will surely be mine this time. Zai replied with a confident smile. Not so fast. I haven't even unleashed my full potential yet. Wukong retorted, unwilling to back down. Hearing their banter, Jackie Chan chuckled softly before speaking with a hint of seriousness. It's commendable for young people to have confidence. But do not let pride cloud your judgment. To claim the championship, you must first surpass this old man. P.S. I hope everyone can share their thoughts on the female lead. This book leans towards either Bulma as the female lead or a plot without one. If Bulma is chosen as the female lead, Vegeta will certainly not appear in the subsequent Dragon Ball Z storyline, as the protagonist cannot be like Piccolo, turning into a little green man. Therefore, I would appreciate your opinions. Note, power levels may vary as everyone's perspectives differ. Thus, all will adhere to the book's established parameters. Krillin's power level, 80. Sun Wukong's power level, 115. Master Roshi, Jackie Chan, power level, normal state 139. Midnight's combat power, 145. Chapter 27. The Final Four's advancement to the finals begins now as the referee's voice echoed. Jackie Chan approached Midnight, gently patting his shoulder. He said, young man, give it your all. I will show no mercy. In response, Midnight could not help but chuckle and shake his head, a peculiar smile crossing his face as he replied, shouldn't it be you who puts on a good performance? It would be quite embarrassing to lose to your own disciple, wouldn't it? Wouldn't you agree, Master Wu Tian? At these words, Jackie was taken aback. His expression shifting to one of alarm as he retorted, what nonsense are you talking about? I am not Master Wu Tian. There's no need to feign ignorance, Master. I have long seen through your true identity. I understand your purpose for being here, Midnight remarked with a smile, standing tall and bowing deeply to Master Roshi. Why is the contestant bowing to Jackie Chan? Is he conceding? A look of astonishment spread across the faces of the onlookers, with the referee struggling to comprehend the situation. What are you doing? Master Roshi asked, his gaze serious. Thank you, Master. I will use the strength you have taught me to defeat you, proving that your judgment is not in vain. Midnight explained calmly. Impudent boy, do not be so confident. Your master is not so easily overcome. Master Roshi replied with a nod and a smile. Master, I understand your intentions. Rest assured, we will not stagnate due to a mere victory. For martial arts knows no bounds. Midnight stated with a solemn expression. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi's face registered surprise. He had not anticipated such words from his opponent. And a look of gratification emerged on his face. Martial arts knows no bounds. Well said. If Master Wu Tai were to see you, he would surely be greatly pleased. Master Roshi remarked, a nostalgic expression gracing his features. Come now, let me see what progress you have made during this training period. Master Roshi's expression turned serious. All right. At midnight, Zai nodded slightly and then forcefully stomped his foot on the ground, charging forward. Observing Zai's actions, Master Roshi couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment, remarking, your entire body is full of openings. This is not what I taught you. Immediately after, Master Roshi threw a punch. His expression shifting dramatically as he noticed the figure rushing towards him had become ephemeral. What? Teacher, you've been deceived. Bang. In the next moment, Zai's voice suddenly rang out from behind, followed by a swift kick that sent Master Roshi flying. Ouch. You little rascal, your strikes are quite heavy. Master Roshi groaned. Rubbing his nearly injured back as he slowly rose, his gaze towards Zai filled with pride. The afterimage fist, is it? I should have anticipated it. If Goku can learn it, there is no reason you cannot as well. Upon hearing this, Zai chuckled lightly and explained, haha, teacher, you've concealed so many techniques from us. Martial arts require personal innovation. One cannot merely imitate others' moves, Master Roshi replied noncommittally. Teacher, allow me to show you this technique. With that, Zai positioned his feet in an arched stance, slowly gathering energy at his waist, which then coalesced into a brilliant white light. Good lad. Utilizing my technique against me? I refuse to believe you can surpass your master. With that declaration, Master Roshi mirrored Zai's movements perfectly. Kamehameha. As the two streams of white energy collided, a fierce gust of wind erupted around them, followed by a dazzling explosion of light. Bang. In the next instant, both combatants were sent hurtling backward, yet Zai appeared relatively unscathed. How could this happen? Impossible. Defeated by my own technique? Master Roshi exclaimed, astonished. This old man can also perform the Kamehameha? Goku remarked, stroking his chin in confusion upon witnessing the spectacle. Then let me show you this move. With that, Master Roshi left behind an illusory image of himself. Isn't that just the afterimage fist? What's so impressive about it? Zai shook his head dismissively and remarked, here. Immediately, his expression turned serious as he swiftly pivoted to launch an attack at the figure that had materialized behind him. You have been deceived. Suddenly, the silhouette of Master Roshi reappeared, descending from the sky to assault Zai. Nanny? In an instant, Master Roshi's countenance shifted dramatically. Zai's form had become ethereal. The one who has been deceived is you, Master Wu Tian. With a resounding thud, Zai unleashed a punch, causing Master Roshi to cry out in pain as he was sent hurtling backward once more. How painful. How could this be? You actually. Master Roshi struggled to rise. Astonishment etched across his face as he gazed at Zai, momentarily at a loss for words. Master, how could I not anticipate the double Phantom Fist? Moreover, I have also mastered the triple Phantom Fist, rendering your techniques utterly ineffective against me. Zai chuckled lightly, offering an explanation. Incredible! Exclaimed Krillin in awe. Zai is truly formidable. I yearn for a proper contest with him. Goku nodded in agreement, affirming, what a remarkable young man. His talent is astonishingly extraordinary. Master Roshi's expression grew grave as he once again charged at Zai. In that case, let us see how you fare against my technique. I wouldn't want anything more. Zai replied eagerly. With that, Master Roshi's body tilted slightly, his movements becoming erratic yet seemingly flawless, resembling the demeanor of one intoxicated. Is this drunken fist? Zai remarked, his expression tense. Observing Master Roshi's technique, Goku exclaimed in surprise. Hey? That's the technique my late grandfather used most frequently. I didn't expect this old man to possess it too. At midnight, she let out a soft chuckle before swiftly launching her attack. To her astonishment, her strike missed its mark entirely. In the next moment, Master Roshi delivered a powerful punch, sending her staggering backwards several paces. Given this, I shall not hold back any longer. In the dead of night, Zai let out a peculiar chuckle and soon after, began to dance lightly on his feet. Whoa. I strike, he bellowed, launching another assault. This time, Zai directly intercepted the Turtle Sage's attack and delivered a powerful punch. What kind of martial art is this? The Turtle Sage inquired, astonished. This is my self-created technique, intercepting fist. In the midnight hour, Zai touched his nose and responded without reservation. Martial arts? Quite intriguing. Chapter 28. The conclusion of the match. Master Roshi stroked his chin, and then his expression turned grave as he spoke in a low tone. Seeing your strength brings me comfort. I shall now employ my ultimate technique. If you cannot endure it, you must concede. With that, Master Roshi furrowed his brow, his demeanor turning serious as he clasped his hands together tightly. Suddenly, a faint aura of lightning began to swirl around him, continuously gathering energy in his palms. Universal Thunder Palm. With a swift motion, Master Roshi extended his hands, unleashing a torrent of fierce lightning that enveloped Zai entirely. The overwhelming electric current surged through Zai's body, causing him to shudder, quickly followed by an intense wave of pain. What is this? Zai appeared to be in excruciating agony. Goku, puzzled, remarked Zai. Bulma, covering her mouth, called out with a face full of concern. Zai, concede. If this continues, you will perish. Master Roshi's expression remained somber as he warned. What is this abomination? This is the culmination of all my strength transformed into tens of thousands of watts of electric current. Your body cannot withstand it. Yield. Upon hearing this, Zai furrowed his brow, the searing pain nearly rendering him unconscious, his head feeling as though it were in a stupor. Suddenly, images of Master Roshi's technique began to replay vividly in Zai's mind, as if memories from a past life were merging into his consciousness. His lips moved slightly as he murmured, electric current? The law of energy transformation? I understand now. In the next moment, Zai's eyes widened in realization, and he extended his palms as the power within him began to transform incessantly. What do you intend to do? No, it's impossible. This cannot be. Master Roshi exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. Universal Thunder Palm. As midnight approached, Zai's expression hardened, and the currents of electricity enveloping him gradually coalesced in his palms. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed a fierce counterattack, sending the potent energy coursing through his body toward Master Roshi. Hissa! Master Roshi's complexion shifted dramatically as he swiftly retracted his hands, the piercing pain eliciting a cry from him. His wig was instantly reduced to powder, and he collapsed to the ground in a disheveled heap. Teacher Wu Tian? Krillin exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Master Roshi returning to his original form. Oh, how does this old man resemble another old man so closely? Uh-huh, I understand now. They must be relatives. Goku's eyes lit up as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Krillin rolled his eyes, disinterested in Goku's musings. Teacher, if you have any more techniques, please reveal them. Only then can I become even stronger. Zai remarked with a touch of pride as he touched his nose. Hee, Zai, you truly are impressive. Master Roshi chuckled lightly, gradually rising to his feet with a look of satisfaction. Seeing you all grow to such an extent fills me with joy. With that, Master Roshi turned away and leapt off the edge of the arena. Teacher, Zai's heart tightened at this sight, and he whispered softly, what on earth is happening? Contestant Chenglong has actually jumped off the stage himself. This means Zai has won the match. With the referee's voice echoing once more, the audience erupted in cheers. For this match had been nothing short of thrilling. What a surprise. So Chenglong was just that old man in disguise, dressed this way to bully my Zai. How shameless. Bulma pouted, visibly displeased. Since when has Zai belonged to your family? It seems he hasn't accepted you yet, Oolong retorted, rolling his eyes. Bang. Mind your own business. Bulma exclaimed, punching Oolong on the head in a fit of anger. Congratulations to contestant Zai for winning the match. Who would have thought the final showdown would be between the two esteemed disciples of Master Wu Tian? We can expect an exceptionally thrilling contest. After an hour's intermission, the finals of the world's martial arts tournament officially commenced. Let us eagerly anticipate who will emerge victorious. With the referee's announcement, Zai left the arena amidst the cheers of the crowd. The moment he stepped backstage, Goku rushed over, brimming with excitement. Zai, congratulations. Rest well, our match is next. And I can hardly contain my anticipation. In response, Zai smiled and nodded before heading toward the resting room. Soon, an hour passed, and Zai's stamina gradually returned. Upon opening the door to the resting room, he re-entered the arena. Welcome, everyone, to the final match of the world's martial arts tournament. Who will ultimately claim the championship? Let us await the outcome. I hereby declare the match to commence. With the resounding clang of the gong, Goku wasted no time and launched an immediate attack on Zai. Perhaps fully aware of his strength, commencing with an onslaught of ferocious blows. The two figures darted across the stage, engaging in a flurry of exchanges that surpassed dozens of strikes within mere moments. Zai, unleash your full power, Goku urged, his expression serious. Then you must be cautious. In the stillness of midnight, Zai let out a soft chuckle, then gracefully stepped forward, forming a bow shape with his body. His hands gradually circled around his waist as a white energy began to coalesce. With a powerful shout, he unleashed the Kamehameha, and the white beam of energy shot forth. Unfazed, Wukong responded in kind, employing the same technique. The two fierce energies collided with a thunderous explosion, radiating a dazzling light. In the next moment, Wukong was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the arena. Swiftly, Zai moved to Wukong's side, and before he could rise, Zai reached out and grasped his tail. Wukong, you have lost. As Midnight smiled, Wukong's expression changed dramatically upon having his tail caught. Instantly, he felt drained of all strength, collapsing to the ground, feebly exclaiming, How do you know my weakness? That is something you need not concern yourself with. Remember to rectify this flaw of yours. I shall graciously accept the title of champion. With that, Midnight seized Wukong's tail and forcefully flung him off the stage. As Sun Wukong tumbled from the platform, congratulations poured in for Midnight, who was declared the champion of this prestigious martial arts tournament, accompanied by a prize of 500,000 yuan. The referee ascended the stage, grasping Midnight's right hand and raising it aloft, exclaiming with fervor, What a pity. Midnight, once I overcome my weaknesses, I shall certainly return to challenge you. Wukong rose, earnestly addressing Midnight. Very well, I shall await your return. Chapter 29. Journey to Korin Tower. Ladies and gentlemen, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament has officially concluded today. We express our heartfelt gratitude for your presence. Please exercise caution on your way home. Until we meet again at the next tournament. As the tournament drew to a close, the audience began to disperse, and the once vibrant atmosphere gradually settled into tranquility. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Midnight, Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, and Master Roshi emerged from the venue, surrounded by the gentle embrace of twilight. Spotting them, Bulma hurried over, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, Congratulations, Midnight, on securing the championship. Thank you. At midnight, a light laugh escaped as Zai nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, I just received a bonus. So allow me to treat everyone to dinner tonight. Zai exclaimed with a sudden smile. Great. Finally, we have something to eat. Wukong exclaimed, drooling in anticipation. Subsequently, Under Zai's guidance, they arrived at an upscale buffet restaurant. Zai was no fool. A bonus of 500,000 yuan would hardly suffice for Wukong's appetite, making this the most suitable choice. Soon, the group indulged in a hearty feast at the buffet, with Wukong's astonishing capacity for food leaving everyone in awe, even attracting the attention of the restaurant's owner and manager. However, as they were in the business of serving, they reluctantly accommodated Wukong's insatiable hunger. When it came time to settle the bill, the grim expressions on their faces eased slightly upon seeing Zai leave behind 400,000 yuan. After dinner, the group returned to their respective lodgings to rest. The following morning, they reconvened for their final farewells. What are your plans now? Will you continue your training? Yumcha inquired curiously, glancing at Zai and the others. Of course. Krillin nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi shook his head vigorously, declining. No. I have nothing more to impart to you. From now on, you must forge your own paths. The three nodded in agreement. I shall seek out the Dragon Balls left by my grandfather, Wukong remarked, scratching his head casually. Wukong, you still intend to search for the Dragon Balls? Bulma asked. To which Wukong nodded earnestly. Yes. They are the only relic my grandfather left me. Subsequently, Bulma ceased her persuasion and quietly edged closer to Zai, gently caressing his rosy cheek, blushing as she asked, Zai, what are your plans? Would you like to come over to my house? It's very spacious. After a brief pause, Zai shook his head and smiled. I'm sorry, Bulma, but I'll have to pass this time. I wish to venture out on my own for a while. I promise to visit you when I have the chance, all right? Humph. Suit yourself. Bulma replied, clearly displeased, pouting her lips in discontent. Observing this, Zai couldn't help but smile wryly. He understood Bulma's feelings, yet she was only 17. Despite his intentions, he found it challenging to act upon them. Krillin, what about you? Zai turned to inquire. I think I will stay with Master Roshi for the time being, Krillin replied after some thought. Master Roshi was taken aback and immediately objected. No. That's unnecessary. You can stand on your own now. No. I am not mature enough. I cannot be independent, Krillin declared resolutely. Very well then. Master Roshi reluctantly acquiesced, muttering under his breath, damn it, I was hoping to enjoy some time alone with Launch. Zai, do you wish to join me in searching for the Dragon Balls or venture out on your own? Wukong asked, approaching Zai with curiosity. I prefer to explore on my own. May our paths cross again someday. With that, Zai waved goodbye and departed in a taxi, leaving behind a lingering sense of emotion. As Zai's figure faded from view, Bulma placed her hands to her mouth, calling out, Hey, remember to visit me in West City when you have the time. I shall take my leave too. Nimbus! Wukong exclaimed, receiving the dragon radar from Bulma's hands before soaring into the sky atop the Nimbus cloud. After bidding farewell to the others, Zai, relying on the remnants of his past memories, spent nearly a month inquiring until he finally located the position of Karin Tower. At last, I found the right place. As Midnight gazed upon the towering edifice that reached into the clouds, he exhaled deeply and inquired, Who are you? Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind him. Turning slowly, he beheld a robust man standing before him, his skin a rich shade of brown, wielding a long spear in his hand. Beside him stood a child, clad in attire resembling that of the man, who fixed a serious gaze upon him. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to challenge this Kalinta. Midnight spoke with a calm demeanor. Ah, I see. It is said that ascending this tower grants one several times their strength. The man remarked, his expression shifting as he regarded the magnificent structure. In my youth, I too endeavored to conquer it, yet I could not perceive the summit. Young man, perhaps you should reconsider, he advised kindly. Fear not, I am confident in my abilities. Midnight assured him. At midnight, Zai resolutely declared. After speaking, Zai slightly bent his legs and then forcefully stepped down onto the ground, propelling his body to an astonishing height of 30 meters. He then tightly grasped the pillar of Kalinta and swiftly began to ascend. Daddy, this big brother seems incredibly formidable. This scene left the burly man momentarily speechless. It was the first time he had witnessed someone leap so high. He nodded repeatedly in admiration, saying perhaps he truly can succeed. After nearly 30 minutes of climbing, Zai finally caught sight of the tower's pinnacle, his expression transforming with excitement. He mustered all his strength once more and charged upward. Is this really the top of Kalinta? How strange that there is no one here. In the dead of night, Zai surveyed the desolate surroundings with a look of confusion etched upon his face. His gaze soon fixed upon 3 peculiar jars not far away. Approaching them slowly, he casually lifted the lid of one jar. Peering inside, he discovered it contained crystal clear water. In the next moment, the surface of the water rippled gently, and suddenly, a hazy image emerged, gradually coming into focus. "What the hell?" Zai exclaimed, his astonishment palpable as he discerned the scene within the jar. Chapter 30. Tao Bai Bai. The murky image in the water sharpened into clarity, revealing Bulma's pristine alabaster skin in full view, droplets cascading from her hair, glistening as they fell onto the bathroom floor. Who is speaking? It appeared to be Zai's voice. "You pervert. How dare you spy on me while I bathe? Come out at once," Bulma shouted, her face flushed with anger as she covered her modesty. Just as Zai prepared to respond, the image in the water once again became obscured, fading into nothingness. What is happening? As Midnight reached out to retrieve something from the water, he pondered aloud. What you just witnessed was merely a figment of your imagination. Suddenly, an odd voice echoed, prompting him to swiftly turn around. Before him stood a plump, white cat leaning on a cane. "Impressive, young one. You managed to ascend indeed," the white cat remarked, licking its paw. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the sage Carlin. You must be here in search of the holy water, am I correct?" Holy water? At the mention of this familiar term, Zai couldn't help but smile faintly, nodding in acknowledgement. "It resides within this bottle. However, before we proceed, I have a question for you. Why do you wish to grow stronger? Do not deceive me. As one who claims to be a sage, I possess a rudimentary understanding of mind reading," the white cat said, its gaze narrowing and tone turning grave. "I simply desire to become a formidable being. If a reason must be provided, it is that I wish to live better." Zai replied earnestly. "To live better? That is indeed an intriguing rationale, given your current strength. It seems few in this realm could best you," the white cat remarked, momentarily taken aback. "Just because it's true now does not imply it will always be so. Are you not a sage? Surely, you can discern the truth in my words." Zai responded with a calm demeanor. The white cat chuckled softly, shaking its head. "To be frank, your heart is quite peculiar, at times as tranquil as a still lake, other times as tumultuous as crashing waves. I cannot glean anything from it. Nevertheless, I am more than willing to grant you the holy water." "Oh, and why is that?" Zai inquired, puzzled. "I trust in the discernment of your master. It must be impeccable. However, you must first defeat me," the white cat replied nonchalantly. "That is precisely my intention." In the next instant, Zai lunged forward with great speed. His fists clenched tightly as he summoned all his strength for a powerful strike. Yet, at a critical moment, the white cat displayed an enigmatic smile, effortlessly evading Zai's attack with a slight movement, and then striking him on the head with its cane. "Ouch, that hurts," Zai exclaimed, clutching his head. "Young one, shall we continue?" "Very well." At midnight, he rose to his feet, his expression turning solemn. In the next moment, the two engaged in combat once more. Half a month later, "Carlin, this time you may not be my equal." At midnight, a soft chuckle escaped from Zai, and in an instant, his body transformed into numerous afterimages that encircled the white cat, leaving him momentarily dazzled. How infuriating! How has this little brat progressed so rapidly? Ever since I inadvertently inflicted grave injuries upon him a few days ago, his strength has surged astonishingly. The white cat clenched his teeth and said, somewhat irked, "All right. I concede. The super holy water is yours." "Heck, caring sage, do you truly believe I was unaware that it was merely clear water?" Zai remarked, rubbing his nose with a smile. "To think you would see through it." The white cat replied, somewhat embarrassed. It seems something significant is unfolding below." Upon hearing the white cat's words, Zai was momentarily taken aback, then approached him, following his gaze. There, he beheld Goku already at the foot of the Karen Tower, engaged in a duel with a middle-aged man known as the world's foremost assassin, Tao Bai Bai. Beside them lay a burly man, pierced through by a spear, the very one Zai had seen earlier. His child, Upa, was weeping inconsolably upon him. "You scoundrel!" Upon witnessing the man's demise, Goku's fury ignited, and he summoned all his strength to charge at his opponent. "Overestimating yourself." Tao Bai Bai maintained an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by Goku's assault. With a slight leap, he evaded Goku's full-force strike, then delivered a kick that sent Goku hurtling through the air. "Damn it!" Goku gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he rose to his feet. "Oh, you're still alive." A look of astonishment crossed Tao Bai Bai's face, quickly followed by a surge of murderous intent as he vanished from sight, reappearing before Goku in the blink of an eye. Bang! A kick landed squarely on Goku's abdomen, eliciting a cry of agony as he soared into the air. Yet, Tao Bai Bai had no intention of granting him a moment's respite. He darted forward once more, his hands clasped together, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Ah! Goku screamed as he plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground with a thud that created a small crater. You little brat! Tao Bai Bai scoffed, preparing to turn away, only to halt at the sound of Goku's voice once more. It hurts. It hurts so much. Goku clutched his wounds, struggling to rise from the ground, wincing in pain. Nanny? You're still standing after that? Tao Bai Bai exclaimed in disbelief, his expression darkening as he growled, since that's the case. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Spirit bomb, perish, little brat. Tao Bai Bai's face hardened as he pointed his finger at Goku. Golden energy erupting forth in an instant. Boom. With a resounding explosion, white smoke enveloped Goku, obscuring Tao Bai Bai's view. Goku! UPA cried out, tears streaming down his face. You should be dead now, Tao Bai Bai remarked indifferently. It's you who should perish. UPA shouted, filled with emotion. As the smoke cleared, Zai emerged in front of Goku, having shielded him from the lethal strike. Goku, are you alright? Zai, how did you end up here? Goku asked, his face alight with excitement. P.S. A note regarding combat power. Midnight's combat power, 204 Master Karen's combat power, 190 Tao Bai Bai's combat power, 145 Sun Wukong's combat power, 120 Chapter 31. The Red Forge Band Legion, who are you? Tao Bai Bai's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at Midnight, astonished that someone could withstand his Dodon wave. He immediately inquired, the one who will kill you. With that, a faint glimmer of murderous intent surfaced on Midnight's face. In an instant, he moved, appearing beside Tao Bai Bai before the latter could even react, delivering a powerful punch that sent Tao Bai Bai hurtling back several dozen meters. Impossible. I cannot be defeated by a mere child like you. Tao Bai Bai, enduring excruciating pain, struggled to rise and shouted in fury. Die for me. Dodon wave. Trivial skills. Faced with the swiftly approaching golden energy wave, Midnight scoffed dismissively and, with a gentle motion, redirected the energy wave soaring into the sky. Allow me to show you my Dodon wave. In the stillness of midnight, a chilling laughter escaped Zai's lips as he extended his finger, gently tapping it, unleashing a surge of energy that pierced through the chest of Tao Bai Bai. How could you possibly master the penetrating wave? Tao Bai Bai gasped, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, astonishment etched across his face. I forgot to mention. Regardless of the technique, I can master it with just a single glance. Upon hearing Zai's response, Tao Bai Bai's eyes dimmed, and he collapsed into a pool of blood. Zai, you have grown incredibly powerful. Have you perhaps ingested the holy water? Wukong rushed forward, excitement bubbling within him. I suppose you could say that. Zai scratched his head in modest acknowledgement. By the way, Wukong, have you found your grandfather's relic? Yes. Wukong nodded vigorously, pulling out the 4-star Dragon Ball from his pocket and placing it before Zai. Unfortunately, I have only located 4 Dragon Balls. The others must be in the possession of the Red Ribbon Army. They are villains, and we cannot allow the Dragon Balls to fall into their hands. Wukong clenched his fists, fury evident in his voice, before turning to the sobbing UPA and inquiring of Zai. By the way, Zai, can the Dragon Balls bring UPA's father back to life? It should be possible. In the stillness of midnight, Zai stroked her chin and inquired, is that true? Big brother UPA, Zai would never deceive you. I shall promptly venture to the Red Ribbon Army to seize the remaining Dragon Balls. Goku exclaimed with excitement. As he prepared to depart, Zai called out to him, Goku, leave the matter of the Dragon Balls to me. You should focus on your training atop Korin Tower. Upon hearing this, Goku scratched his head and chuckled. Oh, is that so? That sounds good. Now that you've grown so strong, I must admit, it stirs a hint of imbalance within me, haha. I shall await your further strengthening, and then we shall engage in a true battle. Zai softly replied, all right. And Goku nodded earnestly. Subsequently, Zai took the Dragon Radar from Goku's hands and followed its guidance towards the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. At the Red Ribbon base, a man with orange hair and a black eye patch anxiously gazed at the computer screen before him, flanked by a towering figure in a suit. A black man twice his height. Where is that fool Tao Pai Pai with my Dragon Balls? Oh no, we have an intruder. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in recklessly, addressing the man. What are you worthless fools doing? The man rose in anger, berating his subordinate, and then muttered as he activated the computer screen. Could it be that Tao Pai Pai has failed? Strange, isn't that the same little brat from before? At that moment, Zai stormed into the Red Ribbon base with formidable intent, impervious to any assault from machine guns, missiles, or tanks. Damn it, who is this little brat? The man fumed, slamming his palm against the table. Deploy all weapons. Eliminate him. Yes, replied his subordinate hastily as he dashed out of the room. You need not kill me. I shall handle it myself. Just as the subordinate exited, Zai crashed through the window, standing directly before the man, extending her hand with a cold command. Hand over the Dragon Balls and let your demise be swift. You wish. The man clutched the Dragon Balls on the table, his voice trembling. Then I shall take them myself. Following this, Zai lightly tapped her finger, unleashing a golden energy wave that pierced through the man's head, causing 2 Dragon Balls to roll onto the floor. After securing the Dragon Balls, Zai proceeded to the base's secret storage room, where an abundance of gold and jewels lay before her. Good heavens! No wonder they claim to be the world's foremost army. But now, all of this belongs to me. Aha! With that, Zai joyfully retrieved several universal capsules from her belongings and excitedly packed every piece of treasure within, leaving not a single item behind. This wealth should suffice for Goku and me to live comfortably for several lifetimes. Zai remarked with a smile, her 5 capsules brimming with riches. Satisfied with her bountiful haul, Zai cheerfully exited the storage room. At that moment, the members of the Red Ribbon Army ceased their assault, for as the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. All began to flee in panic, and in an instant, the entire base felt desolate. Zai, uninterested in pursuing the fleeing individuals, knew that even if they exhausted themselves running, they would not be able to evade her. She quickly departed from the Red Ribbon base and returned to the vicinity of Korin Tower. Big brother, you're back. Upon seeing Zai, UPA rushed over eagerly. As the midnight hour approached, Zai nodded lightly and, stroking his chin, inquired, has Wukong not yet descended? I shall go and check on him. With that, Zai swiftly made his way up the Korin Tower. Meanwhile, Wukong was exerting every ounce of his strength to seize the ultra-sacred water from Master Korin's staff. Yet his speed remained insufficient to match that of his opponent. Damn it, I refuse to believe I cannot obtain it. Wukong, in a fit of frustration, scratched his head and lunged once more at Master Korin. However, despite his efforts, he continued to fall short, ultimately collapsing in exhaustion. Why are you faltering? You are considerably weaker than Zai. Upon hearing these words, Wukong seemed to be jolted awake, suddenly springing into action as he charged towards Master Korin once again. Wukong, I have returned. At that moment, Zai's voice unexpectedly interrupted the struggle, drawing the attention of both Wukong and Master Korin. Wukong, I have only found 2 Dragon Balls within the Red Ribbon Army, yet the radar fails to indicate the location of the final Dragon Ball. Zai explained, handing the Dragon Ball radar to Wukong. Let me take a look. Wukong accepted the radar and scrutinized it closely, confirming Zai's assertion that the position of the 7th Dragon Ball had indeed vanished. It seems the radar is malfunctioning. We must pay Bulma a visit. Upon hearing Bulma's name, Zai's face flushed slightly, as images of Bulma bathing unwittingly crossed his mind. By the way, Wukong, how is your training progressing? Zai suddenly asked. The question caused Wukong to awkwardly scratch his nose. In that case, once you complete your training, we shall set off to find Bulma. All right. Wukong responded earnestly with a nod. 3 days later, under the dual tutelage of Master Korin and Zai, Wukong's strength surged dramatically, far surpassing that of the former Tao Pai Pai, although Zai still lagged slightly behind. The time has come. Wukong, let us depart. Yes, Nimbus. Upon hearing Zai's words, Wukong nodded seriously and shouted, summoning the Nimbus cloud, which appeared before them like a golden streak across the sky. Zai, hold on to me. With that, the 2 of them mounted the Nimbus cloud, having learned from Master Korin that Bulma was currently at the Kame House. After bidding farewell to UPA, they swiftly set off. The Nimbus cloud soared swiftly, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the Kame House, leaping down from their ride. Old man, are you there? Wukong called out loudly after dismounting. As if responding to his voice, Master Roshi and Bulma emerged from within, hastening towards Zai and Wukong upon their arrival. Bulma, why are you staring at me like that? Zai, sensing Bulma's disapproving gaze, awkwardly touched his nose and inquired. Come with me. Bulma, blushing, turned and walked towards a corner of the house, prompting Zai to follow her. Shouldn't you explain this to me? Upon hearing this, Zai scratched his head and smiled. Bulma, do you believe me when I say this is all a misunderstanding? So you did see it, after all? Bulma's expression hardened as she said, somewhat angrily. This is. Zai awkwardly nodded at midnight. Do you not realize that peeking at a girl's body is an utterly immoral act? Bulma exclaimed, hands on her hips, visibly agitated. I apologize, Bulma. I truly did not intend to do so. Rest assured, I will take responsibility. Zai repeatedly expressed his apologies. Upon hearing this, Bulma's cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue as she quietly inquired, All right, I forgive you. When do you plan to marry me? Nanny? As midnight descends, the pupils of Zai seem to dim, leaving him momentarily speechless. Have we perhaps advanced a bit too swiftly, Bulma? He muses. Indeed, we should have started with courtship. How embarrassing, Bulma shyly remarks, her cheeks flushed as she gently touches her rosy face. With that, she tightly entwines her arms around Zai's, and together they step into the house. Oh, Bulma, Zai, why are you two embracing? Goku asks, his expression one of astonishment. You rascal, impressive. We must have a thorough discussion sometime. Rashi whispers conspiratorially to Zai. Master. In the stillness of midnight, Zai gazed gravely at Master Rashi. Bang. You lecherous old man, what inappropriate thoughts are you trying to instill in Zai? Bulma exclaimed, clenching her teeth as she delivered a punch to Master Rashi's head in a fit of anger. Enough, enough. Master Rashi quickly capitulated upon witnessing the ire of Zai and Bulma, promptly making his way towards Lan Xi. By the way, Zai, did you return here for a specific reason? Krillin inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Yes, we are here to find Bulma. Goku nodded, a smile gracing his face. Looking for me. Bulma pointed to herself, her cheeks flushing once more as she asked Goku, is it Zai who wishes to see me? Something like that. Bulma, your Dragon Ball radar seems to be malfunctioning. Goku replied simply, scratching his head before producing the radar from his belongings and handing it to Bulma. Malfunctioning? Let me take a look. After receiving the Dragon Ball radar, Bulma meticulously examined it, only to express her bewilderment. Strange. It seems to be functioning properly. Not functioning. But why is there no signal for the 7th Dragon Ball? Goku exclaimed, astonishment etched on his face. Could it have flown into outer space? Wulong suggested, stroking his chin. It shouldn't have traveled that far. Bulma shook her head in disagreement. But there should still be signals for the other 7 Dragon Balls. Goku scratched his head, speaking up. Perhaps some creature has swallowed the Dragon Ball. Bulma suddenly proposed. Swallowed? The group collectively expressed their astonishment. That is likely. If the unique signals of the Dragon Balls are enveloped by a living being, the radar would be unable to detect them. Bulma elucidated. If that is indeed the case, locating the 7th Dragon Ball would be as challenging as finding a needle in a haystack, unless we wait for it to be regurgitated. At midnight, the figure spread his hands and, with a hint of helplessness, spoke. The Dragon Balls are so vast, the likelihood of retrieving them seems rather slim, does it not? Krillin pondered, scratching his head. What shall we do then? I have already promised to use the Dragon Balls to revive Upa's father. Goku, with his head bowed, sat on the sofa, speaking in a weary tone. We could visit the fortune teller's palace and inquire. Perhaps she knows where they are. Upon hearing Master Rashi's words, everyone turned their attention towards him, questioning, the fortune teller? Who is she? She is someone you can consult whenever something is lost. It appears there is nothing she cannot find. Master Rashi explained nonchalantly. Is that true? Then let us seek her out immediately. Goku exclaimed with enthusiasm. In that case, I shall accompany you on this journey, Master Rashi declared as he rose to his feet. Splendid. Thank you, Grandpa. Goku replied, his face alight with excitement. By the way, Bulma, where is Yamcha? Goku suddenly inquired. Do not mention him. He is likely ensnared by that group of girls, with scarcely any time left for training. Bulma replied dismissively. Since Bulma had brought Yamcha back to West City, she had endeavored to help him overcome his fear of girls by introducing him to her closest friend. With his handsome visage and exceptional martial prowess, Yamcha soon captivated the affections of many, gradually overcoming his phobia. Unlike in the original narrative where Bulma kept him in check, the current Yamcha had completely succumbed to the allure of gentle company. What a pity. I had hoped to have a good sparring match with him at the next martial arts tournament. Krillin sighed, wearing a look of regret. Upon hearing this, Master Rashi shook his head in resignation, stating, while it is natural for the youth to be enamored, one must not become entranced by beauty. Fortunately, he is still inexperienced. He should be able to extricate himself in due time. Furthermore, you three must firmly remember this. Do you understand? Chapter 33, Journey to the Palace at Midnight. The trio nodded earnestly. How can you still have the audacity to advise others against lust? Bulma remarked disdainfully. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Master Rashi's face flushed, and after clearing his throat a few times, he countered, let us hasten our departure. With that, under Bulma's guidance, they took off in the aircraft, leaving the turtle hermit's abode behind. By the way, why don't we go pick up Upa? We are close to finding the 7th Dragon Ball. Goku suddenly suggested. Sure. It's on the way. Zai nodded in agreement. Subsequently, with Bulma at the helm, they flew for nearly an hour before arriving at the base of Korin Tower. Isn't this Korin Tower? Is UPA residing here? Master Roshi rubbed his eyes, asking with curiosity. Indeed, UPA and his father have been the guardians of Korin Tower for generations. Goku nodded in affirmation. So, you have challenged Korin Tower then? Master Roshi inquired, astonished. Yes, Goku and I have already tasted the sacred water there. Moreover, Zai exchanged 2 fish for a large jar of Senza beans with Korin. Upon hearing their nonchalant conversation, Master Roshi was left speechless in shock. These 2 little ones are quite remarkable. Is Korin Tower really that formidable? Krillin asked, puzzled. Absolutely. Just climbing it grants immense power. Zai and I have significantly enhanced our abilities. Goku replied earnestly. Is that so? Then I must challenge it when I get the chance. Krillin declared resolutely. This is the place. Bulma, let us descend. All right. Bulma nodded, then gently maneuvered the aircraft downwards. UPA, Brother Goku? Upon jumping from the plane, Goku hurriedly ran towards UPA. And the 2 excitedly embraced. UPA, we have defeated the Red Ribbon Army. Once we find the 7th Dragon Ball, we can revive your father. Goku exclaimed with fervor. What? Goku, what did you just say? The Red Ribbon Army? Bulma asked in astonishment. Yes, those rascals are villains. They even sent Tao Pai Pai to kill UPA's father to seize the Dragon Balls. Goku said, his expression filled with anger. Tao Pai Pai? The #1 assassin in the world? Master Roshi asked, incredulous. Yes, they have been vanquished by Zayami. Goku replied nonchalantly. What? Truly terrifying little ones. Master Roshi said, his mouth agape in disbelief. I never imagined that the Red Ribbon Army, whom even the police could not handle, would be defeated by you. Bulma added, equally astonished. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Master Roshi, Bulma, Oolong, and Krillin. Goku introduced. Hello. Krillin blushed and shyly stepped forward to greet them. He then leaned closer to Goku and Zai, whispering, how did you 2 come to know such lovely girls? Midnight, what? He is a boy. Midnight couldn't help but roll her eyes and spoke. Nanny? Klin exclaimed awkwardly. Haha. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, leaving Klin blushing in embarrassment. Subsequently, the group boarded the plane once more, heading towards the residence of the fortune-telling old woman. After more than an hour of flight, they finally arrived at the palace of the fortune-teller. This must be the place, Bulma whispered softly, before gently descending. Hello, welcome. Please line up in an orderly fashion. As they disembarked, a pink ghost suddenly floated over and addressed them. Is this the home of the fortune-telling old woman? Klin inquired. You must be newcomers. Please queue here. And I will notify you when it's your turn, the pink ghost replied, before drifting back into the house. Such a peculiar creature. Suddenly, a terrifying scream echoed from within the house, causing the group's expressions to change drastically. Don't worry, follow me. Master Roshi chuckled softly, leading Midnight and the others straight inside. Hey, why are you cutting in line? The crowd erupted in protest as they took a few steps forward. Ignore them, let's go. Master Roshi said, continuing to guide them inside. Upon entering, the once bright surroundings dimmed abruptly, and the eerie ambience sent shivers down their spines. This place feels so frightening. Bulma clutched Midnight's arm, her voice trembling with anxiety. Are their guests arriving? At that moment, an elderly woman with a crystal ball floated out from within, and upon seeing them, she disdainfully remarked, Why is it you, you lecherous old man? You old hag, lecherous old man. Do these 2 have a grudge against each other? Klin wondered, puzzled. All right, I won't argue with you. What brings you here? The fortune-telling old woman turned her head and asked, Grandma, can you help me find something? Goku asked eagerly. No problem. The fortune-telling old woman immediately nodded in agreement. I didn't expect this old woman to be so agreeable. Klin exclaimed in surprise. Humph. You'll find out soon enough. Master Roshi scoffed. However, I must charge a fee. Just around 10 million should suffice. The fortune-telling old woman added. What? 10 million? Oolong and Klin gasped in shock, exclaiming loudly. Is 10 million a lot? Goku turned to ask. Not really for me. It's merely a drop in the bucket. Bulma waved her hand dismissively. Is this enough? Suddenly, Midnight produced a large ruby and placed it before the fortune-telling old woman, inquiring. That will do. That will do. The fortune-telling old woman's eyes sparkled upon seeing the gem, and she quickly accepted it, smiling broadly. P.S. To clarify the protagonist's age. Due to the physical transition and the accompanying diminutive stature, the protagonist is unaware of their exact age. Thus they are defined to be the same age as Bulma. Midnight combat power, 204 height, 178 centimeters weight, 70 kilograms appearance, incredibly handsome. To grasp the extent of his good looks, dear readers, simply gaze into a mirror. Chapter 34. The Five Warriors Midnight. How did you acquire such a magnificent gem? Bulma inquired, her expression one of astonishment. In response, Midnight casually touched his nose and replied with a smile, I procured this from plundering the Red Ribbon base. In this world, one must surely have some form of currency. Indeed, you are quite resourceful. Goku nodded fervently. Wait a moment. We choose to challenge. Suddenly, Master Roshi snatched the gem from the hands of the fortune teller, declaring, Goku, Midnight, Krillin, this presents a splendid opportunity for training. You must seize it. Old man, quickly return the gem to me. The fortune teller fumed, charging towards Master Roshi. Surely, you do not wish to undermine your own rules? Master Roshi retorted. You are indeed cunning. Follow me. With that, the fortune teller turned and departed, her crystal ball in tow. And Midnight and the others hurriedly followed suit. Ah, this is the place. The fortune teller abruptly halted, turning to Midnight and the others. Next, you shall compete against my 5 warriors. Should you emerge victorious, I will grant you a free fortune-telling. I was expecting something more significant. Do not say I did not warn you, but the 3 of us have made it to the top 4 of the World Martial Arts Tournament. And our strength should not be underestimated. Krillin proclaimed with pride. That I shall be most eager to witness this. The fortune-teller replied with a mischievous grin. What are the rules? At Midnight, softly inquired. There are no rules. Surrendering or falling into the lake counts as a loss. The fortune-teller explained. Sounds rather simple. Klin waved his hand dismissively, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. Who do you intend to send into battle first? The fortune-teller suddenly asked. Allow me to take the lead. Klin stepped forward, hands on his hips, exuding an air of confidence as he spoke. Go, Klin. Wukong exclaimed excitedly. Wukong, Zai, you may not have the opportunity to participate. I alone can defeat them all. Klin turned around, rubbed his nose, and confidently declared. That insolent brat, he is so full of himself. The turtle hermit furrowed his brow slightly, muttering in irritation. Klin, be cautious. In the stillness of midnight, a voice suddenly broke the silence. No worries. Just watch me in action, Klein casually replied, waving his hand. Vampire, you may emerge. Upon hearing the fortune-teller's words, Klein scratched his head in confusion, muttering, Vampire. What a peculiar name. In the next moment, a gray bat fluttered forth, hovering before Klein. Is this merely a little bat? You expect me to duel with such a creature? Klein chuckled, a hint of disdain lacing his voice. Suddenly, the bat erupted in a plume of white mist, transforming into a slender human figure adorned with peculiar boxing gloves. This fellow appears rather feeble. Let the match commence. Brace yourself. With the fortune-teller's cue, Klein leaped forward, launching a flying kick at the vampire. However, the vampire unexpectedly morphed back into a bat, evading Klein's assault. Seizing the advantage of altitude, it unleashed a flurry of attacks upon him. In a swift descent, the vampire swooped down behind Klein, reverting to its human form, ensnaring him tightly, its sharp fangs sinking into Klein's head. Ah, it hurts. Release me. Klein's expression shifted dramatically as he felt his lifeblood being drained away. Soon, overwhelmed by blood loss, he collapsed to the ground, while the bat relinquished him, sparing his life. With the outcome decided, the vampire was declared the victor. As the fortune-teller's voice resonated in the air, a nearby pink specter hurriedly approached Klein with a blood transfusion device, quickly restoring his color. Next, I shall take my turn. With that, Zai stepped forward, his expression composed. Be careful, Zai. That creature looks truly terrifying. Bulma exclaimed, concern etched on her face. Rest assured. The vampire, eyeing Zai with gluttonous anticipation, drooled onto the ground. I fear you may not be able to endure. Very well, let the competition begin. With the fortune-teller's voice echoing once more, the vampire, salivating profusely, dashed toward Zai with alarming speed. At midnight, Zai let out a cold laugh and promptly arranged his body into a cruciform shape. The vampire, startled by this display, fled in a panic. Following this, Zai gently flicked his finger, unleashing a burst of golden energy that struck the bat, sending it plummeting into the water. Splendid! Victory is ours! Wukong exclaimed, leaping with joy. How did you manage to use the Ding wave? Master Roshi inquired, his expression one of astonishment. Oh, I merely observed how I utilize it once, and it became second nature to me. Zai replied with a grin. I see, do not forget this talent of yours. Master Roshi nodded in agreement. You may send forth another warrior. My second warrior has already made their entrance. Can you not see? The fortune-teller suddenly chimed in with a smile. Enough of this idle chatter. The second match commences now. With a sudden crash, a powerful punch surged forth. Zai, alerted by the commotion, swiftly evaded the impending attack just in the nick of time. He actually dodged it? Remarkable. The fortune teller praised, nodding in admiration. A transparent being. How intriguing. At midnight, a soft chuckle escaped her lips as she murmured to herself. Bang. I've got it. The fortune teller exclaimed with exuberance. It was indeed caught by me. At midnight. Zai let out a chilling laugh, then firmly grasped the transparent man's hand. With a powerful throw, the transparent man was hurled to the ground, sustaining grave injuries. Subsequently, Zai dragged him to the lakeside and cast him into the water. You truly possess remarkable skills. Now, I shall summon the third warrior, the fortune teller uttered, her lips quivering. Sister, my disciple is unlike ordinary individuals. Do not underestimate him. Master Rashi chuckled, offering a reminder. The term sister elicited surprise among the group. In that case, the third match will require a change of venue. Follow me. With that, the fortune teller turned and glided into the room, with Zai and the others hastily following. Where is she taking us this time? Clint inquired, puzzled. To the demoness restroom, Master Rashi replied nonchalantly. What kind of place is that? Heed my warning. Just don't perish, he cautioned. Chapter 35, The Mummy. Soon after, under the guidance of the fortune teller, Zai and his companions arrived at a secluded, eerie locale. Before them stood two demonic stone statues, facing each other, with their stone tongues gradually extending to meet, forming a stone pathway. In the midnight hour, with a slight frown, Zai arrived at the center of the stone path. Beneath this path lay a sinister, green lake, from which a foul odor wafted upwards. Is this what they call the demon's toilet? The stench is unbearable. Zai, surely you do not intend to compete here? Bulma exclaimed, covering her delicate nose. A look of disgust etched across her face as she turned to Zai with concern. This is the tongue of the demon. Beneath lies a deadly swamp, where those who fall may vanish without a trace. Master Rashi remarked gravely. What? Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present changed dramatically. And Bulma, now frantic, shouted at Master Rashi, with a million at stake. Why must they risk their lives to face this challenge? This is an excellent opportunity for them to hone their skills. Master Rashi replied solemnly. As his words echoed, the stone statue of the demon suddenly exhaled a gust of wind, and a white mist wafted forth. In the next moment, a stone coffin materialized before them. Creak. The coffin slowly opened, revealing a body wrapped in white linen that abruptly rose. Is this a mummy? In the stillness of midnight, he stroked his chin, pondering. It has been quite some time since I encountered a worthy opponent. I shall teach you a lesson. The mummy let out a hearty laugh, a disdainful expression crossing his face. This fellow does not appear particularly formidable, thought Clint, as he fixed his gaze on the mummy and spoke casually. He is unlike any adversary you have faced before. Many challengers have defeated vampires and phantoms, yet they ultimately succumb to him. Master Rashi explained with a serious demeanor. Whoosh. In the next moment, the mummy moved with the swiftness of the wind, unleashing a flurry of punches directed at midnight in a fierce assault. Nanny, such incredible speed. Clint exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in astonishment, while Master Rashi's expression grew grave. Is that so? Goku queried, perplexed. Midnight is astonishing. He has managed to evade all of the mummy's attacks. Clint remarked, his lips parting in disbelief. It is not evasion. The mummy simply cannot keep pace with his speed. Goku replied, tilting his head and displaying a naive expression as he spoke lightly. Boom. Midnight stood poised, calm and collected, before effortlessly extending his palm to intercept the mummy's rapid strike. Is this all you are capable of? In the dead of night, he disdainfully uttered a remark, then slightly lifted his leg and suddenly kicked the mummy in the abdomen. The mummy let out a painful cry and staggered back several steps, kneeling on one knee. You insolent little brat, allow me to demonstrate my ultimate technique. The mummy's visage contorted menacingly as the bandages coiled around its body began to writhe violently. In the next moment, they surged forth from all directions, binding the knight with unyielding restraint. You cannot move now, can you? I advise you to surrender swiftly, or I shall crush your bones. The mummy sneered. Is that all you have, Murex? Upon hearing the scornful words from the knight, the mummy was consumed by rage. With a slight exertion of its hands, the bandages constricted around the knight, as if intent on compressing him into a mere meat patty. You better surrender quickly, or you will truly perish, cackled the fortune-telling old woman. It is said that the mummy's bandages, preserved for a millennium, are harder than steel. It seems the knight will find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Master Rashi remarked with a grave expression. What? Then why aren't you devising a plan? Bulma chastised Master Roshi angrily, hands on her hips. Rest assured, the knight is in no peril. Those bandages are utterly feeble. Upon hearing Goku's words, every face turned pale. Their gazes fixed intently on the knight. Quickly admit defeat, or I shall reduce your bones to dust. The mummy laughed heartily, brimming with self-satisfaction. Indeed, it is somewhat constricting. But, haha, boom. With a cold chuckle in the dead of night, Zai's expression suddenly hardened, and the power within him erupted instantaneously. The bandages that enveloped him shattered into fragments, cascading down into the toxic swamp below, transforming into wisps of white smoke. Splendid. He has broken free. Go, Zai. You can do it. Defeat this fiend. Bulma and her companions exclaimed in exhilaration, leaping with enthusiasm to cheer him on. How remarkable. To what extent have these two youngsters truly grown? Master Roshi mused, his brow furrowing in astonishment as he whispered to himself. Now it is my turn. As the midnight hour approached, Zai moved his limbs slightly, and with a gentle motion of his body, transformed into a gust of wind, arriving before the mummy. Such swift action was almost imperceptible to my eyes. Master Roshi's expression changed dramatically as he spoke in disbelief. Bang! Immediately after, Zai clenched his fist and delivered a light strike to the mummy's abdomen, causing its pupils to dilate before it collapsed, unconscious. Remarkably, he had knocked out an immortal being with a single punch. No wonder he was capable of vanquishing the Crimson Ribbon Army. This child's growth was truly astonishing. Master Roshi remarked with a serious demeanor. Hey, Zai, you've already fought 3 matches. If this continues, I won't have the chance to step in. Let me take over the next match. Goku suddenly shouted towards Zai, who was on the stone path. If you wish to compete, this young lad must concede. The fortune teller suddenly suggested. Zai, I beg you. Goku said urgently. Very well. I concede. Upon hearing this, Zai nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he leapt off the stone path, while Goku jumped down, preparing for his pre-battle warm-up. Soon after, a humanoid monster, resembling a furious being, emerged, sporting a pair of peculiar wings. With arms crossed, it coldly addressed Goku. Why the change to a little brat? Are you afraid of me? All right, let the match begin. With the fortune teller's voice ringing out, the humanoid monster soared into the air, utilizing the lift from its wings to hover above. Standing mid-air, it looked down at Goku with a sneer, asking, Little brat, would you care to visit my homeland? And where might that be? Midnight's combat power, 204 Wukong's combat power, 155 Master Roshi's combat power, 139 Muscle Form combat power, 160, there will be enhancements in later training. This narrative diverges significantly from the original text. I ask for the understanding of all you dashing readers. Chapter 36. The Mysterious Man in the Depths of Hell. Die, little ghost. The humanoid creature let out a chilling laugh, unfurling its wings and swiftly descending from the sky, charging fiercely towards Wukong. Bang! Wukong chuckled lightly, then with a firm step, unleashed the power within him, delivering a powerful punch to the creature's abdomen, sending it hurtling away. What incredible speed! Krillin exclaimed, astonished by Wukong's prowess. Damn it! How can this little brat be so formidable? The fortune teller remarked, her brow furrowed in anger. You don't appear strong at all, Wukong scoffed, turning his head dismissively. Impudent little brat, daring to speak so arrogantly to the mighty demon lord. This is utterly unforgivable. Now, I shall reveal my true power. With that, the demon's wings suddenly spread wide, radiating white starlight. He clasped his hands together, aiming them at Wukong, and coldly declared, no matter how virtuous a person may seem, evil thoughts dwell within. I will gradually amplify your malevolent sentiments until they explode within your very being. Demon Beam. As he spoke, the demon pointed his hands, and purple rays shot forth, enveloping Wukong and bursting into blinding brilliance. Explode. The demon roared. What sort of light is this? Nothing is happening, Wukong remarked, scratching his head in confusion as the light began to fade, revealing him unscathed. Nanny? This is impossible. The demon's face twisted in terror, unable to close his gaping mouth in disbelief. I refuse to believe anyone can lack evil thoughts. Take this. Demon light. The demon frantically shook his head, launching the beam at Wukong once more, yet nothing changed. Wukong remained completely unharmed. You actually lack evil in your heart. The demon's expression shifted dramatically, trembling as he pointed at Wukong. Are you done with your tricks? It's my turn now, Wukong said, a hint of impatience in his voice. Without hesitation, Wukong leaped into the air, only to find the demon brandishing a trident, thrusting it viciously towards him. Swish! Wukong deftly dodged the sharp blade, retreating a few steps to regain his footing. You despicable fiend, using weapons. In that case, I shall show no mercy, Wukong declared, his gaze sharpening as he leaped high into the sky, performing a few somersaults before diving downward with clenched fists. You foolish little brat, just the perfect target for me. The demon cackled, thrusting the trident at the descending Wukong. Ha! At that moment, Wukong let out a mighty roar, halting mid-air, causing the demon to stab at nothing but air, his face suddenly pale with shock. In the next instant, Wukong's foot collided with the demon's face, followed by another kick as he landed, utilizing the force beneath him. Bang! The demon was sent flying, embedding himself within a stone statue, unconscious. Oops. Perhaps I was a bit too rough, Wukong said, scratching his nose awkwardly. Those who can defeat my 4 warriors are indeed remarkable. But now, my 5th warrior is an exceptionally skilled martial artist. As the fortune teller's voice faded, a mysterious figure emerged from the shadows, hands clasped behind his back. Wearing a brown cotton coat, and curiously, he wore a peculiar mask, as if to conceal his identity. Madam, I have a humble request. This space is too confined. I wish to duel this little fellow in a more open area. The mysterious man addressed the fortune teller. Of course, no problem. Then, under the fortune teller's lead, they departed from the eerie room, stepping into the arena outside the palace. Come on, I will definitely defeat you. Wukong assumed a fighting stance. Haha. I look forward to it. Whoosh. The mysterious figure moved with astonishing speed, appearing beside Wukong in the blink of an eye, launching a flurry of strikes like the wind. Wukong remained unfazed, swiftly defending against the onslaught, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Seeing that he could not gain the upper hand, the mysterious man quickly distanced himself, leaping into the air to deliver a powerful kick towards Wukong. Wukong, what are you doing? Hurry and dodge, Krillin shouted anxiously. At that moment, Wukong stood still, defiantly bracing himself for the mysterious man's attack. Bang! The mysterious man's kick landed squarely, and he gracefully landed back on the ground. Nanny? The mysterious man's expression shifted beneath his mask, incredulous as he muttered, how on earth does this little brat train? He took my full force strike without a scratch? Heh, you are indeed strong. Now I will get serious. Wukong chuckled lightly, speaking with casual confidence. In that case, allow me to show you this technique. With that, the mysterious man slightly bent his legs, positioning his hands at his waist in a flower-like formation. In no way. Wukong's expression changed, astonished. Kamehameha, as the mysterious man called out. A beam of white energy surged forth, accompanied by dazzling light, racing towards Wukong. Where is he? As the light faded, Wukong's figure had vanished from sight. I'm over here. Suddenly, Wukong's voice echoed, and everyone turned to see him hovering dozens of meters high in the air. When did he even move? I didn't catch his motion. The mysterious man exclaimed in astonishment. Now take this. Kamehameha. Wukong grinned, unleashing the Kamehameha away from the sky, a powerful shockwave descending. The mysterious man attempted to flee but was still caught in the blast, tumbling several times before collapsing to the ground. Then, Wukong descended, delivering a fierce kick to the mysterious man's chest before landing firmly. My apologies, I may have been a bit too forceful this time, but I have my reasons for needing to win, Wukong said with a sincere expression towards the fallen figure. If you do not concede, I will not hold back. Smack. Before Wukong could finish, the mysterious man unexpectedly seized his tail in a surprise attack. Chapter 37. Son Gohan. Alas, Goku's strength wanes completely when someone grasps his tail. That was precisely how Zai triumphed over him. Krillin's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted in alarm. But how did he know that? Bulma inquired, puzzled. Haha. The mysterious figure erupted in triumphant laughter, slowly rising to his feet. He then forcefully swung his arm, intending to hurl Goku away. However, he soon realized his grip had suddenly tightened, and his gaze shifted to see Goku firmly grasping him. What is this? Hee. Ever since my defeat at the World Martial Arts Tournament by Zai, I have diligently trained my tail. Now, I have no weaknesses. Goku chuckled lightly before delivering a powerful punch that struck the mysterious figure squarely in the chest, sending him flying. Take another punch from me, Goku bellowed, charging forward. Wait. I concede. The mysterious figure raised his palm, urgently calling out to Goku. Goku, it's been a while. At this, Goku, perplexed, asked, how do you know my name? The mysterious figure then stood and walked slowly to Goku's side, saying, Goku, I never imagined you would become so strong. Moreover, you have trained away the weakness of your tail. Seeing your achievements fills me with joy. Could it be? Goku's countenance changed dramatically as he pointed at the mysterious figure, unable to articulate his excitement. Haha, it took you this long to recognize me. The mysterious figure chuckled softly, then removed the mask from his face, revealing his true identity, Goku's deceased grandfather, Son Gohan. Grandfather! Grandfather! Upon seeing the figure, Goku's eyes instantly welled with tears. He bit his lip and then threw himself into Son Gohan's embrace. Haha, look at you, still crying at your age. Son Gohan affectionately ruffled Goku's hair, speaking gently. Grandfather, I miss you so much. Goku shook his head, continuing to weep in Son Gohan's arms. I never expected to witness Goku in tears. Bulma remarked, touched. You must be very happy to see your grandfather, Goku. As midnight approached, Zai wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, feeling a flutter of emotions within. After all, Wukong was his first familiar yet strange friend in this unfamiliar world. Teacher Wu Tian, it has been a long time. Sun Wufan turned around and respectfully addressed Master Roshi. Indeed, it has been quite a while. I never expected the mysterious figure would be you. If it weren't for your use of the Kamehameha, I might not have guessed. Master Roshi chuckled and nodded. I'm terribly sorry, Teacher Wu Tian. I was just afraid that Wukong would discover my identity as a disciple. Sun Wufan explained, scratching his head with a smile. Hearing this, Master Roshi nodded in agreement and said, I understand. You wish to see how much Wukong has grown, correct? At that moment, Bulma suddenly interrupted their conversation, asking, About Wukong's grandfather, we previously sought the Dragon Balls to wish for your resurrection, but you declined. So what is this about? Thanks to the unique abilities of the fortune teller, I can freely traverse between the mortal realm and the underworld to facilitate her business. She invited me here to supervise and offered a generous salary. Sun Wufan explained nonchalantly. That's right. It is as such, the fortune teller affirmed, nodding earnestly. Does this mean Grandpa can live with me now? Wukong exclaimed excitedly. In response, Sun Wufan shook his head and said, I'm afraid that is not possible. I can only remain in the mortal realm for one day. He then turned and knelt before Master Roshi, bowing respectfully. Thank you, teacher, for nurturing Wukong to be so strong. This allows me to depart for the underworld with peace of mind. After speaking, he quickly stood and leaned closer to Master Roshi. Whispering, by the way, has Wukong turned into a gorilla again? Zai assured me he would take good care of Wukong. Zai is a remarkably gifted and thoughtful child. You can trust him. Master Roshi pointed discreetly at Zai. Then I can rest easy. Sun Wufan nodded, then approached Zai with a smile, asking, You must be the little friend Zai, right? Yes, hello, Grandpa. Zai responded promptly with a polite nod. Thank you for your companionship and care for Wukong over this time. He can be quite naive, so I may trouble you in the future. Sun Wufan expressed his gratitude. Don't worry, Grandpa. Wukong and I are good friends. His matters are my matters, Zai assured, patting his chest confidently. All right, the time is near. Fortune teller, please escort me back to the underworld. And Wukong, there is no need to trouble yourselves with the Dragon Balls to resurrect me. I truly enjoy life there, especially with all the lovely young ladies. Sun Wufan affectionately ruffled Wukong's hair before turning to the fortune teller. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi's eyes sparkled with a hint of regret as he remarked, Really? I never knew there were kind-hearted girls in the underworld. Had I known, I wouldn't have consumed any elixirs for immortality. Truly worthy of being Wu Tian's foremost disciple. Even your interests align. Krillin awkwardly chuckled, mumbling to himself. Grandpa, you're leaving so soon? I can't bear to part with you. Wukong lamented as he grasped Sun Wufan's frail hand. Wukong, seeing how much you have grown and the good friends you have made fills me with joy. You must continue to train diligently and not let your grandfather down. Sun Wufan smiled gently, stroking Wukong's head. I will, Grandpa. Wukong nodded earnestly. I appreciate everyone for taking care of Wukong. I entrust him to you all from now on. Sun Wufan turned to address everyone. Then, farewell everyone. I hope we may meet again one day. There is no need for that, haha, the crowd replied with laughter. In the next moment, Sun Wufan's figure vanished before their eyes. Grandpa, I will strive to become stronger. Wukong shouted towards the sky. So will I. At midnight. Zai clenched his fists and earnestly said, What a disgrace this is for me as your master. The turtle sage sighed deeply, speaking helplessly. At that moment, the voice of the fortune-telling old woman echoed in the ears of the crowd once more. All right, since you have one, according to the rules, I shall perform a free divination for you. Chapter 38. The end of Dragon Balls now. I shall begin the divination. With that, the fortune-teller closed her eyes and gently caressed the crystal ball. In the next instant, a beam of white light burst forth, forming a luminous screen in midair. As everyone gazed intently, the once blurred image within the screen gradually sharpened, revealing a red car speeding along the road. The Dragon Ball you seek is inside that vehicle. The fortune teller turned to Zai and the others, announcing, "That's strange. Why isn't the Dragon Ball radar picking it up if it's in the car?" Bulma mused, stroking her chin in contemplation. "Excuse me, what is the current location of that car?" Goku suddenly inquired. Hearing this, the fortune teller directed her gaze back to the crystal ball, scrutinizing it before responding. "Let me see. It is approximately 200 kilometers southwest from here. All right, I will retrieve the car. Zai, you take care of the Dragon Balls. I shall return shortly." Upon hearing this, Goku nodded earnestly, handing Zai the backpack containing the Dragon Balls, and then turned to the sky, shouting, "Kinto-one!" In a swift motion, Goku leaped onto the Kinto-one and soared towards the direction indicated by the fortune teller. The Kinto-one moved swiftly, and with Goku's determined pursuit, the red car finally came into view. He excitedly leaped off the Kinto-one, landing smoothly atop the vehicle. Leaning forward, Goku's head came to rest against the windshield, and he cheerfully asked, "Could you kindly hand over the Dragon Balls?" "Hey, Pilaf, is that you three?" The sudden appearance of Goku startled the trio inside the car, causing them to slam on the brakes in panic. Goku simultaneously flew out, landing gracefully on the ground. "How did that little brat find us?" Pilaf exclaimed, frantically grabbing the box behind him, confirming its contents before letting out a sigh of relief. "What should we do, boss? We are no match for this little demon." Shiwu expressed her concerns. "To think you three are still so stubborn. Don't blame me for being ruthless today," Goku declared, brandishing his golden staff and directing it menacingly at Pilaf and his companions. Seeing Goku's readiness to fight, Pilaf quickly raised his hands in surrender. Wait. You've got it all wrong." "Misunderstanding?" Goku stroked his chin, puzzled. "Yes, actually." Pilaf nodded, hesitating to find the right words. Just then, Shiwu's voice cut in as she snatched the box from Pilaf's hands and presented it to Goku, saying with a mix of laughter and tears, "We specifically sought out this Dragon Ball to give it to you. It's inside this box." "Is that truly the case?" Goku asked, lowering his staff. "Absolutely," Pilaf quickly affirmed. "It seems I have misjudged you, then I shall not be impolite." Goku smiled sheepishly, accepting the box from them. "There's no need for that." Pilaf wiped away his tears, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. With the Dragon Balls in hand, Goku wasted no time. After thanking Pilaf, he soared back on the Kinto-one in the direction he came from. Watching Goku depart, Pilaf's expression darkened, and he growled, "That wretched little brat has thwarted my plans once again. He will pay dearly for this." "What should we do now, boss?" one of his companions asked. "Since it has come to this, do not blame me for being ruthless. Have you heard of a legend?" Pilaf turned to his companions. "A legend?" "Indeed. Long ago, a great demon lord ruled over the entire world. Inside the fortune teller's palace, Bulma exclaimed, "Look, Goku is back." Upon hearing her, everyone turned their gaze upwards. "I have successfully retrieved the Dragon Balls." Goku waved to the crowd, then leapt down from the Kinto-one. "UPA, your father can be revived now. Follow me." As he spoke, Goku took the Dragon Balls from Zai and flew with UPA toward the Korin sacred land. Goku was still as reckless as ever. Bulma shook her head helplessly, watching him disappear into the distance. Before long, Goku returned on the Kinto-one, leaping down with a beaming smile. "I have revived UPA's father." "Wonderful," Krillin shouted in excitement. "Goku, are you going to search for your grandfather's relic, the 4-star ball, next?" Bulma suddenly asked. In response, Goku shook his head and pulled a smooth stone from his pocket, grinning as he said, "I've already got it. So, you no longer need to search for the Dragon Balls? We can train together again," Krillin exclaimed enthusiastically. "Cough sigh, Goku. You are already quite powerful. What you truly need now is to embrace broader horizons, rather than sticking to conventional training." The turtle sage cleared his throat, addressing the two solemnly. "So, does that mean I won't see you for 5 years?" Krillin said, looking displeased. "To be precise, it's 3 years. The martial arts tournament has now been changed to every 3 years. The turtle sage stroked his beard, his expression calm. "In that case, let's meet again at the next martial arts tournament." Goku chuckled, scratching his head. "Zai, where shall we go next?" Goku turned to Zai, inquiring. After a moment of silence, Zai finally spoke. "Goku, I think it would be best for us to train separately." "Why?" Goku asked, perplexed. "This world is vast. I wish to venture out on my own, so..." "I see. That's fine. Let's meet again at the next martial arts tournament. I will definitely defeat you then." Goku replied with a nod and a smile. "All right, I shall await your challenge." Zai responded. "Since that's settled, I bid you all farewell. Wait a moment. Just as Goku was about to leave, the turtle sage called out to him. For your upcoming training, you are forbidden from using the Kintoan. You must rely solely on your own legs to traverse the world. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment, but Goku merely nodded earnestly and swiftly exited the palace. With that, I shall take my leave. Zai turned around and clasped his fist towards a few people. At that moment, Bulma grasped Zai's hand, approached him, and, her face flushed with embarrassment, said, "Remember to come find me after your training, okay?" As midnight approached, Zai playfully pinched Bulma's nose and nodded in agreement. Chapter 39. The Gate of the Demon Realm. After bidding farewell to Master Roshi, Zai and Goku set forth on their respective journeys. At this moment, Zai found himself once again at the sacred land of Korin. After exchanging a few pleasantries with UPA and his father, he resumed his ascent up the Korin Tower. "Why have you returned?" Upon seeing Zai, Master Korin could not help but display a look of curiosity, promptly inquiring. I have come, of course, to present you with a gift." In the stillness of midnight, a soft chuckle escaped Zai's lips as he retrieved several delectable grilled fish from the universal capsule, presenting them before Master Karin. Upon seeing the grilled fish, Master Karin could not contain his excitement, exclaiming with delight as drool trickled from the corner of his mouth. He swiftly snatched the fish from Zai's hands, swallowed hard, and began to savor the delicious morsels. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. I say, Zai, you rarely visit without a good reason. Last time, you exchanged a few grilled fish for a large jar of celestial beans. What do you seek this time? Master Karin, you are truly astute. I indeed have a request. Zai chuckled, leaning closer to Master Karin. Hold on. No matter how enticing the grilled fish may be, I shan't exchange celestial beans for them. Upon noticing Zai's mischievous demeanor, Master Karin decisively interjected. That is not the matter at hand. Master Karin, I wish to grow stronger. Do you possess any means to assist me? Zai inquired earnestly. Your current strength surpasses even that of your teacher. Do you still consider yourself lacking in power? Moreover, you have already eclipsed my abilities. I am at a loss. Master Karin shook his head, expressing his helplessness. Upon hearing this, Zai furrowed his brow and snatched the grilled fish from Master Karin's grasp. Meow, what are you doing? Return my grilled fish at once. Master Karin erupted in fury. Hey, don't be angry. I harbor no ill intentions towards your fish. I merely wish for you to help me seek out formidable opponents on Earth to hone my skills. Zai raised the grilled fish high, posing his question. In response, Master Karin fell silent, glancing at the sky before shaking his head once more. What are you doing, you little rascal? Seeing this, Zai threw one of the grilled fish off the Karin Tower, inciting Master Karin's wrath as he berated Zai. Master Karin, you ought to think this through. Otherwise, you may lose your fish. Zai waved the remaining grilled fish before Master Karin, grinning as he spoke. How dare you threaten me? I will not yield. Master Karin retorted. Don't throw it. I shall tell you. Upon hearing this, Zai ceased his actions and promptly asked, Now, tell me where that person is. I find myself powerless against you. Master Karin sighed in resignation, his expression suddenly turning grave. That place is very dangerous. Are you truly eager to know? Without hesitation, Zai nodded. The location in question is the Demon Realm. The Demon Realm? Upon hearing this name, Zai racked his brain, but his memories were too muddled to conjure anything coherent. Indeed, it is said that this realm is an entirely different world from our own, inhabited by countless demons and monsters. Humans have no chance of survival upon entering. Master Karin stated solemnly, nodding in agreement. Sounds intriguing. I have made my decision. I shall go there, Zai declared resolutely. The memories of the plot are rather scant for Zai, and after such a long time immersed in the world of Dragon Ball, many storylines have nearly faded from his mind, leaving only vague recollections of the overarching narrative. Originally, he intended to seek the entrance to the heavenly realm through Master Karin, but unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a more intriguing destination, which was indeed a pleasant surprise for him. Master Karin, taken aback, gazed at Zai with astonishment. He had intended to frighten Zai with this method to vent his frustrations over his grilled fish, yet he was astonished to find that Zai, in his youthful boldness, boldly declared his intention to venture into the demon realm. Master Karin, please tell me, how can I enter the demon realm? Zai inquired with palpable excitement. Do you truly wish to go? The demon realm is unlike the human world. It is perilous and one can easily lose their life. Master Karin expressed a hint of regret as he questioned Zai once more. Enough with the chatter. Just tell me where the entrance to the demon realm is. Zai urged impatiently. Very well. Follow me. There are two entrances to the demon realm. One is in the human world, and the other remains here. As he spoke, Master Karen led Zai to a dimly lit chamber, where the oppressive darkness obscured Zai's vision. As Master Karen raised a torch, a dust-covered mirror came into view before them. "This is it," Master Karen remarked quietly, then proceeded to unveil the cloth obscuring the mirror, causing a cloud of dust to fill the room. "Cough, cough. How long has this thing gone uncleaned?" Zai exclaimed, coughing from the dust and grimacing at the sight. "This mirror has not been used since it was sealed 300 years ago. You must remove the seal from the mirror and place your hand upon it to gain entry. The demon realm is truly dangerous. I advise against recklessly venturing forth, lest you lose your life." Master Karen cautioned Zai once more with a wary glance. "All right, I understand. You are so verbose." With a dismissive wave of her hand, Zai stepped forward and tore down the seal from the mirror. Filled with excitement, she placed her hand upon it, and in the next instant, a peculiar black hole materialized within the mirror, followed by a strange gravitational pull that drew Zai inside. Is this the realm of magic? When Zai opened her eyes once more, the surroundings had transformed into a scene of eerie terror. A chilling breeze swept through, sending a shiver down her spine. Gazing into the distance, she beheld a desolate and shadowy tunnel, the environment enveloped in impenetrable darkness, save for the faint glimmers of light emanating from the walls, which allowed Zai to discern the path ahead. Whoosh! In the stillness of midnight, Zai advanced a few steps into the shadowy tunnel when suddenly a sharp sound pierced the air. With a focused gaze, he saw a gleaming dagger hurtling toward him. Reacting swiftly, Zai evaded, and the dagger embedded itself into the wall behind him. Almost immediately, a chilling voice echoed in his ear. "Who dares to trespass into the demon realm?" As the voice faded, a towering figure emerged before Zai, a formidable beast with bulging muscles and prominent veins, exuding an aura of fierce intimidation. Beside this creature stood a graceful woman, her lithe form moving elegantly as she retrieved the blade from the wall, then spoke, "Little one, present your pass." "Pass? What is that?" Zai inquired, momentarily taken aback by her words. "To venture into the demon realm without a pass? You shall pay with your life." With that, the beast erupted in fury, its massive body quaking as it brandished a colossal spear and lunged toward Zai. Unfazed, Zai maintained a calm demeanor, raising his hands to grasp the weapon. With a powerful twist, the beast's expression shifted to one of shock as it relinquished its hold on the spear. "This boy possesses remarkable strength to disarm Gora," the graceful woman remarked, covering her lips in disbelief. Zai furrowed his brow and cast the spear to the ground. At this, Gora's rage intensified. He clenched his fists and charged at Zai. Bang! Zai met the assault head-on, their fists colliding with explosive force, sending Gora staggering back several steps. "You little brat, I will end you." "Stop." The woman interjected just as Gora was about to strike again. She then turned to Zai with a polite smile and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Reina. This is Gora, the mightiest warrior of our demon realm. Young brother, I see you possess considerable strength, perhaps even surpassing Gora. You must not be an ordinary individual. May I ask what brings you to our realm?" Hearing this, Zai paused, turning his gaze to Reina, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Though her beauty was not strikingly exquisite, her figure was the most enchanting he had ever encountered. Ahem. In the stillness of midnight, a dry cough escaped his lips, alleviating his momentary embarrassment. He gradually withdrew his gaze, the flush on his cheeks fading back to its usual neutrality. He spoke. "My purpose for coming here is quite simple. I wish to challenge the strongest among you in the demon realm." "Challenge the strongest in the demon realm?" At these words, Reina was momentarily taken aback, while Gora beside her erupted into laughter, his eyes gleaming with mockery. "What are you laughing at? In the dead of night?" Zai furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired, "Do you know how powerful our Lord Azure from the demon realm truly is? A greenhorn like you could never withstand even a single strike from him." Gola's face betrayed a sense of disdain as he mocked. "This is none of your concern. All you need to do is lead me to that individual." Zai replied with a calm demeanor. "If you wish to meet Lord Azura, you must first pass through me." Gola retorted dismissively, swiftly drawing his massive blade once more and charging towards Zai. "Do you truly believe I am an easy target?" At the stroke of midnight, Zai coldly uttered a phrase, and in an instant, his form transformed into a fleeting shadow, evading Gora's lethal strike. Following this, he leaped into the air, delivering a powerful punch to Gora's face. With a resounding crash, Gora was utterly defenseless against the overwhelming force, his body soaring through the air like a cannonball before crashing heavily to the ground. How can this be possible? He defeated Gora with a single punch? Reina gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. So, are you still intent on making a move? I have no inclination to strike a woman. Zai turned to Reina, his voice cold and resolute. Higi, dear brother, you misunderstand. Since you seek Azura, I shall gladly guide you. Reina chuckled softly, her voice calm and composed. Then lead the way. In the dead of night, a cold voice spoke again. Upon hearing this, Reina nodded slightly and approached Gora, helping him to his feet. Gora, you stay here to guard. I will take this young brother to find Lord Azura. Reina, are you out of your mind? Do you wish to throw your life away? Gora asked in astonishment. Do you think the two of us can stop him? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Young brother, follow me. With that, Reina turned and walked into the tunnel. Seeing this, Zai leaped over Gora and hurried after her. As they traversed the eerie tunnel, Zai's vision gradually faded into darkness, with terrifying cries echoing around them and a metallic scent of blood permeating the air. If an ordinary person stood here, they would likely have been driven mad by the sight before them. No wonder Master Carlin described the demon realm as hell. You must keep close to me. The path through the demon realm is quite complex, and the environment is much darker than your human world. It would be troublesome if we lost our way. Reina's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Zai's gaze involuntarily lingered on her graceful figure. After a moment, he spoke. It seems, Miss Reina, that you are not fond of this Lord Azura you mentioned? Young brother, I kindly offer to guide you. You mustn't put me in danger. Reina suddenly halted, turning to Zai. And you have been secretly eyeing me several times along the way. Did you think I wouldn't notice? The women of the demon realm are not like those in your human world. Most of us are quite open-minded. If you wish to look, feel free to do so. She leaned closer to Zai, whispering softly in his ear, to be honest, I dress this way for men. If you truly defeat Lord Azura and become the new master of the demon ring, you can gaze upon me as you please. Coughing at her words, Zai felt his face flush. He cleared his throat to ease his embarrassment and quickly replied, I have no desire to become the master of the demon realm. Please, just lead the way. Hearing this, Reina chuckled lightly, no longer wasting words, and quickened her pace deeper into the demon realm, with Zai following closely behind her. After walking for about 10 minutes, Reina suddenly paused, then turned to Zai. Ahead lies Lord Azura's palace. Recently, he has found a human woman and insists on marrying her. By the way, there are many formidable demons within the palace, far stronger than Gora. Otherwise, he wouldn't be stationed here. Once inside, be cautious. They are not as amiable as I am. Zai nodded with a smile and replied, Thank you. Rest assured, I am not as weak as you think. Very well, then. You may enter. Be careful, do not perish within. Zai glanced at Reina, puzzled. Aren't you coming in with me? I will not go, otherwise I won't be able to explain myself to Lord Azura. I wish you all the best, little one. Reina shook her head and smiled. All right. Turning around, Zai approached the palace entrance. The previously dark environment gradually brightened, and his restored vision allowed him to proceed boldly inside. Before he could reach the door, a cacophony of noise erupted from within the palace. Zai's gaze fell upon a gathering of countless demons, each exuding a chilling aura. The demons sat in groups, indulging in merriment akin to the human world, but their feasting consisted predominantly of human flesh, a gruesome sight that evoked nausea. On a high platform within the palace sat a pale young man, his features a blend of human and ghoul. Beside him was a beautiful human woman, her face ashen and filled with terror. What a repugnant collection of creatures, Zai murmured, his brow furrowed at the sight of these monsters who feasted on the living. His voice was not loud enough to pierce the surrounding clamor ordinarily, but in this gathering of demonic elites, keen ears quickly detected his presence. How amusing that a human dares to intrude upon our demon realm. As Lord Azura's voice resonated from the platform, silence enveloped the hall, all eyes fixated on Zai. Where did this little brat come from? Such delicate skin. Just as I was hungry, I shall enjoy you as an appetizer. As Zai became exposed to the crowd, various demons licked their lips, and in an instant, dozens of grotesque creatures surged toward him. I merely intended to gain some experience here, but now you have displeased me. So you shall all perish. In the dead of night, Zai's expression turned grave as her cold gaze fell upon the horde of demons, as if she were staring at lifeless corpses. Unfazed by the menacing creatures surrounding her, she stomped her foot with determination and charged into their midst. Instantly, her petite figure became encircled by the massive bodies of these beasts, and a fierce aura erupted forth, unleashing a torrent of power that coalesced into a vast black vortex, seemingly intent on tearing Zai into shreds. With a fierce cry, Turtle School Power, a blinding white light surged forth, engulfing the black vortex completely. The demons around her were instantly obliterated, scattering in disarray. Wave. Whoosh. 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 Not content with merely driving them away, Zai unleashed a series of golden energy waves from her fingertips, piercing through the bodies of the demons, leaving behind gory holes in dozens of them. What a ruthless child! Witnessing this scene, all the demons gasped in horror at the sight of so many of their elite falling in an instant. Those who had been preparing to attack now hesitated, realizing that the diminutive figure before them possessed strength far beyond their capacity to confront. To advance would be tantamount to courting death. An eerie tension enveloped the atmosphere as all the demons turned their gaze toward the Azura on the high platform. An intriguing human child. It seems I have no choice but to intervene today. Sensing the awkwardness in the air, Azura spoke coldly, followed by a mirthless laugh. At that moment, all the demons knelt in unison. Are you the lord of the demon realm, Azura? Zai inquired, her lips barely moving as her eyes scanned Azura's form. In response, Azura ignored her, letting out a disdainful chuckle before coldly stating, "Do you understand the consequences of trespassing in the demon realm, human child? My purpose for coming here is to defeat you. Do you think I care about the consequences?" Zai replied indifferently, "Defeat me? Haha." Azura sneered at her words. A look of scorn etched on his face, while the demons below erupted in laughter. "You will pay dearly for your words." With a frigid expression, Azura raised his hands, clenching his fists as two towering gray tornadoes materialized around him. The vortexes collided with a piercing sound, hurtling towards Zai. The demons around them turned pale with fear and retreated, while the injured demons on the ground were gruesomely shredded into bloody fragments, mingling with the howling winds of the tornadoes. Seeing this, Zai's expression hardened, and she dared not show any signs of carelessness. She bent her legs slightly and positioned her hands at her waist, unleashing a beam of white energy that shot forth. Boom! The white energy wave clashed violently with the incoming tornadoes, and in the next moment, Zai's expression shifted drastically as the energy wave, caught in the middle, was cleaved into mere specks of light, losing all semblance of menace. "Die, little brat," Azura shouted, forcefully pushing his hands forward, accelerating the two tornadoes towards Zai. Realizing the imminent danger, Zai summoned all her strength for defense, erecting a barrier that shielded her from the oncoming vortexes. Thus began their true contest of power. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, Zai's strength was evidently diminished. She quickly detonated the energy surrounding her, unleashing a tremendous explosion that sent tremors through the ranks of the demons, instilling fear in their hearts. As the explosion echoed, Zai was engulfed by a cascade of shattered stones and smoke, but soon her presence re-emerged before the crowd. This technique is indeed quite interesting. At that moment, Zai's attire bore numerous tears, and her arms and neck were marred with countless small scratches. "Now it's my turn." In the dead of night, Zai's gaze sharpened, and a chilling tone emanated from his throat. Suddenly, a green bean materialized in his hand, which he promptly swallowed. In the next instant, his pale complexion was restored to its original hue, and the scratches on his body vanished without a trace. What on earth is happening? Observing this scene, Ashura's expression turned grim. The recent contest had already drained much of his strength, and his back was drenched in sweat. Chapter 42. The Abyss of 10,000 Demons. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Zai moved like a specter, and before his opponent could react, he launched a powerful punch that sent him flying. Almost instantly, Zai reappeared behind Ashura, and two gray whirlpools began to form in his hands. "Allow me to present you with a delightful gift." At midnight, a cold laugh escaped from Zai's lips, and he promptly hurled two swirling tornadoes, each approximately 1 meter in length, directly onto the back of Ashura. A piercing cry of agony erupted from Ashura, his once formidable presence reduced to a cacophony of wails, instilling terror in the faces of the demons below. As the whirlpools dissipated, Ashura's agonizing shrieks abruptly ceased. His body was marred by gruesome wounds, with chunks of flesh severed from various parts, and his previously calm visage contorted into a grotesque mask of rage as he bellowed at Zai. "Human, how dare you wield my ultimate technique, the Vortex Blade? Do you think I owe you an explanation?" Zai, with an air of disdain, retorted, "How trivial," as he summoned a golden energy at his fingertips and unleashed it with force. In an instant, a resounding crash echoed as Ashura's chest was pierced. His body lodged against the wall behind him, leaving behind a series of gory punctures. The ruler of the demon realm is not particularly formidable. How disappointing. I expected a more formidable foe, Zai remarked with a sneer. Boy, to have pushed me to this extent is indeed commendable, but now I shall ensure your demise. Ashura's face transformed into a mask of sheer savagery as crimson fluid oozed from his alabaster skin, staining his entire form. His once bright eyes turned a menacing red, and from his head sprouted a pair of black horns, rendering him utterly unrecognizable, a true demon. You are the first in centuries to witness me in this form. Today, I shall unveil the horrors of the abyss. With that, Ashura's body morphed into a spectral entity, charging at Zai with ferocious speed. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, Zai was swiftly sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily down from the elevated platform. At midnight, he gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, and rose to his feet. His gaze was fixed intently on Ashura, his face betraying an expression of disbelief, for the speed displayed moments ago had been astonishingly swift. So much so that he had failed to comprehend it fully. In the stillness of midnight, Zai, unwavering in his resolve, clenched his fists tightly, summoning every ounce of strength within him, and fiercely struck towards Ashura. Faced with Zai's full-force assault, Ashura displayed an aloof demeanor, his face betraying a hint of disdain. He then let out a cold snort and nonchalantly raised his hand. With a resounding crash, Zai felt a sharp pain in his wrist. As he lifted his gaze, he was astonished to witness Ashura effortlessly deflecting his attack. In the blink of an eye, Ashura swept his hand, sending Zai's body hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the palace wall before he tumbled to the ground in a disheveled heap. Gritting his teeth, Zai struggled to rise once more. But the agony coursing through his body rendered him nearly unable to stand. His unstable form collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Long live the great King Ashura, the invincible King Ashura. The once quiet palace erupted into raucous celebration as all the demons rejoiced in Ashura's triumph. Lying on the ground, Zai's complexion paled, an overwhelming sense of peril encroaching upon him. In the next moment, Ashura erupted like a volcano, descending from the high platform and delivering a crushing blow with his knee to Zai's chest. In the dead of night, a pained cry escaped from Zai's lips, as he felt the bones in his chest shatter into fragments. His arms hung limply at his sides, and his consciousness began to fade into obscurity. The human king had drawn his last breath. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Ashura let out a soft sigh before reverting to his original form. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, and he felt a surge of anguish rise in his throat. Dispose of his corpse in the abyss of demons. The gathering ends here. You may all leave, Ashura commanded, turning away without casting a glance at Zai and addressing the throng of demons. And summon Reina and Gora to see me tomorrow. Upon witnessing Ashura's true power, the other demons dared not defy his orders and promptly exited the palace, carrying the motionless Zai with them. In an instant, the once vibrant palace was left with only Ashura and the beautiful human woman. At that moment, as the last of the demons departed, Ashura expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, collapsing onto the ground, his complexion turning ashen. The sight elicited a gasp from the human woman. If you continue to scream, I shall end your life, Ashura growled, causing the frightened girl to immediately cover her mouth and weep softly in place. Not bothering to attend to her, Ashura focused on tending to his wounds, for many in this realm of demons remained defiant against him. He glanced at his body, which was on the verge of decay, and weakly muttered, "Cursed transformation. The side effects are far too severe. Stop your weeping. Help me to the royal chamber. Do you hear me? Otherwise, I shall consume you." Startled by Ashura's threat, the human woman rose in terror and approached him. Outside the palace, two grotesque creatures were hastily transporting Zai's body towards the abyss of demons. Halt! A cold female voice rang out, causing the two demons to pause, turning abruptly. "Reina? What brings you here? What do you intend to do?" They warned as they watched her stride towards Zai. Ignoring their protests, Reina delicately traced her fingers along Zai's cheek. With a slight furrow of her brow, she politely addressed the demons. "Might I suggest you hand him over to me?" "What do you mean?" One of the demons began, but was interrupted by the other, who whispered in his ear, "It's just a corpse. Let her have it. Besides, I have no desire to venture into that cursed abyss." At the mention of the abyss, the other demon's expression shifted dramatically. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement. "Very well, we shall entrust him to you. However, I must caution you that this human has incurred Ashura's wrath. The king has commanded us to dispose of his body in the abyss. Do not betray this directive, lest we find ourselves in grave peril." "Rest assured," Reina replied with a nod of assurance. After reiterating their warnings, the demons finally felt at ease and departed. Reina swiftly turned, cradling Zai's lifeless form in her arms. After scanning the surroundings with vigilance, she hastened away from the perilous locale. After a considerable period, Zai erupted into a fit of violent coughing, his eyes slowly fluttering open to reveal a clean, orderly room adorned with an antique charm, filled with a faint, pleasant aroma. "Where am I?" he pondered, In the stillness of midnight, Zai furrowed his brow, unable to suppress a murmured expression of confusion. You are awake. At that moment, Reyna, clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her alluring figure, drew Zai's gaze irresistibly. You men are quite amusing, even in such a state of injury. You still have the leisure to stare at my body. Upon hearing Reyna's words, Zai's face flushed crimson, and he hastily averted his eyes. Just as he prepared to retort, a sharp pain surged through his chest. I am genuinely curious. You were clearly dead, yet the instant I carried you back, the vitality within you astonishingly revived. Are you truly human? Faced with Reyna's inquiry, Zai refrained from responding, well aware that his miraculous survival was attributable to the wish he had made with the Dragon Balls. Reyna, could you assist me with a small favor? Zai suddenly spoke up. If it involves any perilous task, do not even suggest it. Rescuing you is already fraught with considerable risk. Reyna shook her head in refusal. Fear not, it is merely a trivial matter. I possess a green bean in my pocket. All you need to do is place it in my mouth, as I currently lack the strength to lift my arm. Hearing Zai's explanation, Reyna's brows knitted together in skepticism. Is it truly that simple? Observing Zai's earnest demeanor, Reyna nodded hesitantly. She then rummaged through the pocket of his trousers and placed the magical bean into his mouth. With a crunch, Zai quickly bit down and swallowed the bean. In an instant, the fractured bones within his body reassembled, and all injuries vanished without a trace. How can this be possible? Reyna gasped in disbelief. Her mouth forming an OAS, she struggled to comprehend how such a small being could wield the power to resurrect a person on the brink of death. This Asura can even transform. He is far more formidable than I had anticipated. As Midnight rose to his feet, he stretched his limbs, his expression cold as he spoke. Having ruled the demon realm for so many years, he surely possessed his own trump cards. Reyna chuckled lightly in response. I can hardly wait to engage him in combat for the second time. Midnight exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. Are you truly going to fight him again? Are you mad? I advise you to leave the demon realm at once. Reyna said, her brow furrowed in surprise. I came here seeking a formidable opponent. How could I possibly depart so easily? Midnight replied dismissively. Just as Reyna prepared to interject, he ruthlessly interrupted her. Rest assured, he is currently nursing significant injuries. You may need to assist me in navigating from here. Midnight remarked with a smile, scratching his head. Very well, Reyna sighed, reluctantly conceding to Midnight's request. Under her guidance, they exited the room, making their way once more toward the palace of Asura. Upon leaving Reyna's chamber, the demon realm reverted to its original eerie ambience, presenting a series of chilling, terrifying scenes before their eyes. Occasionally, patrolling demons would pass by, yet under Reyna's protection, their journey proceeded relatively smoothly. Before long, Midnight arrived once again at the entrance of Asura's palace, where soft beams of light emanated from within. He entered with familiarity. At that moment, the entire hall was desolate, devoid of even patrolling demons. Midnight nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely what he desired, for otherwise, he would have had to exert considerable effort. He then approached the center of the square, where remnants of the bloodshed from demons he had slain still stained the ground, exuding a repugnant odor. Soon after, Midnight carefully searched the hall and finally spotted the luminous orb he had long sought after, tucked away in a corner. Wait, why is this orb red? Zai gently stroked his chin, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Throughout his experiences, he had only encountered azure orbs, which left him utterly astonished. Upon stepping closer to the orb, he beheld a figure shimmering upon its surface too. In that moment, Zai comprehended its significance, and to be candid, this revelation thrilled him far more than a mere increase in combat power. In the stillness of midnight, without a trace of hesitation, Zai placed his hand within the crimson orb. As he gently grasped the digits, the vibrant energy surged into his body instantaneously. At that moment, Zai felt numerous streams of warmth coursing through him, an unparalleled sense of ease enveloping him, surpassing even the intoxication of indulging in the rites of the royal court. Following the warmth, he sensed an explosive rise in his internal power, his combat prowess now incomparably enhanced. Suddenly, a melodious voice pierced the silence. Zai, with a furrowed brow, turned sharply to see a beautiful girl seated on the ground, her expression one of sheer terror as she pointed at him. I am not a ghost. I am very much alive. Zai rolled his eyes, offering an explanation. Upon hearing his words, the girl, still shaken, rose to her feet and cautiously approached him. In a hushed tone, she inquired, Are you sent by my father to rescue me? Your father? Are you a princess? Zai asked, taken aback by her revelation. Rest assured, once I defeat Asura, I will take you away. Tell me, Where is Azura now? At this, the girl pointed towards Azura's palace and softly replied, He is currently in the blood pool healing. He sent me out to tidy up this place. I understand. With that, Zai led the girl to Reyna, asking her to look after her for a while he boldly made his way toward Azura's palace. At that moment, Zai, unperturbed and openly revealing his presence, was swiftly detected by the patrolling demons. The once silent demon realm trembled anew with Zai's arrival, and Azura, still recuperating, was abruptly roused by the commotion outside. Azura's combat power, 180 transformed combat power, 360 Midnight's combat power, 204 after absorbing the red light sphere, 408 Chapter 44. The power of the Grim Reaper as Midnight's whereabouts were unveiled. Hordes of demons from the demon realm encircled him, unleashing a cacophony of terrifying roars and surging forth with an overwhelming momentum. Yet, Midnight remained unfazed. His expression as tranquil as the calm before a storm, betraying no hint of fear. Vortex energy blade as the multitude of demons closed in. Midnight unleashed the ultimate technique he had learned from Azura. Dual vortex energy blades surged forth from his hands, transforming the space around him into a mist of crimson as the demons were reduced to mere echoes of agony. Cease. With the emergence of a commanding voice, the previously panicked demons now displayed a flicker of exhilaration. At that moment, Azura, with his injuries seemingly healed, gazed at Midnight in astonishment and declared, Human. You are still alive? Without hesitation, he transformed into his blood-soaked demonic form, facing Midnight with utmost seriousness. A trace of disdain flickered across Zai's face, his cold gaze compelling the surrounding demons to retreat. In the next moment, he moved with remarkable swiftness, channeling his formidable energy into his fist. His ghostly speed caught his opponent off guard. With a resounding explosion, Zai's fist unleashed a powerful force that sent Azura hurtling away, his body crashing heavily to the ground, creating a substantial crater. It's impossible. How could you have become so powerful? Azura's expression darkened, disbelief etched in his features, as he endured the searing pain in his chest and struggled to rise from the pit. Vile human, I shall see you dead. Azura snarled, his face twisted in fury. Suddenly, a swirling black mist enveloped his body, lifting him into the air, while the dark vapor expanded outward, reducing everything it touched to mere dust. Ding ding be. At midnight, a gentle tap of the finger released a surge of golden energy, yet in the next instant, it was engulfed by the ominous black mist, vanishing within its depths. What on earth is this strange phenomenon? As Midnight approached, a frown creased Zai's brow, and a profound sense of dread gripped his heart, instilling within him a trace of trepidation towards the ominous black mist. Human. This is the punishment bestowed upon you by the Grim Reaper. Perish. With the cold resonance of Azura's voice echoing, the surrounding black mist coalesced into fist-sized orbs, hurtling towards Zai. In response, Zai swiftly maneuvered his body, plunging into the throng of demons behind him. Seizing two of these fiends, he hurled them into the path of the advancing mist. The moment the two demons made contact with the black fog, they cried out in agony before their forms disintegrated into dust. Immediately thereafter, a continuous stream of black mist emanated from Azura's form. Observing this, Zai pivoted and charged back into the mass of demons. A cacophony of wails erupted as swathes of demons were engulfed by the mist, leaving no trace of their existence. What in the world is this wretched entity? Zai cursed inwardly, realizing he had no choice but to flee with haste. Perish, you wretch. Azura's gaze remained fixed on Zai, the mist enveloping him in a relentless pursuit. This is intolerable, he exclaimed, unleashing the Kamehameha wave. At the stroke of midnight, Zai furrowed his brow and swiftly turned around, his hands instinctively clasping at his waist. Gathering all his energy, he unleashed a powerful Kamehameha. However, at the moment the energy wave made contact with the black mist, it was, as before, swallowed in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this, Zai's expression shifted, and his body moved with ghostly swiftness to evade the oncoming assault of the black fog. Cautious of the Reaper's power, he knew that once tainted, one would be consumed entirely. Its nemesis was lightning. Just then, as Zai found himself in a precarious situation, the voice of Reyna suddenly echoed. Reyna, it is indeed you who have betrayed me. I shall see you dead. The roar of Azura resounded, and in an instant, a mass of black mist lunged toward her. In response, Reyna, stricken with terror, collapsed to the ground, tightly shutting her eyes, awaiting the Reaper's judgment. With a resolute gaze, Zai extended his palm, unleashing a surge of blue lightning that shattered the black mist before Reyna. Is it truly effective? He glanced at his palm, excitement coursing through him. and began to transmute all his energy into lightning, with hundreds of arcs of electricity swirling around him. Then, he leaped into the air, colliding with Azura. Their immense powers erupting in a cataclysmic display that sent tremors throughout the entire demon realm. Human wretch, I shall see you dead. It is you who shall perish. At that moment, both unleashed their utmost strength. Ziyi, whose combat prowess already surpassed that of his opponent, rapidly overwhelmed Azura with the added advantage of his lightning attribute. How could I possibly lose to a human? This is unthinkable. Azura lay on the ground, despair and disbelief etched across his face, unable to fathom that the Lord of the Demon Realm could fall to a mere human. Splendid, Ziyi. We have triumphed, Reyna exclaimed, emerging from the shadows, her excitement leading her to embrace Ziyi. You traitor! The Lord of Death shall not spare you. Azura glared at Reyna with fierce contempt before falling silent. Who is this Lord of Death he speaks of? Ziyi inquired, brow furrowed in curiosity. Yet Reyna remained unresponsive for a long moment, her face flushed with embarrassment as she bowed her head. What troubles you? Ziyi asked, puzzled. Suddenly, a chill breeze swept through, and as he looked down, he realized that the battle had utterly torn his garments asunder, leaving him in a state of undress. Cough as the midnight approached, Ziyi's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. This is my attire. You should wear it first. At that moment, Reyna, her face crimson, retrieved a black bodysuit from her own belongings. Ziyi extended her hand to receive it, yet found herself at a loss regarding how to don such a diminutive garment. With a sudden pull, she was astonished to discover the suit's remarkable elasticity. Soon enough, she managed to slip it on. Aside from being a tad snug, it fit her quite well. Congratulations. Ziyi, you are now the sovereign of the demon realm. Upon witnessing Ziyi no longer in her state of undress, Reyna confidently turned around, her excitement palpable. I harbor no particular interest in being the sovereign of the demon realm. Rather, I find the entity referred to as the Grim Reaper rather intriguing, Ziyi casually remarked, waving her hand dismissively. Rest assured, the Azura is merely a remnant of the Grim Reaper's passage through the demon realm centuries ago, having been inadvertently influenced by that esteemed individual. His declaration before his demise was nothing more than a guise of grandeur. Hearing Reyna's explanation, Ziyi felt a mix of disappointment and relief, for she learned that the dark mist surrounding Azura was merely a fragment of the Grim Reaper's energy. Had she encountered it directly, the consequences could have been dire. Chapter 45, the inauguration of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Since there are no formidable opponents left, I believe it is time for me to depart, Ziyi suddenly announced. Upon hearing this, Reyna's expression shifted, her gaze wavering as she reluctantly replied, Are you leaving? But you have just vanquished Azura. The demon realm now requires a new ruler. How fortuitous. You have aided me so greatly. It is only fitting that you assume the mantle of the demon realm's sovereign. At midnight, a soft laugh escaped her lips as she spoke. Me? Reyna questioned, pointing at herself. Although her gaze revealed a hint of yearning, she lowered her head in embarrassment and said, But my power is not particularly remarkable in the demon realm. I believe there will be many who would not accept it. Fear not, for I am here with you. As Midnight extended a hand, he gently patted her shoulder and spoke. You merely need to boldly ascend to the position of the Lord of the Demon Realm. Those who oppose you shall be dealt with by me. Upon hearing this, Reyna lightly pursed her lips and nodded. News of Azura's death swiftly spread throughout the Demon Realm, and soon, all the powerful leaders gathered in Azura's former palace. Reyna, do you truly believe that this human brat defeated Lord Azura? How absurd. Do you take us for fools? I suspect you conspired to assassinate Lord Azura, coveting the throne of the Demon Lord. The demons in the hall harbored their own ulterior motives, their faces revealing disdain, as if they paid no heed to each other's words. Whether you believe it or not, I am the one who killed Azura. Now, I declare Reyna the new Lord of the Demon Realm. At this proclamation, all the demons erupted into laughter, mockingly exclaiming, How ridiculous! A mere gatekeeper is our lord? Do you think there are no worthy contenders in the Demon Realm? Moreover, you are but a human. What right do you have to govern us? What right? Just this. At this, Midnight let out a cold chuckle and unleashed two swirling blades of energy, reducing two formidable demons to mere blood mist. Witnessing this scene, all the demons were left speechless. Though these two were not the strongest, they were certainly formidable. Yet they had been utterly powerless against Midnight's might, causing them to retreat in fear. They began to believe that indeed, Midnight had slain Azura. Do we have any dissenters? Noticing the silence among the demons, Midnight nodded and continued. Since there are no objections, Reyna shall henceforth be recognized as the new Lord of the Demon Realm. However, I must lay down 3 rules. First, any dissenters or traitors shall be executed without mercy. Second, those who consume human flesh shall be executed without mercy. Third, those who venture into the human world to harm innocent civilians shall be executed without mercy. Upon hearing this, the demons displayed their discontent, and a few bold ones directly challenged him. What right do you have? We are demons. Why shouldn't we eat humans? Besides, when Lord Azura was around, he did not interfere with us. What makes you think you can? Exactly. Do not assume we, the denizens of the demon realm, are easily bullied. Before they could finish, Midnight effortlessly dispatched the unruly demons with a flurry of energy blades, then coldly remarked, "Who else dares to dissent? Step forward and let me see how many of you possess true spirit." In light of this, the demons fell silent, lowering their heads in place, too intimidated to make a move. Subsequently, with Midnight's assistance, Reyna successfully ascended to the throne of the demon realm. To ensure her safety, Midnight ruthlessly eliminated all demons who harbored animosity toward her. The living conditions in the demon realm were dire for humans, yet in order to aid Reyna's trainings, he willingly resided there for nearly a year. During this time, Reyna's strength surged, surpassing even that of the former Azura. A year later, Reyna's status in the demon realm rose exponentially, her title of queen eclipsing that of the former demon king Azura. Thus, Midnight felt he had repaid her life debt and departed the demon realm with a clear conscience. After leaving, Midnight returned to Corinta's room, surveying the familiar surroundings before stepping outside. "I can't believe you actually came back alive. You had me worried for several minutes." Upon seeing Midnight, the elder Corinta exclaimed in surprise, Your aura seems quite extraordinary. It appears your time in the demon realm was fruitful." The elder remarked, stroking his chin. "Not too shabby. I've made significant progress." Midnight responded. 2 fleeting years passed, and soon the second World Martial Arts Tournament arrived. After bidding farewell to the elder Corinta, Midnight soared toward Papaya Island, located at the center of the Southern Ocean. Indeed, Midnight had independently mastered the art of flight. After flying for roughly 30 minutes, he finally arrived at the venue for the tournament, which, following the exhilarating matches of the previous event, had attracted a throng of spectators from all corners of the nation. "I wonder if Bulma and the others have arrived. I promised to watch her, but I fear I might be lectured." Midnight mused to himself. "Hey, Midnight, over here." A familiar voice called out, and sure enough, he turned to see Krillin and the others excitedly waving at him. "Master Roshi, Krillin, Oolong. It's been a long time." Midnight hastened to greet them warmly. "Bulma, what's wrong?" Noticing Bulma's silence, Midnight felt a pang of awkwardness. "Humph." Bulma shot him a glare, then turned her head dismissively, coldly stating, "I don't know who promised to come see me, but it's been 3 years, and not a single trace has been seen." "I'm sorry, Bulma. I've been preoccupied with training," Midnight sheepishly explained, scratching his head. "Enough. You don't need to explain. Clearly, I mean nothing to you, right? You must think my presence hinders your training. If so, I'll just leave." With that, Bulma crossed her arms and ignored Midnight, walking away toward the hotel they had booked, muttering under her breath, "That despicable jerk. If you don't come to appease me, you'll regret it." Chapter 46, Tianjin Han. Seeing this, Midnight could only smile wryly and hastily pursued her, persistently apologizing. After an hour of explanations, Bulma finally forgave him. Soon after, they arrived at the registration area for the World Martial Arts Tournament. However, Goku had yet to arrive. Left with no choice, Midnight and the others registered first, while Master Roshi opted not to participate in this tournament. "What's taking Goku so long? Registration is nearly over." Krillin fretted. He wouldn't have forgotten, would he? Master Roshi furrowed his brow. Only 5 minutes left. Where in the world could Goku be? Bulma glanced at her watch and pouted. "Oh, isn't that Master Roshi?" At that moment, a voice tinged with mockery rang out, drawing everyone's attention. 3 peculiar figures approached, all clad in matching dark green attire. The central figure was a slender old man resembling a crane, while the others were equally strange. To his right stood a tall, striking young man with 3 eyes, and to his left was a short child, pale-faced with 2 red spots near his mouth. "Why, it's Master Crane. I never expected you to still be alive." Master Roshi gazed disdainfully at the onlookers before him and scoffed, "Even in death, I shall remain unscathed. I heard that your disciple stole the limelight at the last martial arts tournament?" Tien Shinhan interjected with a mocking tone, "And what of it? This merely signifies that the current martial arts tournament has fallen into decline. Thus, I have brought my own disciple to partake in the competition, to demonstrate who the true champions are." A look of contempt crossed Master Crane's face as he derisively remarked, What kind of disciple could a decrepit old man like you possibly train? One far superior to your bald-headed turtle. Tian Xinhan shook his head, interrupting the two bickering individuals with a tone identical to Master Crane's. Enough of this, Master. Let us not waste time on these fools. When the competition commences, I shall show them what for. Huh, you make a fair point. Master Crane conceded with a nod, chuckling in response. As the three departed, Bulma's face contorted in distaste. Turning to Master Roshi, she inquired, "Who is that insufferable fellow?" "His name is Master Crane, and he may prove to be our formidable rival in this tournament." Master Roshi replied gravely. At this, Zai displayed a dismissive expression, casually asserting, "Rival? They are not worthy. Rest assured, Master, one strike will suffice to deal with them. Do not underestimate them, Zai," Master Roshi cautioned, turning to him earnestly. "Do not worry, Master. I understand." Zai responded with a calm nod. "Hello, everyone." Suddenly, Goku's voice rang out, prompting everyone to turn. They beheld Goku sprinting towards them, clad in the pelt of a saber-toothed tiger. "Goku, you finally arrived." Upon seeing him, smiles of familiarity graced their faces as they rushed to greet him. "You seem to have grown quite a bit." In the stillness of midnight, Zai gently ruffled Wukong's hair and chuckled. "Is that so?" Wukong responded dismissively. "How infuriating. You're still taller than me," Krillin remarked, standing beside Wukong, slightly pouting in discontent. "All right. Wukong, hurry up and register." After Wukong completed his registration, the group felt a sense of relief. They then ventured to an upscale restaurant where they indulged in a lavish feast. With the wealth of the Red Ribbon Army and the presence of a billionaire's daughter beside them, they had no worries about Wukong's hearty appetite. After satisfying their hunger, as night fell, they joyously returned to their pre-booked hotel. Following a period of revelry, each drifted into slumber. The next morning, amidst a hazy dawn, the group donned the special attire crafted by Master Roshi and made their way to the venue of the martial arts tournament. Under the persuasion of Krillin and others, Yamcha finally shed his reluctance and joined Master Roshi's training. The martial arts arena was already bustling with an enthusiastic crowd, and upon seeing Zai and the others arrive, many previous competitors displayed unfriendly expressions. "Welcome, everyone, to the grand venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Now, let us draw lots to determine our opponents." The participants lined up to receive their identification tags. Fortunately, they were assigned to different areas, ensuring they would not face each other in the preliminary rounds. "Now, please send contestant number 178 to the fourth ring for competition." As the announcement echoed, Zai bid farewell to Wukong and ascended to his designated stage. Boom, boom, boom. With thunderous vibrations, a massive sumo wrestler approached Zai, instantly recognizing him as the champion of the previous tournament. "Zai, I have watched your matches. I will unleash my full strength from the very first move, leaving you no chance to retaliate." Zai, unfazed by the man's roaring challenge, replied with a cold smirk. "Rest assured, I shall show mercy in return. How dare you underestimate me?" The sumo wrestler, enraged, charged at Zai with all his might. Yet as he neared, an invisible wall of energy halted his advance. With a gentle exhale, Zai sent the man flying, crashing into the wall behind him and rendering him unconscious. Contestant number 178 wins. The referee gulped, his face pale with shock. "Truly deserving of the title of last tournament's champion," he remarked. "Incredible! Zai is truly formidable." Krillin and Yamcha were left speechless, realizing they were witnessing a level of martial arts beyond their comprehension, exchanging glances of disbelief and shaking their heads in resignation. "Zai, you are amazing. I hope to have a real match with you," Wukong exclaimed, his fists itching with excitement. "Tian Xinhan, look!" On the other side, Dumpling tugged on Tian Xinhan's sleeve, pointing towards Zai. "This individual is indeed formidable. He must be the strongest of the turtle school. However, he will ultimately fall to my strength." Chapter 47. Yamcha versus Tian Xinhan. As the tournament progressed, fierce battles erupted within the martial arts arena, and soon 8 champions emerged. Following a series of draws, the real competition finally commenced. "Thank you for your patience. I hereby declare the World Martial Arts Tournament officially open. First up, Yamcha will face Tian Xinhan." As the referee's voice resonated, cheers erupted from the audience. In the backstage area, Yamcha and Tian Xinhan exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of disdain before stepping onto the stage. "Hey, Tian Xinhan, right? I suggest you concede gracefully," Yamcha boasted, striking a combat stance. "Humph, keep barking. Soon, I will silence you," Tian Xinhan retorted coldly. "Huh." In the next instant, Yamcha surged forward to engage Tian Shinhan, and the two clashed fiercely, igniting a fervor among the spectators, who became engrossed in the thrilling spectacle. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists collided, producing deafening echoes. After a brief exchange, their expressions turned serious, and they swiftly distanced themselves, creating a gap of several meters. I may have underestimated you a bit. Now, behold my ultimate technique, the new Wolf Fang Fist. With a fierce shout, Yamcha propelled himself forward, transforming into a whirlwind of wolf-like figures, howling as they charged at Tian Shinhan. Tian Shinhan, unfazed, stepped forward to meet the onslaught, their fists clashing in a fierce display of combat, their forms darting across the stage, leaving the audience in a daze. Remarkable, Krillin exclaimed, astonished by the intensity of their battle. I never expected Yamcha to improve this much. Bringing him into the fold was indeed the right choice. Master Roshi nodded in satisfaction. Ha! On the stage, Tian Shinhan couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Yamcha frowned slightly, his anger rising as he asked, What are you laughing at? I thought your turtle school punches were something to behold, but they are utterly pathetic. Tian Shinhan scoffed. What did you just say? Yamcha's fury ignited, and he transformed into a whirlwind of wolf figures again, lunging at Tian Shinhan. However, Tian Shinhan remained unfazed, adopting a bow stance, his muscles taut and veins bulging, allowing Yamcha's punches to rain down upon him without flinching. Impossible. How can he endure that? Yamcha gasped, disbelief etched on his face. See, your techniques are akin to that of a child. Now, witness my martial arts. With that, Tian Shinhan's form moved like a ghost, appearing beside Yamcha in the blink of an eye, launching a relentless assault before Yamcha could react. Yamcha's expression grew grave as he gritted his teeth, struggling to fend off Tian Shinhan's barrage, but it seemed increasingly futile, and he soon found himself overwhelmed. Bang, bang, bang. A relentless series of blows rained down upon Yamcha, forcing him to his knees, battered and bruised. It appears the victor is clear, Master Roshi remarked, shaking his head in resignation. I have not yet lost. Yamcha, enduring the pain, rose to his feet, his gaze steely as he assumed a bow stance, his hands forming a flower-like shape at his waist. Is that the Turtle School's Kamehameha? When did he learn that? Master Roshi exclaimed in disbelief. With another mighty roar, Yamcha unleashed a brilliant beam of white energy from his palms, prompting Tian Shinhan to clasp his hands together, a soft golden glow enveloping his form. Boom. The moment the Kamehameha wave made contact, it unexpectedly rebounded back. Upon witnessing this, Yamcha promptly leaped into the air. However, the Kamehameha wave descended towards the audience behind him, resulting in a cacophony of explosions and anguished cries from the crowd. Yamcha, be careful. Goku suddenly shouted at Yamcha, suspended in midair. Before he could react, Tian Shinhan struck him down, sending him crashing heavily onto the arena. Following this, Tian swiftly descended, landing forcefully on Yamcha's knee. Yamcha's anguished scream echoed as his kneecap shattered, overwhelming him with pain, causing him to faint. Yamcha! Goku and Krillin rushed to his side as the referee simultaneously declared Tian's victory, summoning medical personnel. Yamcha, I will take you to the hospital. Just as Par transformed into a flying carpet, Z intervened, quickly helping Yamcha to his feet. From his pocket, he retrieved a mystical bean, crushed it, and placed the powder into Yamcha's mouth. As the powder entered, Yamcha felt a warm current coursing through his body. His broken bones miraculously healed, and he regained consciousness, feeling invigorated instead of pained. Z, what did you just give Yamcha? How did his injuries heal so swiftly? Krillin inquired, astonished by the scene before him. It's a Senzu bean, Z replied, acknowledging the significance of the bean. You thought of everything, Z. Goku exclaimed excitedly. A Senzu bean? What is that? Krillin asked, scratching his head in confusion. It's a type of food from Korin Tower that can sustain a person for 10 days without nourishment and has healing properties, Goku explained. So that's how it is. Thank you, Z. Though he didn't fully understand the circumstances, Yamcha was grateful for Z's assistance. This is truly remarkable. Z has fed Yamcha a peculiar bean, and his injuries have completely healed. The referee, equally astonished, took hold of the microphone to clarify the situation to the bewildered audience. Have you finished your little chat? Do you think this is your home? Tien remarked sarcastically, furrowing his brow. The faces of the others darkened in response, glaring at Tien. With Goku angrily retorting, Yamcha is already lost. Why must you continue to be ruthless? It's a miracle I didn't kill him, Tien replied nonchalantly, sneering as he left the arena. Yamcha S Battle Power, 120 Tien Shinhan S Battle Power, 180 Chapter 48 Z versus Nama. Damn it. I will settle this score with you. Goku clenched his fists in anger. Let it go, Goku. Don't stoop to his level. Krillin reassured him, patting his shoulder. However, this guy is indeed formidable. Be cautious when you encounter him, Yamcha warned, his brow furrowed. The next match will be between contestant Namu and contestant Z, scheduled to commence tomorrow morning. The referee's announcement signaled the dispersal of the crowd, who eagerly awaited the next day's competition. As night fell, Master Roshi led Z and the others to a restaurant for dinner. Z, your opponent tomorrow is Namu, who was defeated by Master Mateto last time. I imagine this victory will come easily for you. Krillin remarked enviously across the table. Haha, to boast a little, I will win effortlessly against anyone I face. Z replied with a light chuckle, exuding confidence. You truly lack humility. Master Roshi shook his head in amusement. Oh, I really hope to have a proper match with Z. Goku exclaimed, swallowing his food in excitement. You will have your chance, Goku. Once this tournament concludes, let us train together. I have a great training location in mind where our strengths will surely soar. Z promised, patting Goku's shoulder with determination. Really? That is fantastic. Goku shouted in exhilaration. At that moment, 3 unexpected guests entered the restaurant, Tien and his disciples. After surveying the area, they approached Master Roshi's table, where Tien's master, Crane Hermit, loudly commanded. Bring out the finest dishes. Today, we celebrate our victory. By the way, Tien, what do you think of that Kame School fighter's strength? Crane Hermit taunted. Haha, I could handle someone like that with one hand, and I wouldn't even break a sweat. Tien replied arrogantly with a sneer. Indeed. What formidable fighters can the Kame School possibly have? Crane Hermit nodded in satisfaction, bursting into laughter. These wretches. Yamcha's face flushed crimson with anger. Gritting his teeth in fury. What, are you dissatisfied? Tien asked mockingly. Do you wish to fight? Z rose abruptly, his aura erupting, casting an invisible pressure that made everyone's expression shift. What an intimidating presence. To what extent has Z's power increased? Master Roshi thought, astonished at Z's transformation. Tien wore a grave expression, no longer underestimating his opponent. Enough, Z. Sit down. Fighting is prohibited during the tournament, otherwise you will be disqualified. Master Roshi gently placed a hand on Z's shoulder, signaling him to return to his seat, then slowly approached Crane Hermit. Suddenly, Master Roshi let out a loud fart at Crane Hermit's table and walked back. Crane Hermit's face turned pale as he hurriedly covered his nose. Shouting at Master Roshi, you old turtle, how could you fart? It's horrendous. You lecherous old turtle. Hearing this, Master Roshi could no longer contain himself, standing up to engage in a verbal duel with Crane Hermit, drawing the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Meanwhile, Z and the others were left blushing in embarrassment at the antics of these 2 old men. The next day, the venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament was packed with a sea of people, all eager to witness a match as thrilling as the previous day's. Make way for me. Suddenly, with Bulma's furious shout, the crowd parted in shame as they retreated to the edges of the venue under the threat of her machine gun. Welcome, everyone, to the World Martial Arts Tournament. Thank you for your patience. I now declare the second match officially begins. With the referee's announcement, Z and Namu stepped onto the stage amidst the crowd's fervent anticipation. I can't believe my opponent is you. While I know I am no match for you, I will not give up. Namu clasped his hands together, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face as he gazed at Z. Make your move. Unleash your strongest technique, lest you find yourself without a chance. Zai remarked with an impassive expression. Ha! Cross Sky Fist. With a resounding shout, Nanwu propelled himself into the air, arms forming a cross as he descended vigorously onto the stage where Zai stood. Bang! As Nanwu landed, an invisible barrier of energy materialized around Zai, immobilizing his opponent. With a subtle wave of his hand, Zai effortlessly cast Nanwu from the stage, sending him into a daze. Nanwu has fallen off the stage. Zai is victorious. The referee's voice echoed, leaving the audience in a state of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the turn of events, which soon gave way to murmurs of discontent. What just happened? How dull. I expected an exhilarating match. I came early just to secure a spot. What a waste. Observing the audience's disgruntled expressions, the referee could only offer an awkward smile, wiping the cold sweat from his brow before hastily announcing the commencement of the third match. Now, let the third match begin. Please welcome competitors Klin and Jiaozi to the stage. Boom. As the gong sounded, Klin swiftly assumed a battle stance, scrutinizing his opponent, but Jiaozi remained standing silently, prompting Klin to furrow his brow. Come on. Clin called out, and Jiaozi, no longer polite, gradually lifted his feet from the ground, floating into the air. Nanny? Clin gasped in astonishment at the sight. Suddenly, Jiaozi surged forward with the swiftness of the wind, launching an attack on Clin. Bang! Jiaozi delivered a powerful kick, sending Clin soaring into the air. Jiaozi followed suit, and the two engaged in a fierce aerial battle. However, just as Clin gained a slight advantage, gravity took hold, and he plummeted back onto the stage, while Jiaozi remained suspended above him. Nan was combat power, 30. Midnight's combat power, 420 Clin's combat power, 110 Jiaozi's combat power, 105 Chapter 49, Clin versus Jiaozi soaring through the air. It was utterly shameless. So be it. Do not blame me. Clin furrowed his brow and then swiftly moved, his speed surpassing the human eye's ability to perceive. Jiaozi, he is on your left. At Tianjin's reminder, Jiaozi appeared even more bewildered. Just as he prepared to extend his hands to find his direction, Clin suddenly appeared and delivered a powerful punch. Clin pressed the attack, relentless in his onslaught, forcing Jiaozi to retreat step by step, leaving him no opportunity to counter. However, just as Clin was about to push him out of the ring, Jiaozi astonishingly paused in midair. Damn it, this is impossible to hit. Clin gritted his teeth, exclaiming in frustration. Jiaozi strolled in the air, positioning himself directly above Clin. He then extended his fingertip, gathering a golden radiance that, in the next moment, shot downwards. Clin's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly dodged, causing the arena to erupt in a brilliant explosion. Midnight, do you find this technique familiar? Goku turned to Midnight and inquired. That's the Dodon Ray of Tao Pai Pai. Midnight nodded in response. Huh. At this moment, Tianjin, having overheard their conversation, approached them with a furrowed brow and asked in a solemn tone, Do you know Tao Pai Pai? Of course. He has already been slain by Midnight. Goku replied with a nod. Upon hearing this, Tianjin's face paled, and he roared, No, that's impossible. How could he kill Tao Pai Pai? Absolutely impossible. Why is it impossible? Do you think that guy is strong? Even you now could easily obliterate him. Midnight scoffed. Damn it, how could Tao Pai Pai be that strong? Tianjin's veins bulged as he gritted his teeth, disbelief etched across his face. In the arena, Jiaozi remained suspended in the air, unleashing golden energy waves toward Clin, who could only roll on the ground to evade the relentless assault. Damn it, if this continues, I will surely lose, but I can't even touch him. Eureka! Since Yamcha can do it, there is no reason I can't. Clin murmured softly, positioning his feet in a bow shape and slowly gathering his energy in his palms. Could it be that this kid has also mastered it? The turtle hermit exclaimed in astonishment. Seeing Clin halt his movements, Jiaozi began concentrating all his power at his fingertips, forming a golden energy sphere the size of a basketball in the blink of an eye. Oh no, Clin's Kamehameha is still unrefined. He cannot defeat Jiaozi's Dodon Ray. The turtle hermit's expression turned grave as worry clouded his features. Clin, dodge. Goku shouted urgently. Dodon Ray. With a fierce shout, Jiaozi unleashed the golden energy, which radiated a blinding brilliance as it hurtled toward Clin. With a serious expression, Clin failed to release his gathered energy, and, as Jiaozi's energy struck the ground, he swiftly moved to the air. Kamehameha. Simultaneously, Clin seized the opportunity to unleash his Kamehameha, the white energy beam striking Jiaozi directly and sending him flying. However, just as Jiaozi was about to fall off the ring, he swiftly employed the instant transmission technique to halt in midair, then staggeringly returned to the arena, nursing his injuries. Damn it, I was so close. He managed to float again. Clin gritted his teeth in regret. I am furious now. I will fight with all my might. With that, Jiaozi removed his hat, revealing a surprising long black hair on his pale scalp. He then began to spin rapidly and charged at Clin. Bang! In the next moment, Clin was knocked to the ground. He stood up, touched his bald head, and without hesitation charged back at Jiaozi. Bang! Ouch, that hurts, it hurts. Clin cried out, tears welling in his eyes as he clutched his head. Coming again? Observing Jiaozi's relentless pursuit, Clin leapt into the air, but Jiaozi suddenly altered direction, spinning once more and colliding with Clin's chest. Damn it! Huh? Clin's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he extended his hands to take the impact, involuntarily retreating toward the edge of the ring. At a critical moment, Jiaozi's spinning headbutt finally faltered and came to a stop. He actually caught it. Tianjin exclaimed in astonishment. Now it's my turn, Clin declared excitedly as he stomped down and charged forward. Suddenly, Jiaozi raised his hands, emitting invisible waves towards Clin. Instantly, Klin's face contorted in pain as he clutched his abdomen and slumped to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately after, Jiaozi advanced, landing kicks to Klin's face, eliciting cries of agony. What an array of peculiar techniques. Does he not use his hands because he cannot drop them? As Klin endured the searing pain and rose, his mind raced. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he asked, "What is 3 plus 4? Upon hearing this, Jiaozi indeed paused and began calculating with his fingers. A perfect opportunity. Bang. In the blink of an eye, Klin seized the moment to deliver a punch, sending Jiaozi flying. Klin, sensing his momentum, followed up with a barrage of mathematical questions, leaving Jiaozi in disarray. What is 9 minus 1? Klin relentlessly pressed on, prompting Jiaozi to once again calculate with his fingers. This time, Klin summoned all his strength and knocked him out of the ring. 8. Watching Jiaozi tumble out of the arena, Klin chuckled softly. Jiaozi has fallen out of the ring. Klin is the victor. The referee hastily announced Klin's triumph into the microphone. Damn it. That fool was tricked by such a ridiculous tactic. I should have taught him math from the beginning. Master Rashi seethed, clenching his fists in indignation. Master, I have something crucial to tell you. Tianjin suddenly approached and spoke. What is it? Master Rashi asked curtly. I have news about my master, Tao Pai Pai. He was killed by that midnight from the turtle school. Tianjin clenched his fists, his expression grave. What? I wonder why I hadn't heard from my brother lately. So he was. Damn it, I will not spare you. Master Rashi glared at Midnight from a distance, his eyes filled with a fierce murderous intent. Chapter 50. Midnight Ambush. As Klin celebrated his victory, the referee announced the time for the next day's match. The once lively atmosphere within the venue gradually quieted down. After a jubilant celebration for Klin, the night darkened, and everyone returned to their hotel rooms to rest. Once back in their quarters, the group quickly succumbed to slumber. After a while, the door to their room was suddenly flung open, and a figure clad in black stealthily entered, making his way directly to Zai's bedside. The intruder cast a glance at the peacefully sleeping Zai before lunging towards his neck. Suddenly, the black-clad assailant's attack was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected hand. Tianjin Fan, why are you here to thwart me? The intruder questioned in a hushed tone upon recognizing the newcomer. Teacher, leave this one to me. I shall settle the score with him in the arena. Tianjin Fan replied quietly. No, this man has slain my brother. I must avenge him today. Kama Sennin shook his head, resolutely refusing. But you cannot kill me. Zai suddenly opened his eyes, his voice cold. At his words, both Tianjin Fan and Kama Sennin's expressions shifted dramatically, and they swiftly retreated. Meanwhile, Goku, Klin, and Yamcha were roused from their slumber, leaping into action to encircle Kama Sennin. It's you? I didn't expect such treachery, sneaking in for a midnight ambush. Goku furrowed his brow, irritation evident in his tone. I will surely avenge my brother, Tao Bai Bai, Kama Sennin exclaimed. His brow furrowed in fury as he leapt towards Zai with intent to strike. Then you must possess the capability to do so. In the dead of night. Zai disdainfully uttered a word, his body moving with the swiftness of a specter. Before Master Rashi could even touch the ground, he was sent sprawling against the wall with a tremendous force. What astonishing speed! Tianjin Fan's expression shifted dramatically. He had intended to intervene on Master Rashi's behalf. Yet before he could act, his own mentor had already been vanquished. How infuriating! How could this young man possess such formidable strength? Master Rashi, enduring the excruciating pain in his chest, cursed angrily and struggled to rise to his feet. You shall experience my technique, he declared. Come at me. As Master Rashi prepared to launch another attack, Zai regarded him with utter disdain. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Master Rashi produced 2 smoke bombs from his pocket and hurled them to the ground. Instantly, the room was engulfed in a thick fog, obscuring everyone's vision. How infuriating! He managed to escape. After the smoke dissipated, Master Rashi's figure had already vanished from the room. Yamcha frowned, lamenting the unfortunate turn of events. What transpired? At that moment, Master Rashi and Bulma, alerted by the commotion, rushed in from the adjacent room. Master Wu Tian, those despicable fiends must be afraid of losing the competition. Which is why they launched a midnight ambush. It's a pity we let Master Rashi slip away. Krillin clenched his fists, indignation evident on his face. What? I can't believe you would stoop so low. Bulma exclaimed vehemently upon hearing this. Stop spouting nonsense. I am not afraid of you. Master Rashi acted out of rage because this young man killed his brother. Tianjin Fan retorted, pointing an accusing finger at Zai. Humph, your teacher abandoned you and fled. Yet you still defend him? How laughable. Yamcha scoffed. Do you believe you can impede me? Tianjin Fan replied defiantly, yet deep down, he felt uncertain. For Zai's recently demonstrated prowess far surpassed his own. Tianjin Fan, you may leave. Zai suddenly interjected. You want me to leave? Tianjin Fan was taken aback, questioning in confusion. Indeed, I was not asleep. I witnessed you trying to stop Master Rashi. I believe you are not a bad person. However, I must offer you a warning. You and your teacher are not of the same ilk. His moral character is lacking, and associating with him will ultimately lead to your ruin. With that, Zai motioned for Goku and the others to clear a path for Tianjin Fan, who, without hesitations, turned and exited the room. Yamcha, I shall avenge your grievances in the competition. Zai then approached Yamcha and spoke. In truth, it is of little consequence. I had long forgotten it. If what you say holds true, then Tianjin Fan is not a bad person after all. Let go of the vengeance, after all. It was my own inadequacy. Yamcha scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. The following day, after enjoying breakfast, Zai and his companions arrived early at the venue of the world's premier martial arts tournament. The vibrant atmosphere within the venue had not diminished. In fact, it had intensified due to Wukong's opponent today, attracting numerous journalists and admirers. At that moment, Zai and his friends were engaged in cheerful conversation when suddenly, a group of beautiful girls rushed over, encircling them. To Zai's irritation, one girl even had the audacity to touch him inappropriately, shamelessly taking advantage of the situation. What an adorable bald head. I've watched your matches, and you are truly remarkable. Your explosive hairstyle is so alluring, and you even have a tail. I absolutely adore it. Zai, you are so handsome, and your fighting skills are unparalleled. This year's champion will undoubtedly be you. Could you please sign for us and take a picture? As Zai and his friends found themselves surrounded by so many lovely girls, Master Rashi looked on with envy, while the girls nearby showed no interest in him, causing his frustration to boil over. Meanwhile, Bulma displayed a murderous glare in response to the situation. Ahem, Zai, Wukong, Krillin, today I want to spar with you. Let's see if your skills have diminished. Master Rashi coughed lightly and addressed the three of them. All right, Master, I'll go first. Upon witnessing the situation, Zai hastily withdrew his hands that had been incessantly indulging in his own desires, and then squeezed his way out of the crowd, exclaiming with excitement, Ah, you mischievous rascal. Do pay attention. The turtle sage leaned closer to Zai's ear and whispered softly, Rest assured, Master. In the stillness of midnight, Zai smiled gently, gestured an okay, and initiated the attack. However, Zai did not unleash her full prowess. Although her martial arts appeared dazzling, any true martial artist could easily spot its flaws. Yet, the performance was captivating, and Master Rashi, recognizing this, executed his most impressive moves to counter Zai's assault. Zai is remarkable, and this old gentleman is quite impressive too. In an instant, numerous young women rushed forward with cameras and autograph books, surrounding Master Rashi, some even showing little concern for his advances. Observing this, Zai finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself that indeed, women who idolize stars can be quite formidable. Chapter 51, Wukong vs. Puff. As Master Rashi attracted the attention of all the surrounding women, Zai and Wukong finally caught their breath and exited the venue together. At that moment, a luxurious car halted before them. The window slowly descended, revealing a plump man clad in a white suit who removed his cigar and smiled. You must be Mr. Wukong. We are the organizers and would like to conduct an interview. An interview? What is that? Is it delicious? Wukong scratched his head, bewildered. The competition is about to begin. Do you think we are fools to take time for an interview now? Zai found the excuse rather amusing. Less chatter. The suited man barked, and moments later, 3 or 4 armed thugs emerged from the car, surrounding the duo. Ah, so you are the villains, then I shall not hold back. Wukong's expression hardened, and he swiftly dealt with the assailants. Noticing the plump man trembling in the car, Wukong's heart softened, and he spared him, merely warning him against future misdeeds. All right, Wukong, the match is about to commence. Let us return. Upon hearing this, Wukong nodded, and the two made their way to the martial arts arena. Now, the 4th round of the World Martial Arts Tournament officially begins. Please welcome contestant Puff. As the referee's voice echoed, Puff executed a series of impressive acrobatics before elegantly appearing on stage. The atmosphere among the audience surged, particularly with the deafening cheers from the female spectators. Is this too exaggerated? Oolong remarked, covering his ears amidst the commotion. What do you know? Puff is a recent sensation, having secured 2 global martial arts championships this year. And he is quite handsome, Bulma explained. Such frivolous women. I truly feel for Zai. Oolong shrugged, exasperated. Don't speak nonsense. I have no affection for him. I merely state the facts. Bulma quickly corrected herself. Huh. Women are truly untrustworthy. Wulong scoffed, then queried, by what standards do you find him handsome? At least he is far more attractive than you, little pig. Bulma replied disdainfully. Humph. I shan't converse with you any longer. Wulong crossed his arms, feeling wounded and somewhat irritated. And now, let us welcome the other contestant, the runner-up from the previous tournament, contestant Sun Wukong. Hello, everyone. Wukong cheerfully bounded onto the stage, greeting the audience. Kid, I advise you to concede, for I can defeat you with a single punch. Puff chuckled derisively. I will not yield, Wukong asserted earnestly. Then I shall not hold back, Puff declared, adopting a classic boxing stance and lunging towards Wukong with force. However, as his fist approached, it suddenly halted, and he smirked. Why aren't you dodging? Do you think my punches are too swift to evade? Because your punches do not appear formidable, Wukong replied with sincerity. What? Do you even grasp what you are saying? Then let me show you. Puff, amused by Wukong's response, retreated several meters and unleashed a series of flashy martial arts moves, subsequently smashing a nearby wall. Do you see my strength now? I can defeat you in 30 seconds. Puff boasted arrogantly, then hurled a punch at Wukong. Zai had once remarked that the strong do not move. Yet I shall. Wukong chuckled lightly, sidestepping Puff's attack, and unleashed a flurry of rapid punches upon him. Puff winced in pain, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Contestant Sun Wukong wins. As the referee's voice rang out, many female spectators appeared disheartened, though a significant number cheered for Wukong, particularly Oolong's voice standing out. Fantastic, Wukong, well done. What? So Puff was merely a decorative cushion. Thank goodness I didn't become his fan. Bulma's expression was blank as she spoke softly. Foolish woman, possessing a large bosom yet nothing else. I truly cannot fathom why I would fancy you. Oolong shot her an unimpressed glance, expressing his disdain. Silence. If you dare speak ill of me before Zai, I shall not spare you. Bulma yelled at Oolong. What a surprise. I never anticipated that contestant Wukong would effortlessly defeat contestant Puff. Next, we shall proceed to the semifinals. Please welcome contestants Zai and Krillin. Time flies, it is once again my turn to compete, and my opponent is Zai. Krillin glanced at Zai, feeling a sudden urge to withdraw from the match. Bang! Suddenly, something struck Krillin's head, and as he prepared to retaliate, he discovered that the instigator was Master Roshi. Impudent brat, what are you daydreaming about? Remember, martial arts is not about defeating others, but transcending oneself. Master Roshi reprimanded Krillin. I understand. Enlightened by Master Roshi's words, Krillin's fighting spirit reignited. By the way, Master Roshi, how did you get in here? I thought only participants were allowed. Krillin suddenly inquired. That is unimportant. The match is about to begin. Hurry up. Master Roshi scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. Then, Zai and Krillin simultaneously stepped onto the stage, leaving Oolong and the others in a predicament, unsure whom to cheer for. Krillin, unleash your full strength upon me. Let me witness your progress over the years, rest assured. I will not hold back. Zai calmly addressed the hesitant Krillin. All right, then I shall not hold back, Krillin shouted, transforming into a blur as he attacked Zai with all his might. While Zai found Krillin's movements rather insignificant, she restrained her strength to avoid crushing his confidence, engaging him in an intense battle. Here, I would like to clarify that I understand there are varying perspectives on combat power. However, these have been established by the novice after conducting some research on Baidu, so I kindly ask for your understanding. Chapter 52, Goku vs. Tien. Krillin, have you made significant progress? In the stillness of midnight, Zai stated with an expressionless countenance, however, I still fall short compared to you. I have exerted all my strength, yet I still cannot reach you. Krillin gasped in response. The match must come to an end. With that, Zai vanished from the arena in a flash, leaving the audience in astonishment, including Tianjin Fan. Bang! In the next moment, Zai reappeared, delivering a powerful punch to Krillin's chest, sending him flying out of the ring. Outside the ring, Zai was declared the victor. The referee's voice resounded once more, marking the conclusion of Zai's match. Next up was the fierce showdown between Goku and Tianjin Fan. Welcome to the second match of the semifinals of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Please welcome Tianjin Fan and Son Goku to the arena. Both competitors hailed from prestigious lineages. Who would claim victory? Let us await the outcome as the match officially begins. The referee enthusiastically announced. As the referee's words fell, Goku wasted no time and darted toward Tianjin Fan, launching an attack with a powerful step. Bang! Tianjin Fan, unwilling to yield, swiftly raised his arms to block Goku's assault, then retaliated with a rapid kick, only to have it ensnared by Goku's tail. After a few spins, Goku sent Tianjin Fan flying. As Tianjin Fan soared through the air, Goku leaped up, but at that moment, Tianjin Fan bore a triumphant expression and unleashed a Kikaho toward the ascending Goku. Boom! Goku was struck and plummeted to the ground, creating a large crater upon impact. Moments later, Goku sprang from the crater, charging forward with renewed vigor. However, just as he neared Tianjin Fan, he executed a high-speed maneuver, vanishing from sight. Here, bang! Tianjin Fan's three eyes darted around, quickly locating Goku's silhouette. With a swift motion, he struck Goku, sending him careening away. Child's play. Huh. Tianjin Fan then refused to grant Goku a moment's respite, launching a relentless barrage of punches and kicks at an astonishing speed, surpassing even that of a machine gun. Just when the spectators believed Tianjin Fan had secured victory, Goku suddenly smirked, startling Tianjin Fan into retreating several meters. What? Tianjin Fan's expression shifted dramatically as he witnessed Goku standing up nonchalantly, exclaiming, "You are truly formidable. Now I can unleash my full power. Enough with the bravado. You just used your strongest attack." Tianjin Fan scoffed. "Indeed. But that was merely the power of the match. Now you will face my battle strength. Aside from Zai, you are the first to provoke me into using my full capabilities." With that, Goku surged forward like a phantom, launching an intense assault on Tianjin Fan, who gritted his teeth in pain, yet remained exhilarated. "I can't believe there exists someone as remarkable as you. I'm fired up. What a formidable man. I like him." A voice chimed in, startling Bulma and the others, who exchanged curious glances, implying that her taste was rather unique. "But I must win this match," Tianjin Fan declared coldly. "In your dreams," Goku shot back. "Now I shall unleash my full strength." With that, the two clashed once more, every strike resonating with explosive sounds. Their fists and feet moving with a speed that surpassed the naked eye. They exhibited a breathtaking display of combat, their strengths evenly matched. The battle raged on, their figures blurring into 7 illusions, encircling Tianjin Fan entirely. "Is that all you have? Attempting to deceive me with mere afterimages?" Tianjin Fan exclaimed, his eyes darting wildly. Suddenly, he bellowed, directing his gaze skyward, and unleashed a punch that struck at the illusion of Goku. Yet, Goku's figure had become ethereal. You guessed wrong. Goku appeared behind Tianjin Fan, making a face before launching an attack, only for Tianjin Fan's form to similarly become illusory. "You fell for it." Tianjin Fan materialized above Goku, a triumphant smile on his face, and brought his fists crashing down. But to his surprise, Goku's figure also transformed into a mirage. In the next instant, Goku's form reappeared, delivering a powerful blow that sent Tianjin Fan flying, simultaneously causing Goku's illusions to dissipate. What an exhilarating spectacle. This battle of deception and reality is utterly dazzling. Will Tianjin Fan be able to rise after receiving such a heavy blow from Son Goku? The referee excitedly narrated. How bizarre. Why is that referee completely unscathed? Krillin pondered, rubbing his eyes in curiosity. Because he, like me, is wearing sunglasses. Master Roshi explained. Son Goku, I admit your strength, but now I shall be serious. Tianjin Fan declared with solemnity. Bring it on. Chapter 53, The Death of Master Crane. The two shouted in unison, charging toward each other with fervor. Dumpling, restrain him. Master Crane whispered to Dumpling nearby. Bang. In that instant, Goku's body halted abruptly, allowing Tianjin Fan to seize the opportunity and deliver a powerful punch that sent Goku flying away. How despicable. Goku grunted through the pain, standing up with frustration. What? You call me despicable? Resorting to tricks when you can't win? Die. Hearing Goku's taunt, Tianjin Fan was taken aback, but his anger surged once more. Goku, undeterred, locked his gaze and charged at Tianjin Fan again. Bang. At the critical moment of the battle between the two, Goku's body was unexpectedly immobilized by the peculiar abilities of Dumpling, leaving him vulnerable to a direct blow from Tien, who then crashed heavily onto the arena floor. What transpired? How could Goku expose such a significant flaw? Krillin furrowed his brow, perplexed. How despicable to resort to such underhanded tactics. Goku grunted in pain as he stood up, seething with anger. What nonsense are you spouting? Tien asked gravely. Stop playing innocent. Goku retorted with indignation. Is it Dumpling? Is it you? Tien turned and shot a fierce glare at Dumpling, directly questioning him through a secret technique. What should we do if Master discovers us? Dumpling asked, his expression fraught with anxiety. Tien, hurry and throw this brat down, then go kill that kid named Zai to avenge your master. Master Roshi commanded. I'm sorry, Master, but I cannot comply. I wish to face him in a fair battle. Tien lowered his head and refused. What did you say? Do you dare to defy my orders? Master Roshi asked furiously. Dumpling, release the spell. Tien ignored Master Roshi and spoke to Dumpling instead. Hearing this, Dumpling promptly lifted the immobilization spell, allowing Goku to regain his freedom and rise once more. Tien, do you dare to defy my commands? Master Roshi said darkly to Tien. I simply wish to defeat him through my own strength, rather than resort to such despicable tricks, so please do not interfere. Tien implored, his head bowed in supplication. I command you to kill him now. Master Roshi barked. I'm sorry, Master, but I cannot agree. Tien shook his head defiantly. What did you say? Do not forget who taught you your skills. How dare you betray me? I will kill you. Master Roshi exploded in wrath, turning to Dumpling and ordering, Dumpling, hold him off. No, I cannot harm Tien. Dumpling shook his head, fear etched on his face. What did you say? You dare to betray me as well? Die. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi's expression darkened further, and he prepared to strike Dumpling down. Step aside. Suddenly, with a resounding shout from Master Roshi, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave that sent Master Roshi flying. With the troublesome ones out of the way, the match can continue, Master Roshi declared solemnly. Although uncertain of what had transpired, the match resumed. The referee, regaining composure, announced the continuation. Though I have betrayed my master for some inexplicable reason, I feel an unprecedented sense of relief. Without the grievances of the Crane School and the Turtle School, my sole objective is to defeat you. Tien stated with a serious demeanor. You know, you are beginning to resemble a good person. Perhaps I was right. You may indeed become our friend in the future. A long-lost smile appeared on Goku's face as he spoke. With a shared roar, the two resumed their fierce duel. However, at a pivotal moment, Tien suddenly halted his movements, leaving himself open to Goku, who could not stop in time and struck Tien's vital point, knocking him to the ground. Why did you hold back? Why didn't you fight me seriously? Goku paused and questioned. This way, we will both be equally wounded, and then the match I desire can truly begin. Tien replied earnestly. You. Goku's expression turned serious, a newfound admiration for Tien beginning to blossom within him. Meanwhile, after Master Roshi sent him flying, Zai quietly slipped away from the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, heading towards Master Roshi's location. After approximately 10 minutes of flight, Zai arrived at a towering cliff, where Master Roshi was precariously hanging from a branch below. You little brat, what are you doing here? Master Roshi, using his air-walking technique and enduring his pain, reached the top of the cliff, only to find Zai standing there, inciting his fury. Did you not wish to kill me? Here I am before you. Go ahead. Zai replied, his expression calm. Damn it, you will pay for my brother's life. Die. DD wave. Master Roshi shouted, gathering all his strength into his fingertip and launching a powerful attack at Zai. How is this possible? Master Roshi's face suddenly changed as he realized that Zai had taken his full force hit without sustaining any injury. Allow me to show you my DD wave. As Midnight stretched forth a finger, a golden energy pierced through the chest of Master Crane, causing his body to plummet into the abyss below. Witnessing the demise of Master Crane before him, Zai felt no lingering attachment and promptly turned to soar back to the venue of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Upon the arena, two remarkably swift figures collided, their punches and kicks resonating like thunderous explosions, captivating the gaze of every spectator with this thrilling spectacle. Where have you been? Krillin inquired curiously upon spotting Zai. I just went to the restroom, Zai replied with a smile. You truly missed an incredible moment. Tianjin Han actually grew 2 extra arms. And Goku was even more impressive, defeating him with 8 arms. Krillin continued to recount the exhilarating battle scene. Soon, I shall unleash my ultimate move, Goku. If you wish to survive, you'd best evade. Upon hearing Tianjin Han's declaration, the faces of the onlookers paled, and Chaozu shouted in alarm, Is it the Kamehameha? Stop. Tianjin Han, you'll perish if you proceed. Fear not. As long as I do not exert my full strength, I shall remain unharmed. Tianjin Han reassured Chaozu, rising slowly into the air, gazing down upon Goku in the arena. Prepare yourself, Goku. With that, Tianjin Han gathered his inner energy, a soft glow emanating from his palms. Kamehameha, he bellowed, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that radiated dazzling light, momentarily blinding the audience. With a resounding crash, the Kamehameha struck, reverberating with explosive force. And as the brilliant light faded, the arena was revealed to have vanished, while Goku's form was nowhere to be seen. Could Goku have perished from this attack? Krillin exclaimed in terror. Curse it! I never anticipated Master Crane would teach such a ruthless technique. Master Roshi said with a grave expression. Goku is not dead, Zai interjected, prompting the others to look up, where they beheld Goku descending from hundreds of meters above. How did that rascal jump so high in an instant? Master Roshi exclaimed in astonishment. This match is lost for Goku. Master Roshi's face suddenly contorted with worry. Why is that? Krillin asked, perplexed. The arena has disappeared. And Goku cannot fly. The moment he touches the ground, the match concludes. Master Roshi explained gravely. As their conversation unfolded, a white beam of light descended from the heavens, revealing Goku utilizing the momentum of the Kamehameha to crash forcefully into Tianjin Han. Having exhausted his strength from the Kamehameha, Tianjin Han could not sustain his flight, and both began to descend slowly from the sky. With a thud, this match did not unfold as originally expected, for due to the laws of physics, the larger body Tianjin Han hit the ground first, thereby granting victory to Goku. In a flurry, the spectators rushed to the two fighters, while Zai produced a Senzu bean from his pocket and fed it to Goku, who quickly regained his vitality. At that moment, Chaozu hastened to Tianjin Han's side, and Zai generously tossed him another Senzu bean. Chaozu, seeing Goku's recovery, hurriedly imitated him and fed the Senzu bean to Tianjin Han, who, moments from death, was instantly revitalized. Awakening, Tianjin Han listened to Chaozu recount the events of the match, realizing his defeat, yet he bore no ill will, for he had encountered a worthy adversary. Zai, why did you save me? Aren't we enemies? Tianjin Han approached Zai and asked, perplexed. I have never regarded you as an enemy, Zai replied with a gentle laugh. Upon hearing this, Tianjin Han paused, a flicker of sorrow crossing his face as he grappled with the realization that he had betrayed his master, uncertain of his future. Master Roshi seemed to sense his turmoil and approached him, offering counsel. Since you can no longer return to the Crane School, why not join my Turtle School? Though you have committed many misdeeds, it is commendable to recognize one's errors. Besides, it is evident that your dedication to martial arts sets you apart from Master Crane. Despite a series of discussions, Tianjin Han remained reluctant to join the Turtle School, regardless of the group's persuasion. At last, they reached an understanding. While they could not be sworn brothers, they could at least be friends. Just then, the often overlooked referee cleared his throat and took the microphone, announcing, "We extend our gratitude to the two competitors for this thrilling match and congratulate Son Goku for advancing to the finals. It is surprising that, much like the previous tournament, the strong disciples of Master Matedo are once again vying for the championship. Who will emerge victorious this time? Let us await the outcome. Due to the destruction of the arena, the match would be postponed until the following afternoon. See you tomorrow, dear spectators." With the referee's voice trailing off, the audience began to disperse, leaving only Zai and Goku, who remained in celebration. Tianjin Han approached Yamcha, had bowed in apology. "I apologize for my actions during the match. They were out of line. Please do not hold it against me. It's all right. I had already forgotten about it, and I respect your strength in defeating me." Master Matedo was right. You could indeed join us. Yamcha replied with a smile, unperturbed. "Indeed, I find your wild spirit quite appealing." Suddenly, the blonde-haired launch chimed in. The gathering erupted in surprise. "Thank you for your kindness. However, I wish to travel the world with Chaozu, so I shall not intrude." Tianjin Han replied coolly. "I imagine everyone is quite hungry. Allow me to treat you all today," Zai proposed. "All right," Goku exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. "You're not planning on treating us to another buffet, are you? The local buffet has posted your picture at the entrance, banning us from entry," Bulma remarked, playfully resting her hand on Zai's shoulder. With that, laughter erupted among the group. The following morning, although the finals were scheduled for the afternoon, the venue for the world's greatest martial arts tournament was already overflowing with spectators, many having come overnight to secure their spots. Some even assisted the staff in repairing the arena, eager to witness the thrilling conclusion. As time passed, the finals of the tournament finally commenced. The previously weary audience, warmed by anticipation, erupted in fervor upon hearing the referee's voice. "Good afternoon, esteemed audience. Welcome to the final championship match of the world's premier martial arts tournament. I trust that you are all well acquainted with the two contestants about to grace the arena. They are disciples of the Turtle Hermit School, esteemed students of the martial arts deity, Master Wu-Tian. Let us extend a warm welcome to them as they enter the ring with resounding applause." As the referee's voice fades, the atmosphere ignites with fervor, the sound of clapping and cheers echoing loudly and ceaselessly. Chapter 55, Zai vs. Wukong. Zai, at last. "I have the opportunity to engage you in battle," Wukong exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. "I assure you, I will not hold back." In the depths of midnight, Zai touched his nose and responded, With a resounding thud, the gong announced the commencement of the finals of the World Martial Arts Championship. The atmosphere in the arena surged with excitement as the audience eagerly anticipated the forthcoming spectacle. Sun Wukong, his demeanor grave, assumed his distinctive fighting stance, while Zai appeared nonchalant and utterly relaxed. As a gust of wind swept through, Wukong's figure vanished instantaneously, his fist striking like a tempest towards Zai. Unyielding, Zai engaged in combat, and the two figures swiftly became indistinguishable on the stage. The spectators could only hear the thunderous sounds of fists and feet colliding, as fissures cracked the ground beneath them, yet not a single silhouette was visible. Such astonishing speed. Their movements are imperceptible, Krillin exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in astonishment. Have these two youngsters truly grown to such a level? Even I cannot discern their actions. Master Roshi's expression shifted dramatically as he gasped. Incredible. Wukong's strength has escalated significantly since yesterday. Tianjin Fan, observing the rapidity of their exchanges, couldn't help but display a look of astonishment. With a resounding crash, the forceful clash of fists echoed, and the two combatants gradually separated by 5 or 6 meters. Wukong's brow glistened with sweat, and he panted heavily, clearly fatigued from their earlier bout. In stark contrast, Zai remained composed, exuding an air of tranquility, seemingly unperturbed by the exertion. Zai, you are truly formidable. I have exerted all my strength, yet I still cannot touch you, Wukong declared, once again adopting his fighting stance, astonished. What is this, Wukong? Are you contemplating surrender? Zai chuckled lightly. I would never concede, Wukong retorted defiantly. In the blink of an eye, he surged forward once more, like a bolt of lightning, concentrating all his power into his hands. With a resounding impact, their fists collided, and Wukong was propelled several meters back, barely avoiding a fall from the stage. While Zai still refrained from unleashing his full potential. Go, Zai. He is truly remarkable. Even Wukong cannot match him, Bulma exclaimed from the sidelines, her face alight with excitement. Huh. So, does that mean Wukong is destined to lose? Oolong interjected, seizing the moment to tease. Of course, I hope my boyfriend triumphs. What? Do you wish for Zai to lose? Bulma retorted fiercely. Zai hasn't even agreed to be your boyfriend yet. Oolong scoffed. Mind your own business. Bulma shot back, delivering a playful punch to Oolong's head in frustration. On the stage, the battle between Wukong and Zai continued, with Wukong appearing somewhat disheveled after their encounter with the Kamehameha. His martial arts uniform lay in tatters, adorned with numerous wounds. Wukong, it is time for this match to conclude. Allow me to demonstrate my new technique, Zai said softly, observing the panting Wukong. In the stillness of midnight, she drew a deep breath, her hands gradually rising. Almost instantly, the energy within her began to coalesce at her palms, emitting a faint gray luminescence. Soon, her hands conjured a swirling vortex reminiscent of a tornado, filled with countless minute blades within its depths. The vortex of energy manifested as a blade of air. As midnight whispered softly, two swirling tornadoes began to expand, their spirals growing to an impressive size. The forces intertwined, producing a rhythmic clanging sound, while the tempestuous winds surged menacingly toward Wukong. Observing the encroaching vortices, Wukong's expression shifted dramatically. He could distinctly sense the latent power within them. Immediately, he crouched down, hands resting on his waist, and hastily gathered every ounce of strength remaining within him. Kamehameha. In the next instant, a brilliant white light erupted forth, and an energy shockwave shot from the intersection of Wukong's palms, a formidable force akin to a ferocious dragon, descending with overwhelming ferocity. The immense aura emanating from both adversaries left all onlookers in stunned silence. As their powers erupted, the entire arena trembled, resonating with a thunderous roar. Boom! The two forces collided instantaneously, yet to everyone's astonishment, the white shockwave was swiftly dismantled upon contact with the two tornadoes, its energy utterly consumed. What is this? Even the Kamehameha cannot breach it, Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. The destructive capability of this technique is terrifying. What has Zai experienced over these years to devise such a remarkable move? Master Roshi remarked gravely. Wukong, evade. With your current strength, you cannot withstand this. You will be torn to shreds. Master Roshi's face paled as he watched Wukong prepare for a desperate counterattack, urgently calling out. However, Wukong disregarded Master Roshi's warnings, lifting his hands to shield his face, channeling all his energy to form a protective barrier around him. Boom! Instantly, the two energies clashed, shattering Wukong's defenses, leaving his attire in tatters. With a pained scream, Wukong revealed gruesome wounds, deep lacerations visible across his body, an alarming sight that sent chills through onlookers. Wukong, surrender. Krillin's eyes brimmed with tears as he shouted desperately. I will never give up. Zai, do not relent. Wukong roared, a fierce determination etched on his face. Despite his body being ravaged, Zai, witnessing this, felt a pang of anguish and was about to withdraw when Wukong's fierce command halted him. Seeing Wukong endure such torment within the swirling vortex, Zai quickly retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket. Although he hadn't exerted his full strength, it was still beyond Wukong's current capacity to resist. Suddenly, Wukong let out a tortured roar, a white light bursting forth from within him. Zai understood this was Wukong's last vestige of strength, and with it, he shattered Zai's vortex. I did it. Wukong gritted his teeth and managed to utter before collapsing. At that moment, his body was beyond recognition, a gruesome sight that caused some timid spectators to faint. Before the referee could begin the countdown, Zai leaped forward, crushing the Senzu bean and feeding it to Wukong. Chapter 56. Demon King Piccolo. The powdered essence of the Senzu bean flowed down Wukong's throat, reviving him from the brink of death. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from him, a stark contrast to his previous state. Observing this transformation, Zai stroked his chin, recalling something profound. Wukong suddenly opened his eyes wide. Realizing his body had healed, he leaped up in excitement and smiled at Zai. Zai, I never expected you to become this formidable. I lost this match, but one day, I will surpass you. Wukong declared, clenching his fist resolutely. Fear not, the opportunity will arise. I promised that after this tournament, we would train together, just as we did in the mountains. Zai replied with a gentle smile, extending his hand. All right. Wukong firmly grasped Zai's hand, nodding in agreement. Truly spectacular. Due to Wukong consuming the Senzu bean, congratulations to Zai for winning the match. The 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament concludes today. Thank you all for attending. And we shall meet again in 3 years. With the referee's announcement, the tournament came to a close, and Zai emerged victorious once more, eliciting cheers from the audience. This year's competition would be etched in their memories forever, with the crowd chanting both Zai and Wukong's names. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow across the sky, attendees began to disperse, while Wukong and his companions gathered at the tournament's entrance. This year's martial arts tournament has finally concluded. And you all performed admirably. Master Roshi praised generously, tears of pride welling beneath his dark sunglasses as he beheld the growth of his disciples and the hope for the future of Earth's martial artists. Wukong, could you refrain from wandering around in your bearskin? Here, take my outfit. Krillin, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for the oblivious Wukong, offered him his martial arts uniform while donning the suit Bulma had gifted him. Hello. At that moment, Bulma approached with Oolong and others in tow. Since everyone is gathered, let me treat you all to dinner, Zai said with a smile, rubbing his nose. This meal is on me, as a celebration for both of you. Master Roshi suddenly interjected, addressing Zai and Wukong. Celebration? Upon hearing this, Zai and Wukong exchanged puzzled glances and asked in unison. Indeed, your strengths have now surpassed mine. I no longer possess the qualifications to be your teacher. From this day forth, you have graduated. Master Roshi stated calmly. Master, please don't say that. Once a teacher, always a father. Regardless of how powerful I become, you will always be our teacher. Zai responded earnestly, bowing deeply. Meanwhile, Wukong, still perplexed, was pressed down by Zai as they both paid their respects to Master Roshi, causing him to tear up with emotion. All right, let us not dwell on sentiment. We should enjoy a meal. Bulma cheerfully interrupted. Agreed. Everyone raised their hands in agreement, and at that moment, Zai felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Realizing he had integrated into this family, he silently vowed to protect it with all his might. Oh no, I left my Dragon Balls and Rui Jingu Bang at the venue. Just as they entered the restaurant, Wukong suddenly halted, exclaiming, Wukong, you're still as reckless as ever. I'll go retrieve them. Krillin began to speak but was interrupted by Zai. I'll go. You both must be exhausted after the match. Krillin insisted. I'll handle it. I'm faster. You all enjoy your meal, and I'll return shortly. Having spoken, without waiting for the agreement of those present, Zai swiftly dashed towards the venue of the illustrious martial arts tournament. Help! Help! As he reached the entrance, agonizing screams echoed from within. Upon hearing the cries, Zai hastened inside. Hand over the roster of participants, or I shall take your life. Inside the venue, a creature clad in green, adorned with wings, was gripping the referee's neck, demanding the whereabouts of the participants list with its grotesque, sausage-like mouth. In its grasp was Goku's 4-star Dragon Ball. Boom. A golden energy wave surged through the creature's arm, eliciting a pained shriek as it severed its limb, a viscous fluid spilling onto the ground. Mr. Zai, please save me. The terrified referee rushed to Zai, seeking refuge behind him. How dare you, human brat? You have the audacity to ambush me. I will see you dead. Despite the agony radiating from its severed arm, the green creature roared in fury. With a mighty flap of its wings, it soared into the air, launching an assault on Zai. However, to its astonishment, its full-force strike completely missed, as Zai effortlessly evaded the attack. No, this cannot be. How could you possibly evade my strike? The creature exclaimed in horror. Smack. At midnight, Zai gently raised his hand and then swiftly struck, sending the green monster flying like a rubber ball, crashing heavily against the wall. No, this cannot be. I, the foremost expert under the great King Piccolo, cannot possibly be defeated by a mere human boy. It is utterly inconceivable. Die. The green monster's expression twisted into a grotesque snarl as it opened its oversized mouth, gathering golden waves of energy within. In a flash, Zai moved with ghostly agility, appearing beside the creature in the blink of an eye, and quickly thrust his palm to cover its mouth. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the monster's upper body was obliterated by its own energy, and Zai followed up with a powerful punch that sent it hurtling away. After enduring such a ferocious assault, even the monster's formidable body could no longer withstand the onslaught. It staggered a couple of steps before collapsing with a thud. As midnight approached, Zai slowly stepped forward and retrieved the 4-star ball from the clutches of the monster, leaving behind a large stack of paper inscribed with the character for magic at its waist. Suddenly, Yukong's voice resonated, causing Zai to turn around in astonishment. Chapter 57, The Great Demon King Piccolo. As midnight approached, Zai suddenly turned around to find Yukong rushing in with a face full of concern. Following closely behind him were Master Roshi and others, who were taken aback upon witnessing the scene before them. What has transpired here? Master Roshi inquired, astonished. Just moments ago, this monster barged in, demanding the list of competitors and this peculiar orb. Fortunately, Mr. Zai arrived in time to slay the creature. The referee explained, his fears slightly alleviated. A monster? What is that? Master Roshi's gaze sharpened as he hastily approached the monster's corpse, picking up a fallen paper inscribed with the character for demon. This? How could this be? He exclaimed, terror etched across his face. Grandpa, what's wrong? Do you recognize this? Yukong asked, puzzled. Yes. This is the emblem of King Piccolo, Master Roshi affirmed, nodding with trepidation. King Piccolo? What is that? It sounds formidable. Yukong queried nonchalantly. I believe I have heard of this name before. It refers to a great demon who appeared long ago, possessing immense power that turned the human realm into a hellish landscape. Tianjin Fan remarked solemnly. Indeed, King Piccolo was so powerful that he nearly annihilated all of humanity. My master, Master Mateto, led us in a valiant struggle against him, but to no avail. After that incident, he realized how minuscule justice is against absolute power, and thus he strayed onto a dark path, Master Roshi recalled, his expression darkening with the weight of past horrors. And what happened next? Bulma inquired, intrigued. Master Mateto departed alone, claiming he would create a martial art capable of defeating King Piccolo. Although he succeeded in sealing King Piccolo within a rice cooker, he ultimately perished in the endeavor. Upon hearing Master Roshi's words, the group exhibited expressions of dread. Does this mean that the great demon has escaped his seal? Bulma grasped Zai's arm in fear. It sounds terrifying. Oolong murmured, instinctively hiding behind Zai, his face pale with fear. Someone must have released him. He could not have broken free from Master Mateto's seal. Master Roshi declared resolutely. Could it be that it was Master Crane who freed him? Tianjin Fan asked, his brow furrowed, his tone grave. Impossible. He is equally haunted by that past, and would never commit such an act. Master Roshi shook his head firmly. To the other's surprise, Wukong displayed no signs of fear. Rather, excitement flickered in his eyes. I can't wait to challenge that guy, he exclaimed, barely able to contain his enthusiasm. You shall have your chance, Wukong. I have slain his subordinate, and I believe it will not be long before he comes seeking us. When that time comes, we shall give him a proper thrashing and make him our caretaker. Zai jested nonchalantly. At this, Master Roshi's expression shifted dramatically as he admonished Zai and Wukong. You two reckless youngsters have no idea of the terror that King Piccolo embodies. Master, the reason you fear him is due to the immense shadow he cast over your generation. Perhaps he is not as formidable as you imagine? Zai shrugged nonchalantly. You cannot fathom the horror of King Piccolo. This place is no longer safe. We must depart at once. Meanwhile, aboard a slowly cruising spacecraft, a colossal creature sat regally in a grand chair at the center of the vessel. Its grotesque visage bore wrinkled green skin and two antennae sprouting from its head. Draped in a deep blue robe emblazoned with the character for demon, and a pink scarf coiled around its neck. This was the fearsome King Piccolo, the very being that Master Roshi dreaded. You say that by collecting 7 Dragon Balls, one can grant any wish? King Piccolo gazed down upon the Pilaf gang, his voice heavy with antiquity. Indeed, with all 7 Dragon Balls, any wish can be fulfilled, including the conquest of the entire world. Pilaf chimed eagerly, prodding his palms together in a sycophantic manner. Ruling the world is trivial for me. What I desire is eternal life, an existence free from decay, King Piccolo declared with fervor. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced King Piccolo's head, causing him to scream in agony, sending the Pilaf gang into a panic. What is wrong? King Piccolo? The advisor beside him asked with concern. Dead. Dambalin has been slain. What monstrosity lurks upon this earth? King Piccolo's eyes blazed with fury. What? Dambalin? How could this be? The demon advisor gasped in disbelief. How dare they kill my child? Listen well, you all, go to the place where Dambalin was slain. I shall take matters into my own hands. King Piccolo commanded, rage evident on his face. Yes, the Pilaf gang responded in unison before hastily making their way to the cockpit. Within the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Master Roshi, his expression grave, shouted at Wukong and Zai, have you two understood my words? King Piccolo is on his way here. We must leave immediately. Yes, Zai, that King Piccolo sounds terrifying. It would be wise for us to hide. Bulma tugged at Zai's sleeve, her voice trembling. Trust me, I possess the strength to defeat him. Zai reassured Bulma confidently, patting her hand. Nonsense. We must leave now. It is my command. Master Roshi was at a loss for words, frustrated with the two. But Grandpa, I truly wish to duel with that guy. Wukong insisted, clenching his fist with excitement. Indeed, Master Mateto. Did you not say that only by courageously facing challenges can one become a true warrior? Zai nodded in agreement. I should have never taught you this. Dambalin's battle power, 160. Sun Wukong's battle power, 180. Now 210 note. Dambalin is significantly stronger post-recovery compared to the original. King Piccolo's battle power, 230. Midnight combat power, for 20. Chapter 58. The Great Demon King Piccolo. What is that? Just as Master Roshi was reprimanding the two, Bulma's voice suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Looking up, they beheld a colossal flying vessel that had mysteriously appeared in the sky, adorned with the same magical symbol that was in Master Roshi's hand. Could that be it? Master Roshi's expression suddenly darkened, and he was rendered speechless with fear. It has finally arrived. In the stillness of midnight, Zai appeared composed as he gently spoke. What has arrived? Is it the Demon King Piccolo? Zai, can you truly defeat him? Our lives depend on you, muttered Wulong, who was anxiously curled up behind Zai. Is that really the Demon King Piccolo? I can feel my blood boiling. Can I take the first shot? Goku asked with excitement in his eyes as he turned to Zai. Nonsense. Did you two even listen to my words? Hurry and leave. I will hold him off. You are still young. The future of martial arts is in your hands. Master Roshi said, his expression growing gravely serious. Don't worry, Master. Your disciple has grown to the point of being able to protect everyone. Trust me, Zai replied earnestly. Indeed, we can surely defeat that Demon King. Goku chimed in with agreement. Oh, you two naive youngsters. Master Roshi sighed, shaking his head in resignation. At that moment, the door of the flying vehicle above slowly opened, and 2 figures descended from the sky, appearing before Zai and the others. It's the Demon King Piccolo. Master Roshi exclaimed in terror upon seeing the newcomers. Oh, to think that after all these years, someone still remembers this Demon King. Piccolo's voice was deep and tinged with a sense of weariness, his aging appearance failing to inspire fear among the crowd. Is he really the Demon King Piccolo? He doesn't look that formidable, Krillin whispered to Zai. However, he underestimated Piccolo's keen hearing. Even the softest whisper could not escape his notice. Suddenly, a cold smile crept across Piccolo's lips, his gaze turning icy. An aura of chilling malice radiated from him, causing Krillin to shiver and struggle to catch his breath, nearly stumbling to the ground. Who killed my child? Tambourine? Step forward, or you shall all perish. Piccolo's frigid glare swept over the group, his voice filled with fury and sorrow. As Master Roshi prepared to step forward, Zai pulled him back. If you're referring to that grotesque green bat, then I assure you, it was I who ended its life. Zai stepped forward boldly, declaring his truth. Very well, At least you have some courage. Now, prepare to die. Piccolo bellowed with rage. Wait. Just as Piccolo was about to strike, Goku suddenly shouted. Remarkably, Piccolo paused his attack at Goku's call. Zai, didn't we agree that I would go first? Goku said, his face alight with eagerness. Let us all attack together. This opponent seems quite formidable. Yamcha expressed his concern. But I wish to engage him in a fair fight, so I implore everyone not to intervene this time, all right? Goku pleaded, barely able to contain his excitement. Faced with Goku's fervent request, the group found it hard to refuse, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Master Roshi, however, maintained a serious demeanor, feeling an impulse to strike at Piccolo. As the safety of humanity now outweighed all else in his mind. With everyone in accord, Goku's gaze ignited with fervor as he slowly approached the Demon King Piccolo. In the next instant, his figure vanished, leaving behind several afterimages. In response, Piccolo merely smirked, his massive frame remaining still, his eyes darting about. Suddenly, Piccolo's hand shot up, delivering a powerful punch squarely to Goku's face. Goku was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a nearby wall. Goku! The others cried out in worry upon witnessing the scene. Ouch! That hurt! Goku exclaimed as he leapt out of the rubble, clutching his swollen face. Nanny, you're unscathed, Piccolo remarked in astonishment. In his understanding, human bodies were generally weak, so he was surprised to see someone stand after taking one of his mightiest blows. You're impressive, but now I shall fight seriously. Goku stated with a grave expression, swiftly adopting his unique battle stance before launching himself toward Piccolo like a shooting arrow. The sounds of their fists clashing echoed thunderously as Goku and Piccolo engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, their powers seemingly evenly matched. Their speed surpassed the limits of the human eye, and even Tien and the others found the scene somewhat blurry. What incredible speed! Goku seems different from when he fought before, Tien observed in astonishment. How impressive! Goku is actually holding his own against the Demon King, Master Roshi exclaimed with wide eyes. He then glanced at the relaxed Zai, beginning to doubt whether the current Piccolo was truly as powerful as he once believed. Perhaps, as Zai suggested, the past had merely cast a shadow of fear upon him. These youngsters had grown to a level far beyond that of even the revered Master Roshi. The battle between Goku and Piccolo raged on, the echoes of their strikes resonating loudly. Just then, Piccolo accelerated, moving beyond Goku's perception, and delivered a crushing blow to Goku's chest, producing a deafening explosion. Ah! Goku screamed as he was sent soaring into the air, while Piccolo's lips curled into a sinister smile as he leapt after him. Chapter 59, The Demon King Piccolo. Whoosh! Piccolo's form vanished from sight, reappearing in midair where Goku hovered, his fist clenched tightly as he aimed a fierce strike at Goku's back. Boom! Goku crashed heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater. His battered body sprawled within it. Then, Piccolo descended slowly, wiping the sweat from his brow. The 3-century-long seal had not only diminished his power, but had also drained his stamina. Ouch! You're indeed formidable. Goku suddenly emerged from the pit, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Nanny, you're still alive. Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically. The earlier punch had nearly exhausted his strength, and he was taken aback that his opponent could still stand. Kamehameha! Goku unleashed his signature move. Boom! As the formidable King Piccolo stood in astonishment, Goku suddenly summoned the last remnants of his strength to unleash a Kamehameha wave. A brilliant white beam shot forth, instantly exploding upon contact with King Piccolo, radiating a dazzling light that enveloped the surroundings in a thick cloud of white smoke. As the smoke dissipated, King Piccolo's disheveled form emerged, his tattered garments resembling those of a beggar, his visage grotesquely contorted into a snarl as he seethed, "You little brat. I shall make you aware of the terror of King Piccolo." With that proclamation, King Piccolo moved with an otherworldly swiftness, appearing before Goku before he could react. With a fearsome roar, he unleashed a devastating punch aimed at Goku's chest, the overwhelming force crashing into Goku's core. Goku felt an unprecedented blow to his body, blood surging from his throat as he was sent tumbling across the ground for several meters. King Piccolo, exuding an aura of lethal intent, loomed over Goku like a demon returned from the depths of hell, leaping towards him with a ferocious zeal. Thuds resonated as a flurry of chaotic punches rained down upon Goku, whose screams of agony mingled with the sound of shattering bones. Yet, King Piccolo reveled in Goku's suffering, unleashing his pent-up fury upon him. "Stop, you fiend!" cried Krillin and Master Roshi, unable to endure the scene any longer as they charged at King Piccolo. A sinister smile crept across King Piccolo's face, disdain etched upon his features as he effortlessly caught both of their wrists, hurling them together to the ground. their bodies writhing in pain. Enraged, Goku, still sprawled on the ground, unleashed a sudden fury, while King Piccolo relished the torment of Krillin and Rashi. Goku's fist struck him squarely in the back, sending him flying several meters away. Goku, clutching his aching body, struggled to breathe heavily against the ground. Midnight. Please hold them back. I seek a fair contest with this scoundrel, Goku declared earnestly. How is this possible? Is your body made of iron? King Piccolo gasped in disbelief as he rose, his expression one of sheer terror. Then allow you to experience the horrors of hell. King Piccolo's cold, weathered voice echoed as a faint glow surrounded him, his energy coalescing in his palms, forming a golden energy sphere. A powerful aura erupted forth, and the beam, akin to a laser cannon, surged toward Goku. Kamehameha. Goku took a deep breath, suppressing the excruciating pain as he unleashed his own Kamehameha. The white wave colliding with King Piccolo's formidable force. The two energies clashed, erupting in a cataclysmic display of light and sound, as King Piccolo's laughter rang out. The golden light overpowering Goku's attack. In an instant, the golden wave, like a fierce dragon, engulfed Goku's Kamehameha entirely. With a piercing scream, Goku was caught in a violent explosion, debris and smoke swirling chaotically, leaving him sprawled on the ground like a defeated creature, gasping for breath, devoid of strength to rise. King Piccolo, bent over and panting heavily, realized he had expended most of his power to vanquish Goku. This battle had proven exceedingly arduous. He recognized an unprecedented threat. Astonished that 300 years had passed to reveal a challenger capable of instilling such fear within him. You, a mere human, cannot be allowed to live. King Piccolo's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he coldly addressed Goku. Die. With that, he raised his arm, golden lightning crackling at his fingertips, launching toward Goku. Suddenly, a powerful force pulled Goku away, the golden lightning striking the ground with a deafening explosion. Nanny? You fiend. King Piccolo's expression hardened as he beheld Goku, now rescued by Midnight, returning to the safety of his companions. Goku, are you all right? Krillin inquired, concern etched across his face. I'm fine. This guy is incredibly strong. Though I lost, I had so much fun. Goku managed a pained smile despite the agony coursing through him. Now, it's your turn, Midnight. At his words, Midnight nodded softly and assuredly replied, Do not worry. As the midnight hour approached, Zai slowly advanced towards the formidable Piccolo Daimao, his eyes brimming with a fierce desire for battle, exuding an astonishing aura with each step. Piccolo Daimao, sensing the weight of Zai's presence, felt as though he were being crushed beneath a mountain, struggling for breath. With his strength nearly depleted, a flicker of trepidation crossed his gaze. Damn human. I shall avenge my child. Die. Suppressing his fear, Piccolo Daimao unleashed a roar, sending arcs of lightning from his fingertips, which transformed into numerous lasers directed at Zai. Unfazed by the assault, Zai gracefully shifted his stance, moving as if he were a phantom, effortlessly evading the incoming lasers that detonated in a cacophony of explosions behind him. Such speed. It was impossible to discern his actions. No wonder he dared to claim he would defeat Piccolo Daimao. His power had evidently reached a terrifying level. Master Wu Tai, with a disciple like this, you may rest in peace. In the next instant, Zai's form flickered like a wraith, and before Piccolo Daimao could react, Zai lunged forward, delivering a devastating punch imbued with the force of a raging torrent. Piccolo Daimao's expression shifted wildly, his eyes widening in disbelief as he expelled a copious amount of viscous liquid that splattered behind him. No, it's impossible. How could I, Piccolo Daimao, fail to withstand a single punch from you? After receiving such a crushing blow, a profound pain surged through him, his body convulsing violently. At that moment, Piccolo was stripped of his former bravado, collapsing onto the ground, utterly defeated and devoid of any will to resist. Human, I will not let you escape, he bellowed, as a faint red glow enveloped his body, expanding outward, threatening to incinerate everything in its path as it surged towards Zai and his companions. What terrifying power! Is Piccolo Daimao truly prepared to unleash everything? Master Roshi remarked with concern. Zai, you must evade. Bulma and the others shouted in alarm. Yet, Zai appeared oblivious to their cries, standing resolute in the face of Piccolo Daimao's onslaught. With a focused gaze, he summoned a transparent barrier of energy around him. Boom! The two forces collided with a thunderous roar, producing a fierce gale that rippled through the air. However, Zai's strength vastly surpassed that of Piccolo Daimao, swiftly overwhelming him and rendering the latter's once mighty energy a mere whisper, leaving behind a devastated battlefield. Zai, that guy is trying to flee. Long before Goku's match concluded, Zai had entrusted a Senzu bean to Krillin, and now, Goku had fully recovered. his power exceeding that of Piccolo Daimao at this moment. As Goku's voice echoed, Zai raised his gaze, only to find that Piccolo Daimao had already vanished, attempting to escape using flight. Yet, Zai would not grant him such an opportunity. With a delicate gesture, he pointed at the airborne Piccolo Daimao, unleashing a golden energy wave that pierced through his chest. As the devastating attack struck, Piccolo Daimao felt his life force rapidly diminish, his eyes dimming. In his final moments, he summoned the last of his strength, his veins swelling grotesquely as he grimaced in agony, before forcefully expelling a viscous egg from his mouth, sending it soaring into the distance. "My child, you must avenge your father," he gasped, before slowly closing his eyes, his lifeless body plummeting from the sky. "Is it over?" The once formidable Piccolo Daimao, who had caused Master Wutai such anguish, was defeated so effortlessly by this boy. Master Roshi swallowed hard, still in disbelief at the scene before him. "Incredible! We have triumphed. Zai, you were truly remarkable," Bulma exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Zai. "Indeed, when I first heard Master Wutai's introduction, I thought we were doomed." Krillin chuckled, relieved. Hearing this, Master Roshi felt a bit awkward, but was filled with pride at his disciple's achievements. "Zai, Goku, you have done exceptionally well. On behalf of all humanity, I thank you." Master Roshi bowed deeply to Zai and Goku. Startled, Zai quickly returned the gesture, saying, "Master, this is merely what we ought to do. Besides, as our teacher and elder, it is not fitting for you to bow to us. No, you have saved the entire world this time. You must accept this gratitude." Master Roshi insisted resolutely. All right. Let us not be so sentimental. After such a hard-fought victory, shouldn't we celebrate?" Bulma interjected with a smile. "Well said. Allow me to treat you all." Master Roshi chuckled, scratching his head. Initially, the group contemplated dining out to celebrate, but after some thought, they decided it would be more joyous to bring food home for a celebration. Thus, they returned to Kame House, laden with various goodies. As Tien prepared to bid farewell to the group, the golden-haired launch suddenly tugged on Zai's sleeve, compelling him to bring Tien back to Kame House despite Tien's protests. Perhaps due to Zai's outstanding display of power, everyone gravitated around him, with Bulma nestling against him like a songbird, refusing to let go of his arm. "Today, we have saved the world. Let us raise our glasses in a toast. Cheers." Upon hearing Bulma's suggestion, everyone eagerly grabbed their glasses of red wine and juice. And as they clinked their glasses together, the Kame House was filled with joyous laughter. In that moment, the warm atmosphere fostered a deep sense of belonging. As Tien and Kaiatsu quickly integrated into the camaraderie, understanding the essence of family. "Zai, didn't you say you would take me to train after the tournament? I can hardly wait. When shall we depart?" After feasting and drinking, Goku approached Zai, excitement bubbling within him as he recalled Zai's strength in defeating Piccolo Daimao. Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately expressed her displeasure, questioning Zai. "What? You still intend to train? When do you plan to return to West City with me?" In the stillness of midnight, Zai awkwardly touched his nose, acknowledging that he was indeed at fault. After all, he had promised multiple times to visit Bulma. Yet he had consistently failed to keep his word. "Goku, you should head to Korin Tower first. Bulma and I will return to West City for a while, and then we shall come find you," Zai said after a moment of contemplation. "Korin Tower? Are we going there to train?" Chapter 61. Life in West City. It had been a full 6 months since defeating the Demon King Piccolo. On the day of their separation from the Turtle Hermit, Zai arrived at Bulma's home as per their initial agreement, while Goku went to Korin Tower as instructed by Zai. Zai had initially intended to stay at Bulma's residence for a month before seeking out Goku for training. However, he was irresistibly persuaded to remain by Bulma and her hospitable parents. Over the course of half a year, the bond between Bulma and Zai deepened significantly. In Bulma's courtyard, Zai lounged in swim trunks and sunglasses, basking in the sunlight by the pool. The indulgent lifestyle of the past 6 months filled him with a profound sense of joy. "I wonder what Goku is up to right now. If only I could live like this in my previous life, who would desire to traverse worlds?" Zai remarked, sipping his juice with an expression of pure contentment. "Zai, come help me apply some sunscreen." Upon hearing Bulma's voice, Zai set down his drink, leisurely rose, and strolled over to assist her. As Zai stepped forward and focused his gaze, a surge of desire ignited within him, accompanied by an inexplicable compulsion. Before him stood Bulma, her exquisite figure draped in pristine white, undeniably alluring. Upon noticing Zai's arrival, she playfully beckoned him with her delicate, snow-white legs. Taking a deep breath and swallowing hard, Zai approached her. "The sunscreen is on the table. Could you help me apply it?" Upon hearing Bulma's request, Zai gently picked up the sunscreen from the table. poured a bit into his hand, and softly touched it upon Bulma's fair, delicate skin. In the stillness of midnight, Zai's hand gently encircled Bulma's delicate waist. Bulma seemed to sense the touch, turning her head slightly, their gazes locking in an intense exchange. Zai exerted a subtle force, drawing them closer until he felt the softness of her form pressed against his chest, their breaths quickening in unison. Bulma leaned in, her face brushing against his neck, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Her lips parted ever so slightly, a small tongue emerging to caress the tender skin, sending a shiver coursing through Zai's body, igniting the flames of desire that had been difficult to suppress. His arms tightened around her slender waist, while his other hand tenderly caressed her flowing locks, tilting his head. Their lips met fervently as a warm, moist tongue unexpectedly intertwined with his. As the fire of passion swelled within him, Zai's boldness surged. His hand roamed involuntarily over her smooth, delicate skin, their movements growing increasingly intimate. Soon, any lingering hesitations were cast aside. He gently lifted her into his embrace and entered the room, where enchanting sounds soon filled the air. After half a year of companionship, they had finally made significant progress in their relationship. With the barrier between them shattered, their bond deepened further. Following another 6 months in the West City, Zai's days were filled with the joy of accompanying Bulma on dates, an existence he relished, one he had once yearned for in his former life. In the room, he murmured softly to Bulma, "I plan to seek out Goku. After a year without training, I feel as if my body is rusting." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of sadness crossed Bulma's eyes as she replied, somewhat forlorn, "You're leaving? You won't disappear for years like before, will you?" "Not at all. With my current strength, returning will be a breeze. Besides, I must grow stronger to protect you better," Zai reassured her with a gentle kiss on her cheek, smiling. "Very well. You did promise to train with Goku, but you must promise me you'll come back to see me often." Bulma hesitated before speaking. "I promise." Midnight patted his chest and assured, "When do you plan to set off?" After Bulma nodded in satisfaction, she inquired, "Tomorrow, perhaps?" As midnight approached, Zai pondered for a moment before speaking. "So soon? Very well. Is there anything you require me to prepare?" Bulma inquired with great consideration. "No need. Just prepare a little bundle of joy for me." With that, Zai swiftly pulled the blanket over them, their lips pressed tightly together, and his hand inadvertently found its way to the girl's sensitive area. "Ahem, I understand that this may not be of interest to everyone, so I shall omit further details." The following day, after bidding farewell to Bulma at midnight, Zai departed from the West capital, soaring towards the sacred land of Karen. With Zai's current prowess, he swiftly arrived at the location of Karen Tower. "Greetings, Master Karen. It has been quite some time." Zai waved his hand, extending a warm salutation. "Ah, it is you, Zai. I presume you are here to seek Goku? He has ascended to the heavenly temple." Upon seeing Zai, Master Karen immediately discerned his purpose, and with a flick of his paw, pointed skyward. At this, Zai tilted his gaze upwards, where he beheld Goku's Rui Bang firmly lodged at the pinnacle of Karen Tower, reaching high into the heavens. "Then I shall ascend to take a look. Farewell, Master Karen." With that, Zai employed his aerial technique, soaring toward the heavens in pursuit of the Rui Bang. "Hey, did you bring me any grilled fish? Running off so swiftly has vexed this cat," Master Karen shouted, but to his dismay, Zai had already vanished into the clouds, prompting him to hurl his cane in frustration. The arrival of midnight was swift. In mere moments, he found himself at the temple of the celestial deity. His gaze swept across the expansive hall, observing its simplicity, with verdant greenery adorning the spacious surroundings and a grand palace standing proudly at the forefront. Just as midnight was about to call out for Wukong, a figure suddenly materialized before him, moving with such extraordinary speed that he could barely discern its features. The newcomer was clad in peculiar attire, with a stout physique and dark skin, exuding an air of enigmatic mystique. Midnight recalled this individual with some familiarity. "Greetings, may I inquire who you are?" Midnight asked, feigning ignorance. "I am Bobo, a servant of the celestial deity. You seek Sun Wukong, do you not?" Upon hearing Bobo's words, Midnight nodded without reservation. "You possess remarkable prowess, capable of defeating even the demon King Piccolo. However, to enter the temple of the celestial deity, you must first pass Bobo's trial," Bobo stated, his expression unchanging. "A trial? How do you intend to test me?" In the stillness of midnight, Zi inquired with a hint of confusion. "It is quite simple. As long as you can defeat me, you shall have passed the test." Chapter 62. The Gravity Training Chamber. "Then please, Mr. Bobo, enlighten me." Zi gradually adopted a serious demeanor, assuming a battle stance as he spoke. "You may attack." Bobo beckoned with a casual flick of his finger, his expression remaining unruffled. Swish. In response, Ziyi, unhesitatingly, darted forward with the swiftness of a specter. Yet, to his astonishment, his full-force strike was effortlessly evaded. With his opponent barely making a significant movement, without missing a beat, Ziyi pivoted, transforming into a blur as he launched a series of relentless assaults. But he could not graze even the hem of Bobo's garment. Your strength is insufficient. Both your power and technique are lacking. Relying solely on brute force will not be enough to conquer Bobo. Bobo observed, his gaze calm as he regarded the now breathless Ziyi, shaking his head in disapproval. Enough, Bobo, allow him entry. At that moment, a venerable voice echoed, prompting Ziyi to halt his actions. Yes, Lord Celestial. Bobo nodded respectfully, ceasing to challenge Ziyi and turning to lead him to the entrance of the Celestial Palace. As they approached, a figure emerged from the darkness, leaning on a staff. To Ziyi's surprise, the individual bore an uncanny resemblance to King Piccolo, adorned in a flowing white robe emblazoned with the character for Celestial, signifying his divine status. Mr. Ziyi, we finally meet. You seem utterly unfazed by my appearance. I had expected you to attack me like Goku would. The Celestial approached with a smile, his demeanor warm. Although you bear an identical visage to King Piccolo, I sense a tranquility and serenity emanating from you. Unlike the aura of brutality and slaughter that envelopes him, Ziyi remarked, his expression neutral. Despite your youth, the fact that you have vanquished King Piccolo and possess such discernment is indeed commendable. The Celestial acknowledged with a nod of approval. However, I must confess that I am indeed the same as King Piccolo. Long ago, I was a martial artist. Upon learning of the existence of a Celestial, I journeyed to this realm. When I discovered that the Celestial was nearing death, I aspired to become his successor, yet he could never recognize me, for he perceived a fragment of evil residing deep within my heart. I endeavored to expel that darkness through rigorous training, only to inadvertently unleash a calamity upon the world. The Celestial explained, a tone of regret imbued in his voice. Even so, you did not descend to assist in eradicating this great demon. Instead, you remained aloof in the Celestial Palace, merely observing. Ziyi retorted. The Celestial also has his unavoidable burdens. Bobo interjected defensively. The burden is that you and King Piccolo are one and the same. Should he perish, so too shall you. At this revelation, the Celestial's heart sank with guilt. And he nodded, confessing, indeed, my personal desires have resulted in the loss of countless lives. However, King Piccolo has left behind a child in this world, one who has entirely inherited his father's ideology. Should he mature, the consequences could be dire. Thus, I implore you and Goku to train in the Celestial Palace, to once again defeat King Piccolo. Rest assured, I possess absolute confidence in defeating him. However, you must inform me of Goku's whereabouts, Ziyi insisted, gesturing with his hand. He is currently training within the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. I believe he will emerge shortly. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber? I see. Upon hearing this, Ziyi stroked his chin, recalling some semblance of memory regarding it. Soon, Ziyi followed the Celestial to the entrance of the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, where the doors slowly creaked open, revealing Goku, disheveled and tattered as he emerged. Ziyi, you finally arrived. Goku exclaimed, rushing forward with palpable enthusiasm. Goku, it has been quite a while. It seems your strength has notably increased. Ziyi replied, equally joyful. Ziyi, I am thrilled you are here. We can train together again. This place is incredible. We will surely grow immensely strong. Goku declared, his face alight with excitement. Goku, I have an even better training method. Would you care to try it? Ziyi said, playfully patting Goku's shoulder, a mischievous grin adorning his face. What method? Goku asked, perplexed. Hee, I just need to borrow your 4-star Dragon Ball for a moment. Ziyi replied, scratching his nose. The 4-star ball? What do you need my Dragon Ball for? Goku asked, his eyes wide with surprise as he retrieved the Dragon Ball from his pocket. Upon receiving Goku's 4-star Dragon Ball, Ziyi produced the remaining 6 Dragon Balls he had prepared in advance, one of which he had forcibly obtained from a chubby fellow who had foolishly consumed a Senzu bean to the point of endangerment, none other than the infamous Yachirobe. Ziyi, what exactly do you intend to do? Goku queried, his expression fraught with confusion. Just wait and see. At midnight. Zai simply responded with a remark and neatly arranged the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. As the 7 orbs gathered together, they resonated and emitted a faint golden glow. Come forth, Shenlong. With Zai's commanding shout, the sky darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds, and soon a brilliant bolt of lightning streaked across, revealing a colossal azure dragon coiling in the air. Greetings, Shenlong. We meet again. Zai extended a hand in salutation. Oh, it's you once more? The dragon's authoritative voice echoed. What is your wish? Any desire can be fulfilled. Shenlong, I wish for a gravity chamber that can adjust its weight infinitely. Zai cleared his throat and declared. That wish is exceedingly simple. Suddenly, a massive circular structure descended from the heavens. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. As Shenlong's voice faded, the previously dark sky brightened, and the 7 Dragon Balls spiraled elegantly before dispersing in all directions. Whoosh! In the dead of night, Zai seized the opportune moment. Leaping forth to grasp the 4-star ball that had slipped away with power, promptly returning it to Wukong. The gravity chamber? Is this the training method you spoke of, Mr. Zai? It is indeed an excellent approach. The celestial being remarked. Well, it's both yes and no. The primary training relies on Wukong. Zai chuckled, scratching his nose. Wukong. Let us enter. With that, Zai guided Wukong into the gravity chamber, surveying the surroundings with satisfaction. The space was ample enough for their training. Wukong, I must ask, do you truly yearn to grow stronger? Zai inquired suddenly. Yes. Wukong nodded vigorously. Then there's no issue. Zai beckoned Wukong closer. Boom. As Wukong approached, a mischievous grin crept upon Zai's lips, and in the next instant, he unleashed a ki blast. Caught completely off guard, Wukong was struck through the chest, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing forth. Chapter 63. Reunion. After 3 years observing Wukong, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, Zai hesitated not for a moment. He swiftly retrieved a Senzu bean from his person and placed it in Wukong's mouth. Zai, what are you doing? Why did you ambush me? Wukong's injuries healed instantaneously, and he rose, somewhat irate. Wukong, do not be angry. Take a moment to feel the power within you, and see how it differs from before. Zai reassured him with a smile. Taken aback by Zai's words, Wukong complied and sensed the energy coursing through him, only to be astonished by the considerable increase in strength. What is happening? Wukong exclaimed in disbelief. Your physique is unlike that of ordinary beings. Upon the brink of death and returning to life, your power undergoes a qualitative leap. Zai elucidated. This was Zai's cunning plan. He could only elevate his own strength rapidly through Wukong's growth. Thus, he relentlessly trained Wukong, while he himself amassed experience. All under the assistance of the gravity chamber, ensuring a remarkable surge in combat prowess. 2 years later, time slipped by, and in a blink, 2 years had elapsed. The sky drizzled with a gentle rain, yet it could not deter martial artists from across the realms from attending the triennial World Martial Arts Tournament. Throughout these 2 years, Zai and Wukong dedicated themselves tirelessly to training within the gravity chamber, their combat abilities skyrocketing to unimaginable heights. At the entrance of the World Martial Arts Tournament on Papaya Island, a diverse array of peculiar individuals lined up in an orderly fashion, representing contestants from all corners of the world. As time progressed, the once bustling entrance gradually fell silent. Attention, esteemed friends who have traveled from afar. There are only 10 minutes remaining to register. Latecomers will be unable to partake in this tournament. With the announcement echoing, the Turtle Sage and others nearby felt a surge of anxiety. Where's Zai and Wukong? Registration is nearly over. The Turtle Sage exclaimed anxiously. Yamcha and Krillin have yet to arrive as well. Poor voiced his concern. If they do not show up in 5 minutes, you two will need to impersonate them to register. The Turtle Sage instructed Oolong and Puar. Bulma, haven't you and Zai been together? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Oolong inquired, raising his head. Don't ask me. I have no idea. Bulma replied, hands on her hips, clearly displeased. What is wrong with her? The Turtle Sage whispered. I guess I must have dumped her. Oolong stifled a laugh. You two be quiet. Bulma snapped at them. Excuse me. Could you help me get that balloon stuck in the tree? A little girl approached, tugging at Bulma's sleeve with a quivering voice. Bulma looked up and attempted to reach the balloon on her tiptoes, but it was still out of reach. Just then, a hand grasped the string of the balloon, and a voice said, Here you go, little sister. Thank you, big brother. The girl responded politely before happily departing with the balloon. Bulma, long time no see. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Bulma turned around, her eyes instantly welling with tears, and she threw herself into Zai's embrace, her voice laced with complaints. You jerk. It's been over half a year since you last came to see me. Over the past 2 years, Zai had devoted nearly all his time to training with Wukong, visiting Bulma in West City less frequently, fully aware of the grievances in her heart. I'm sorry, Bulma. I realize my mistake. From today onward, I shall never leave you again. Zai gently held Bulma, his expression filled with regret. Bulma, you're grown up now. You shouldn't be crying, he added. And everyone. It's been a while. Hearing this, the others turned their attention to the young man beside Zai. He was of similar height, yet his appearance differed significantly. A white bandage wrapped around his head, though his face bore a hint of familiarity. Who are you? The turtle sage and the others asked in confusion. How could you not recognize me? Is it because of this bandage? Wukong, puzzled, removed the white bandage, revealing his familiar crab-like hairstyle. Wukong! Everyone exclaimed in unison. As I previously mentioned that little Sun had undergone quite a transformation, I didn't expect him to have grown so tall. Bulma remarked, covering her mouth in surprise. Zai, Wukong. You two should go register. The turtle sage urged. All right, we shall go register now. They responded and proceeded to the registration desk, which was now deserted. They quickly completed their registration and returned. As time ticked away, the staff's voice rang out once more. Only 2 minutes remain for registration, those who have yet to register. Please hurry. Never mind. Oolong, you two impersonate them to register. The turtle sage instructed Wukong and Poor beside him. No need. They have arrived. Just as Zai's voice fell, a strong wind swept through, and 4 figures rushed in. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu, who had finally made their entrance. They're finally here. The turtle sage sighed in relief. Hello, everyone. The 4 quickly registered and approached the group, exchanging greetings. Master Roshi, look at me. I've grown a lot. Krillin exclaimed, grinning as he approached the turtle sage. Indeed, quite impressive, Krillin. Wukong smiled, giving Krillin a pat on the shoulder. Why you are, Wukong? Krillin looked up in astonishment and exclaimed. I never imagined you would grow so much taller. I truly cannot compete with you. He let out a soft sigh. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into laughter. After 3 years apart, the reunion of friends brought an indescribable joy to each face. They playfully bantered and laughed all the way back to the inn, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the martial arts tournament the following day. Chapter 64. The list of the top 8 contestants the next day. At midnight, Zai and Wukong donned the martial arts attire that Master Roshi had prepared for them, arriving at the venue of the esteemed World Martial Arts Tournament. Having participated for the 3rd time, they were quite familiar with the surroundings, making their way directly to the arena, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the preliminary rounds. How lively it is. The number of participants remains as abundant as ever. Wukong, would you not agree? Krillin remarked, gazing at the throngs of people. Wukong, what troubles you? Noticing Wukong's prolonged silence, Krillin turned around, his expression one of confusion. Zai, is that him? Wukong asked gravely. Indeed. At the stroke of midnight. Zai nodded in acknowledgement. Hearing the conversation between the two, a few individuals were taken aback, following their gazes to find a green-faced man standing alone in the corner. His eyes chillingly cold, exuding an oppressive aura of murderous intent. Could it be the Demon King Piccolo? Krillin's expression suddenly turned grim as he asked in astonishment. He looks just like Piccolo. It must be him. Goku affirmed with a nod. Was he killed by Zai? How could he possibly be here? Yamcha inquired. His brow furrowed in confusion. To be precise, he is merely a child left behind by Piccolo before his demise, Zai explained nonchalantly. The child of the Demon King Piccolo? It seems this competition is indeed shaping up to be quite intriguing. Tien remarked, visibly interested. At that moment, Piccolo's icy gaze also fell upon them. Perhaps due to the fact that the Demon King had not inflicted any harm upon them, the group did not exhibit signs of tension or fear. Instead, they seemed eager for a challenge. Hello, Son Goku. Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out, causing everyone to turn instinctively. Before them stood a charming girl, her face flawlessly exquisite. Clad in a deep blue cheapao that accentuated her alluring figure, she delicately tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, blushing as she gazed at Goku. Who are you? How do you know my name? Goku asked, scratching his head in confusion as he looked at the unfamiliar girl. Upon hearing Goku's words, the girl furrowed her delicate brows, her fair complexion flushing with anger, disregarding her charming demeanor as she shouted, How could you forget me, you scoundrel? But I genuinely don't know who you are. Goku responded, taken aback, as he scrutinized her, realizing he indeed did not recognize her. The girl composed herself, feeling the curious stares of the crowd, and without further addressing Goku, she turned away with a huff. What a lovely girl! Goku exclaimed. Come clean, Goku. How do you know this adorable girl? Krillin asked, his face filled with envy. I truly don't know her. Goku replied innocently. Goku, don't lie to me. How could such a beautiful girl have feelings for you? It's infuriating. Krillin lamented, his eyes welling up with tears as he continued to question him. Zai, do you know her? Goku turned around, pointing in the direction the girl had departed, inquiring curiously. Zai, Goku, good luck to you. Zai patted Goku on the shoulder, smiling. Zai, do you know her? Yamcha asked, puzzled. You'll find out in due time. As the clock struck midnight, a gentle laugh escaped from the speaker's lips. Esteemed contestants, thank you for your patience. The selection process for the preliminary rounds is about to commence. Please gather at the center. In the once tranquil hall, the loudspeakers suddenly blared to life. Following the staff's instructions, the crowd made their way to the central arena of the competition venue. Before them stood a high platform where an elderly man, his face adorned with a warm smile and an air of impending frailty, awaited. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The rules remain unchanged from previous years. We will draw lots to determine the opponents, ultimately leaving 8 contestants to advance to the final showdown. The old man spoke into the microphone, his voice resonating like a wolf's echoing through the arena. Upon hearing his words, the contestants orderly formed a line, eagerly preparing for the lottery of the preliminary rounds. With the assistance of the dumplings, they were assigned to different zones. Now, we shall commence the competition in Zone 1. May I invite contestants 1 and 2 to the stage. At midnight, Zai glanced at the note inscribed with the number 2, tucked it away, and strode directly towards the arena. To his astonishment, his opponent was none other than the notorious Choba King, a frequent contender in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Previously bested by Wukong, clad in the Turtle School martial arts attire, it truly felt like fate had conspired against him. This time, I shall surely defeat you. Choba King's expression darkened. The memories of his previous failures in the preliminary rounds due to this very outfit haunted him like a nightmare on his martial arts journey. I seem to recall you. You've had quite the misfortune, never making it to the top 8. Zai remarked, stroking his chin with an amused smile. Enough boasting. I'll show you the fruits of my years of training. Choba King retorted, fury igniting in his eyes as he charged forward, summoning all his strength. Bang! In a surprising turn of events, as Choba King lunged, he suddenly found himself propelled backward off the stage, while Zai remained standing, expressionless. What just occurred? What did that kid do? I didn't see a thing, murmured the onlookers in confusion. Could Choba King be throwing the match? The spectators buzzed with speculation. What did Zai just do? I couldn't even catch it. Tien Shinhan exclaimed, astonished. It seems our gap in strength is widening. Krillin remarked, his expression grave. The preliminary rounds continued with ruthless intensity. Fierce battles unfolded as each competitor fought valiantly to secure victory, leading to the inevitable eliminations. After a morning filled with combat, the list of the 8 strongest contenders was finally in the judges' hands. Now, victorious participants, please gather. We shall draw lots to determine our matchups. As the 8 fighters approached, the referee produced a square box from behind and presented it to them. Soon, the drawing concluded, and the referee announced the matchups for the 3rd World Martial Arts Tournament. First match, Tien Shinhan vs. Yamcha. Second match, Sun Wukong vs. Unknown. Third match, Demon 2 vs. Krillin. Fourth match, Zai vs. Yin, God. Chapter 65. Tien Shinhan's victory in the competition hall. Yamcha glanced at the matchup list, sighed softly, and couldn't help but smile ruefully. He hadn't anticipated facing Tien Shinhan again in the first match, just as they had in the last tournament. After 3 years of training, they had clashed countless times, and each encounter had ended with Tien Shinhan's victory, which left Yamcha feeling somewhat disheartened. Don't overthink it. Just give it your all, Tien Shinhan reassured him as he approached. Yamcha nodded vigorously, extending his hand to shake Tien Shinhan's, the bond forged through years of shared hardships evident in their camaraderie. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. I hereby declare the World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. First up, please welcome Yamcha and Tien Shinhan to the stage. As the referee's voice echoed, the once restless crowd erupted into cheers, their anticipation palpable. Who would have thought they'd face each other in the first match? What terrible luck, Bulma remarked. There's no helping it. They both made it to the finals. The odds were simply too high. Oolong shrugged, conceding. It's our turn now. Yamcha and Tien Shinhan exchanged glances and slowly walked out from the waiting area, sunlight illuminating their faces as the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. They ascended the stage in unison, and after the referee's introduction, the match officially began, both fighters assuming their combat stances. Zai, Wukong, who do you think will win? Krillin inquired as he observed the impending duel. Tien Shinhan's aura is slightly stronger. If all goes as expected, he should emerge victorious, Zai replied nonchalantly. As the match commenced, Yamcha and Tien Shinhan swiftly moved, their figures becoming a blur as their fists and feet collided with fierce intensity. The audience was left in awe, unable to comprehend the speed that surpassed the limits of human perception. Bang, bang, bang. Their punches and kicks collided with tremendous force, sending ripples through the air. The battle raged on, and as time passed, Tian Xinhan's superior training began to dominate, while Yamcha's breath grew labored, his speed noticeably diminishing. New Wolfang Fist. Yamcha's gaze sharpened as he shouted, conjuring an illusion of dozens of ferocious wolves, each punch imbued with immense power, aimed once more at Tian Xinhan. What incredible speed! Tian Xinhan was taken aback, realizing Yamcha's prowess was beyond his expectations. He could no longer afford to be careless and braced himself to counter with all his might. Bang, bang, bang. The two became entwined, their figures darting across the stage, moving so swiftly that they left only faint afterimages, barely discernible amidst the cracks in the arena. Boom. With a sudden roar, both fighters were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Impressive. You easily countered my Wolfang Fist. Yamcha gasped, rising, drenched in sweat and covered in countless wounds. In contrast, Tian Xinhan, though equally perspiring, remained calm and full of energy, his injuries far fewer than Yamcha's, indicating a clear advantage. Tian Xinhan, prepare to witness the culmination of my years of hard work. This is my ultimate technique, Yamcha declared, catching his breath, his expression grave. Oh, bring it on. Tian Xinhan's interest peaked. Yamcha raised one hand, placing the other firmly against his wrist as his energy gathered in his palm. A golden glow coalescing into a sphere the size of a basketball. Energy sphere. With a shout, Yamcha unleashed the golden energy ball, which shot forth with lightning speed. Tian Xinhan's eyes narrowed as he swiftly dodged. However, the energy ball inexplicably halted mid-air, then redirected itself towards him. As Tian Xinhan transformed into a blur, the energy sphere, under Yamcha's control, relentlessly pursued him, no matter how he evaded. I didn't realize you possessed such a technique, but it won't be effective against me, Tian Xinhan bellowed, as his form split into numerous afterimages surrounding Yamcha. Yamcha's expression shifted as he struggled to discern the chaotic scene around him. Tian Xinhan's speed surpassed his understanding, exemplifying absolute power. It's time to end this. Bang. Just as Tian Xinhan's voice resonated behind him, Yamcha prepared to counter, only to find Tian Xinhan unleashing a Kamehameha wave that struck him squarely in the back. The formidable force caused Yamcha's expression to change drastically, as pain radiated from his back throughout his body, accompanied by a cry of agony. Yamcha was sent flying out of the ring. With that, Tian Xinhan emerged victorious in the first match. As the referee's voice echoed, the crowd erupted in cheers. Tian quickly descended from the platform and extended his hand to help Yamcha up. Are you all right? He inquired. I'm fine. As I said before, I wholeheartedly accept my defeat to you. Yamcha replied with a smile, shaking his head as he grasped Tian's outstretched hand. Well done. Both of you performed admirably, the turtle hermit remarked from the audience. Thank you to both competitors for an exhilarating match. I now declare the second match officially begun. Please welcome our contestant, Sun Wukong, and an unnamed opponent to the stage. The referee's voice rang out once more. Wukong, filled with excitement, paused his warm-up exercises and exclaimed, Finally, it's my turn. With that, he strode toward the ring, while the charming girl also made her way to the platform. She is such a lovely girl. I hope Wukong doesn't go too hard on her, Krillin said with concern. It's hard to say, Yamcha replied, glancing at Wukong and shaking his head. Wukong, you better show some mercy, Krillin shouted nervously. Uft, that guy won't hold back, Zai sneered, recalling the moment she nearly faced a devastating blow from Wukong. With a playful grin, Zai added, what a dramatic scene of domestic violence. Chapter 66, Chi-Chi in the sky, clad in a white cloak. Piccolo descended gracefully onto a high platform not far from the ring, his gaze fixed intently on Wukong, who was preparing for battle. Please take care of me, Wukong said with hands clasped together, smiling. However, the girl merely grew angrier at his words. Furrowing her brows, she coldly stated, Son Wukong, I will never forgive you. Wukong, taken aback, could not comprehend what had upset her. Why are you always angry at me? Have you confused me with someone else? He asked, bewildered. Your name is indeed Sun Wukong, I assent it? She retorted angrily. Yes, my name is Sun Wukong, but I don't even know you. He scratched his head in confusion. You scoundrel, take this. The girl cursed through gritted teeth, then moved like the wind, launching a fierce assault on Wukong. Yet, while her strikes might have posed a threat to an ordinary person, they were woefully inadequate against Wukong, who effortlessly evaded her every attempt. Do we really know each other? Wukong inquired, dodging her relentless attacks with ease. You've forgotten our promise. I want to let you off the hook. The girl, even more incensed, intensified her onslaught, her eyes burning with fury. A promise? Are you saying we had an agreement? Wukong asked, astonished as he continued to evade her strikes. You've completely forgotten. I want to forgive you, she insisted, her fury palpable. What on earth is going on? Do Wukong and this girl know each other? Bulma pondered, perplexed. I'm not sure, but this girl is quite skilled, and her fighting style resembles the turtle school. The turtle hermit observed, his gaze fixed on the ring. Meanwhile, on the platform, the girl exerted herself fully but could not land a single blow on Wukong, who looked curiously at the girl harboring such intense animosity towards him. Yet he had not harmed her. What exactly did we promise? Could you please enlighten me? Wukong asked, his expression one of innocent confusion. Fine, I'll tell you. You promised that when I grew up, you would marry me, she exclaimed, her anger tinged with a hint of shyness. Nanny? The crowd gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape in shock. Now do you remember? She pressed, her brows knitted tightly. After a moment's contemplation, Wukong's eyes darted around, landing on Zai, before he asked, Zai, what exactly is a bride? Wah. Wukong's bizarre question sent the crowd into a fit of laughter. You dolt. A bride isn't an object. It means you're supposed to marry her and live together forever. Krillin shouted, unable to contain himself any longer. You're engaged to such a lovely girl. And I had no idea. I'm so envious. He added, a mix of envy and admiration evident on his face. Live together? With you? When did I ever agree to that? I only agreed to live with Zai. Wukong exclaimed, pointing incredulously at the girl opposite him. However, his naive words turned Zai into the target of the crowd's scrutiny. Clearing her throat, Zai attempted to clarify. Ahem, don't misunderstand. We are innocent. I definitely have no such intentions. How infuriating. No wonder this guy has spent more time with little son over the past 2 years than with me. Bulma fumed, her eyes narrowing dangerously at Zai. Seeing Bulma's murderous gaze, Zai sighed, wishing she could just give Wukong a good thrashing. It seemed she would have to explain extensively later. Who are you? Please, tell me quickly, Wukong urged. The girl assumed a fighting stance once more, declaring, Humph. If you want me to tell you, you'll have to defeat me first. Is that all? You should have said so earlier. I thought I'd have to live with a girl whose name I didn't even know. Wukong said, suddenly invigorated. Humph. You underestimate me if you think I'm easy to defeat. The girl retorted, her irritation mounting at Wukong's dismissal. That fool Wukong still has recognized her identity. He is so clueless. Oolong remarked, grinning in amusement. Do you know who she is? Bulma asked, astonished. Not only do I know, Bulma, Zai, and Master Roshi all know her, Oolong declared, feigning mystery. Nanny? Confusion spread across the faces of those present as they looked at Oolong with bewilderment. Meanwhile, in the resting area, Yamcha and Krillin rushed to Zai's side, bombarding her with questions. She is the daughter of the Ox King, Chi-Chi. They exclaimed in unison from their respective positions. Chi-Chi? Now it makes sense. No wonder she knows the turtle school techniques. The turtle hermit realized, enlightenment dawning upon him. All right. I'm coming to attack you. Don't forget, you promised me that if I win, you'll tell me your name. Wukong declared earnestly. With that, Wukong unleashed a powerful gust toward Chi-Chi, propelling her out of the ring, where she landed heavily on the ground. What a fool. How could he be so rough with a girl? Krillin shouted in outrage. That's just how Wukong is. You should know that by now. Yamcha gently patted Krillin on the shoulder and smiled. Hey, are you all right? Can you tell me your name now? Goku stepped forward to offer comfort. That must hurt. Below the arena, Chi-Chi covered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Just when everyone assumed she was furious, she suddenly stood up, her face lighting up with a sweet smile as she said to Goku, Incredible. I can't believe how strong you've become. You truly are the man I chose to be my husband. Can you tell me your name now? Goku, with an innocent expression, asked. You still haven't remembered? Chi-Chi gently explained. I'm the daughter of the Ox King, Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi? You were Chi-Chi? Upon hearing this, Goku was taken aback, memories of their first encounter flooding his mind. Back then, while searching for Master Roshi, Goku had inadvertently kicked Chi-Chi in a sensitive area while riding on the flying Nimbus, just to ascertain her gender. It was at that moment that Chi-Chi decided she would marry Goku when she grew up. Chapter 67, Piccolo vs. Krillin. I remember now. I promised I would marry you. Goku suddenly exclaimed. You finally remembered. Chi-Chi said bashfully, her head lowered. I always thought a bride was something delicious, Goku said, scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly. Nanny? Delicious? Upon hearing this, Krillin collapsed to the ground, and upon rising, envy and jealousy ignited in his eyes as he couldn't help but exclaim, "You big fool. So, does that promise still stand?" Tears of starry light welled up in Chi-Chi's eyes as she softly asked, feeling aggrieved. "It's all right. Since I promised you, let us get married. We will live together from now on." Goku stepped forward earnestly. The referee's voice echoed through the microphone, relaying to everyone the unexpected news that Goku had just completed his marriage right here at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Lovers finally united, cheered the crowd for Goku. Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly approached him, gently holding onto his arm. "Could you not stand so close to me?" Goku said, somewhat flustered. However, lost in bliss, Chi-Chi paid no heed to his words and gazed at him affectionately, softly declaring, "Darling, I love you." "Love me? This is what Zai taught me. He said if a girl says she loves you, you should say you love her too." Goku recalled Zai's advice, smiling as he responded, "Chi-Chi, I love you too." Chi-Chi blushed, tiptoeing to plant a delicate kiss on Goku's cheek, leaving him momentarily stunned, feeling a sensation he had never experienced before, a delightful, indescribable feeling. This is too much. It's utterly cruel, Krillin thought, tears of blessing streaming down his face as he bit his lip in discontent. "All right, Krillin, don't be angry. You still have me by your side." Yamcha comforted him with a pat on the shoulder. "But you're handsome. And you have a whole flock of beautiful girls chasing after you." Krillin lamented with envy. "Well, it's not that many, just a few dozen." Yamcha waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. "How infuriating. You're bullying me," Krillin exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. Okay. You still have Tenshinhan with you, right?" Yamcha reassured him again. "Ahem, Krillin. I don't mean to discourage you, but Launch has always had a crush on Tenshinhan. He just hasn't acknowledged it yet," Zai added, patting Krillin on the shoulder. The words spoken at midnight left Krillin with an unbearable sense of despair, simultaneously provoking the silent Tien, whose three eyes involuntarily turned towards Launch. He quickly shook his head, reassuring himself to focus solely on martial arts, avoiding any distractions of romantic entanglements. "Well, Krillin, at least you have Master Roshi by your side. And let's not forget about Chaozu and Oolong," observed Yamcha, noticing Krillin's near tears. "You all are too much. I must find a girlfriend 100 times more beautiful than this." Krillin finally broke down, crying uncontrollably. "Could you please not stand so close to me? It makes walking difficult. But that's how couples are," Launch replied. "And I will certainly give you a lovely baby in the future." She tightly embraced Goku's arm, the two of them returning to the resting area amidst Krillin's envious gaze. "Goku, congratulations to you both." The crowd gathered in the resting area, interrupting their sweet moment with cheerful congratulations. "Thank you, everyone," Launch replied with a sweet smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, just moments ago, contestant Son Goku tied the knot in the arena, and we are truly thrilled for him. However, I am here to announce an even more exhilarating event. The third match of the World Martial Arts Tournament is now officially underway. Please welcome our magical second-generation contestant and Krillin." The referee's voice rang through the microphone, resonating into the resting area. "Krillin, the next match is yours. Do not underestimate him. Give it your all from the very start," Goku said gravely to Krillin. "I understand, King Piccolo." Krillin nodded solemnly. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Krillin walked heavily to the center of the arena as King Piccolo descended gracefully from above. "King Piccolo? Such an overwhelming aura," Krillin remarked, his expression tense as he fixed his gaze on Piccolo. "Humph, little bald head." Piccolo scoffed, wearing a disdainful expression. "Bald head? How infuriating. If only I were strong enough to defeat you," Krillin muttered through gritted teeth. "Little bald head, hurry up and make your move. Don't waste my time," Piccolo urged, his face showing indifference. "How dare you underestimate me?" Krillin's face turned pale, gritting his teeth in determination. "In that case, I shall not hold back." With that, Krillin assumed a hoarse stance, fists tightly coiled at his waist, a powerful energy beginning to gather in his palms. "Huh!" With a fierce shout, Krillin unleashed two powerful energy waves from his waist, hurtling them towards Piccolo. "Humph, mere tricks," Piccolo dismissed with a smirk, effortlessly leaping into the air to dodge Krillin's attack. However, at that instant, the two energy waves abruptly changed direction, rushing back towards Piccolo in the sky. Boom! White starlight sparkled in Krillin's eyes as two beams of white energy erupted from them, colliding mid-air with a deafening explosion. Whoosh! In the next moment, Krillin's figure suddenly appeared behind Piccolo, who, caught off guard, received a solid punch from Krillin, spinning through the air before halting. Not bad for a little bald head. Piccolo sneered. Whoosh. In an instant, Piccolo moved like lightning, arriving beside Krillin in the blink of an eye. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fierce collisions echoed. Yet Krillin's speed could not match Piccolo's. He was kicked down from the sky, crashing heavily towards the ground. Piccolo stood arrogantly in midair, coldly declaring, "It's over." Just as everyone believed Krillin was about to lose the match, his body halted just 1 centimeter from the ground. Then he executed the instant transmission technique. Returning to the arena. Little bald head, your strength is commendable, enough to witness my true power. Piccolo's cold gaze bore into Krillin, a mocking smile on his lips. Nanny? Krillin's expression twisted in surprise. Suddenly, a mass of dark clouds rolled in, accompanied by golden thunder and fierce winds, as Piccolo's white cloak billowed ominously. A heavy malice permeating the air. Ha! With a thunderous roar, Piccolo's arm began to elongate, seizing Krillin's leg before retracting, causing Krillin to lose balance and fall. Bang! Piccolo showed no mercy, tightening his fist as he prepared to strike Krillin with a powerful blow. Yet, he underestimated Krillin. Krillin steadied himself, pushing off the ground with all his might, charging forward. Crash! 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 The two engaged in a fierce battle, their fists as shadows, each attack demanding utmost caution. However, after an extended struggle, Krillin found himself at a disadvantage. Piccolo seized an opening, delivering a brutal kick to Krillin's back, sending him soaring into the sky. Die! Piccolo roared, not allowing Krillin a moment to recover. Kamehameha. With immense pain coursing through him, Krillin gathered all his energy, a brilliant white light erupting in the sky. Huh! Piccolo shouted, extending his palm to block Krillin's onslaught, then delivering a devastating kick that sent Krillin crashing back down to the ground. Krillin! Master Roshi cried out, his face filled with concern. With such overwhelming force, this little bald head must surely be done for. Piccolo gloated, clenching his fist. Krillin has fallen. The countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. How infuriating. That hurts. Yet, as the referee reached 5, Krillin gritted his teeth and stood up defiantly. Well done, you little rascal. You have not disappointed me. Master Roshi's eyes glistened, a proud smile gracing his face. Krillin has stood up. The match continues. The referee announced, microphone in hand. Little bald head, I admire your tenacity, but this match must come to an end. Piccolo remarked, his expression a mix of surprise and humiliation, realizing he had yet to defeat even a mere underling. I concede. Krillin panted, sitting weakly on the ground. Krillin has conceded. Thus, the second-generation magical contestant is victorious. The referee's words were met with a thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. I'm sorry, Master Roshi. I've embarrassed you, Krillin said, casting a remorseful glance towards his teacher. Krillin, today I impart another lesson. Sometimes knowing your limits is also a form of training. You performed remarkably. You have become an extraordinary martial artist. From this day forth, you may graduate. The expression of gratification adorned the face of the turtle sage as he spoke. Krillin, are you all right? Remarkable. Your skills have improved significantly. Raising his head, Krillin noticed that Goku and Zai had surprisingly come to his side, assisting him in standing up with great difficulty. Tears welled up in Krillin's eyes as he reminisced about the days of training under Master Roshi in their youth. Dear audience, we now present the 4th match. Please welcome contestants Zai and Xian to the stage. With the resounding voice of the referee, applause erupted from the audience. Many martial artists had gathered, drawn by the tales of Zai's exploits, and a wave of cheers surged forth like a tsunami. It seems Zai enjoys considerable popularity. Oolong exclaimed, covering his ears. Of course. Just look at who he belongs to. Bulma replied with a smug expression. TCH, Zai will eventually leave you behind. Oolong muttered under his breath. What did you say? Are you asking for a beating? Bulma retorted, her face flushed with anger. And no, let's just watch the match. Oolong conceded meekly. Ahem, everyone, please settle down. The referee cleared his throat, utilizing the microphone to restore order amid the lively scene. Contestant Zai is no stranger to you all. He is Master Roshi's esteemed pupil and the reigning champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament for 2 consecutive years. Our contestant Xian is also a formidable opponent, having displayed astonishing prowess in the preliminaries, even defeating the dumpling contestant who narrowly missed entering the top for last year. The referee introduced the 2 competitors with great solemnity. As the referee's voice faded, Zai swiftly approached the center of the ring, and his opponent, Xian, made his way over. Xian, A lanky man sporting black-rimmed glasses exuded an air of sophistication that seemed incongruous for a martial artist. However, as Xian approached the referee, he stumbled and fell spectacularly, eliciting a chorus of laughter from the audience. Is this person here to entertain us? How could such a character make it to the finals? I seriously question the integrity of this competition. Perhaps he has connections. Voices of ridicule echoed through the stands, yet Xian appeared utterly unfazed, simply scratching his head and chuckling foolishly. Did this guy truly defeat Dumpling? Yumcha questioned in disbelief. Indeed, I witnessed Dumpling's defeat firsthand. Do not underestimate him. His strength is certainly formidable, perhaps even surpassing my own. Tianjin unaffirmed gravely. Is it really that exaggerated? He seems utterly unimpressive. Yumcha replied incredulously. Since both contestants are prepared, I declare the match officially begins. With the referee's declaration, he stepped down from the ring, leaving Zai and Xian to face each other. Confronted by the comically absurd man before him, Zai could not suppress his curiosity and leaned in to quietly inquire, "Why have you chosen to participate in this competition? Are you concerned that Goku and I cannot defeat Piccolo? Or are you here to keep an eye on us to prevent any mishaps?" Chapter 69. One punch to obliterate the earth? Upon hearing this, Xian was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning somewhat awkward. I merely wish to confront Piccolo myself to atone for my past mistakes. I didn't expect to encounter you first. Very well, I concede. Piccolo is now in your hands. Xian sighed with a wry smile, preparing to turn away. Wait. I say, esteemed Xian, since you are already here, why not partake in the fun? Surrendering outright could tarnish your image. Zai said with a mischievous grin, blocking his path. What do you intend to do? Xian asked, stepping back in alarm. Why, of course. We shall compete. With a mischievous smirk, Zai ceased to engage in dialogue and instead unleashed a powerful punch. The once cheerful and radiant deity's expression shifted dramatically, turning sour in an instant. Bang! Struck unexpectedly, the deity cried out as their glasses shattered into fragments, leaving a swollen bruise on their face. They collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Wait, hold on. You can't do this. Just as the deity was contemplating surrender, Zai launched yet another punch. Under the immense pressure of Zai's formidable strength, the deity found themselves utterly defenseless, writhing on the ground in continuous lament. Wait, I am also a deity. Can you not show me some mercy? The deity extended a hand to block Zai, their tone laced with desperation. After all, you are here to atone, feeling remorse for your past transgressions against the mortal realm. I shall exercise my benevolence and deliver a thorough beating to you, lest your journey to earth be in vain, and perhaps it will also alleviate your inner turmoil. At midnight, with a cheerful laugh, he called out to the celestial being once more. Bang! 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 The relentless onslaught rendered the divine entity utterly defenseless, and anguished cries echoed throughout the arena. This contest is quite peculiar. I find myself at a loss for how to commentate. The referee stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate his shock at the scene unfolding on the stage. This young man is truly excessive. How can he be so cruel? What cruelty is there? It is merely a reflection of his own inadequacy. Indeed, who instructed him to take shortcuts? What does he think this martial arts tournament is? He deserves it. Various scornful remarks resonated from the audience, yet these sentiments held little significance and could not dampen the joy of the midnight assailant. Enough. Do not strike him further. This is a mortal body, and it cannot withstand such punishment. Hearing the celestial being plead for mercy, only then did he relent, pondering the truth in those words before finally sparing him. There is no need for Zai to worry about the mortal's body, for with the powers bestowed by the divine, the injuries will surely be healed, accompanied by a fitting recompense. Subsequently, under the concession of the celestial being, Zai emerged victorious in the contest, bringing this farcical scene to a close. Upon entering the resting area, Yukong approached with a puzzled expression and inquired, Zai, do you know that peculiar individual? To which Zai replied, indeed. He is a celestial being. Zai nodded and began to explain. What? A celestial being? Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, he may wish to confront Big personally. Hence he descended to the mortal realm in the guise of a human. Zai elaborated. Then what was that just now? Hee. I was merely jesting with him. Moreover, I have come to realize that engaging in combat can be rather enjoyable, particularly when overpowering those significantly weaker than oneself. I shall henceforth call it bullying the weak. Zai chuckled as he rubbed his nose. Good evening, esteemed audience. After an intense competition, the top 4 contenders of the World Martial Arts Tournament have finally emerged. Zai, Sun Wukong, Bic, and Tianjin Fan. The first semi-final match is about to commence, featuring Tianjin Fan against Sun Wukong. Let us welcome both competitors to the stage. With the referee's announcement, Tianjin fans' face lit up with excitement. Battling Wukong again was his greatest desire. The two leapt lightly to the center of the arena, assuming their fighting stances. I have awaited this moment. Let me witness the fruits of your training over the years, Tianjin declared, brimming with enthusiasm. However, Wukong merely smiled gently and remained silent. For their powers had diverged into entirely different realms. With a fierce shout, Tianjin initiated the attack, moving with the swiftness of the wind, swiftly closing the distance to Wukong and unleashing a barrage of strikes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wukong wore a serene smile, remaining rooted in place as he effortlessly evaded Tianjin's assaults. As Tianjin's speed intensified, beads of sweat glistened on his slick head, yet he failed to graze even the hem of Wukong's attire. Such rapid strikes. I can hardly keep up. How does this lad accomplish such feats? Master Roshi remarked, his gaze fixed on the arena, astonished. Remarkable. Just how powerful has Wukong become? Yamauchi swallowed hard, unable to fathom the spectacle. This is impossible. How can this be happening? Dick muttered, his expression darkening as he watched the scene unfold. A glimmer of apprehension evident in his eyes. Though he could discern Tianjin's movements, he found himself unable to evade them with such ease. Tianjin, you have made significant progress over the years. Your speed has increased remarkably. Wukong's innocent words reached Tianjin's ears, leaving him momentarily speechless and deeply disheartened. Wukong, please fight me with all your strength, Tianjin implored solemnly. I am afraid I cannot comply, Tianjin, Wukong replied, shaking his head. Why not? Tianjin pressed, his expression grave. Because my current power is far beyond what you can imagine. In every match against Zai, I have been suppressing my strength to avoid inadvertently causing harm to my opponents. Wukong explained with utmost sincerity. What? Tianjin was taken aback by this revelation. Curse it, those two rascals. Nearby, Big's face turned a shade of iron. His teeth clenched as he glared fiercely at Zai in the resting area. Zai, is what Wukong said true? Krillin inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Sort of, Zai replied. Zai nodded with a smile. Just how formidable is your power? Yamauchi inquired eagerly. How can I describe it? Let me put it this way. If I were to unleash my strength without restraint, the earth would implode. Zai contemplated for a moment before speaking candidly. Upon hearing Zai's response, Yamauchi, Krillin, and Chi-Chi appeared momentarily stunned, as if a flock of crows had flown overhead, while inwardly they erupted with laughter. To obliterate the earth with a single punch? You must be jesting. Chapter 70, Zai vs. Piccolo Goku. Please take this seriously. I wish to comprehend the extent of our disparity, Tien Shinhan said, his expression grave. I've already made my move. Goku scratched his head and chuckled. Suddenly, amidst Tien's confusion, the audience burst into laughter. Even Bulma and others were stifling their giggles, while Lan Chi blushed deeply, shielding her eyes with her fingers. As a gentle breeze swept through, Tien felt a sudden chill in his lower body. Glancing down, he realized that his belt had vanished, and his trousers had fallen to the ground. How is this possible? When did you remove my belt? Tien's face flushed as he hastily pulled up his pants, incredulous. Here you go, Tien. Goku chuckled softly, returning the belt to him. I never anticipated your speed had reached such heights. Prepare yourself, for I shall unleash my ultimate technique, Tien announced, reattaching his belt with a serious demeanor. Ultimate technique? Your Kikaho will be futile against me. It would only waste your energy. Goku replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. With your speed, evading the Kikaho would be child's play. I would never be so foolish, Tien proclaimed, a mysterious smile gracing his face. An ultimate move? I am keen to witness this, Goku expressed with intrigue. Tien's expression shifted to one of solemnity. His muscles tensed and veins protruded as he bent slightly, fists clenched tightly, emanating an intense and powerful aura. Just as Goku looked on in bewilderment, Tien conjured an ethereal duplicate of himself, soon followed by two more, until 4 distinct versions of Tien stood before the spectators. What is happening? There are 4 Tien Shinhan contenders. This is utterly astonishing, the referee exclaimed, dumbfounded. In an instant, the 4 Tien figures surged forward, encircling Goku, who remained unfazed as a barrage of rapid punches rained down upon him. Despite the surprise, Goku effortlessly blocked their onslaught. Remarkable. All of them are solid, he praised. Genuinely impressed. Why can't I land a blow? Tien exclaimed in frustration. Alas, our power gap is rather significant, Goku replied with a light-hearted smile, then accelerated, delivering a gentle tap to Tien's chest. Tien cried out in pain, propelled backward, and Goku swiftly swept his leg, sending the other 3 duplicates flying as well. all within the blink of an eye, showcasing Goku's effortless prowess. As the four Tien figures collapsed, the three solid duplicates faded into ethereal forms, merging back into one. Overwhelmed by the searing pain in his chest, Tien's face flushed with embarrassment as he struggled to rise. How is this possible? A mere tap, and I couldn't withstand it. Just how powerful is Goku? Tien murmured through gritted teeth, astonished. Tien Shinhan, can you continue the match? The referee inquired, approaching him with concern. I concede. Tien lowered his head, admitting defeat. In that case, the competitor, Son Goku, is declared the victor. The referee announced into the microphone, prompting an eruption of cheers from the audience. Tien, are you all right? Goku rushed over to check on him. It feels like my ribs are shattered. Tien confessed. I apologize. I didn't restrain my strength adequately. Goku scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. Subsequently, with Goku's assistance, Tien returned to the resting area, where Zai and the others hurried over to assess Tien's condition. Chi-Chi, however, had flung herself into Goku's embrace, her lovely face nuzzling against his chest. Goku, you are truly incredible. You deserve to be my husband. Chi-Chi exclaimed, blushing. Chi-Chi, please, you're making me uncomfortable. Goku felt awkward and attempted to push her away. Yet she clung to him as if glued. Goku, you are truly enviable. Krillin bit his lip, feeling a mix of admiration and dismay. Indeed, Chi-Chi will undoubtedly be a gentle and virtuous wife. Wouldn't you agree, Zai? Yamcha nodded in agreement. I shall refrain from commenting. With an impassive expression, Zai addressed the audience. Dear friends, we now approach the final semi-final of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Will the victor be the reigning champion Zai, who has claimed the title for 2 consecutive years, or the enigmatic contender known as the second generation of magic? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Now, let us welcome both contestants to the stage with the most fervent applause, as the referee energetically invigorated the atmosphere. A wave of exuberant cheers and relentless applause filled the arena. Zai, be cautious of that individual. After all, you have slain his father. I fear he may seek vengeance. Glenn cautioned, his voice tinged with concern. Rest assured, that kind of opponent poses no threat to me. Zai replied confidently. On the arena, Zai and Bix stood facing each other, the latter emanating an icy aura, his entire being suffused with a palpable sense of lethal intent. As sharp as a myriad of blades, yet beneath his cold gaze lay an unmistakable flicker of trepidation, perhaps instigated by the formidable power exhibited by Goku, which began to instill fear in Bix. What is the matter? Are you afraid? In the dead of night, Zai provocatively declared, How dare you, the formidable King Piccolo? Fear a mere child like me? Enraged, Piccolo roared with fury. Oh, is that so? Yet, I can't help but notice that your face has turned a shade of green from fear, Zai retorted with a serious mockery. Damn it. Today I shall surely end your life. Piccolo bellowed, and in an instant, his form vanished from the arena, his speed leaving the audience in stunned silence. Even Krillin and others found it difficult to catch his movements. With a resounding explosion, the entire arena seemed to tremble. Zai extended a finger, lightly tapping, and a golden wave of energy shot forth, striking Piccolo's shoulder, causing his arm to shatter and fly away. Piccolo's expression turned ghastly. Gritting his teeth to endure the excruciating pain, clutching his bleeding arm, his eyes instantly turning crimson. This scene rendered the audience pale. And even the referee was struck with fear, fumbling with the microphone, stuttering, and at a loss for words. Zai, we are merely competing. There is no need for such severity. Silence. Before Zai could respond, Piccolo angrily shouted at the referee, causing him to scurry away in fright. With Piccolo's anguished cries echoing once more, an astonishing spectacle unfolded, his severed arm miraculously regenerated. This scene was even more shocking than the moment of amputation. Incredible! The arm of the second-generation demon fighter has regenerated, exclaimed the astonished referee, eliciting gasps from the audience, who watched in horror. So, do you wish to continue? With a smile, Zai inquired. I shall tear you into pieces. After a thunderous roar, Bix charged fiercely towards Zai. However, to Zai, Bix's assault was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, a futile endeavor. In a swift motion, Zai evaded, appearing behind Bix, and gently tapped him on the back. Instantly, Bix lost his balance and fell heavily, causing the entire arena to tremble. Are you still going to fight? Zai approached, crouched down, and asked aloud. Die? Bix, feeling insulted, roared and unleashed all his might in a punch aimed at Zai. Bang! Just when everyone believed Bix's sneak attack would succeed, Zai effortlessly blocked the strike with astonishing speed, astonishingly using only a single finger to deflect Big's full force blow. Impossible! Big's eyes widened in shock at the sight. Then, Zai flicked his finger lightly against Big's forehead, sending him soaring like a missile. Big, akin to a kite severed from its string, traced a long arc through the air before crashing to the ground. The second-generation demon contestant has fallen. Congratulations to Zai for winning the match. The referee proclaimed into the microphone as the audience erupted in cheers. Yet, amidst the celebration, Big rose, his expression twisted in rage, eyes glazed with a crimson haze. He shed his weighted attire, and his figure began to swell rapidly. Witnessing this transformation, the crowd fell silent, as Big's body grew larger, towering to several meters high, each step resonating with earth-shaking force. Boy, let me show you the true terror of this great demon king. I shall crush you into a pulp. Big cackled menacingly, advancing towards Zai with heavy strides. Stop. Second-generation demon contestant, you are disqualified. The referee positioned himself in front of Zai, raising the microphone to declare loudly. Get out of my way. Big bellowed, lifting his massive foot to deliver a kick. Whoosh. In the dead of night, Zai swiftly seized the referee, moving with the swiftness of lightning before placing him in a secure location. Meanwhile, Big relentlessly wreaked havoc upon the venue of the world's foremost martial arts tournament, transforming the once orderly arena into a scene of utter chaos. The audience scattered in all directions, quickly vanishing from sight. Wukong, we must hasten to assist Zai, Krillin urged, his expression grave. However, this is his contest. Yamcha hesitated, his uncertainty palpable. Big has already been defeated. We cannot be reproached for overwhelming him. Just as Krillin and the others prepared to intervene, Wukong firmly grasped his companion, his countenance unperturbed as he declared, Fear not, he is no match for Zai. Today, all of you shall perish. With a thunderous roar, Big stomped heavily upon the arena, causing the entire platform to tremble violently. Dust swirling around him as a colossal footprint emerged, a harrowing testament to his might. Such trivial skills. Today, I shall leave you unrecognizable. With a disdainful remark, Zai leapt into action, swiftly appearing before Piccolo. In an instant, he delivered a resounding slap to Piccolo's face. The giant's massive form crashed to the ground, producing a thunderous noise that stirred up clouds of dust. Subsequently, Zai descended from the air, planting a foot firmly upon Piccolo's abdomen, before landing gracefully. Piccolo's eyes widened in shock as he let out a pained scream. The agony coursing through his body caused him to convulse, and with each labored breath, his form began to shrink until he reverted to his original state. How is this possible? I, the formidable Piccolo, cannot be defeated. Amidst the excruciating pain, his voice grew hoarse, leaving him sprawled on the ground like a defeated beast, utterly immobilized. Meanwhile, the martial arts tournament lay in disarray, with all the spectators having fled in panic. Krillin and the others, witnessing Piccolo's defeat, expressed their exhilaration and hurried over, surrounding him with eager curiosity. This is my first time observing the legendary Piccolo up close. Doesn't he seem so terrifying after all? Yamcha jested, eyeing the prostrate figure of Piccolo with amusement. Indeed. Indeed. Krillin nodded fervently, laughing. The very demon king who once caused Master Roshi such headaches has now become the subject of your jests. Master Roshi chuckled, reminiscing about his past struggles against Piccolo, a wistful look crossing his face. How dare you? If you have the ability, kill me. Hearing the taunts from the crowd, the Demon King Piccolo summoned the last vestiges of his strength to roar defiantly. Do you think we would hesitate? We cannot kill him. Just as the others prepared to strike, Goku suddenly shouted, halting them in their tracks. Why, Goku? Krillin and the others turned, puzzled by his outburst. This tale is rather intricate. Zai, perhaps you should elucidate it. Goku stroked his chin thoughtfully. Midnight nodded and began to explain, in essence. Piccolo is a part of the deity, and the Dragon Balls were created by this deity. If Piccolo were to perish, the deity would die, and consequently, the Dragon Balls would vanish. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, astonished that the Dark Lord was indeed a fragment of the divine and so deeply intertwined with the Dragon Balls. Since he was no match for Midnight and Goku, it would be better to let him be. Upon hearing Bulma's suggestion, the group unanimously nodded in agreement. Midnight, next up is our match. I can hardly contain my excitement. Goku suddenly turned around, his face alight with eagerness. But Goku, the audience and the referee are gone. How can we hold a match now? Krillin asked, perplexed. I'm right here. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out, and everyone turned to see the referee, clad in a black suit and wearing sunglasses, emerging from the ruins. Why didn't you escape? Bulma asked in astonishment. The match isn't over yet. As the referee and host, how could I leave without permission? The referee replied with a proud demeanor. I can't believe you're so dedicated, Bulma exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. All right, everyone, ahem. Although there are no spectators, I hereby declare the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament officially commence. Let us welcome contestants Midnight and Goku. Chapter 72. A draw on the battered arena. Midnight and Goku stood facing each other, despite the absence of an audience. The referee continued to elaborate on the match's proceedings. As the referee's voice trailed off, an air of tension enveloped the arena. Midnight and Goku locked eyes, radiating an intense and formidable aura that left the onlookers breathless. What a powerful atmosphere. Merely watching them battle evokes a feeling of being torn apart. TN's expression turned grave. Just how much have these two grown? Master Roshi said solemnly. Countless battles over the past 2 years have led to a profound understanding between them. Feeling the overwhelming energy emanating from Goku, Midnight was equally resolute. Their energies clashed, generating a powerful cyclone, accompanied by the sound of air friction and explosive blasts. Whoosh! In an instant, both fighters moved, vanishing from sight with astonishing speed, leaving everyone agog. As their fists collided, a resounding boom echoed, sending ripples through the air, causing the ground to tremble. What just happened? Is there an earthquake? Bulma swayed, her face etched with panic. Such terrifying power, even the earth trembles. Have they truly reached such heights? Tien gasped, his pupils dilating in shock. Both fighters felt tingling in their arms, yet a smile curved at the corners of their mouths as their eyes remained fixated on one another. Once more, they unleashed immense power, their strikes resonating with an overwhelming force that felt capable of shattering mountains. In the sky, circles of white ripples spread outward, as their speeds rendered them invisible even to Tien and the others. As their battle intensified, the already damaged venue quickly transformed into a wasteland. With no other choice, Tien and the others led Bulma away, lest they become collateral damage in the furious clash. If Goku continues like this, Tien and the others are going to be in trouble. Let us settle this with one decisive move. All right. Hearing Midnight's words, Goku nodded in agreement. Vortex Energy Blade. Kamehameha. As their voices echoed, two powerful energy flows emerged in the sky, swirling together like tornadoes. Suddenly, a beam of white light erupted from Goku's palms, shooting forth like a ferocious dragon, aiming towards the vortex. Boom! The two energies collided, unleashing an overwhelming force that resonated through the heavens. The deafening explosion echoed, as light and white smoke obscured a vast expanse of the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle. However, the ground bore the brunt of their conflict as tremendous shockwaves followed, with continuous explosions sending debris flying and dust swirling, transforming everything in sight into a desolate landscape. Fortunately, Tien and the others had prepared in advance, otherwise they would have been obliterated by the aftermath of the battle. As the smoke cleared, the once blurred sky regained its azure hue. Midnight and Goku slowly descended to the ground, and upon witnessing the devastation, they couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. They had been so caught up in their excitement that they hadn't anticipated the catastrophic impact on this place. Exchanging glances and breathing heavily, the earlier tumultuous world finally fell silent. As the fight concluded, those hiding amidst the ruins emerged. We've finally finished. I was terrified I might die here today, Krillin exclaimed, patting his chest in relief. I never imagined your battle would be this fearsome. I thought years of training would allow me to catch up. But the gap seems to have only widened. Tien sighed deeply, his tone solemn. Indeed, recalling the times when we could exchange blows. Now it feels like we can barely keep up. Yamcha lamented. Each of you possesses remarkable talent, since Goku and Midnight have achieved such heights with hard work. Your accomplishments will surely rival theirs in the future. Seeing the dejected expressions of the three, Master Roshi quickly offered encouragement, for they were indeed the future of martial arts. You're right. From now on, I must train even harder. Midnight, Goku, one day I will surpass you, Tien declared with newfound determination. Just then, the referee approached. Observing that both fighters seemed disinclined to continue, he curiously inquired, So, how should we score this match? Let us call it a draw. All right then. After a moment of hesitation, the referee nodded in agreement and announced into the microphone, I declare the finals of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament officially concluded, with contestants Midnight and Goku finishing in a draw. This outcome was rather unexpected. Master Roshi chuckled. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi leaped into Goku's arms, shyly exclaiming, Goku, you were amazing. You truly are my man. Chapter 73. A new beginning. Time flows like water, and the years pass swiftly. 5 years have elapsed since the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Shortly after the competition concluded, Goku and Chi-Chi, along with Bulma and Ziyue, held a grand wedding ceremony in West City. Goku and Chi-Chi subsequently settled in Baozi Mountain, while Ziyue took residence in Bulma's home in West City. As a radiant meteor streaked across the clear sky, a resounding explosion reverberated, and the celestial body crashed to the ground, creating a vast crater. An elderly farmer nearby was startled by the tremendous noise and cautiously approached, clutching his hunting rifle. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a spherical white machine emerging from the depths of the crater. As he gazed in bewilderment, the door of the craft slowly opened, and a figure stepped out. Before him stood a robust man with a fierce demeanor, dressed in peculiar attire. His wild black hair cascaded down his back, and a tail reminiscent of a monkey was coiled around his waist. A sophisticated monocle-like device adorned his right eye. How can the inhabitants of this planet still be alive? What is that cockroach fellow up to? The man's body gradually ascended from the crater, revealing a menacing glare as his chilling voice echoed. A power level of merely 5? Pathetic. He pressed a button on the device at the corner of his eye, a look of disdain crossing his face as he mockingly approached the farmer. Who are you? If you don't answer, I will shoot. The old farmer, terrified by the intimidating figure, stumbled and pointed his rifle at him, trembling with fear. Yet, the man showed no sign of trepidation. In a moment of panic, the farmer pulled the trigger, and the bullet, mere inches from the man, was caught effortlessly by him. The farmer broke into a cold sweat and dropped his rifle in sheer terror. With a cold smile playing on his lips, the man flicked the bullet away, sending it soaring through the air in a perfect arc before striking the farmer squarely in the forehead, leaving the unfortunate old man sprawled in a pool of blood. To think such a weak race exists, he scoffed. There is someone nearby with formidable power. It must be you, Kakarot. With a derisive remark, he propelled himself into the sky, soaring away. Meanwhile, at Kame House, Goku arrived on Kame Island, cradling his son. Krillin, upon noticing him, promptly opened the door, followed closely by Oolong and Master Roshi. Hey, Krillin. Old man. Long time no see. Goku exclaimed warmly, extending his hand in greeting. Who is the child in your arms? Krillin inquired, puzzled. This is my son. His name is Son Gohan, Goku explained proudly. Nanny? A son? I can't believe you actually have a child. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Gohan, say hello to everyone. Goku encouraged, nodding. Hello, everyone. Gohan responded politely with a slight bow. Son Gohan? Did you name him after your late grandfather? Master Roshi interjected. Hello, everyone. At that moment, Bulma's voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention as an orange helicopter descended from the sky. With a thud, the helicopter's door opened, and Bulma descended, cradling a charming little girl of about 3 or 4 years old, her large, sparkling eyes captivating all. Ziyue soon followed, hopping out of the helicopter. Hi, everyone. It's been a while. Bulma greeted enthusiastically. Bulma, is that little girl in your arms your child with Ziyue? Krillin asked, astonished. Indeed, this is our daughter. Her name is Zishin, Ziyue replied with a smile. Krillin, Master Roshi, it's been ages. Ziyue added, waving. I never imagined both you and Goku would become fathers. Krillin sighed, a hint of envy in his voice. Haha, don't feel disheartened, Krillin. One day you too shall find your happiness. Ziyue reassured him, patting him on the shoulder with a grin. Let us hope so. Krillin replied wistfully. Zishin, go play with Gohan for a while, Bulma said, gently setting the little girl down. After the tournament, Ziyue entrusted Goku with the infinite gravity chamber and the wealth acquired from the Red Ribbon Army, ensuring that Chi-Chi would not hinder Goku's training due to financial concerns. However, the two families had agreed to engage in battles every month, leading to frequent visits over the past 5 years, during which they celebrated the birth of Son Gohan. Ziyue, it has been quite some time since we last met. How about a friendly match today? Goku suggested, his face alight with excitement. That sounds splendid. Ziyue replied eagerly. At midnight, Zai nodded with intrigue. Can't you two refrain from fighting the moment you meet? Bulma rolled her eyes and remarked. Just as the two were about to engage in combat, they suddenly sensed a faint yet malevolent energy rapidly approaching Kame House, causing them to simultaneously halt their actions. Strange, the instrument just detected 2 powerful forces. How did they suddenly vanish? In the sky, the alien man who had slain farmers furrowed his brow, meticulously examining the precision instruments on his glasses, murmuring in confusion. Never mind, let's check the place first. With that, the man accelerated, his figure transforming into a chilling gust as he sped away. What is wrong with all of you? Why do you look so peculiar? Bulma inquired, observing the strange expressions on their faces. Such a powerful and sinister aura, Kame Sennin remarked. Beads of sweat trickling down his rounded bald head, his expression one of terror. Powerful? I feel it is rather weak. Goku scratched his head, stating, It seems we have an unwelcome guest. Zai noted with curiosity. With a sudden chill in the air, a peculiar man adorned in strange attire, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence, appeared in midair. Hey, who are you? Goku asked, bewildered by the newcomer. Kakarot, we finally meet. Although you have grown. I recognized you at a glance. The man sneered. Kakarot? Are you referring to me? Goku questioned, perplexed. You resemble your father exactly. Chapter 74, Raditz Kakarot, what happened? Wasn't your mission to annihilate everyone on this planet? Why are they still alive? Raditz questioned, his brow furrowed, a fierce expression on his face. Power level 1. Nanny? What is this? Kakarot, how can your power level be only 1? The man's eyes widened as his precision instrument scanned Goku's body, and upon seeing the displayed number, he was momentarily stunned before erupting in fury. No wonder the inhabitants of this planet have survived. You are truly worthless. Sir, regardless of who you are, please leave. Krillin stepped forward, attempting to shoo away the loathsome man. Krillin, be careful. Goku shouted, but before Krillin could react, the man's tail struck with ferocity. Suddenly, a blindingly fast figure yanked Krillin back from the man's grasp, causing the attack to miss, surprise etched on the man's face. Nanny? Power level 1, just like Kakarot's. How is it possible for someone with a power level of only 1 to save this little bald head? The man muttered incredulously, his brow furrowed. A tail? He has a tail too. Bulma exclaimed, and expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of the others as they fixated on the tail behind the man, identical to Goku's. Who on earth are you? Goku asked, his expression serious. Kakarot, do you not even remember your own brother? Raditz bellowed. Brother? Everyone present gasped in astonishment. And upon closer inspection, they noticed the striking resemblance between Raditz and Goku. I don't understand what you are saying. Goku shook his head. Very well, let me enlighten you. You are not from this planet. You were born on planet Vegeta, the strongest warrior race in the universe, the Saiyans. I am your brother, Raditz. And on the day of your birth, you were sent to this planet with the purpose of annihilating all its inhabitants. Raditz explained gravely. What? Annihilate the Earthlings? Ridiculous. Goku has always protected the Earth and would never commit such an act. Krillin retorted, filled with indignation. You should return to your planet at once. The Saiyans are already a dwindling race, and with planet Vegeta destroyed by meteor strikes, only 4 Saiyans remain, including you. Yet you, worthless as you are, possess a power level of only 1, inferior even to a newborn. You are a disgrace to our race. I had intended to seek your assistance, but it seems that will no longer be necessary. Raditz declared, seething with rage. If you no longer need assistance, then kindly leave Earth. Kame Sennin said, his expression grave. I will of course depart, but not before I eliminate all humans here. This planet should fetch a good price. By the way, this child must be your son. Since you are of no use, I shall take this child with Saiyan blood. Raditz surveyed the group with disdain, then reached out towards Gohan. However, just as his hand was about to close in, Goku firmly seized Raditz's wrist, his expression resolute. Regardless of who you are, I ask you to leave Earth immediately. Or do not blame me for being unkind. Humph, just you, a worthless one with a power level of 1? Raditz scoffed, preparing to attack Goku. Yet, to his horror, he found himself unable to withdraw his hand from Goku's grasp, completely unprepared for Goku's immense strength. Suddenly, Goku emanated a formidable and fierce aura, leaving Raditz gasping for breath. With a slight exertion, Goku flung Raditz away as if he were a mere child, utterly defenseless. No, it is impossible. You are a worthless one with a power level of only 1. How can you be my opponent? Raditz groaned, struggling to rise from the ground, his cries echoing in desperation. Beep, power level 1000. Beep, power level 5000. Beep, power level 10,000. Boom. Raditz activated his power level detector once more, watching in disbelief as Goku's power level soared, ultimately surpassing 10,000, causing the device to explode from the strain. Damn it, Kakarot. I never expected your power level to reach 10,000. Raditz's eyes widened with shock. Haha. Raditz suddenly burst into laughter, declaring, Splendid, Kakarot. With your help, we shall conquer that planet, and the prince will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. I will not assist you in destroying other planets. Depart from Earth immediately and never return, otherwise I will not spare you. Goku shook his head, resolutely rejecting the demand, then threatened. What did you say? You dare refuse me? Do not think that having a power level of 10,000 makes you invincible. The prince will not let you off lightly. Filled with fury, Raditz threatened as he regarded Goku with disdain. In his mind, Vegeta was the strongest Saiyan, and he believed that no Saiyan could surpass him. Hence, he estimated Goku's power level to be no more than 10,000. Yet, even this was beyond his capacity to handle. Realizing that Goku would not acquiesce to his demands, Raditz reluctantly turned and left in a huff. Are we really just going to let him go? He will certainly return with his allies to wreak havoc on Earth. Krillin exclaimed anxiously. Let him be. After all, he is my brother. However, should they dare to return, I will not show them mercy. Goku replied solemnly. All right then. Krillin nodded in agreement, falling silent. In a distant galaxy, on a desolate and ravaged planet, two figures resembling Raditz sat by a campfire, roasting the flesh of an unknown creature. Vegeta, Raditz's scouter exploded. It seems someone with a power level exceeding 10,000 has appeared on that planet. A burly, bald man spoke. Opposite him sat a shorter man, his expression icy, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, Fascinating. I never imagined that such a wretched planet could harbor someone with a power level above 10,000. Moreover, they seem to possess a means of controlling their power levels, which could be of immense benefit to us. Excellent. Let us set off at once. Nappa's eyes gleamed with interest as he immediately rose to his feet. Remember, Nappa, heed the commands of this prince in the future, or I shall have your life. Vegeta warned, a glint of malice crossing his face, exuding an aura of intense menace. Yes, your highness. Nappa, trembling in fear, nodded vigorously. Subsequently, Vegeta strode towards a nearby spacecraft identical to Raditz. Nappa, finally at ease, followed closely behind him as the two vessels shook and ascended rapidly into the cosmos. Meanwhile, at Kame House, as Raditz had just departed, a figure clad in a white cloak and green skin appeared before the others, none other than Piccolo. Piccolo? What brings you here? If it's revenge you seek, I advise you to leave. You stand no chance against us. Goku said nonchalantly. You fool, Goku. Piccolo seethed, his body trembling with rage as he unleashed a torrent of insults. What are you yelling at me for, Piccolo? Goku furrowed his brow, feeling unjustly accused. Do you even realize what you've just done? Raditz will return with even more powerful aliens to invade Earth. None of you will survive. Piccolo glared at Goku, his hatred palpable. I never thought the mighty Piccolo would concern himself with Earth's safety. Haven't you always desired to surpass us? How about this? If you agree to look after Goku and me, I will teach you how to train. Zai chuckled, teasing him. You insolent fool. How dare you insult me? I care not for the fate of those Earthlings. I merely act because Earth must remain under the control of the great demon King Piccolo. Piccolo crossed his arms, scoffing. You all ponder your fate. The first to perish will undoubtedly be the Earthlings. Zai and Goku exchanged glances, and Zai remarked. Although Piccolo is no saint, he makes a valid point. We have no comprehension of how powerful these extraterrestrial beings may be. Krillin interjected, voicing his concerns. Piccolo, what is your purpose here? Surely it isn't just to berate Goku? I have no time for such trivialities. I propose we join forces. After we deal with the alien invaders, we can settle our grievances. Piccolo declared his intentions. Goku, I think this idea has merit. Aligning with Piccolo is preferable to allowing him to assist the aliens against us. Krillin whispered to Goku. I never expected you to come seeking peace. This could indeed be a viable solution. We agree. Zai and Goku nodded in unison. Excellent. Together we shall train. And I will ensure that the alien invaders understand the might of the great demon King Piccolo. Piccolo laughed joyfully, a glint of triumph in his eyes. For years, he had sought to uncover the secrets of Zai and Goku's training methods, yet the condition that he, the great demon King Piccolo, serve as their caretaker was utterly intolerable. Now, he felt a glimmer of hope. You misunderstand. We have no intention of training with you. Zai discerned Piccolo's intentions and promptly doused his hopes with cold reality. What do you mean by that? Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically as he retorted. The literal meaning. You are simply too weak. What if we accidentally kill you during training? Zai shrugged nonchalantly. How dare you call the great demon king weak? Piccolo gritted his teeth, trembling with rage, wishing he could strike back if he were not so outmatched. Am I not speaking the truth? Not only can I defeat you and Goku, but even Gohan would best you. Zai taunted. Gohan? You mean that little brat? It is utterly laughable to suggest that I, the great Demon King, could be bested by him. Piccolo seethed with indignation, unable to fathom such an insult. Don't believe it? Then wait and see. Gohan, come here. As midnight turned, Zai called out to Gohan, who was playing with Zishin in the Turtle Hermit house. Uncle Zai, is there something you need from me? Gohan asked innocently. This uncle wishes to spar with you, just as you normally do with your father. However, be gentle, for this uncle is not accustomed to being struck. Zai explained, pointing towards Piccolo. Zai, Gohan is still so young. How could he possibly stand against the great Piccolo? Krillin approached, his face etched with concern. Do not worry, Krillin, Goku said, patting Krillin's shoulder with unwavering confidence. Goku, how could you? Krillin exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Yet seeing the resolute expressions of the two, he chose not to intervene further. How infuriating. You lot dare to humiliate me so. Piccolo seethed, stomping his feet in frustration, wishing he could unleash his wrath upon them all. Go, Gohan. Remember to hold back. Do not defeat him. Zai affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair, smiling encouragingly. Yes, Uncle Zai. Gohan nodded eagerly, then sprinted towards Piccolo. This is what you asked for. Since you want this little brat to fight, I shall not hold back. Piccolo scoffed, his body moving like lightning. However, Gohan stood there, seemingly oblivious to the impending confrontation. With a resounding thud, Piccolo's fist struck Gohan's face, sending his petite form crashing onto the beach. Gohan! Krillin shouted in alarm, his tone tinged with reproach. Goku, what have you done? Gohan is still so small. What if he gets hurt? Haha, do not fret, Krillin. Gohan is not as fragile as you believe. Chapter 76, Seeking Divine Aid. That hurts, it really hurts. Gohan exclaimed, covering his face as he bounced back from the sand, crying out, Nanny? How is this possible? Piccolo gasped, taken aback by the sight before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Dad, Uncle Zai, this green monster hit me. Gohan cried, tears streaming down his cheeks, his expression one of utter indignation. Then you should hit him back. In the stillness of midnight, Zai chuckled softly. Son. Gohan nodded vigorously, his sorrowful gaze fixed intently on Piccolo, exuding an intense aura. The world of a child is remarkably simple. They reciprocate kindness and harbor grievances against those who wrong them. What? How can this little brat possess such formidable energy? Piccolo exclaimed, his pupils widening in astonishment. What a terrifying presence. He truly is Goku's child. Master Roshi's expression suddenly turned grave, realizing that after a lifetime, he found himself outmatched by a mere 4-year-old. Son. Gohan shouted, channeling all his strength into his tiny fists. His diminutive form darted forward with astonishing speed, leaving everyone present, save for Zai and Goku, unable to perceive his movements. Boom. Gohan lunged forward, and before Piccolo could react, he delivered a punch to his chest. The sheer force created a significant dent in Piccolo's body, causing him to collapse onto the beach, breathless and incredulous. Enough, Gohan. Stop. Goku hastily intervened, fearing that his son might inadvertently deliver a fatal blow to Piccolo. Dad, I didn't mean to. I really didn't use much force, Gohan stammered, glancing nervously at the incapacitated Piccolo. We understand. Gohan, it's not your fault. You did splendidly. Go play with Xiaoxing. Zai approached, affectionately ruffling Gohan's hair and smiling. At these words, Gohan beamed and joyfully dashed back to Master Roshi's house. Zai felt a sense of satisfaction regarding Gohan's performance, though it was anticipated. Ever since Gohan had begun to comprehend the world around him, Zai and Goku had subtly guided him in the ways of martial arts. Initially, Chi-Chi had vehemently opposed this, envisioning Gohan as a scholar. However, Zai had leveraged the wealth of the Red Ribbon Army and his persuasive eloquence to convince Chi-Chi. Coupled with the influence of Zai and Goku, Gohan gradually developed an interest in martial arts. Piccolo, do you have anything to say now? Zai inquired, observing the battered Piccolo lying on the ground, barely clinging to consciousness. However, at that moment, Piccolo was clutching his wounds, trembling from pain, utterly unable to respond. Since you have nothing to say, I will ensure Gohan trains you well. Goku and I will be away for a while, Zai declared. Leaving? Zai, where are we going? Goku asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. The gravity chamber has become increasingly less beneficial for our training. I have conceived a new training location where we can significantly enhance our strength. Zai explained. Really? That's fantastic. Let's set off immediately, Goku exclaimed, his spirit seemingly revitalized. Wait a moment. Don't you need the consent of your lovely wife to go training? Bulma interjected, approaching with a questioning gaze. Indeed. And what about the approval of our adorable daughter? Xiaoxin chimed in, mimicking her mother. Upon witnessing the scene, Zai promptly stepped forward, embracing Bulma and initiating a sweet onslaught of affection. Observing the playful banter among the Zai family, Krillin couldn't help but sigh, his face adorned with envy as he remarked, "Ah, Zai is truly fortunate. I wonder when I shall possess such a life." "Well, in light of your flattering words, I shall acquiesce." Bulma and her daughter Zixin, charmed by Zai's sugary tactics, readily agreed. "Gohan, do inform your mother that your father has gone to train and will return shortly." Goku approached, affectionately ruffling Gohan's hair with a smile. "By the way, Gohan, after we depart, take Piccolo and the others to the gravity training room, and simply teach them using the methods I've shared with you." Zai instructed. "Zai, are you suggesting that Gohan become their instructor?" Master Roshi inquired in astonishment. "Indeed. I believe with Gohan's assistance, by the time we return, everyone's strength will have significantly improved." Midnight nodded and said, "All right, Wukong, let us embark." "Splendid. I can hardly contain my excitement," Wukong exclaimed eagerly upon hearing Midnight's words. In an instant, both Midnight and Wukong soared into the sky, employing their aerial techniques. Given their current prowess, they swiftly reached their destination, the Temple of the Celestial Deity. "Midnight, is this not the Temple of the Celestial Deity? Is this truly the esteemed place for cultivation you spoke of?" Wukong inquired, perplexed. "Just wait a moment, and you will understand." Midnight replied enigmatically. "Midnight, Wukong, what brings you two here?" At that moment, the Celestial Deity emerged from the hall, accompanied by Bobo, and asked with curiosity, "Hello, it's been a while, esteemed Celestial Deity." "And Bobo?" Wukong greeted with a smile. "Indeed, it has been a long time." The Celestial Deity responded warmly. "Celestial Deity, you must be aware of Wukong's situation. I believe it will not be long before countless extraterrestrial beings invade Earth. Hence we both need to become significantly stronger," Midnight stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, the Celestial Deity nodded non-committally, but considering their current abilities, he said with some difficulty, "However, with my present strength, I am unable to assist you. While that may be true, you could take us to a place where higher-level deities reside for our training," Midnight said, rubbing his hands together with a mischievous grin. "Higher-level deities? How do you know about them?" The Celestial Deity asked in astonishment, then after a moment of thought, added, "But for the sake of Earth, I shall make an attempt." Listening to their conversation, Wukong scratched his head, looking bewildered, and asked, "Celestial Deity, Midnight, what are you two discussing? I find myself quite confused." Chapter 77. The Serpent's Path. "I will attempt to contact Lord Yama, requesting his permission for you to train under Lord Kai." The Celestial Deity pondered for a moment before nodding. "Lord Kai? That name sounds quite amusing," Wukong remarked, still perplexed. "Bang. Ouch, that hurts." Hearing this, the Celestial Deity furrowed his brow. Even with his typically good-natured demeanor, he could no longer restrain himself. He struck Wukong on the head with his staff, his expression grave as he admonished, "Do not be disrespectful. Lord Kai is a supreme deity, far surpassing my own rank." "Is that so? He must be incredibly powerful. Let us hurry and set off." Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly stepped forward, grasping the Celestial Deity's arm. The Celestial Deity found himself at a loss for words due to Wukong's impulsive nature and forcefully tugged on Wukong's arm, explaining, "Wait a moment, Wukong. I must first seek Lord Yama's approval. Wukong, cease your antics." As the midnight hour struck, Zai extended his hand to halt Wukong, and then addressed the Celestial Deity. "Heavenly One, we await your auspicious news. You are still among the living and cannot directly enter the realm of the deceased. I must first seek guidance." With that, the heavenly being turned and strode towards the inner sanctum. Observing the deity's retreating figure, Wukong, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Zai, do you think that the King of Hell will grant our request? If he refuses, we shall summon the dragon to transport us there directly." Zai, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "Let us wait and see." Moments later, the celestial figure reappeared before the two, and, perceiving their eagerness, spoke directly, "The King of Hell has consented to meet you. Place your hands upon my shoulder." Upon hearing this, both Zai and Wukong nodded in unison and placed their hands upon the deity's shoulder. In an instant, the three transformed into a beam of white light and vanished from their location. The two felt a fleeting sensation of disorientation as the scenery around them underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. Before them sat a colossal middle-aged man, engrossed in reviewing a multitude of scrolls, while an endless line of peculiar souls awaited their turn before him. "Is this the Hall of Yama?" Zai observed his surroundings with curiosity. "Indeed, that is the Lord of Hell," the heavenly being affirmed with a nod. Is he truly the king of hell? He bears a striking resemblance to Kiki's father. Both possess a pair of horns. Wukong exclaimed, astonished at the sight. Wukong, do not be disrespectful, the deity admonished, prodding Wukong with his staff. The commotion caused by the trio interrupted the king of hell's work, his gaze fixated upon Zai and Wukong. A flicker of irritation crossing his visage as he inquired in a deep tone, "What is all this noise? HM? Are these the mortals you spoke of who seek an audience with the Lord of the Realm?" "Indeed, my Lord of Hell. They are Wukong and Zai." The heavenly being promptly bowed, responding with deference. "Sun Wukong? That name sounds familiar." The king of hell murmured softly, subsequently retrieving a colossal tome of life and death from behind him and meticulously searching its pages. "Found it. So it is you, the scion from Earth, who has repeatedly saved its denizens. You certainly merit an audience with the Lord of the Realm. And you are Zai? Curious, why is your name absent from the ledger?" The king of hell flipped through the tome several times, yet Zai's name eluded him, filling him with perplexity. "Allow me to discern your true nature." With that, the king of hell suddenly brandished the great seal of life and death, aiming it fiercely at Zai. Zai evaded. Wukong exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of alarm. However, Zai remained composed, sensing that the attack would bear no consequence. As he anticipated, the moment the great seal descended, Zai's form appeared to become translucent, allowing the seal to pass through him and strike the ground. "What?" The king of hell's expression altered dramatically, rising to his feet, his lips trembling in astonishment as he pointed at Zai, stammering, You are immortal, an indestructible soul. No wonder your name was absent from the ledger." "What?" The nearby celestial being was equally taken aback. "What are you saying?" At midnight, Zi furrowed his brow and inquired with curiosity. "I have heard from the previous celestial deity that this is the child of the legendary supreme god of the universe, impervious to erasure by any mortal or divine being." The celestial deity explained with a grave expression. "That sounds incredibly formidable." Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. "Will he never die?" Realizing this, Ziya's heart erupted with laughter. He no longer needed to seek the dragon for a wish of immortality. After all, he was the son of the heavenly path, destined never to perish. Now, who dares to oppose him? Ahem, can we now proceed to train at the Realm King's place? Ziyi cleared his throat and spoke. "Of course. Someone, take them to the entrance of the Serpent's Path." Yen Wang nodded with a smile and promptly commanded two little spirits to drive a luxurious ghostly carriage, whisking Ziyi and Wukong away at great speed. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Wukong stepped out of the carriage and gazed at the seemingly endless Serpent's Path, exclaiming in awe, "Is this the Serpent's Path? It's so long. Wukong, let us race to see who can run faster." Without waiting for Wukong to respond, Ziyi transformed into a streak of light and dashed towards the direction of the Serpent's Path, moving with astonishing speed. Observing this, Wukong hesitated no longer and summoned all his strength to pursue him rapidly. What incredible speed! The little spirits could only feel a gust of wind pass by, as the figures of the two had vanished without a trace. In the dead of night, Zai and Wukong soared along the Serpent Path, their determination to rest utterly absent. Their speed was astonishing, and within a mere 10 minutes, they beheld the terminus of the path. "Is this the King's planet? It appears rather diminutive," Wukong exclaimed, his face alight with wonder as he surveyed the almost all-encompassing celestial body. "It must be. Let us proceed," Zai replied, nodding slightly. In an instant, their figures flickered and they landed upon the King's planet. The gravity here seems rather peculiar," Wukong remarked as he lightly leaped. "Indeed, it feels somewhat off. It is approximately 10 times that of Earth, but it poses no challenge for us. Let us first meet the king," Zai acknowledged, speaking with a calm demeanor. "That makes sense," Wukong concurred, nodding in agreement, before raising his voice. "Might I inquire if the king is present?" Chapter 78. The King's planet who was so impolite as to shout and disturb my slumber? Suddenly, a forlorn voice emanated from within a room, causing both to cast curious glances in its direction. Shortly thereafter, a diminutive figure stormed out, clad in peculiar attire, donning dark sunglasses, and sporting 2 antennae atop its head, an undeniably bizarre sight. "Who are you two rascals? Why have you interrupted my rest?" the king demanded, his expression one of indignation. At the first glance, Wukong felt a twinge of doubt, sensing that this individual did not exude immense power. He leaned closer to Zai and whispered, "Hey, Zai, is this truly the formidable king spoken of by the celestial beings?" However, Wukong's whispers were not beyond the king's perceptive antennae. "Indeed, I am the king, and I am even mightier than they claim," he declared. Wukong jumped back in surprise, his face contorting into an exaggerated expression. You can hear my words. It seems you are indeed a master. Great King, we wish to train here. Might we have your permission? Wukong asked, his excitement palpable. Absolutely not. The king replied curtly, shaking his head in refusal. Why ever not? Please, Great King. You must grant us this request. Wukong implored upon hearing the king's denial. Heh. If you wish for my consent, you must each tell me a joke. The king suddenly shifted his demeanor, a peculiar grin spreading across his face. A joke? That poses quite a challenge, for I am utterly unfamiliar with humor. Wukong scratched his head, visibly troubled. Humph. Unless you provide me with a joke that satisfies me, I shall not acquiesce to your request. The king huffed, turning his back dismissively. In the stillness of midnight, Zai pondered for a moment before exclaiming, what could possibly be difficult about this? Allow me to begin. Once upon a time, a crab inadvertently stepped on an eel. To which the eel angrily retorted, Are you blind? The crab slowly shook its head and replied, No, I am not blind. I am a crab. With that, the king of the realm collapsed on the ground, rolling in laughter. However, Wukong had no time for such frivolous humor. Observing Zai's success, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Zai approached him and whispered a few words into his ear. A moment later, the king of the realm managed to suppress his laughter, rising to his feet and clearing his throat before addressing Wukong, saying, It is your turn. A little fish, caught cheating on an exam, was asked by the teacher, Whom did you copy? The little fish replied, I copied the clam. The teacher retorted, What nonsense. Wukong relayed Zai's joke word for word. How amusing. I never expected you two to possess such talent for humor, although you are still vastly inferior to me. In that case, allow me to bestow upon you the entirety of my supreme comedic wisdom. Wait. Upon hearing this, Wukong's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly explained. We did not come here to learn jokes. We seek to become stronger. With that, the king of the realm burst into laughter once more, declaring, I knew your comedic prowess could not rival mine. You truly lack a sense of humor. In the stillness of midnight, Zai suddenly erupted into laughter, causing Wukong beside him to pause in surprise and curiously inquire, Zai, what is it that amuses you so? The words of Lord Kai were truly delightful. They nearly caused me to perish from laughter. Zai replied, his laughter echoing joyfully. Unexpectedly, your perceptiveness is remarkably high, young lad. I am quite fond of talented youths such as yourself, Lord Kai remarked with an air of grandeur. Now, what is it that you wish to learn? Well, Lord Kai, could you assist us in determining if there are any spacecraft approaching Earth from the cosmos? Zai boldly posed the question. I shall look into this matter. Lord Kai nodded, his expression shifting to one of solemnity, as the two antennae atop his head emitted waves of white light. Found it. There are numerous ships traversing a similar trajectory in the universe. However, due to Earth's remote location, only these two seem to have a clear objective. Let me see. They appear to be psiots, Lord Kai stated matter-of-factly. Indeed, it seems he remains undeterred. Wukong inquired with a grave expression, Lord Kai, how long will it take for them to reach Earth? Approximately a year, Lord Kai responded. A year? I wonder how formidable these two psions might be. Wukong pondered aloud once more. Fear not. We shall devote ourselves to diligent training. They are not our true adversaries. In the stillness of midnight, Zai gently tapped Wukong's shoulder and spoke. Very well, Lord King Kai, please impart your wisdom on our cultivation. Wukong nodded, then turned to face the king, stating, Ahem. My training is quite rigorous. I hope you will not abandon it midway. Babulus, step forward. With the king's command, a rather small baboon emerged into the room. We shall now commence the first phase of your training, which is to capture Babulus, the king announced. This seems rather simplistic, does it not? In the dead of night. Zai shrugged his shoulders and remarked, Simple? Young man, I don't indulge in grandiose claims. Before the king of the universe could finish his sentence, Zai's figure darted forth like a bolt of lightning, swiftly grasping Babulus with one hand. What do you think, Lord King? I wasn't deceiving you, was I? Zai chuckled, touching his nose. Nanny? How is this possible? Aren't you Earthlings? How can you adapt to this planet's gravity? The king of the universe asked incredulously. Nearly 10 times the gravity. I often train with Goku in the gravity chamber. Even at 100 times the gravity, capturing this baboon would be effortless. Zai replied nonchalantly. I see. Has humanity evolved to such a degree? How terrifying. The king of the universe swallowed hard, astonished. Since you are all so powerful, why do you still seek training here? The king of the universe inquired, perplexed. Of course, we admire Lord King's strength. I believe you will not disappoint us, right? Zai smiled. Indeed, indeed. The king wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his mind racing until he had a sudden epiphany, his face brightening with renewed confidence. In that case, I shall impart my trump card to you. Chapter 79. Vegeta. Time flowed like a river, swiftly passing a year. On this tranquil day on Earth, two unexpected guests arrived. Two white spacecraft pierced through the atmosphere, their descent resembling two fiery comets crashing to the ground. As the doors of the spacecraft opened slowly, two figures, one tall and one short, emerged into the sunlight, exuding an aura of fierce, killing intent, their immense power radiating outward. Nappa, are you sure this is the place? Vegeta surveyed the surroundings with a cold gaze. According to the coordinates, this is indeed the planet where Raditz departed. Nappa nodded in affirmation. TCH, what a wretched planet. There are hardly any with power levels exceeding 10. Nappa disdainfully pressed a button on his scouter. Humph, Nappa. Do not forget that the inhabitants of this planet can control their power levels. Let us first locate the one who defeated Raditz. Vegeta sneered. Meanwhile, at the Bowsy Mountain Gravity Training Room, two malevolent and powerful auras surged forth, startling the Z-fighters who were training. They opened their eyes in shock as the air around them grew tense. What an overwhelming presence! Yamcha exclaimed in terror. They're finally here. I've waited long for this day. Let them witness the might of King Piccolo. Piccolo smirked confidently. Piccolo, perhaps we should wait for Zai and Goku to return? Krillin expressed his concern. After a year of camaraderie, Krillin and the others no longer feared Piccolo. Instead, under his influence, he had become more humane, though their interactions were still somewhat strained. It was primarily due to Piccolo's aloof demeanor. Humph, if you wish to cower in fear, do so. This great demon king can handle them alone. Piccolo scoffed, disregarding their advice as he opened the gravity room's door and soared toward the location of the two newcomers. Gohan, what should we do? Krillin sighed and turned to ask. Though Gohan was still young, he possessed the greatest strength among them. His immense potential had been honed through rigorous training with Zai and Goku. And after a year of hard work, his power was formidable. Uncle Krillin, let us pursue them, Gohan declared. All right. Everyone nodded in agreement, following Piccolo's lead as they vanished from sight. On the other side, Nappa, wait. Just as they prepared to leave, their scouters suddenly beeped. Upon checking, Vegeta's lips curled into a cold smile, calling out to Nappa. Heh, it seems they have delivered themselves right to us. Nappa's face lit up with a delighted expression. I never expected to find so many capable fighters on this remote planet. It appears we shall have some fun today. Vegeta spoke in a chilling tone. Surely the one who defeated Raditz is among them. I entrust that person to you, Vegeta. Haha. Vegeta nodded with a cold chuckle. In a flash, 6 figures streaked through the sky at breakneck speed. A year prior, under Zai's instructions, Gohan and Krillin had gathered a few of their old friends to train in the gravity chamber. Now, Gohan, Piccolo, Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu landed gracefully before Vegeta and Nappa. These two have an incredibly powerful aura, especially that ice-cold face. It's almost unreal, Tien said, furrowing his brow. Gohan, can you defeat that guy? Krillin quietly asked as he approached. Gohan hesitated, struggling to find the words. Vegeta's icy gaze swept over the group, landing on Piccolo and Gohan. He couldn't help but sneer. I didn't expect this planet to harbor a Namekian. That little brat resembles Raditz. He must be Kakaroto's child. A Namekian? Am I also an extraterrestrial? The voice was faint, yet Piccolo heard it clearly, mumbling to himself. Let me gauge the battle power of these individuals, Nappa declared. Ah, just a group of weaklings with power levels below 1,000. Nappa pressed a button on his scouter, scoffing with disdain. Hey, Nappa, how many times must I remind you? These individuals can control their power levels. Do not measure them by ordinary standards, or you will suffer greatly, Vegeta warned. I know. Vegeta. Nappa waved dismissively yet maintained his scornful expression. You fool. Vegeta frowned, choosing not to engage further. Instead, he turned his attention back to the group, intrigued. The one who defeated Raditz must be Kakarot, but where is he? Is he so frightened of my arrival that he has hidden away? My father would never fear you. He is merely still training and hasn't returned yet, Gohan asserted. Indeed, I advise you to leave quickly. Once Zai and Goku return, your fate is sealed, Krillin urged. His brow furrowed. Ha ha ha, with Kakarot, that useless fool? Very well. I shall wait for him to arrive, to personally end him, and that Zai you mentioned. Vegeta laughed mockingly, his amusement evident. Krillin felt a surge of hope as the words struck a chord with him. Just as he relished the moment, Vegeta's cold voice rang out again. However, while we await their arrival, we can have some fun. Excellent, Vegeta. I am already itching for a good fight. Allow me to handle them. Nappa approached with a face full of excitement, exclaiming, "Let these fellows play with the vegetable people." Vegeta suddenly interjected with a cold smirk. Upon hearing this, Nappa retreated reluctantly, nodding in agreement, while Piccolo and the others were left puzzled, unaware of what they meant by vegetable people. This soil should yield splendid vegetable people. Nappa crouched down, feeling the earth beneath him, and buried the seeds in the ground. He then produced a bottle of green potion from his belongings and dripped it over the seeds. In the next moment, a horde of small green gnomes emerged from the soil, each sporting an evil grin. These creatures seemed quite formidable. Chapter 80. Nappa's demise. The strength of these cultivated beings is commendable. Defeating them should be a simple task. Nappa declared confidently. I shall be the first to engage. Tien Shinhan stated gravely as he stepped forward. Ha! Look at those arrogant cultivators. Tien shouted, unleashing his power, his body moving with the speed of lightning. Astonishingly, he dispatched his opponent with a single move. Impossible. The battle power of these cultivators is at least 1,200. How could this bald man defeat one in an instant? Nappa exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Well done, Tien. Krillin cheered. They're merely blustering. They're not as formidable as they seem. Tien replied, turning back with an expression of calm. Interesting, Nappa. Observe this one's battle power. Vegeta remarked with a cold chuckle. Yes, beat battle power. 3,600. This is unfathomable. How can a mere earthling possess such battle power? Nappa's disbelief deepened. The training in the gravity chamber had significantly enhanced their abilities, reaching levels beyond their own expectations, which was the source of Piccolo's confidence. Now, it's my turn to take the stage, Yamcha said, scratching his nose as he stood up. Yamcha, be cautious. Do not underestimate them. Krillin warned earnestly. Relax. Yamcha waved dismissively. Hey, who is going to fight first? My hands are itching. He strode forward, brimming with bravado. Nappa. Assess this individual's battle power. Beat battle power. 2880. Damn it. With such numbers, the cultivators are surely no match. Nappa said, irritation creeping into his voice. Not necessarily, Vegeta replied, a sly smile gracing his lips. Boom. At that moment, Yamcha was already engaged in combat with a cultivator. His immense power rendered the opponent utterly helpless, easily pushing him back. TCH, these extraterrestrials aren't all that impressive. They hardly warrant a fight. Yamcha boasted, waving his hand dismissively. Yamcha, be careful. Krillin suddenly shouted. Realizing the danger, Yamcha found himself surrounded by 4 or 5 cultivators. Just as he prepared to counter, one of them seized him from behind, followed closely by the others. Boom. With a resounding explosion, all 5 cultivators self-destructed simultaneously. As the white smoke cleared, Yamcha collapsed to the ground, bloodied and lifeless. Yamcha! Krillin yelled in alarm. Damn it. You scoundrels! I will not let this go unpunished. Gohan seethed, gritting his teeth. The bond forged over a year had fostered deep friendships among them. And witnessing Yamcha's demise ignited their collective fury, even stirring a flicker of anger on Piccolo's face. Wait, Gohan. Leave these two to me. Just as Gohan prepared to unleash his rage, Piccolo interjected, removing his white cape, a palpable aura of menace enveloping him as he advanced. How foolish to challenge me. Allow me to end your lives personally. Nappa scoffed dismissively. Nappa, that individual appears to be an Namekian. I've heard their battle power is quite formidable, with some unique abilities to boot. Don't embarrass me, Vegeta observed with interest. Fear not, Vegeta. I can handle this with one hand. Nappa replied with disdain. Hey, don't you enjoy measuring battle power? Why not check mine? Piccolo retorted with a smirk. Beep TCH, a mere 1,000 in battle power. Nappa scoffed, his eyes filled with contempt. And no? Ha! Piccolo let out a cold laugh, unleashing a surge of power that radiated outward, overwhelming Nappa with an unprecedented sense of pressure. Krillin and the others, however, appeared exhilarated. Beep battle power, 5,000 beep battle power, 10,000 beep battle power, 12,000 Nani? This is impossible. Nappa's device registered Piccolo's escalating power, finally ceasing at 12,000. Vegeta, help me. Nappa, drenched in cold sweat, retreated, casting a desperate glance at Vegeta. Nappa, you must fight well. Do not disgrace our Saiyan race. Vegeta, unperturbed by Nappa's terror, replied with a mocking sneer. Die! Piccolo roared, his fist launching toward Nappa like a cannonball. However, paralyzed by fear, Nappa could not muster a defense, forgetting even to counter the attack. Boom! Piccolo's powerful punch struck Nappa squarely, sending waves of pain coursing through him. Nappa's expression twisted in agony as he coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Krillin and the others watched in disbelief as Piccolo's might shattered their expectations. Dispatching a scion with overwhelming force. To think you couldn't withstand even a single punch. How weak. Be gone. Piccolo coldly derided, then kicked the crumpled Nappa away, sending him tumbling to Vegeta's feet. Vegeta, save me. Nappa cried out in pain, extending his hand. Humph. You are a disgrace to our scion lineage. Perish. Vegeta's expression darkened as he sent Nappa airborne with a swift kick, then gathered a golden energy wave in his hand and hurled it forward. Boom. With a tremendous explosion. Nappa's massive form disintegrated into dust, scattering to the ground. How could you kill your own comrade? Truly inhumane. Krillin and the others were left aghast at the scene. Humph. Such a waste only serves to tarnish the honor of the Saiyans. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. No matter, for you shall soon join him. Piccolo's gaze turned icy as he fixed it on Vegeta. Do you think this prince would end up like that fool? I am the noble prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta sneered, his eyes betraying disdain, enveloped in an aura of intense murderous intent. Chapter 81. The Dignity of a Prince. Piccolo's expression grew grave. His gaze fixed firmly on Vegeta, not daring to show any sign of carelessness. He could distinctly sense the overwhelming power emanating from his opponent, far surpassing that of the deceased Nappa. Suddenly, Piccolo's figure vanished from sight, reappearing nearly half a foot away from Vegeta. Die! He roared, his fist unleashing a rapid succession of sonic booms as it surged toward his foe. Vegeta's demeanor remained impassive, a confident smirk gracing his lips as he faced the fierce onslaught without trepidation. He extended his right hand, perfectly intercepting Piccolo's punch. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta twisted his right hand with force, causing Piccolo's expression to darken. Under the strain of overwhelming power, Piccolo's muscles tensed, the blood vessels prominently bulging. And alongside his agonized scream, his arm was brutally wrenched from its socket. Vegeta casually discarded the severed limb, a sinister smile adorning his cold visage as he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes upon Piccolo, who, grievously injured, was utterly powerless to retaliate. Vegeta's fist connected solidly with Piccolo's chest, eliciting a pain cry as Piccolo was propelled several dozen meters backward, a grotesque mixture of blood, dirt, and dust clinging to him. Utterly pathetic. Vegeta scoffed coldly. Uncle Piccolo. Damn it, you bastard. Gohan exclaimed, rushing over in concern, his gaze shifting from the pitifully battered Piccolo to glare at Vegeta. I will not let you get away with this. However, just as Gohan prepared to strike, Piccolo's remaining hand suddenly grasped him. Leave the scoundrel to me. Piccolo, gritting his teeth against the pain, gasped for breath. With a fierce cry, Piccolo's wound began to ooze a thick substance, miraculously sprouting a new limb. Regeneration, how fascinating. Then I shall break all of your limbs and see how you recover. Vegeta's lips curled into a chilling smile, his cruel words slicing through the air. Don't get too cocky. Allow me to show you my technique. Piccolo bellowed, his aura coalescing toward his fingertips, glowing with a radiant red light surrounded by golden ripples. Sensing the imminent threat, Vegeta's brow furrowed, instinctively activating his scouter, his expression shifting dramatically. Damn it, this guy's power is soaring. 13,000, 16,000, 18,000, 20,000. This is bad. Vegeta's expression darkened. Though arrogant, he was no fool and quickly reacted. Special beam cannon. Piccolo howled, unleashing a spiraling beam of light that shot forth with blinding red brilliance, aimed directly at Vegeta. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, illuminating the sky with a massive mushroom cloud as dust and debris obscured everyone's vision. What terrifying power. That alien must be dead. Krillin gulped nervously. At this moment, Piccolo was on his hands and knees, breathless. His ultimate technique had drained most of his strength, representing the pinnacle of his training over the past year, and his source of confidence to defeat the two before him. Uncle Piccolo, be careful. Gohan's voice echoed, just as a golden energy wave shot through the smoke, impaling Piccolo through the chest, causing him to collapse. Blood flowed profusely from the wound. Through the swirling dust, Vegeta emerged, his form battered and covered in numerous minor injuries. Yet his aura remained undiminished. No, it can't be. How could you be unscathed? Piccolo gasped in disbelief. Damn Namekian, you dare to damage my battle suit? I will kill you. Vegeta's fist cracked as he seethed with rage. Piccolo's attack had indeed instilled a sense of danger in Vegeta, despite the enhancements over the past year. Piccolo's speed fell short. At a critical moment, Vegeta evaded the attack but was still caught in the explosion, unfortunately only damaging his battle suit without inflicting harm upon him, though it left him seething with frustration. Uncle Piccolo, are you alright? Goku rushed forward, concern etched on his face. Now the game is over. You all shall perish. Vegeta roared in fury. I will not permit you to harm anyone, Gohan declared solemnly. In an instant, he vanished like a wraith, reappearing right before Vegeta. Before the prince could comprehend the situation, Gohan's fist connected with his abdomen, sending a searing pain coursing through his entire body. Blood surged in his throat as he staggered backward, collapsing to his knees. Damn it! How can this little brat be so strong? Vegeta grimaced, clutching his wounded abdomen. Well done, Gohan. Krillin cheered excitedly. You insolent wretch, die. Vegeta roared, enduring his overwhelming pain as he leaped into the air, channeling all his strength. However, Gohan remained unfazed, resolutely advancing with clenched fists. Bang! A tremendous force erupted as Gohan felt a numbing sensation in his arm, stumbling several steps before regaining his balance. Vegeta, on the other hand, bore the brunt of the collision, spewing blood into the air, his body sent flying before rolling to a halt on the ground. No. It can't be. This is impossible. Vegeta cried out in anguish. He could scarcely fathom the reality that he, the proud Prince Vegeta of the Saiyan race, had been defeated by a mere child, the son of that lowly warrior Kakarot, an affront to his pride that left him humiliated and deeply wounded. Gohan, finish him now, Krillin urged eagerly. At those words, Gohan hesitated momentarily. Though he had no aversion to fighting, he was still a mere 5-year-old child, instinctively repulsed by the idea of taking a life. Looking at the twitching form of Vegeta on the ground, Gohan's heart softened. Gohan, what are you waiting for? Kill him, or the earth will surely perish. Chapter 82, Vegeta's Transformation. I'm sorry, Uncle Krillin, I cannot bring myself to do it, Gohan replied, lowering his head like a remorseful child. He then turned his gaze back to Vegeta, saying, You may leave. I will not kill you. But do not encroach upon others' homes again. Suddenly, Vegeta, lying on the ground, began to laugh eerily, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. You are merely the son of a lowly warrior, and yet you dare to demand mercy from me, the prince? How preposterous! I shall annihilate you all today and personally obliterate this planet. Vegeta roared with ferocity, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His countenance twisted with rage and his body radiating an overwhelming aura of malice, his eyes gleaming a sinister red. Faced with the onslaught of Vegeta's wrath, Gohan felt an inexplicable fear rise within him, causing him to instinctively retreat a few steps despite his superior strength. What does this guy intend to do? Krillin asked, his expression grave. Suddenly, a brilliant white sphere of light appeared in Vegeta's hand. As he raised his right hand slowly, the luminous orb ascended, hovering in midair like a full moon. Prepare to meet your demise. Vegeta's chilling laughter echoed once more, and in the next moment, his body began to transform. Black fur erupted all over him. His deep-set eyes turned crimson, and he morphed into a ferocious, raging great ape. This is bad. How can he transform in daylight? Krillin and the others' faces fell, recognizing the imminent danger. They had encountered this monstrous form before, during a year of training. Gohan had transformed into a similarly savage great ape upon gazing at the full moon, nearly leading to their demise. It was only thanks to Piccolo shattering the moon at a critical moment that they had been saved, causing them to regard him with newfound respect. As Gohan gazed at the towering beast before him, his expression turned grave, and he felt a pang of regret for not heeding Uncle Krillin's advice to eliminate Vegeta sooner. The power and speed of this monstrous form far surpassed his own. Let you witness the true power of a Saiyan. Vegeta, now a great ape, spoke with a human voice. Why can he speak while I cannot? This fiend retains his sanity? Krillin and Tien exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe their eyes. What are you talking about? Gohan asked, bewildered. I am the noble prince of the Saiyans, possessing royal blood. How dare you compare me to a lowly warrior like Kakarot? You shall all perish for your insolence. The great ape bellowed, launching his massive fists toward Gohan. Seeing this, Gohan's expression shifted dramatically. He could not afford to hesitate. Channeling all his strength, he soared into the air, narrowly avoiding Vegeta's devastating blow that crashed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. With a resounding impact, Vegeta followed up with a powerful punch. Gohan, caught off guard in midair, suffered a brutal blow, spitting out blood as he plummeted to the ground, skidding several meters before coming to a halt. Vegeta's crimson gaze was filled with disdain as he unleashed his murderous intent and leapt toward Gohan without a hint of mercy. His colossal fists raised to strike. You shall not harm Gohan, Krillin shouted gravely, raising his right hand high. A swirling energy blade formed above him. Kamehameha, Dodonrai. Tien and Kaiatsa joined in, unleashing their respective energy attacks at the great ape. The Kamehameha struck the great ape squarely but inflicted little damage. However, Krillin's energy blade left a small cut on the beast's thick arm. How annoying! The great ape roared, venting his frustration. Ignoring the injured Gohan, he swiftly advanced upon the trio, moving with astonishing speed despite his massive size. With a thunderous punch, the great ape struck Krillin and the others, sending them sprawling. The intense pain contorted their faces, as if their bones had shattered. Just as the great ape prepared to deliver a fatal blow, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Reacting swiftly, he turned to see a red spiral of energy hurtling toward his tail. With a decisive swipe, the great ape swatted it away, the attack landing on a distant hill and erupting in a fierce explosion. Damn it, I failed. Piccolo gritted his teeth in frustration. How can you still be unharmed? The great ape stared in disbelief at the unscathed Piccolo, astonished by the existence of the mystical Senzu beans that had been fed to Gohan during their battle, mistaking it for Namekian prowess. Looks like I must eliminate you first. With heavy steps, the great ape charged at Piccolo. Undeterred, Piccolo summoned all his strength to counter. However, the disparity in their powers was too vast. The great ape easily seized Piccolo, tightening his grip until the latter's muscles began to compress painfully, his face contorting in agony. Uncle Piccolo! Gohan cried out in distress from the ground, gritting his teeth against the pain as he rose, unleashing a fierce aura as he rushed forward. Vegeta S Battle Power, 18. 000 Great Ape S Battle Power, 100, 000. Injured State. Gohan S Battle Power, 21, 000 Krillin S Battle Power, 2. 300 Kaiatsu S Battle Power, 1. 200 Chapter 83. Vegeta's defeat as Gohan charged aggressively. The great ape roared, his voice echoing through the air, sending sonic waves that struck Gohan like a heavy weight. The roar was so deafening that it caused Gohan's head to throb painfully, leaving him momentarily stunned in midair. Suddenly, he felt darkness envelop him as a massive hand grasped his body. Desperately, Gohan exerted all his strength but could not break free. With a slight increase in pressure, the great ape's grip felt as if it would shatter Gohan's bones. In the face of such overwhelming power, the others stood powerless, their expressions reflecting despair as Gohan's anguished cries filled the air. This is the fate of those who offend the prince. You shall all perish. The crimson gaze of the great ape was suffused with murderous intent, with a mere increase in pressure from its colossal hands. It could effortlessly reduce two individuals to mere pulp. Damn it. Zai, Wukong, where on earth are you? Krillin's face twisted with despair as he let out a heart-wrenching howl. Just as Gohan found himself on the brink of life and death, a wave of golden energy surged forth, its fierce aura causing the great ape's expression to darken. It hurled the two captives aside and crossed its fists defensively across its chest. The creature staggered back several steps before managing to counter the attack, a searing pain radiating through its arms. In that moment, two familiar figures descended from the heavens. Upon recognizing them, Krillin's despair evaporated instantaneously, as if he had been invigorated by a potent stimulant. Ignoring his own pain, he waved his arms and rushed toward the duo. Zai, Wukong, you finally arrived. If you hadn't come, we might never see each other again. Overwhelmed with emotion, Krillin felt tears welling in his eyes as he lamented his plight. I'm sorry, Krillin. The truth is, we arrived long ago. However, as I wanted to witness the fruits of your training over the past year, Wukong admitted. His head bowed in a semblance of shame. They bore some responsibility for Yamcha's demise, but with the Dragon Balls available for resurrection, they had hoped to intervene before Gohan and Piccolo faced dire consequences. Dad, Uncle Zai. Even in the face of near-fatal blows from Vegeta, Gohan had remained resolute. Yet upon seeing the two, his eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears. Ignoring the agony coursing through him, he rushed forward and enveloped Wukong in a heartfelt embrace. Well done, Gohan. You've grown. Wukong beamed, affectionately ruffling Gohan's hair. Kakarot, you've finally arrived. But the outcome remains unchanged. Today, you shall all perish at the hands of this prince. The great ape's scarlet eyes gleamed with disdain as it spoke condescendingly. Zai Wukong, this creature is formidable. You must exercise caution, Krillin warned gravely. Anxious about the duo's current capabilities, fearing a repeat of Gohan's earlier misstep. Fear not, Krillin. He is no match for us, Wukong declared confidently. His assertion was not mere bravado. The truth lay in the fact that Vegeta's strength was so paltry that it barely piqued their interest in engaging him. This wretched gorilla is weak, and to add insult to injury, it is also quite hideous, Zai remarked, scrutinizing the beast with a smirk, stroking his chin in mock contemplation. How infuriating. I will kill you. The words of Midnight pierced the eardrum of the great ape like a sharp sword, unleashing a torrent of fury from its chest, as it charged towards Midnight with a menacing aura. However, this speed was utterly inadequate. In the stillness of midnight, the figure shook its head disdainfully, vanishing from sight in an instant. The swiftness of the movement caused the great ape's expression to shift as it frantically searched for the source of its presence. I am right behind you, gorilla. The voice echoed in its ears, sending a chill down its spine. Fueled by an overwhelming fury, the great ape turned around, its fist surging with explosive force, hurtling towards its opponent. Yet, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Before the great ape could fully pivot, the figure advanced, gently raising a hand. A mighty strike landed upon the great ape's face, sharp fangs glistening as blood gushed forth, sending its massive form flying several meters away, causing the ground to tremble violently. The great ape lay convulsing on the ground. How impressive! Exclaimed Krillin, his mouth agape in astonishment. Gohan's eyes sparkled with admiration as he witnessed the swift defeat of the great ape. What child does not idolize heroes? Coupled with the encouragement he received from a young age, it solidified his resolve to pursue martial arts. Meanwhile, Piccolo wore a grave expression, recognizing the growing chasm between himself and the figure. A profound sense of defeat began to erode his ambition to dominate the earth. No, this is impossible. I, the Prince of the Scions, cannot possibly be bested by a mere earthling. The great ape, sprawled on the ground, expressed its discontent, its words punctuated by the loss of 2 teeth, causing its speech to be slightly garbled. I will surely kill you, it roared, feeling an unprecedented level of humiliation. Look at you, still unwilling to concede. At midnight, one leapt upward, grasping the tail of the great ape. The ape felt an irresistible force coursing through its body, rendering it powerless to collapse. Bang, bang, bang. In the dead of night, Zai grasped the tail of the colossal ape and with a vigorous swing, sent its massive form soaring into the air, only for it to crash down heavily onto the ground. Following this, Zai began to wield the giant ape as if it were a meteor hammer, indulging in this peculiar amusement, causing the earth beneath to tremble violently from the weight of the impact. It was uncertain whether Zai had gone too far in his playfulness or if the Scion's tail was inherently fragile. But the tail of the great ape was abruptly torn away. Simultaneously, its body began to shrink, reverting to the humanoid form of Vegeta, while in Zai's hand, a slender monkey tail materialized. Vegeta lay sprawled on the ground, racked with excruciating pain that made his body convulse, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion paling to a ghostly white. The strength he once possessed had been completely sapped by Zai, leaving him utterly weakened and teetering on the brink of death. Splendid. We have triumphed, exclaimed Krillin, his voice brimming with exhilaration as he gazed at the nearly lifeless Vegeta. Just then, Goku stepped forward and inquired, Zai, how do you intend to deal with him? Such an intruder into another's domain surely deserves death, Zai replied. Goku, you wouldn't consider sparing him, would you? Krillin asked anxiously, concerned that Goku might show mercy. Let him be killed. Chapter 84. Reunion. After victory. Upon hearing Zai's words, Goku's brow furrowed in contemplation. He was inherently averse to the notion of killing. Yet, Krillin's reasoning rang true. Those who invade others' homes are indeed beyond forgiveness. Coupled with Goku's current overwhelming strength, the frail Vegeta hardly piqued his interest. Bang! In the stillness of midnight, Zai raised his hand, unleashing a wave of energy that struck Vegeta, resulting in a gruesome gash upon his chest. With a pained cry, Vegeta's breathing quickened, and he cast a fierce glare at Zai and the others before falling into silence. At last, it is over. The Earth is finally safe. Krillin sighed, his tone heavy with relief. The true crisis has only just begun. We have a formidable battle ahead. Zai's expression suddenly turned grave as he spoke. Witnessing Zai's serious demeanor, the others shared expressions of astonishment. Zai, are you referring to Frieza? Upon hearing Goku's voice, confusion spread among the group as they inquired, Goku, who is Frieza? I'm uncertain. I merely recall Zai and Lord Kai mentioning Frieza, who is reputed to be the Emperor of the universe, possessing such immense power that even Vegeta was nothing more than a pawn in his grasp. Goku shook his head, stating, Nani, Zai, is what Goku said true? Krillin asked, his face filled with terror. Indeed. Upon seeing Zai nod, fear washed over the faces of the group. If a single Vegeta had decimated them, what would happen if Frieza were to arrive? Zai, can you and Goku defeat this Frieza? Krillin asked once more. After a moment of contemplation, Zai replied, I am not entirely certain. We can only ascertain our capabilities through battle. Zai spoke without deceit. During this time, both he and Goku had experienced significant growth in their powers, easily overcoming Vegeta and others. However, Frisia's battle power was rumored to exceed 1,000,000, leaving Zai with uncertainty. What shall we do? If Frisia comes, is the Earth truly doomed? Despair crept into Krillin's voice as he anxiously scratched his head. Do not worry, Krillin. No matter how powerful Frisia may be, we will surely defeat him. I hope he arrives soon. I have longed to test my skills against such a formidable opponent. Goku exclaimed with excitement, his face lit with anticipation, devoid of any sense of urgency. Frisia is unlikely to come just yet. We should take the time to devise a strategy. Let us return for now. At midnight, Zai proposed an idea. In the sky, 7 figures streaked across like shooting stars. Except for the deceased Yamcha, several individuals arrived at Kame House. Bang! The moment they set foot on the island, the door of Kame House swung open, and Bulma, Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, and others rushed out in succession. You big bad guy. You said you would train for a year without a word. If you do this again, I will ignore you forever. Bulma rushed forward and fiercely embraced Zai. Despite her words of reproach, her grip tightened with each passing moment. Mom, have you hugged enough? It's my turn. Zishin tugged at Bulma's clothes, puffing with indignation. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi rushed to Gohan's side, enveloping him in her arms while carefully checking for any injuries, leaving Goku momentarily neglected. Fortunately, they had all consumed Senzu beans before their arrival, allowing Chi-Chi to breathe a sigh of relief. You all did exceptionally well this time. Once again, you saved the Earth, Master Roshi said with a satisfied smile. Teacher Wutian, it's been a long time. Grandpa, it's been a long time. At midnight, Zai, Wukong, and Krillin greeted each other warmly. For once a day as a master, one remains a father for life, regardless of how powerful they became. Their hearts still held profound respect for Master Roshi. Suddenly, Zai spoke up, expressing a request to Bulma. You wish to use the Dragon Ball radar to locate the 7 Dragon Balls and resurrect Yamcha, don't you? We saw it in Granny's crystal ball. Bulma nodded, retrieving the Dragon Ball radar from her pocket, and spoke calmly. That is not the matter at hand. I would like to ask for your assistance in modifying our spaceship. Zai stated solemnly. The spaceship? What do you need that for? Bulma inquired, her expression one of confusion. I wish to journey to Piccolo's homeland, planet Namek. There are methods there to enhance our strength in a short period, thereby increasing our chances against Frisia. Zai explained. Upon hearing this, Piccolo, who had been silent, displayed a flicker of emotion, though it was quickly suppressed, restoring his usual aloof demeanor. He needed to visit planet Namek. The Grand Elder there could unlock the potential within their bodies. His and Wukong's powers remained an enigma, and he was uncertain whether they could withstand Frisia. Though he possessed immortality, he had yet to find someone worth protecting. From the moment his daughter was born, he vowed to never allow anyone to harm her. Hence the adage that caution ensures longevity. However, the galaxy is vast, and finding planet Namek may prove challenging. Bulma remarked, somewhat troubled. I can enlist the help of King Kai. He should be able to assist. Zai replied once more. All right, I will discuss it with my father. Bulma nodded and said. Wonderful, thank you, dear. Zai exclaimed, joyfully embracing Bulma and planting a kiss on her rosy cheek. Humph, I wonder who has been out of touch for a year. Only remembering me when in need. Bulma pouted, feigning annoyance. I was wrong, Bulma. I promise it won't happen again. Zai declared, thumping his chest. Everyone, stop standing around and come in for dinner. At that moment, Lan Chi emerged wearing an apron, smiling at everyone. Great. I've been hungry for ages, Wukong shouted, promptly rushing inside to eat heartily, followed by the others, as cheerful sounds filled Master Roshi's house. During their years apart, Lan Chi's affection for Tianjin Fan was evident. She had often contemplated seeking him out. However, Tianjin Fan had been wandering the world with Dumpling, eluding all attempts to locate him. Consequently, she turned to Bulma in West City for assistance. Zai, concerned that she might not return, endeavored with persuasive words to keep her at Master Roshi's, and in her free time, sought out Tianjin Fan. Yet, he was as dense as a block of wood when it came to matters of the heart. Even less aware than Wukong. Frustrated, Lan Chi contemplated leaving home. At a critical moment, the golden-haired Lan Chi unexpectedly took charge. And with Zai and Krillin administering a potent dose of encouragement to Tianjin Fan, they finally became a couple. This segment serves to provide closure for Lan Chi, as it reflects an unresolved sentiment from watching Dragon Ball, so I have added a few words here for context. I appreciate your understanding. Chapter 85, Journey to Planet Namek. A month later, West City, Bulma's home. In the dead of night, Zai, Yukong, Bulma, Krillin, and their companions gathered around an expansive venue, where a colossal object lay concealed beneath a vast white cloth. Zai, did you summon us from afar just to witness this? Krillin inquired, turning his head in perplexity. Indeed, Zai replied with a smile and a nod. What is this mysterious object? Yukong asked, intrigued. Ahem. The moment to witness a miracle has arrived. Please, everyone be silent, Bulma announced, clearing her throat. Stepping forward, she dramatically pulled away the white cloth, revealing a magnificent round spaceship before their eyes. Ever since Zai provided me with the spacecraft, my father and I have tirelessly worked day and night to develop a vessel that can transport everyone to Namek, Bulma explained proudly, raising her chin. Truly, Bulma's father is remarkable, achieving this so swiftly. Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Heh, can we finally head to Namek to enhance our powers? Zai, let us depart at once. I can hardly contain my excitement, Wukong said with enthusiasm. At that moment, Zai's gaze shifted to the corner, where Piccolo remained silent, suppressing his eager expression and adopting an air of indifference. What a truly aloof individual, Zai mused. Zai shook his head with a smile and stepped forward, saying, Bick, you should join us. Are you really inviting me along? Bick responded with evident disbelief, his expression one of astonishment. Of course. Why else would I have summoned you here? Don't you wish to return to your homeland and take a look? Zai replied with a light chuckle. Don't think this will make me grateful to you. Once we defeat Frieza, we will still be enemies. Bick said, his gaze wavering, his heart conflicted. To this, Zai merely nodded with a smile. For he understood that Bick was no longer an adversary. Unwittingly, they had all managed to influence this great demon king. Disregarding Bick, Zai walked straight to Krillin, patted him on the shoulder, and with a mischievous grin, said, Krillin, you should come with us too. Me? But I fear my current strength would be of little help. I would only be a hindrance. Krillin pointed at himself, his spirit dampened. All three had once trained under Master Roshi, yet the gap between Krillin and Zai, as well as Goku, had grown increasingly vast, leaving him with a sense of frustration. Krillin, don't say that. Your role is significant. It may very well be that we rely on you to defeat Frieza, Zai asserted with unwavering conviction. Really? Krillin's eyes brightened, and he shyly scratched his head, responding. Even though I know you are only trying to comfort me, thank you, Zai. Upon hearing Krillin's words, Zai's gaze inadvertently drifted to Goku, a twinge of guilt stirring within him. Logically, their journey to Namek should not encounter Frieza, yet he felt compelled to prepare thoroughly. He was uncertain of the extent of his and Goku's powers. Thus Krillin had become his final assurance. Daddy, I want to go too. At that moment, Zishin rushed over, tugging at Zai's pant leg, her voice sweet and innocent. No, you can't go. Zai frowned and firmly rejected her. Why not? Gohan is going. Why can't I? Zishin replied, her face a picture of grievance. Gohan is going to fight, and you, a young girl, should not meddle in such matters. Stay home with your mother. Zai stated with a serious demeanor. Wait, Zai, what do you mean? Am I not allowed to go either? Bulma interjected with indignation. Bulma, this journey to Namek is fraught with unknown dangers. I do not wish for you and your daughter to take such risks. Zai replied earnestly. I must go? Besides, how would you navigate the spaceship without me? Bulma declared resolutely. Did I not ask my father-in-law to set the automatic navigation? Zai furrowed his brow and remarked. Hee, I have long known you wish to rid yourself of me. Do you think I would comply? Bulma retorted with a mischievous smile. Very well, you may go, but Zishin must remain at home. At midnight, Z gritted her teeth and spoke. Deal. Bulma nodded with a smile. You all are bullying me. I despise you. Zishin's large, tearful eyes suddenly turned red as she left the scene with an expression of deep grievance. All right, let us set off. At midnight, Zai softly spoke. Subsequently, Zai, Yukong, Klin, Piccolo, Sun Wufan, and Bulma entered the spacecraft. Due to the vessel's limited capacity, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha were unable to join this journey to Namek. Once aboard the spacecraft, Bulma instinctively took her place in the cockpit and gently pressed the ignition button. The entire ship began to tremble, and a plume of white smoke billowed from beneath, propelling the vessel away from the ground and into the cosmos. To ensure a safe return, looking up at the spacecraft soaring through the sky, Chi-Chi, Lan-Chi, Tianjin Fan, and others waved their farewells. Inside the spacecraft, Zai sat alone by the window, gazing at the myriad of stars above, feeling a profound sense of awe. Darling, would you like a drink? As Midnight raised his gaze, he beheld Bulma, who wore a radiant smile, and inquired with a hint of confusion, Bulma, are you not in the cockpit? If I hadn't mentioned it, Would you have consented to my presence? Bulma chuckled softly, and without awaiting his approval, she nestled into his embrace. Midnight patted his forehead, aware that he had been outsmarted. However, the sight of the beautiful woman in his arms rendered him incapable of feeling anger, and thus, the two of them gazed out at the scenery together. The journey to Namek would take a month, and the occupants of the spaceship busied themselves with their own pursuits. Krillin and Gohan engaged in a sparring match in the training room, while Piccolo quietly retreated to a corner, lost in thoughts of admiration for his parents. At the moment Goku boarded the spacecraft, his chatter was incessant. Fortunately, Bulma had prepared an ample supply of food. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, a colossal vessel glided through the void. Inside the spacecraft, upon an opulent chair, sat a diminutive, peculiar creature emanating a malevolent aura. With a disdainful smirk adorning his lips, this was the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. Beside him stood a tall, handsome man, his demeanor serious, his face reflecting both respect and trepidation towards Frieza. He spoke, "Lord Frieza, it won't be long before we reach Earth." Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that amidst this desolate place, a figure capable of vanquishing Vegeta would emerge? I am quite eager to witness this, Frieza replied with a chilling laugh. Chapter 86. The Grand Elder. After a month of traversing the Starry River, the spaceship finally hovered above Namek. Is this Namek? Splendid. We have finally arrived. After such an extended period aboard the vessel, I was nearly bored to death. Bulma exclaimed with excitement. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We are about to land. With Bulma's announcement, the spaceship pierced through Namek's atmosphere at remarkable speed, akin to a meteor streaking across the tranquil sky, before touching down upon the planet's surface. As the ship's door opened slowly, the month-long confinement aboard the spacecraft ignited an eager rush among Bulma and the others to step outside. Is this Namek? The air is so fresh, imbued with the essence of nature. Bulma inhaled deeply, revealing a gentle smile. The gravity feels just like Earth. Midnight. Can this place truly enhance our powers? Goku questioned with a puzzled expression. Indeed, in the stillness of midnight, Zai gently nodded. A powerful aura radiating throughout every corner of Namek. Upon realizing that no malevolent presence had emerged, the weight in his heart was finally lifted. Everyone, follow me. With that, Zai scooped up Bulma beside him and leaped into the sky. Goku and the others exchanged glances, hastily following suit. The six figures streaked across the heavens like shooting stars, soon landing atop a towering cliff where an oddly shaped dwelling had been constructed. At that moment, a figure emerged from the dimly lit interior. Piccolo. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone exclaimed in unison. Even Piccolo appeared bewildered. This was due to the fact that the visitor bore an uncanny resemblance to Piccolo, albeit with a significantly more formidable presence. I am Nail. Nail glanced at Piccolo amidst the crowd, comprehending the astonishment of those present, and proceeded to elucidate. Who are you, and what brings you here? Nail inquired, his expression one of caution. Greetings, we hail from Earth and wish to pay our respects to your elder. Zai stepped forward and spoke courteously. The elder is unwell and cannot receive guests. You should return, Nail replied with a cold demeanor. Cough, cough. Allow them to enter. Just as the situation became precarious, an ancient voice resonated from within the house. Yes, elder. Please, come with me. Nail beckoned them inside. Within the expansive interior, a massive chair occupied the center, upon which an elderly man, frail and nearing the end of his days, slumped. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo. Though his physique was considerably larger, this was the elder of Namek. Cough, cough. Friends from afar, welcome to Namek. The elder wheezed, a gentle smile illuminating his weary face as he spoke. Greetings, elder. To be candid, we have come seeking your assistance. At midnight, Z clasped his hands politely and spoke. Young man, feel free to express any concerns. The elder, in a weakened state, responded. I wish to ask the esteemed elder to help us unleash our potential. Z stated directly. Oh, how did you come to know this? The elder's weary eyes suddenly widened, revealing a deep curiosity as he scrutinized Z before continuing. Very well. I can see that you are all kind-hearted individuals, and I shall grant your request. Before the elder could finish, Nalu's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily interjected, Elder, but your health. It is of no consequence. It merely requires some of my strength. The elder waved his hand, interrupting Nalu's forthcoming words, and turned to Ziyi once more. I can discern the immense energy concealed within you. I can assist in awakening it. However, I must stipulate that when Mexing faces a crisis in the future, I hope you will come to its aid. Agreed. At midnight, Zai nodded decisively. Child, come here for a moment. The Grand Elder nodded with satisfaction, his gaze fixing on Piccolo amidst the crowd as he beckoned him forward. Are you calling me? Piccolo was momentarily taken aback before the Grand Elder. He was filled with reverence, devoid of any trace of his previous ferocity, his tone markedly gentler as he approached the Grand Elder, behaving as obediently as a child. Is this really Piccolo? How remarkably polite and compliant he has become, Krillin exclaimed, astonished. Perhaps it is the unique essence of his homeland that has tempered his once volatile spirit, Bulma remarked softly. Hometown, Goku murmured quietly. What is the matter, Goku? Do you wish to visit your homeland as well? Zai suddenly interjected. I grew up on Earth. Earth is my homeland. Goku shook his head, responding. If his homeland were filled with warmth akin to Namek, he would certainly wish to return. However, the thought that his family intended to infringe upon another's territory filled his kind-hearted nature with aversion. The Grand Elder gently raised his hand and placed it atop Piccolo's head. Memories of Earth surged within the Grand Elder's mind, and his weary expression darkened. His aged voice resonated once more, such sin. I never imagined our kin would cause such severe destruction to your homeland. Thankfully, you have found your way back, striving to protect Earth until the very end. You saw everything? Piccolo responded in astonishment. No one desires another to pry into their memories, yet the once fierce Piccolo bore no anger at this moment, despite his discomfort. His tone remained deeply respectful. Suddenly, as the Grand Elder stroked Piccolo's head, a surge of white energy erupted from his palm, powerful forces radiating from within Piccolo. Child, I have awakened the hidden power within you, but remember to safeguard Earth diligently from now on, and refrain from harming the innocent. Furthermore, you are the most gifted child of Namek. When you manage to reunite your body, your strength will be fully realized. Piccolo gazed in disbelief at his hands. An overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, instilling a sense of invincibility, even an illusion that he could strike Zai with ease. Chapter 87. Unleashing Potential. Namek. As Piccolo cast a hostile glance at Zai, she shot him a look and inquired directly, What are you staring at? With your kind, I could easily take on 10 of you. Do you believe me? You. Piccolo ground his teeth, feeling a mix of frustration and realization. Calmness washed over him, and he recognized that he still had a considerable distance to cover in strength compared to her. Curse that insolent brat. If it weren't for the fact that I cannot defeat you now, I would teach you a lesson once I absorbed that old deity, KO. Piccolo secretly cursed. Humph. Piccolo scoffed, choosing silence thereafter. Oh, look at you, still a bit proud. In the midnight hour, Zai mockingly spoke. Cough. My body may not endure much longer. You are all good children, and I shall do my utmost to help you unlock your potential. I also hope that when trouble befalls Namek in the future, you will lend your assistance. The elder cleared his throat weakly and continued, Can I join as well? Krillin stepped forward, his excitement palpable. The gap between him and Zai and Wukong had grown increasingly vast, and despite his relentless training, he could not catch up. Witnessing Piccolo's sudden surge in power, how could he not feel envious? Of course, come here. The elder nodded with a smile, watching as Krillin approached without hesitation to unlock his potential. Is this my energy? How incredible! Krillin exclaimed, awestruck by the surging power within him. Gohan, you should try this out quickly. It feels absolutely marvelous. All right. Gohan nodded, stepping forward politely. Grand Elder, if you would be so kind. What astonishing potential. Your capacity is immense, but I can only unlock a fraction of it. The rest remains untapped, the elder remarked, astonished. Wow, Gohan's energy has increased significantly. Now it's my turn. Wukong exclaimed with excitement as he approached. Ah, you must be this child's father. Truly a remarkable group. Each of you possesses extraordinary potential. The elder's expression reflected his astonishment once more. Well, your potential surpasses that of the previous child, and I too cannot fully unlock it. That's quite all right. This is already wonderful. Thank you, Grand Elder. Wukong expressed his gratitude. Zai, it is your turn now. I suspect your strength will see a considerable enhancement. Wukong said with a smile. Indeed, I believe Zai's potential will be even more astonishing. Krillin added excitedly. Even Piccolo cast a curious glance. Young man, come forward. I sense there is a mysterious aura about you. Upon hearing this, Zai stepped forward eagerly. As the elder placed his hand atop Zai's head, all eyes turned towards them. Suddenly, a troubled look crossed the elder's face. What is the matter, Grand Elder? Isn't Zai's potential remarkable? Krillin inquired with curiosity. I'm afraid he possesses no potential. The elder's disbelief mirrored that of the others. Such a scenario was rare unless one was severely lacking in potential. Yet Zai's strength was undeniable, leaving the elder at a loss for words. Nanny, how can this be? Don't jest. The group gasped in shock. Expressions of disbelief etched across their faces. Even Piccolo was taken aback. This is so embarrassing. It feels like a public humiliation. I wish I could just vanish into the ground. Zai mumbled shyly, wishing for the earth to swallow him whole. Grand Elder, could you please take another look? Zai has exceptional training talent. How could he lack potential? Bulma interjected. Yes, Grand Elder, please reconsider. Krillin added. Very well. The elder hesitated, then closed his eyes. Zai felt a warm current flow into his mind, followed by the elder's voice. Young man, you indeed possess no potential. However, I see a peculiar white light within your consciousness, something others do not have. Grand Elder, could you attempt to stimulate this white light using the potential unlocking technique? Zai furrowed his brow, contemplating before speaking. I shall give it a try. Upon the elder's words, Zai felt the warm current coursing through him, followed by a radiant light emanating from his body. Once the brilliance faded, the elder lay breathless on his seat, as if he had just undergone intense exertion. Grand Elder, are you all right? Nyla rushed forward, concern etched on his face. I'm fine. It's merely a matter of exhaustion, the elder replied, panting. Grand Elder, here is a Senzu bean from Earth. It can rapidly restore your energy. Please try it and see if it helps. Zai felt a twinge of guilt seeing the elder in such a state, having exhausted himself unlocking Zai's potential. He quickly retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket and handed it over. Is this a Senzu bean? I've seen it in Piccolo's memories. I shall not be polite. The elder accepted the bean, consuming it, and in an instant, his fatigue vanished, his vitality seemingly renewed, though his aged appearance remained unchanged. How do you feel, Grand Elder? Nilo asked, still worried. What a miraculous sensation. My energy has completely restored, though alas, it does not extend my lifespan. The elder smiled gently. By the way, young man, have you noticed any changes in your body? The elder inquired curiously. Indeed, we too wish to know. Wukong, Bulma, and the others gathered around, scrutinizing him closely. I don't sense any significant changes in my energy. Wukong mused, stroking his chin. Have you all noticed that Zai's skin and features have subtly transformed? Krillin suddenly remarked. Exactly. He seems to have become considerably more handsome. Bulma exclaimed with delight. Zai, take a moment to assess if there are any other changes. Wukong prompted again, for them. Outward appearance paled in comparison to strength. At midnight, he nodded slightly, then closed his eyes to sense the flow of energy within him. Upon realizing that his strength had not improved in the slightest, a look of disappointment inevitably crossed his face. However, when he opened his eyes again, he was met with a startling revelation that filled him with delight. Chapter 88. Frieza invades Earth. Earth, West City, Bulma's home. Zixing gazed at the boundless horizon, murmuring, I wonder when Mom and Dad will return. Suddenly, the once clear sky darkened ominously as an unsettling swarm of black dots filled the heavens, enveloping the earth in a palpable aura of malevolence. What is happening? Such a terrifying presence. At that moment, Tianjin Fan, in the midst of his training, abruptly opened his eyes and swiftly exited the gravity training chamber. Upon witnessing the pervasive evil in the sky, his expression turned grave. Tianjin Fan, have you sensed it too? Yamcha approached, his face etched with concern. It appears to be an invasion by extraterrestrial beings, and their power exceeds even that of Vegeta. Tianjin Fan nodded solemnly. Damn it. It's infuriating that Zai and Goku have yet to return. Yamcha gritted his teeth, lowering his head. Regardless of the circumstances, we must not allow them to wreak havoc on Earth. Tianjin Fan declared with unwavering seriousness. Tianjin Fan, what do you intend to do? It's impossible for just the two of us to win, Yamcha urged, pulling Tianjin Fan back in concern. You stay here and protect everyone. I shall face this alone. Tianjin Fan replied resolutely. No, I will fight alongside you. Dumpling suddenly stepped forward, declaring his intent. Absolutely not, Dumpling. Your strength is too feeble. You would be of no help. Tianjin Fan shook his head in refusal. However, I want to fight with you. Even if we perish, we must do so together. Dumpling stated with determination. Very well, we shall fight together. If we must die, let it be together. With these words, tears welled in Tianjin Fan's eyes as he and Dumpling exchanged a glance, both reflecting a noble resolve to face death, and ascended towards the sky. Damn it. Wait for me. I'm not afraid of dying. I simply feel a tinge of regret for having just revived. Yamcha gritted his teeth, suppressing his fear, and hurried to catch up with Tianjin Fan and Dumpling. Is this Earth? It feels so fragile, and Vegeta, that fool, died here. What a disgrace. Beside Frieza stood a tall, handsome man, who scoffed disdainfully. With Vegeta's combat power at 180,000, anyone capable of easily defeating him must possess formidable strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother to make this trip. Frieza's expression was icy. Lord Frieza, I believe you may be overestimating the situation. What strong warriors could possibly emerge from such a wretched planet? The man spoke with a tone of respect. Suddenly, Frieza's scouter beeped, and he coldly remarked, "Ah, it seems 3 insignificant insects are approaching." Moments later, Tianjin Fan and the others finally confronted Frieza. That guy's aura is terrifying. Just looking at him makes it hard to breathe. Yamcha gasped, his breathing quickening. How could he be this powerful? Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth. Cold sweat beading on his brow, his face filled with trepidation. Ah, it seems these 3 little insects are already terrified. Frieza chuckled sinisterly. Then commanded the handsome man beside him, Shanbua, entertain them. Yes. Shanbua nodded and, in an instant, appeared before Tianjin Fan and the others like a ghost. What incredible speed! Yamcha exclaimed, astonished. Who are you, and why have you come to Earth? Tianjin Fan inquired, taking a deep breath, his expression tense. Let me assess your combat power. TCH, a bunch of weaklings. Shanbua disregarded Tianjin Fan, casually pressing a button on his scouter, a sneer grazing his lips. Suddenly, Shanbua vanished again, moving with such swiftness that it surpassed the capabilities of Tianjin Fan and his companions. You seem to be quite afraid of me, Earthlings. A chilling voice echoed in Yamcha's ear, sending a shiver down his spine. Just as Yamcha prepared to retaliate, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Shanbua's hand had pierced through his heart. What a waste, unable to withstand even a single strike. Shanbua scoffed, retracting his hand as Yamcha's body plummeted from the sky. Meanwhile, on Namek, as the midnight gaze swept over the crowd, it revealed a series of peculiar numbers hovering above each person's head. Upon closer inspection, a surge of joy filled his heart, for these numbers represented the combat power of each individual. Combat power, Sun Wukong. 3, 500, 000, Sun Wufan. 50, 000, Krillin. 12, 000, Piccolo. 45, 000, Zai. 3, 000, 000, Zai. How do you feel? Sun Wukong inquired with a curious expression, returning to reality. Zai shook his head, indicating that he felt no change. He had not anticipated that his potential would manifest as a unique ability. Yet he preferred to keep this power discreet. Witnessing this, the expressions of those around him turned to disappointment, except for Bulma, who stepped forward and embraced Zai. Smiling as she said, "It's all right. At least you've become significantly more handsome. I apologize. Your body is quite mysterious, and I can only assist to this extent." The elder sighed wearily. Your ability to unlock our potential is greatly appreciated. Rest assured, we will honor our promises. That is reassuring, the elder coughed. But my body may not endure for much longer. Elder, your planet Namek must also possess Dragon Balls. Why not wish to regain your youth? That way, you wouldn't have to face death, Bulma suddenly suggested. Life and death are the natural order, and no one can defy it. As creators of the Dragon Balls, we should adhere to the laws of nature. If we resort to the Dragon Balls for every issue, wouldn't the world descend into chaos? The elder replied, shaking his head. Zai, Wukong, trouble is brewing. At that moment, the voice of the North Kai echoed in their ears. Is it the Kai? What has transpired? Wukong asked, puzzled. The Frieza force has invaded Earth. Yamchu, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu have already perished. You must return at once, or Earth will be lost. The Kai spoke urgently. Chapter 89. Return to Earth what? Shock spread across the faces of the group upon hearing the Kai's words. This is bad. Chi-Chi and the others are still on Earth. We have to hurry back, Wukong said, his face etched with concern. However, it will take us at least a month to return, by which time the entire planet may be gone. Krillin exclaimed anxiously. Elder, may I kindly request the use of your Dragon Balls to send us back? Zai said, his brow furrowed in determination. Of course. Neru, please contact the elders of the various tribes. The elder nodded in agreement. Understood. With that, Neru swiftly exited, utilizing a unique communication method of Namek, and soon the elders arrived, carrying the Dragon Balls. As the 7 orbs, each several times larger than those of Earth, were arranged neatly on the ground, they resonated powerfully, emanating a soft golden glow. Purunga, grant us our wishes, Neru called out in the Namekian language. As he finished speaking, the clear sky abruptly darkened, and a golden lightning bolt danced in the air. A colossal green creature then materialized before them, resembling a dragon with a distinctly Western flair. Unlike the Eastern dragon of Earth, state your wishes. I can fulfill 3 of them. Purunga's authoritative voice reverberated around them. Neru, please ask the dragon to send us back to Earth, excluding Bulma. Zai declared without hesitation. His strength was still far from matching Frisia's. And although Wukong had qualified to become a Super Saiyan, Zai preferred to keep Bulma safe, just in case. Why not? Zixin is still on Earth. How can you abandon me? Bulma protested angrily. Bulma, you would be of no assistance there. Once we deal with Frisia, I promise to return for you. Zai replied sternly. No, I disagree. Bulma shouted defiantly. With a swift motion, Zai silenced her, rendering her unconscious and placing her beside the elder, requesting him to take care of her. He then turned back to Neru. Neru, I implore you to make the wish quickly. Zai said politely. Purunga. Neru called again in the Namekian tongue. Purunga gave an approving gesture, saying, very well, it is a simple matter. With Purunga's words, Zai, Wukong, and the others vanished from their location in an instant.